toolset is going to some.
Right to state.
at our Switzerland event as the medical officer all week. So.
Well, here we are, finally. Championship week will get underway on Thursday, a little bit later than scheduled. We've had heavy rain, but I tell you what, it's going to be great to see some cricket out there in the middle. Only 5 teams now in the running for the trophy. That's from the 30 that started out this journey. And well, cricket wouldn't be possible without the hard work of everyone that's helped get this ground ready for play. So get ready for some action, and happy St. Patrick's Day too. I'm Mr. Maximo. This is the BET2BALL European Cricket League Championship week, and it starts right now. Good morning to you wherever you're watching from around the world. Welcome back to the European Cricket Network. Well, it's been a really tough week so far. Championship week has been ruined by rain on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, but it is Thursday morning here on the Costa del Sol, and we have some good news for you because it looks like we are going to get some play underway. It's a slightly different structure now because of the time lost. We have the round robin as 5 over matches. So today on Thursday, we will have matches 1 to 10. Tomorrow on Friday, we'll have matches 11 to 20. Then hopefully we'll revert to a normal finals day on Saturday. So that is the news from here. I was out in the middle a moment ago for the toss, and well, as you can see, we're not out there shooting the video this morning because of the amount of work which is going on in the background from the ECN Blue crew in particular, and all the volunteers around here from the Costa del Sol Cricket Club and everyone from the surrounding area. So we couldn't have gotten on without them. Still not ideal conditions. More about that in a moment. But first, I can tell you about match 1 of Championship week, and it's BET2BALL from Sweden. They were your Group D champions, and they're taking on Pack Barcelona, the Group E champions from the host nation, Spain. The news from the toss is Rahul Khan, the BET2BALL skipper. He's won the toss, and he will be bowling first. I think they're both teams, they were pretty keen to go out there and have a bowl. That is their strategy. But I'm looking forward to seeing some players from both of these teams. BET2BALL, well, they progressed despite a couple of their superstars not really having a great week in Group D. Rahul Khan, the captain, just couldn't seem to make runs when it counted. And of course, Azam Khalil, we know how important he is with the bat. He was a little bit inconsistent. So let's see if those two players can step up. If they do, I think the BET2BALL, well, they'll believe that they can go all the way. Talk about Pack Barcelona though, all eyes on Mohammad Kamran. Of course, how will he deal with the conditions here? We won't see him till the second half of the game. But of course, their former captain, Mohammad Baba, he was excellent, wasn't he? He took a hat-trick in the Group E final, and that is why they are here in Championship week. So we have 5 teams here. Only one of them will raise the trophy. Just quickly, a very happy St. Patrick's Day to all of our Irish viewers out here, and Brigade, the Irish champions. We'll see them a little bit later in the day. But let's talk about the conditions. I was out there in the middle because of the amount of rain that we've had over the last couple of days. It is quite soft underfoot. It's going to be challenging for the players, but they've all said we want to get out there and we want to fight for our team. We're here to play cricket, so it might look a little bit unusual at times, but let's just see how we go. 10 matches today, going to be a huge day, and Andrew Ryan is in the commentary box as we get ready for Championship week match 1. The news from the toss is BET2BALL of Sweden have won the toss, and they're going to have a bowl.
Good morning, viewers, wherever you are in the world, and welcome to Cartama Oval here in the Andalusia region of Spain. Remarkably, after 3 days of somewhat torrential rain around these parts, we are going to see some cricket this morning, and it is going to be rapid-fire cricket at that. As Mr. Maximo mentioned in the preview, we are playing 5 over games here, so the teams who are used to really pushing the rate in the 10 over format, they will be doing even more so in these games over the first 2 days, and then for finals day on Saturday, the plan is to be back to our normal 10 over format. But this is going to be interesting to see what sort of tactics that the teams employ to deal with having half of the resources available in terms of balls. Big ticket pair of Babar and Isan. They're opening for Pack They're batting first in this game. Nice ball outside off stump. Mahmad, the left armour, opening the bowling for BET2BALL. Certainly plenty of energy from the BET2BALL team as they were wandering around the premises today. Great attitude from all of the players, really desperate to get out, get amongst the cricket again after quite a few days of being locked up in the hotel. Ball once again outside off stump. Nicely fielded, so Babar just off the mark with a single. Certainly the field's still, I wouldn't say moist, but a bit soft underfoot. See plenty of sections on the cameras where there's sawdust or sand covering some parts that have retained a little bit more moisture over the last couple of days. The bowlers can force the batsman to keep the ball on the ground. It's probably their best defensive tactic. Another one outside off stump. It's been hit high. Fielder wiping his hands before he takes the catch, but it's well done, and Mamand, he gets the big Ihsan wicket, the wicket keeper. Can't hold back in this format. They've only got 30 balls to use. That's a huge opening scalp for LB Zalmi. 1 wicket down on the board already, and only 1 run for Pak I Care. Been a good over so far from Mamand. Left armour just bringing it back slightly to the right-handers. Khan, the skipper, prepared well. Wiped his hands, made sure they were nice and dry before that ball came down. It's a unique technique you might see a little bit more of in the coming days. But he's executed perfectly, and it brings the big pace bowling superstar Mohammad Kamran to the crease. Wasn't he influential? Pak I Care qualifying for this finals week as he just checks out the pitch, just makes sure there's some familiarity and where he can get some footing, particularly running between the wickets. Ahmad standing at the top of his mark. Might have to adjust that line to Cameron. He does like to hit over to the cover boundary. Brings it back in. Lovely delivery. They're taken by the keeper, who's probably got the toughest job out of all of the fielding corps. That area just immediately behind the batsman is where the majority of sitting water has been over the last couple of days, so that's part of the ground that's had the most treatment. Talking to the grounds team this morning, they said that it's a much, much better surface than it was even going back 12 hours ago. Keepers can still stay fairly mobile. Wide off stump, and it's left with 30 balls to play with. I'm assuming Cameron thought that might have been going wide, but that was well inside the wide line. Excellent line. It's been a great over from Oman so far. Pak I Care only 1 on the board. And the Swedish champions, well, they brought a good support crew with them. They'll be pretty happy after this first 6 balls. It's another one that's wide that he's left. And Pak I Care looking for the wide calls, none forthcoming. They are 1 for 1 after 1 over. Mamad has started off this T5 exhibition with a remarkable over. And as we wait for the second bowler, happy to welcome back to the commentary box for the first time this morning, Vinny Sandhu.
Yeah, thanks, Andrew, and it's great to be here. Hello to all of our viewers. Thanks for being so patient this week. And see these 2 teams, well, they're both champion teams, aren't they? There's Albi the one Group D and Pak I Care Group E. And very good start by the Swedes. A dramatic final victory over MSC Frankfurt just a couple of weeks ago. Now, very, very strong start. 1 for 1 off 1. As Taz Qureshi picks up the attack, and this one, a bit of extra bounce, gets past Mohammad Babar. And Babar, what a week he had last week. With the bat and the ball, so important. But yeah, Pak I Care Badalona, the champions of Spain, just struggling to get going here.
Team that doesn't mind going hard from the off, Vinny, but just seeming to struggle. Maybe just psychologically a bit torn of just how hard to go, but Babar was sensational last week. Beautiful timer of the cricket ball.
After this one, and this one's going to go for 4. Got over the man in the circle. And the result is the first boundary of Championship Week. Not a convincing one, though, from Mohammad Babar.
Not a convincing one at all, but all runs extremely valuable at this point. Babar swinging hard to the leg side. Weren't too many that he mistimed. We picked it up on the cameras so far, but those square boundaries are in probably a good 6 or 7 metres from normal, just to deal with some of the slightly more damp turf.
Probably compensates, though, by the fact that the field is quite significantly slower along the ground as usual. But yeah, the ball's in the air. certainly should get a bit of extra value for those shots. Here's Qureshi. Just bites back off the surface. Nice bit of work by Sami Khalil to come around to his right. Just want to say a quick hello to everyone in the YouTube chat as well. A bit of a debate already. Is this T5 cricket or is it F5? I think it's got to be F5. Well, I'm calling it a 5 over Fiesta. And what's great is that we still potentially can get the 24 matches in. See some of the Brescia CC guys. Another edge. This time it will be 4. This is just played a few tricks off the surface. It gets through Usman Jabbar. Well, he was the man a couple of weeks ago. They hit a ball in that direction, went through the legs of Atika 1 from MSC Frankfurt. Well, yeah, every action has an equal and opposite reaction. Now this was the other side of it. Maybe it won't be quite as costly as that one a couple of weeks ago.
No, probably won't be replayed quite as many times on the ECN coverage in the coming week, but a bit unlucky. Jabbar actually made good ground. Looks like he's just slid further than he expected. Ball skipped through. It's a handy boundary.
Well, it's wide, down leg side, half an appeal. I mean, this is the thing. It depends how you approach these conditions. One thing I've noticed from just chatting to the players, they're not making any excuses. They're out there and they're basically up to the challenge of trying to play in these conditions. And you see so much on the line. You see even the way that Jabbar went after that. Wasn't quite certain what was going to happen when he got his body down to field the ball, but I suppose they'll get better at it and adjust as the day goes on. Slower ball, hit over the top, and this will be 4. So it was an off-cutter from Qureshi. And Cameron doesn't let this one go. Hits it nicely over cover for 4 runs.
Yeah, I mentioned during the opening over from Lamar Mamand that he's got certain slightly different power areas than a lot of the batsmen in this competition. Really enjoys hitting throughout that cover area. They've got all of the field pushed up in that section, aside from the 2 that are deep here on the fence. One at a very, very fine third man, and another one at a very, very wide third man.
So last ball of the power play. 2 over power plays in 5 over cricket. And steps across and finds the fielder. Well, this might have been out. Pretty good fielding at mid-wicket, but Cameron does survive. It's the end of 2. The score is 16 for 1. So it's a chance to say hello to all of our viewers, and it's wonderful to be here. And I know that you guys have had to be patient. We've had to be patient. The players have had to be patient. And, well, it's great to have your company, though, finally, for Championship Week. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo alongside me, Andrew Ryan. Rico, well, he'll be in a little while as well as part of the coverage here on the ECN. And it's just fascinating, isn't it? I don't even really know what a good score is in 5 over cricket in these conditions. I mean, normally I'd say around 50 or so. But, yeah, it's just hard to tell. But 2 over power plays, 1 over maximum per bowler. The main thing is, we're going to have 10 games of cricket. We've never had so many games of cricket in a day on ECN.
No, it's going to be rapid-fire stuff, Vinny, and will be interesting to see how the teams take it tactically throughout the game. I mean, we've seen Mohammed Cameron used as a battering ram first up for the Pack Care team last week, but he's only got 6 balls, and they've got to use him as wisely as possible. I suspect they'll still go early with him to try to make some inroads through the top order. But Pack Care, for a team that goes hard from the beginning, slightly struggling at the moment, 16 for 1.
See, Alizai comes on. Oh, this one makes a total meal of this, and this will probably be caught. It is. So Jabbar, he launches it back into the sky. That might bring some more rain, and Cameron just gets a leading edge. And Jabbar, who missed that one earlier, went for a boundary, but this time he makes no mistakes. The end of the dangerous Mohammed Cameron. He goes for 9, and the score 16 for 2.
Yeah, really nice catch from Jabbar down on the boundary. That ball dipped quickly. It's coming off the top edge of Cameron's bat. Stayed very, very calm, and they've executed well so far, Albi Zalmi. I would have actually thought that Pack Care, having played last week, would be slightly advantaged out of these 2 teams, just coming from the final qualifier week straight into finals week. But actually, Albi Zalmi, they've clearly been keeping up their training in between trips out here to the Costa del Sol, and they look very, very sharp. The bowlers in particular, full credit to them, given they're dealing with a ball that's probably still got a bit of moisture, a bit of dirt coming on it. Their control's been excellent so far.
Yeah, that's true. All the amount who adjust to the conditions better. I remember when I used to play winter sports, and you're probably the same as me. I used to like it when it got a bit of moisture around, a bit of sliding around. We don't really associate that with cricket, but this is European cricket. Alizai has an excellent start with the ball. Wicket off his very first delivery. This will bring Shiraz Ahmed to the crease, the captain, at number 4. He's after him straight away. More work for Jabbar. He's in the hot zone down there, if there is such a thing. And, well, this is actually really poor awareness from the batters because there's no one backing up. And Malzier was very quick to go and chase that one down.
Poor awareness from the batters, but not great fielding structures from Albi Zalmi either. Don't want to be giving away free runs when you've only got 30 balls to deliver. Pack Care also still struggling to get their run rate up.
Goes after this, Babar. Hangs in there a long time. The fielder's coming in, but he's not going to make it. So it'll just be a single. Babar just can't find his timing this morning. Look, there's got to be a lot of pent-up kind of energy and aggression for all these players. Just trying to channel that early. I think both teams probably having a few problems with that, but they will get plenty of opportunities today. Of course, each team will play 4 matches today on Thursday and 4 more tomorrow. Halfway through this innings, 18 the score. Another one not quite off the middle. At the moment, Albi Zalmi, I mentioned, had the week off, but I know they've been training really hard. I know there was a great news story that I saw from TV4 in Sweden last night. It was sent to me, had all the training and the culture around their club and the juniors. I'm sure all the Albi Zalmi juniors are tuning in. Hello to you guys. This one is hit well, and this one will be the first of Championship Week. Maximal! 6 by Mohammed Babar. That one was off the middle.
Well, Babar's babashed that to the shorter square boundary. It's not going to be difficult for a man of his power and his quality to clear that with ease today. Just the first time that Alizai's drifted on to middle and leg. He's bowled a couple of nice change-ups in the over so far, managed to extract a few blooped drives, but gets punished.
Last ball of the over. Another off cut. This one's hit pretty hard through the offside. It's cleaned up down there by Lamar Momand. At the end of 3, the score is 26 for 2. Just hello to a few people in the chat, including Egan. He's asking how was my experience playing for Costa del Sol on Sunday. It was very good, thanks Egan. As you know, I've played a couple of games for Costa del Sol here. It's a family connection in the area. Just see that the first 3 overs. The second kind of cancelled out the first. We had 1, then 15. So I still think that 10 and over is where you want to be tracking. It's just below that at the moment.
Just difficult with these 5 over games, Vinny, and particularly, I guess, for the chasing side, that there's going to be less twists and turns, or certainly at least continuing twists and turns. And if you get behind the 8 ball, there's just not that many balls to catch up. Yeah. You won't have the chance for a bit of lower order resistance coming in and boosting the run rate. It's only 12 balls to go now in this first innings.
Comes around quick. Here's Azam Khalil. This one's driven down the ground. Yeah, I think you're exactly right there. You blink and you'll miss it kind of stuff in the 5 over cricket. I mean, we have seen 3 over cricket as well, but 5 over cricket. As we see another wicket, this time Jabbar holds on to the catch again. Khalil. He has his first wicket of Championship Week. It's the end of Shiraz Ahmed, who can't get going. He goes for a couple, and the score is 27 for 3.
Yeah, a couple of nice catches from Jabbar. He's clearly one of the better fielders in this Albi Zalmi side. Good cricketer all round, and he'll be an important player for them across the final 3 days of this finals week here at Cartama Oval. Another man back in the hatch. The wickets lost won't mean too much in terms of being bowled out within this 5 over game, but more so just losing some of the power hitters. Shiraz Ahmed played a couple of good innings for Pack Care last week, and particularly in games in which the top order didn't fire.
Yeah, it's a really good point. And Shiraz Ahmed will be disappointed to miss out, but yeah, I think people talking about the value of wickets. I mean, the value is having somewhere that can kind of get on a roll. That's going to win you a game in a 5 over match. So when you lose a wicket, basically just have someone new to the crease, starting again. So Iskander Ali is the man. He faces now. And he might be out as well. And Jabbar, well, he's going to have warm palms. That's a 3rd catch for him. Well, we're seeing a lot of balls flying in that zone. And now Azam Khalil's on a hat-trick, 27 for 4.
Amazing stuff. When the skipper said to Jabbar this morning, you're going to be down fielding in that 3rd man section, I'm not sure that he would have been expecting to have a trio of catches, but he's been very safe down there, particularly after that early fielding area, allowing the boundary 4 to go through. And who would have thought 5-over game, first hat-trick potential of the week in game 1. It's a big moment, not only for the opportunity for a hat-trick, but one more wicket. And Pakai Care is really facing an uphill task to put on a reasonable total.
Yeah, I mean, all over them at the moment, the Swedes. Let's just say, under these conditions, I don't think they'll be jumping over the fence and running onto the ground, but still, seen 3 catches held in that short third man position. And so, yeah, I mean, I guess we'll have to wait and see what a good score is today. What I would say, though, is that almost anything is defendable as well. I mean, even if you were to scrape your way to 30, if you have a good over or two, because it is such a short game, you know, it's almost as anything's possible kind of cricket.
Well, we saw on Friday night in the final of Group E, Vinny, that I think it was 33 that was being chased by Punjab Lions of Nick Asir, and just how difficult that was in the circumstances. So middle heap, 5 overs to work with for the team here, but it still will go by very, very quickly, and the early exchanges in the first 1 or 2 overs could be determinative of the sort of totals that batting teams can be expecting. But Khalil, he's on a hat-trick.
Here we go. Behind on the side, still a top ball. It's really good stuff. Just that 1 over. Jasker actually got away in the second for 15. See, I was like a hit for Maximo as well, went for 10. This is a brilliant over. I'll say it all happens in the 9th is what we normally say. Well, here, maybe it all happens in the 4th. Cut away. It's well stopped. Turned and thrown by Zabula Niazi. Does well to stop it. And, so far, so good as far as the conditions. We're all a bit unsure about how the fielders will be able to deal with it. But although it's not simple, but Sweden, man, looking right at home. But this one is going to be lifted out of the ground. Well, that is a big hit. Maximo Bambar trying to hit his team to a defendable total. This one, he has taken over the leg side for 6, and it's also the end of the over. 34 for 4 after 4.
Yeah, he's the key man now, Babar. If I was the striking batsman at the moment, I would be looking to get him back on to face the final 5 balls of this innings and just saying, Babar, take it away.
You want to see some cricket? You've come to the right place. 10 matches. So you can see this is match 1. So essentially each team, each of the 5 teams will play 4 matches today. You see Albi Zalmi, you'll see them in matches 1, 4, 7 and 9. Pakai Care. You'll see them here in 1, 3, 6 and 9. Matches starting on the hour, every hour. On the half hour if you're watching from India. So settle in, get the popcorn and enjoy as we head to the last over. Let's come around quickly. It's Kudratullah Mir Afzal to bowl it. Pakai Care starting on 34. This is hit reasonably well. Stand and deliver job. That one's going to land near the giant ice cube. Maximo. Nice straight on drive. Elevated by Albin Mahboob.
Yeah, Mahboob wasn't interested in my advice of just getting Babar back on strike for the remainder of the over. He's decided that he's going to take it upon his own shoulders. Batted well in 1 or 2 innings last week, but that's a nice way to start the 5th.
I'll tell you something, one of my theories as well in a minute, Rhino, about this 5 over format. Well, it goes again. This one's hit even better. Nice batting by Mahboob. Kudratullah gets bagged once, and then twice. Back-to-back Maximos as Pakai Care hitting their way back into this contest.
A couple of the cleanest hits we've seen so far this morning, and Mahboob is clearly making a statement and just taking Pakai Care to there or thereabouts what you'd think is a defendable total. Vinny, you've talked about getting 10 runs and over. They're almost, well, they're past that already and looking at potentially getting mid-50s.
It goes again, but this time he hasn't got it. The fielder has some work to do, and he holds the catch. And here's a nice bit of catching. I think that's Lamar Moman out there. He had to come in again. Just with the footing, it's just not easy to make the ground compared to how it would normally be. He had to come about 10 metres in, but he does. Holds on to a good catch, but still a couple of lusty blows from Abid Mahboob, who departs for 13. And the score now is 46 for 5.
Lovely little innings from Mahboob, and fundamentally, Vinny, I guess it just changes the perspective of what is a good innings or what could be a massively valuable contribution. And we talk about that being very different in T10 compared to T20, for instance. But Mahbub there has potentially played a match-winning innings in the space of a couple of balls, launching a pair of sixes when Pakai Care were really at a pretty pedestrian state with their run rate. They might look back on that and say that was the most crucial 2 balls of the entire innings.
Yeah, true. I mean, it can change the game really quickly, can't it? As we saw, Azam Khalil kind of changed the game with those back-to-back wickets, getting a new batter to the crease. He had 5 balls where he escaped getting hit to the boundary, Azam Khalil. He's got 3 balls remaining. Majid Hanif comes to the crease. Baba just a bit starved of the strike in this innings. This is whacked over the offside, and this is going to be 6 as well. Maximal. That one carried all the way into the jungle. It brings up the 50 for Pakai Care. Nice shot in style. Hey, there was a question from Luke Belgium in the chat about the boundaries being brought in slightly, the square boundaries, and about how much. I think that one on the offside, I'd say around about 5 or 6 metres. Would you agree with that, Rhino?
Yeah, I would agree with Vinny, and I think over the other side probably maybe about 10 metres or thereabouts. So certainly easier when you're hitting square, but
harder to hit him on the ground. Slower outfield. Goes for this. Jabbar, who's been busy. Just keep this to 1. So 53, and it will be Mohamed Babar to face the last ball.
If you had have told me at the start of this over that Babar was only going to face 1 ball, I would have said that was a huge victory for Aldi Zalmi. But as it's turned out, it's an expensive over from Afzal so far. 19 off it, 1 ball to go.
Sneaks himself outside the off stump. Wants to go leg side, does. And this one will go to the boundary as well. So Babar finishes with a bang. He'll finish 25, not out of 11. Pakai Care, they were spirited there in that last over. Ends up going magical. 3 sixes and a 4, and a wicket, and a single. So it's all happening in 5-over cricket. The 5-over fiesta. The last one goes 23. And that gets up to a highly competitive 57 for 5 off their 5 overs.
Yeah, it turned into actually a pretty nice innings from Pakai Care, and certainly with the quality of bowling lineup that they'll bring out, I think they'd be reasonably confident defending that. We've seen the Albi Zalmi have some quality stroke players in their top order. Players who are able to push the pace and keep their technique together to deal with different conditions. But this is going to be a cracking start to the 5-over fiesta, Vinny. I think this is going to be a close one. Yeah, of course. We'll get to see Mohamed Kamran just around the corner as well. Let's see how he deals with these conditions. But at the moment, it's hard to say who's ahead as we finally got on the park in Championship Week. ECL 22, 5 teams remain, 5 overs the format. Mohamed Isan, he was out there early. He was caught by Rahel Khan pretty early. It was wipe the hands time. No sweaty palms for the Swedish skipper as Isan was sent on his way. And then Jabbar, well, he was in the action, wasn't he? It's a bit of the good, the bad, and the ugly from him. He ended up taking 3 important catches which shaped this innings. That was the first one, shades of a couple of weeks ago. Mohamed Kamran out in the number 3 position, but then he found himself in a bit of a muddle, leading edge, as this one was launched back into the sky. And at this stage, the Swedes, they were pretty happy with the way this game was panning out. Yeah, the Swedes were certainly on top for probably the first 3.5 overs of this 5-over innings. Continued to take wickets with regularity. Jabbar made up for that early fielding error with a couple of excellent grabs in the difficult 3rd man position, but it was that man, Mohamed Babar. He carried the team at many times with his bat last week, doing so again today, and Mahbub coming out and launching a pair of consecutive maximos to start the 5th over. That was a huge contribution in the context of a 5-over innings. He eventually departed partway through the 5th, but they still managed to eke out a 6 and a 4 in the last 3 balls, taking them up to a more than defendable total of 57 for the loss of 5 wickets, Vinny. I think that's going to be a tough chase. Yeah, I honestly do. I just think the fact that it's so difficult to score along the ground at the moment, it's up to get that to a ball pace. Just the 1 wide, so that was a positive. And it was a slightly slow start. It wasn't only 1 came off the first over. After that, 56 off the next 4. Mohamed Babar top scoring with 25, not out off 11. Kind of started with the strike, but it didn't matter. Like you said, you have a look at Mahbub and Hanif. They combined for 20 off just 7. So that was the little kick they needed to take them over the 50 mark and beyond. Jabbar with 3 catches. Well, he was a bit of a star in the field. And as far as the ball went, Lamar Moman, he was brilliant early, 1 for 1. Of course, you only get the 1 over in this format. 2 for 8, Khalil. Not a very good over, but he would have been upset to go for a 6 last ball. Also wickets to Zia Alizai and Kudutullah Mir Afzal. Although Kudutullah a little bit expensive
Well, strap yourself in and buckle up because it's a quick format. We'll be back in just a few minutes with the chase. It'll be Albi Zalmi of Sweden requiring 58 for victory in their 5 overs. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, alongside Andrew Ryan. Hope you're having a great day. Cricket's back, and we'll be back shortly with more BET2BALL European Cricket League.
European cricket fans, back here at Cartama Oval. It is a feast of 5-over cricket today, and the first contest, game 1 of finals week. It is the Swedish champions Albi Zalmi coming out for their batting innings. They are chasing a target of 58 runs set for them by the Pack I Care Badalona team representing Spain. They were the champions of Group E. Wonderful performance from them last week, only losing 1 game on their way to being victorious in the final of Group E. Certainly after a subdued start from them with the bat, came good in the later overs. Ahmed Babar, as usual, providing the bedrock of their innings and doing it at a pretty fair rate, but helped by Mahboob, certainly down towards the bottom end of the order. Vinny, this is going to be a tough task for Zalmi.
Yeah, they need to have a really good start, and they need to find a way to score against Kamran. Can't really afford to play him out. Off a bit of a short run here, Mohamed Kamran. Looks like it at the moment, but he's so whippy. I don't think that'll bother him too much. It should be exciting. But, Shahid Ali out there facing up with his captain, Rahul Khan. So, fasten those seatbelts, and here we go. 5-0 Fiesta, 58 to win. Put a bat on this and goes. So they do get a single. Rahul Khan will be on strike now.
Suspect that man who just fielded at square leg, Atif Mohammed's going to be not only a very important player from them this week, but probably even in this game. He tends to take the 9th or the 10th over most of the time. the games last week. I suspect he'll be under pressure bowling the 5th in this innings today.
Yeah, could be an option. It's Kamran. This one's short. Still gets a fair bit of pace, doesn't he? On that short one.
Yeah, I don't think the short run's going to hinder him too much, Vinny. He's very much a strong chest and whippy arm bowler. Saw him coming in off his normal run last week and was generating some significant heat. Too quick for Khan on that occasion.
Yeah, got for him reasonably quickly. This one, chest high, so good bowling. Remember, they only got 1 run off their first over. Paco Care still made 50 on when they went 57. So it doesn't mean you have to score a big one. It certainly helps, though. I mean, in this format, to have a good start. That's an Ali umpiring. Gets some bat on this, just gets 1. The other thing I think super important in this, and it's kind of heightened, is it's how many boundaries you hit in your 5 overs. I think it's very rare you see a team hit more boundaries and lose, just because of the nature of it. And Paco Care, they were able to hit 5 6s and 4 4s, so 9 boundaries out of the 30 deliveries. Yeah, 8 or more's probably play out. Just beats Ali outside the off stump, trying to play across that one. So just 2 off the first over. You always know that Kamran, he's going to be a handful no matter the conditions.
Well, I guess the upside, they haven't lost a wicket yet, but seem to have gone out there with a tactic of trying to hit him over the leg side, pepper that short boundary on square, but hasn't worked today. 1 ball to go.
Good wheels, and so Kamran only concedes 2 for no loss after the first.
Yeah, good start from the big man Cameron. He's used to taking wickets in most overs that he bowls in T10 cricket. However, with this F5 concept, he's done the job for his captain, just put that on a good length. Still extracting a fair bit of bounce out of this wicket. I noticed partway through that he was bowling cross seam, probably just to help with his control and maybe just take advantage of some variable bounce that might exist in this pitch given the amount of water that's been on it, and it's probably still holding a little bit of moisture at the moment. So the cross seam bowling wouldn't be surprising from a lot of the pacemen.
And Mohamed Babar, he bowls second over. So yeah, I mean, Paco Care, their kind of structure with their bowling where they normally bowl their 2 over spells anyway. So that's pretty much how it's going to play out here. This is the second over, the last over of the power play. Rahul Khan on strike to Babar, the captain. And this one is high in the air, it's hanging, but it's going to come down the other side of the rope. Maximo! And a very important Maximo, 6 runs, Salami Zalmi.
Yeah, Khan, his eyes would have lit up. That was a bit of a floater first ball from Mohamed Babar. He doesn't come off a particularly long run traditionally, so won't probably be in too much discomfort here today. Didn't get it quite as well off the meat of the bat as he would have intended, but with the slightly reduced boundary, it's carried for a Maximo.
It does, and I should have said former captain Mohamed Babar, because Shiraz Ahmed's taken over the captaincy now, but yeah, more leniency in the air for the batters today. And this one he hasn't got it all. He sliced this up. It should be a simple catch, and it's taken. And Mohamed Kamran holds on to it. Looking ball. Bowling partners combining to dismiss Rahul Khan, who goes 6 and out. He goes for 7, and it's 8 for 1.
Nice bit of bowling from Babar. He's been pumped for a 6 first ball. Maybe just slowed that one down a touch, dragged it wide of off stump, and the batsman Rahul Khan trying to hit it back over the leg side again, way out of his hitting zone, and his head went down as soon as that made contact with his bat. And a pretty easy catch for Mohamed Kamran. You cannot keep him out of the game.
You know, so if I had to say what's the skill you need in your batters, it's to be able to score boundaries straight away, to have no settling in time, because you just don't have it. So we kind of saw that with Paco Care in the first innings, didn't we? The way that Mahbub came out, even Majid Hanif, and he came out and just was able to hit a boundary first ball. So Azam Khalil will be pacing it up now, number 3 position. Smash right Ali, and he's a man I'm looking forward to seeing bowl at least a little bit later. He's going to do a bit of light farm work for us on the tractor. Khalil deep in his crease. Races up to Mohamed Babar. It's a nice looking shot, square of the wicket. This will be 4. He just waits on it. Talk about boundaries being really important. And Azam restarts with 1.
Yeah, that's really good batting from Khalil. Both of his teammates so far have been trying to swing everything over the leg side. He just stays stable. Probably predicts that Babar's going to go wide of off stump again just to defend against that ball being smoked over mid-wicket. Outstanding shot.
Yeah, very good batting. Of course, this is the second and final over of the power play. Goes down the ground and fielding is done eventually by Shiraz Ahmed. A question from Helix in the chat: is there a time limit on the game as well, like normal? Yes, there is. So I'm not sure what it would be exactly. It'd be something like 21 or 22 minutes. But again, with allowances. So we're certainly hopeful we can stay on schedule today. Start matches on the hour every hour. Shahid needs to get going here. He does. Hits it over, long off. Really nice shot. Strong batting. Maximal. His army. Well, a bit like Pakai Care. They're picking up the pace here in the second over.
Yeah, it's the second time Mohamed Babar's just drifted a ball up with not a lot of zip on it, and it's just curled slightly outside of off stump. Gave Ali the chance to extend his arms, and I've seen from a few of the games in week 4, didn't produce with the same consistency as he would have liked, but he has got some beautiful cricket shots and could be a key player for them as they work their way through the next few days.
If he clicks, you know, they're going to be really competitive. Didn't have a great start to the tournament back in Group D. They'll know the teams they beat in their group. They should be confident about their chances. Last ball of the over coming up. And the last ball for Mohamed Babar. Dug out for 1, so Shahid Ali will retain the strike. Much better over for Al-Bizami. As after the end of the power play, 2 overs down, it's 20 for 1.
Almost the same format that we had in the first innings, wasn't it, Vinny? Of a first over with minimal runs taken over, but the second one of the power play as well, has gone for plenty. And Babar, after his excellent batting knock in the first 5 overs, be disappointed with the ball.
Yeah, so well, it's wonderful to have your company again. I might have mentioned it earlier, but in case you missed it, happy St. Patrick's Day to all of our Irish viewers. You've got a little bit of green in yours as well.
It's got a little bit of green. I think I'm just a day early for Peacock Fridays, but with the weather, needed to jazz it up.
Kind of lost track of what day it was, didn't we? In this kind of cycle of trying to get the ground ready and trying to get some play on. But no, happy St. Patrick's Day. And to all of you in the chat, make sure you keep those questions coming in. We do appreciate them, and we'll respond to as many as we can. It'll be a fast, action-packed day, but you know, we're up for it. Hopefully you are too. As well, we're always about first, aren't we, on ECN? And 10 matches in a day. We certainly haven't done that before. So yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing some results. And we'll probably see teams kind of get their own sort of momentum during the day if they get on a winning run.
So yeah, Atif Mohammed, would talk about him potentially closing, but he's actually come in for the 3rd over. I don't mind this move from the captain. Short, it's pumped to the leg side, stays inside the boundary, taken by Babar. Ali's on his way back to the pavilion. Great start for Atif Mohammed. That was a good bit of bowling, dug it in short, and even with this damp ball, he's got the capacity to roll the fingers over the pill.
Yeah, really good bit of bowling, and see it here. Just gets outside the off stump, so Ali has to go fetch it, even with the boundary brought in slightly. Mohamed Babar was in the right spot, so it's a bit of a trend in this game. Bowl it over, take a catch, and Mohamed Babar does what Mohamed Kamran did earlier, but still Shahid Ali. Anytime, if you can contribute a boundary to the total, I think you're pretty satisfied with your job. He departs at 20 for 2.
Yeah, well, this pair now under a bit of pressure, so they've got 1 ball into the 3rd over. So 17 deliveries to go. Still 38 runs required. Certainly it's not a difficult equation in what we think of as T10 format. The conditions here probably change things up, but still need a couple of boundaries off this Mohamed over.
Ball's there. Gets one upstairs to start. Not quite able to catch up with it. So, I mean, what I'm seeing at the moment, and most of the bowlers running in not having too much difficulty. I mean, some have made some slight adjustments with their run-up. And I think the actual centre strip to play, that's an all-weather pitch. You know, that's not going to have any problems there. It's just the surrounds. And for the fielders, and particularly the wicketkeeper, it's difficult. But I think what we're seeing, apart from that, is the players are making those adjustments.
I mean, too many balls go through to the keeper so far. It's going to be a tough job for them if there's a catch either side, but other than that, field holding up well.
Amazon tries to manufacture something. Let's go leg side, but so sure if he has to do that. Just look at this field, and there's gaps on the offside that he could probably target. We know he can play strokes all around the wicket. Those kind of 1 or 2 boundaries and over, particularly 2 boundaries, would be handy to keep on top of this rate. And the walk misses out.
They just seem to be struggling with the pace a little bit. Albi Zelmi, both Mohammed and Cameron, 2 of the quicker bowlers in this finals week. Albi Zelmi maybe just that week off hasn't helped them with the bat. Pace of the Pack Care bowlers just giving them some problems at the moment.
You know how we've talked about a couple of boundaries can change the game really quickly, but so can a couple of dots. And just getting the batsman tied down. This one will be 6. There, you get something in turn on this time. It's going to fly over fine leg. That's a good hook and good result. Maximo, 6 stars on Khalil.
Yeah, carried a long way. Didn't need the slightly reduced leg side boundary to help him on that occasion. That's a good shot from Khalil, and boy, was it a much needed maximum. Rare occasion in which Mohammed actually loses his line. He bowled such a good over until that point, but they've punished the loose ball. Albi Zelmi back on track.
Got plenty of hair, but he might not if he keeps tearing it out like that. Latif Mohammed. So just keep him in the hunt. This is where if you can get another one here. Really are feeling good going the last couple of overs. It's the last ball for Latif Mohammed. And he'll get more runs. This will be 4. It does slow down significantly, but it still has what it takes to get to the boundary. So a good little kick at the end. Azam Khalil, a half apology, half little wink from the Swedish star as Albi Zelmi finished the 3rd over, 31 for 2.
Well, he's got 10 on his cap, Vinny, 10 runs off the last 2 balls, and we noted in the first innings of this game how much the consecutive 6s from Mahboob made a big boost to the Pack Care total. Well, Albi Zelmi, they were down in the doldrums at one stage, 21 for 2 with a couple of deliveries left in the 3rd. They're now 31 for 2. Reminder, they're chasing 58 for victory, so they need 27 off 12 balls. Pack Care still probably in the ascendancy here, but they have used their 3 best bowlers in the first 3 overs.
Yeah, that's the thing. Will they turn to spin now, and how will the spinners be able to handle the conditions? Slightly damp ball, no doubt about it. Skandar Ali will bowl the 4th. What happened in the 4th? Zee Alizai. We know he can hit a long ball. So I like this pairing at the crease for Albi Zelmi. 27 required. This is going to be a huge over. Just goes after it, and really good effort from the fielder. It was a bit Mahboob, but it was a big wipeout. Did all he could, but he couldn't quite get to it on the full. The result's a single.
Yeah, he's had a good game so far, Mahboob. For the minimal number of balls that he's been involved, that really could have escaped under him and spun to the boundary. So it was a big stop. Well done in difficult conditions.
Yeah, made the stop. That was important. This time more work from Mahboob. And one certainly a win at this stage. This is all about getting it down to something you think you can manage off the last over, probably something like 15 or so. And every ball, there's no boundary, ramps up the pressure. I think we'll see Alizai swinging pretty hard here at this one. He's hit hard, and that's incredible fielding by Mohammed Kamran. I mean, that's probably about as good as it gets, Andrew.
That's amazing. He's ripped the cover off that. Alizai, and Mohammed Cameron's just picked it up on the half volley like it was just a pedestrian bit of fielding. What an amazing bit of play.
Oh, not given.
Well, batsman holding out his hands, was hoping to get a call from the umpire. As it is, this is an excellent over from Ali.
Just sneaks in. Oh, I don't think that's a good call, if I'm honest. And that's the kind of thing that's really frustrating for Albi's Army fans.
You can imagine the kids are back at the club just going, umpire, help us.
It was threatening to come back. I just don't think it did in the end. Now he goes offside, and that's a good response from Azam Khalil. Maximo! Excellent, elevated, extra cover drive. He gets 6 and gets them back into this match.
Showing the quality of his shots all around the ground, Khalil. He's probably the most decorated batsman in this team. He's got the most variety in his shot making. That's an outstanding strike. Need another one this ball.
Yeah, huge delivery. Oh, a little edge. But this one probably won't go. Well, it might. It does. Wow, so they get 4. Bit of luck as Khalil gets a little feather on this, gets it past Muhammad Isan, gets it to the boundary. That's the end of 4 overs, 44 for 2.
Well, won't Khalil be high-fiving the grounds crew as he walks off this field? That ball on a damp deck had no right to go to the boundary, but as it is, it's escaped through, and 10 runs off the last 2 balls. It's the second time we've had it in this innings, and they are just keeping themselves in this game, Albi Zelmi. 14 runs now required off 6 deliveries, Vinny. Who are you picking from here?
You know, don't Albi Zelmi love a last over thriller? And this is what I was going to say earlier. Because we got such short games, the chances of them being closer are higher. So I think we're a very good chance of getting a golden ball either today or tomorrow. And in fact, we've got a chance right here. 14 off 6, Shiraz Ahmed. Thought they might go for Adil Shafkat, but Shiraz is the man they're going to trust. Often they'll use 6 or 7 bowlers to pack okay in their 10 overs. So you have to choose your 5 you want to go with. And then you kind of got to be stuck with it. Shiraz Ahmed will bowl a really good kind of leg-cutting slower ball. Alizai, he does like to favour the leg side, so I think cross-seamer it looks like. 14 off the last. Hits it pretty well. This one's out of here. Maximo! Zia Alizai hits a very important 6, maybe the most important in this match so far, as Albi Zelmi hit 50.
I was about to say, Vinny, that a 6 in the first 2 deliveries of this over will really, really help the Albi Zelmi cause. They've only had to wait 1. That's a beautiful strike from Alizai. Probably got a ball right in the slot for him to launch over that shorter mid-wicket boundary. It wouldn't have mattered where that boundary was. It's carried a long way.
8 of 5 now. Now you can just need to avoid dot balls, I think. Azam wants it. He's going to be run out here. They need to cross. Oh, they don't. Well, this is a complete mess up as Khalil was trying to unselfishly give the strike back to Zia Alizai, but he didn't think it was necessary. Miscommunication causes the run out. 51 for 3.
Yeah, it was a little bit of a sluggish effort in the outfield. I think there probably was 2 there, or at least it would have been a reasonable shout at getting back safely. Alizai turned and just took 1 step forward. His partner screaming at him to push down the other end. As it was, an easy bit of work for the keeper to take the stumps off. That's a disappointing run out, and after the 6 first ball, Vinny, he's back in the pavilion, and Alizai, he's at the non-striker's end.
Yeah, game on. I mean, I'm trying to think what was to gain there. Let's have a look at what's coming up next. It's going to be Brescia CC from Italy against Brigade. Well, they have the luck of the Irish on St. Patrick's Day. News from the toss. Brigade winning the toss. They're bowling first. They will be chasing. And, quite a lot of names we saw in the group stages will be back. I always think Brigade, they're relying on the Mac attack to a degree with their batting. So Ismail Zia, well, he's been a late innings hero in this tournament. Comes out, hits him on the pad, maybe just sneaking down the leg side. Does well at least to score and get Alizai back on strike.
Yeah, it's important to get him back on strike. They're still well within striking distance here. It's only a 6 that's required to take it, but after a pretty ordinary first delivery, Shiraz Ahmed's come back with a couple of good Yorkers on leg stump the next 2 balls. See if he keeps up that attack.
Yeah, but the thing with Alizai is that he can win the game with 1 swing of the bat now. 6 to win. Doesn't. And now you're going to run. It doesn't make sense to take every run. Well, now they can probably get a second. That'll be, they're going to concede it in the end. So, it'll be 2 leg buys, and that's really important, I think, to get. Alizai was able to sneak the strike back, and they don't even attempt the run out on the second, so it makes it 4 off 2.
That's a huge ball, Vinny. When they took off for the single, I thought it might strategically be a 50-50 call. They pushed through, but as it was, a bit of sloppy fielding from Pak Ikea. We noted last week that ground fielding is probably their weakness. It's been shown up on that occasion. 4 runs off 2 is very different to 6 off 2.
Yeah, it is. Hello to Brian Walsh in the chat. They're saying a quick hello to you, Andrew, and enjoying your work.
Lovely to have you in the chat, Brian. I hope you're also knuckling down to work while you're watching the live stream today.
You can't guarantee that. 4 to win. Oh, misses out. And now, well, he's been given caught behind. So, yeah, there must have been a little feather on that. And so, Shiraz Ahmed after all this. Maybe still will win the game for his team. Alizai did get the strike bat, but couldn't do anything with it. He went for glory, and he just got a little feather. Albi Zalmi lose him 54 for 4. And whoever comes out, they're going to have to hit a boundary to win this game for the Swedes.
Yeah, nice bit of bowling from Shiraz Ahmed. A couple of good leg stump Yorkers previously, but he's just rolled the fingers over that one, just taking it away from wide of off stump. Big swing from Alizai, just as you said, a feather. And that will bring a new batsman to the crease, requiring a boundary off the final ball. I think our chances of a golden ball probably aren't high,
Yeah,
but
probably not too many threes out there. I actually ran a genuine 3 here on the weekend. It was pretty rare. But see some of the supporters getting ready for the next game. The Irish supporters there. But yeah, it's going to be Taz Qureshi. He's got number 4 on his back. He'd certainly like a 4. But, if you know anything about Albi's Army, they relish a close finish. It doesn't get much closer than last ball.
Tell you one thing, Vinny, I don't think this is going to be our final last ball finish thriller this week.
Here we go. 4 runs required for victory. Last ball. He hits it. Just needs to make the stop. And he does. And well, they're probably going to try an impossible second. And so in the end, they're not going to get there. They'll get 1. And Ismail Zia will be run out. But still, highly entertaining first game of Championship Week. It'll be 57-55 to Pakai Care Badalona. It's the Spanish team who hold on. And they will be the first team to register points. All going to be important, of course, because at the end of the round robin, at the end of tomorrow, we'll have to say goodbye to one of these 2 teams. There's still Albi Zalmi, some positive signs from them there. I think more twists and turns than you'd actually imagine in a 5-over game. Ultimately, it is Pakai Care who continue their winning run. They've only dropped the 1 game in the series, and they don't drop this one, but still very close. Only 2 runs between the 2 teams.
Yeah, great first up win from Pakai Care, and there certainly were some twists and turns, Vinny. It was almost like a yo-yo who had the ascendancy in that game. Shiraz Ahmed coming up with a big last 5 balls in that over after getting pumped for a maximum first delivery. But Albi Zalmi, they would have been pretty confident going out there to start the chase, but the strong Pakai Care bowling lineup, they were a menacing unit to take on. Ahmed Cameron a good first over, and then Babar managed to pick the first wicket up. Caught by that man, Cameron, as Khan just popped the ball outside off stump. That sent him back to the pavilion. Ali made a couple of nice strikes, including the 1 maximum over long off. Teef Mohammed, he took an early wicket, but then also went for a few towards the back end of his over, and by the end of the 3rd over, felt like it was probably even Stevens at that stage, Vinny.
Yeah, it did feel that way, didn't it? I mean, both teams had a pretty slow start, didn't they? And, I was talking about whoever hits most boundaries probably wins. In the end, it was 9-8 on the boundaries to Pakai Care, so they just had that 1 extra. But a couple of moments where I think they threw away wickets, and this is one of them. Azam Khalil, probably a pretty calm customer, just pushing for extra runs. I think it shows the value of trying to keep set batters at the crease for longer, and those dicey runs probably not necessary. This is one at the end, of course, and they needed the 4, so just trying to run the 4 was never going to be easy. Mohamed Baba was the one that finished off the fielding. Might have dropped his hat, but he doesn't drop the match. It's Pakai Care Badalona who get off to the winning start. But still, that's the first of 10 matches today. So if that's a sign of what's to come, certainly will be an interesting Thursday, that's for sure. Azam Khalil, top scoring 26 off 10, where he ran himself out, searching for an extra run. Zia Alizai, well, he was able to hit 1 away. Had a moment where we thought maybe it would be the Swedes that would take home the points. He scored 10. Unfortunately, he was caught behind late in the game. Wickets to Mohamed Baba, Atif Mohammed and Shiraz Ahmed in that. But for me, Mohamed Cameron, can't underestimate his influence in the game. Also, took a very good catch, only 2 runs off the first over. And I suppose what we saw here is we saw teams recovering from less than ideal starts with about to post competitive totals. Albi Zalmi's 55. I think that would win quite a few games over the next couple of days.
Yeah, I'd agree with you, Vinny. Also shows just how much that final over matters. It was a really strong batting performance from Pakai Care Badalona, particularly in the last 7 balls of their innings. As it was, Albi Zalmi, the 6th first ball off the skipper Shiraz Ahmed, but he came back brilliantly, only going for 2 runs off the final 5 balls. And ultimately, Vinny, that's what determined the winner of this game.
Yeah, well, it has. So it's going to be a quick turnaround back in just a couple of minutes for match 2. So grab a quick coffee, come back And there's going to be plenty more action on ECN today. Still 9 matches to go. Paco Care out of the blocks for Albies Army. They announced that they're here and they're going to be competitive. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo alongside Andrew Ryan. See you very, very shortly for match 2. It'll be Brescia CC of Italy going up against All Ireland Champions Brigade on St. Patrick's Day. Back soon for more ECN action. You're watching the BET2BALL European Cricket League. Hello and welcome back to the Costa del Sol. Conditions have improved to the point that we are playing cricket, which is what we want to be doing here in Championship Week. It's the 6th week of the biggest cricket tournament in the world. 144 matches, 30 clubs involved. And we are so close to determining who will be the champions of ECL 22. We know it'll be a new champion, VOC Rotterdam. They were knocked out in Group D. And this is what's coming up, match 2 of 10 today. So we have 10 5-over match today to try and get back on track. And Brescia CC, they will get to bat first after being asked to bat by Brigade skipper Andrew Britton. And we know that Brescia CC came from 4th to win their group. Back in Group C, Brigade, the All-Ireland champions. It was nice to see those strips again. It's one of my favourites of this tournament. Going out there, Ithaca Hussain had a really important role to play. And they were able to win the final in the end over a spirited Royal Tigers Budapest side from Hungary. 5-over format. Games on the hour every hour. I look forward to a close contest. They will all be fairly close contests, wouldn't you, with the kind of talent we got on display. And we've already seen in the first match how things can change super quickly. So I would say, okay, yes, it is a bit of a lottery at the 5-over cricket, but the fact that they do get to play they get to play 4 games a day, so 8 matches, we kind of expect the top teams to rise regardless of the format. So yeah, Brescia CC, champions of Italy, won the Super Cup in their home country to be here. They certainly have a very, very array of players, and they're suited to the T10 format. I'll get the opportunity to get out there, do the batting first up. Brigade, you just wonder, they've probably gone back and watched pretty closely some of the strategies being employed by other sides in the competition. So it's going to be great to get another game of cricket started. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo of the European Cricket Network, and staying with me for game 2 is Andrew Ryan. Andrew, 2 sides that are champion sides in their own right. And once again, we get to see them dip their toe in the water here in Championship Week.
Nice contrast of styles for this one too, Vinny. We've got the incredibly unpredictable Brescia at their best. They are a wonderful limited overs outfit, but they can also be up and down in their form, as we saw when they conquered their way through Group C. The steady brigade side, they've got some quality players throughout. Skipper Britton coming in, first ball. Nice little bit of induct back into the right-hander Dulu, who was instrumental in getting Brescia through to this finals week, Vinny.
I mean, Dulu was incredible in the final. Superhuman effort. This one just has to wear it on the person. Still, see Britton bustling in. A bit of a hit and miss time back in Group B, but did lead his side well. They had a heavy loss in their first match, but couldn't taste defeat again.
Oh, pitches that one up. It doesn't swing, and Dulu has sent it packing over the mid-wicket boundary for a Maximo. That's gotten them rolling, and the teddy bear, he's not looking too happy after that start.
Yeah, I mean, that's fairly dismissive stuff. There's RT. Nice to see the teddy bears back in the crowd, and welcome back all our Irish supporters as well. A lot of them made the journey. But, yeah, that one was in the slot. Dulu said, I'll have some of that. Remember, just was going to say the format again, 5 overs a side, 2 over power play, maximum 1 over per bowler. So here's Britton.
He just gets to move away from the batsman, as distinct from what we saw in the first game, where a lot of the pacemen were bowling cross seam to give them some additional control. Britton's clearly trying to swing it. The first one moved back in with what is a helpful breeze going to the leg side. At least for right-handers.
I think you've got to use what you can. I mean, I think we saw last week some of the Jersey bowlers, once they started holding the seam up, they had a lot more success, even if occasional one gets away from you. Ali Raza Islam on strike now.
Nicely played, backward of point, easy boundary, and Raza Islam, he has shots all around the ground, played a few outstanding innings for Brescia as they romped to the win in Group C. It's a lovely shot, Vinny.
Yeah, it was, and just kind of goes with it. Doesn't try to hit it too hard. You don't need to today, I don't think. Yes, the outfield's a bit slower, but he can use the pace of the ball. He did expertly that time.
One swung appreciably outside off stump. He's essentially gone for that wide offside line again. Umpire spreads his arms, swung late.
Yeah, that's a good call. Swings a weapon. Just got to get the direction right. Britton's gone for 11 first over. I still think that kind of 55 or so could be a par. Time will tell. There are plenty of matches to find out.
Good length ball, just a little bit of nip away, straight through to the keeper. Britton's just got to try to get over this final ball without leaking another boundary, and you'd probably call it honours even after the first.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Certainly really pushing it outside off stump. Doesn't want to give Raza Islam anything to swing over to that square boundary. It's another length ball, and it's been whipped beautifully backward of square for a second maximum of the over. These two are a class pair, and they have gotten Brescia rolling. 18 for none off the first over, and that's a big statement against the skipper.
Yeah, well, these two are going to throw the bat, you know that. It just depends if they get the kind of length they feel comfortable with. I think a lot of them do feel comfortable helping the ball on the leg side. Early days, but there's the table. Echo Cat, close contest over Albi Zalmi. They're the 5 teams in Championship Week. Of course, one of them at the end of match number 20, they will be out of the competition. So 24 can last to finals day, which is actually Saturday this week, because we haven't gone into the reserve day, but it's good that we have that reserve day up our sleeve so we can crown a champion.
Certainly not the case that an early loss creates too many dramas, though. Plenty of games that the teams will play over these 2 days. However, particularly if there's any chance of rain coming up in advance of finals day, if you'd like to get some early wins on the board, just put yourself in the upper reaches of the table. There's Bar coming on to bowl the second over. Short of a length, pulled very, very well. Dulu, he's a class batsman, and he is continuing on his form from the previous final game where he was instrumental in getting this Brescia side into finals week.
Yeah, it's just a good shot selection, and that's really important. So Barr, who was a very effective bowler back in Group B, alongside his brother David.
Barr goes down, but the ball goes up. That's smoked wide of long off. 4 a 6 and 10 runs already off the first 2 balls here. Brescia are in rhythm, and Brigade, they are facing a barrage so far.
Yeah, so it's a quick initiation. I mean, Brigade just got used to 10 over cricket, and now they're having to come out and deal with 5 over cricket against a team which I think will be lapping it up. So,
do you think they're probably the ones who will benefit the most from the switch to 5 overs, Vinny?
well, there's a few that probably will enjoy it. They're one of them. I think I can probably another one.
Well, Barr goes around the wicket, but he's been belted again for another Maximo. Tried to drop it short and wide off on the off stump, but Dulu, he doesn't care where he's bowling at the moment.
Yeah, no luck of the Irish so far. It's just a lot of pain. Dulu, 23 off 6, a magical start from the opener, where he's picking up where he left off in that Group C final. Remember, Brescia CC, they knocked the previously undefeated Carlton of Scotland out of the tournament in dramatic Group C final, and Dulu had a lot to do with it.
At any time that these 2 openers get moving, Brescia is going to put some pretty significant totals on the board. Barr under real pressure. Goes full, good Yorker. Good response from the paceman.
100% now, Madula Safi. See him a little bit later, I'm sure.
Didn't he put in 100% effort in helping with the ground maintenance yesterday? Just an absolute energizer bunny.
Incredible human being.
Barr, two balls to get out of this over without too much more damage. Goes full again in the block hole. Just slightly inside at the bat. Goes out to square leg for an easy one. Pressure up to 36. 1 ball left in this second over.
So this is a 2 over power play if you're just joining us. So 5 over matches, 2 over power play. Maximum 1 over per bowler. Talking about 55 being a pass score. And at the moment they're on 95, 96 pace.
Good Yorker again. Well, the 3 consecutive ones in the block hole to finish the over. And Barr's actually done a pretty good job to escape from that over without any further damage. Brescia, they're 37 for none after 2 overs.
Well, that's the thing. Finally, Barr just feels like he's getting into it, but that's going to be the end of his bowling contribution. Look, just want to say a quick hello, and of course we must have a few more of our Irish viewers who have tuned in. So happy St. Patrick's Day to you guys. And Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo, alongside Andrew Ryan. Also want to say a big shout out to everyone that helped with the ground over the last couple of days. You mentioned Mr. 100% Abdullah Safi. He said, well, I don't want to stay at the hotel. I want to be there. I want to be helping. But yeah, players that I think they will be used to dealing in suboptimal conditions. It is European cricket after all. The weather isn't always so kind to us, but yeah, I think at the moment, so far so good. It's going to be a wide first up from new bowler David Barr, who follows his brother.
Bowled some important overs for Brigade. Their first week in the tournament. Mixes up his pace nicely. Big hold just before he delivers it. Tries to get a read from what the batsman is doing. As that's one's in the block hole. Dulodge punches it out from there, coming in from deep mid-wicket for a single.
You see, you might feel like the game's spiralling out of control as we say hello to some of our Irish fans, and just on something a little bit softer at the moment, but we'll see if that holds.
Easy bowl, just a little bit of dip from Barr.
Yeah, here's the thing. You might feel like the game's spiralling away from you, and sure, looks that way. And they were in the high 30s already. But, you know, put together some good overs. You can hold it to around about 60 and you can chase it down.
6 boundaries so far in the first 2.2 overs. Barr finds that length again. Big swing. No contact. And this could be the over that changes it. Just puts the handbrake on for Brigade.
Oh, here we go. The Irish dancing's already kicking off over there. Now, if this is what it's like now, what is it, about 10 o'clock in the morning? Well, you get a round of applause from us over here.
Well, she's found one of the more solid parts of the ground in that spectator area.
True.
That's full. He's gotten away with it. That ball's just hit the rough patch. That's got a fair bit of sand. They'll just scoot through for a single, but Barr, even when he bowls, not probably his preferred delivery. He's getting away with it at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, that was all right. I mean, it's wide. It's up in the block hole. There we go. Some more luck of the Irish. Or maybe we'll get some more dancers joining in as the day goes on. That one just hit the quicksand and stopped. Just the one by.
Spears it in. Well bowled from Barr. This is continuing to be an excellent over. Raza Islam tries to give him the charge. An interesting, Vinny, on St Patrick's Day that the team in green is the opposition from Brescia.
Good observation, actually, Rhino. Very good over, hasn't it?
Once again, excellent bowling. That is outstanding off-spin bowling from Barr. It's been an excellent over from him. Brescia 42 for none after 3.
So you see, the Bears are back and the Irish are back in the game after that over. So run rate was up around 19.5 or so. Now it's down to 14. Looks like Rico's in the house as well. Well, he's snuck in on the bus. And so I'm sure he'll be up here before you know it. 42 for no loss. And now it looks like Iftikhar Hussain is going to bowl. So they're sticking with the spin. It certainly was an effective change of pace in that last over.
Good cricketer, Iftikhar. Again, last, I think, 4 balls right in the block hole. Vinny feels the Brigade's adjusted some of their tactics from early on.
Yeah, I think so. Let's see the young fans enjoying the action. The cuter fans.
Plenty of pink in there for St Patrick's Day. Slightly off colour. Iftikhar jams him again. It's just single after single, and after a huge start from these two openers. They still haven't lost a wicket, but feels like in the scheme of things, it's been a long time between boundaries. 6 off the first 2 overs, none since then.
That's very good stuff.
Yeah. Full again, just driven straight down the ground. And the thing that Brigade is doing at the moment is they are not giving either batsman the chance to elevate the ball. This is all about sixes today because the outfield's still a little bit slow. The more you can keep the ball along the ground, the more it's just going to be dots and singles.
Yeah, it's a very good comeback. Can it continue?
Just launched down the wicket, swung away, fielder coming around from long on. Just be kept to a single again.
Got to say a quick hello to Corey Ruckers, who's in the chat. Hello, Corey. And yeah, we're missing you, of course. I know you'll be back in Portugal with me in a couple of weeks. So, enjoy your time off. I've picked a reasonably good week to have off so far. But, I'm sure he'll be watching with interest this finals week.
Well, this is the first one that's given a free chance to swing, and he has taken full toll. Hussain just dropping onto a length, swung away to the mid-wicket boundary, and that is a much-needed 6, giving a little bit of a boost to this pressure total. Run up to 52.
Yeah, nice shot. Really nice shot. Breaks the shackles.
Another one just giving the opportunity to swing hard. They might be able to push through for a single. I think that's Britain coming around from long off. It's well fielded, but they managed to get 2. So 8 runs off those last 2 balls of the over. Iftikhar Hussain, still a pretty good one though. He goes for 12 and Brescia 54 for none, 1 over left.
Yeah, so let's have a look at the schedule today. This is our first chance to look at Brescia CC, but we'll see them in matches 5, 6 and 8. So they've got back-to-back matches in the middle of the day. As for Brigade, on their St Patrick's Day, starts here in match 2, then we'll see them in match 4, and 8 and 10. So they will be closing out the day against the English champs, Tunbridge Wells. That'll be a very interesting contest. So 5 over matches today. 10 matches, more than we've ever done in a day on ECN. We're so happy to bring you some cricket from Championship League. Thanks again to everyone that made this possible. So anyway, what happens in the 4th, as we like to say, but we move to the 5th now. Still, Iftikhar Hussain to be pretty proud of his over. Goes for 12. Here is the 5th over.
Ryan Macbeth steaming in, short of a length, swung and swung hard over the square leg boundary. Dualu finds his range again. He's up to 34 off only 14 deliveries. The pressure now back on Macbeth.
Yeah, Really nice shot. They're turning with it. And, yeah, afraid to go to their shots, as you can imagine. I mean, that wasn't that short. It was probably just over stump high. He timed that so well. That was 6, regardless of the boundary being brought in slightly.
Captain's there at long off. Expect he'll be in his ear. Try and get him up to Yorker length. He goes fuller. Dulu turns the bat. It's going to take a good catch. Coming around into that slightly damp area. Just backward of point. Disappointing effort nonetheless. Scamper through for a single.
Could have been the end of the finger job right there. So, yeah, just not easy to get that quick step away. It was probably on his mind slightly. See here, Murdoch couldn't hold on. Goes as a single.
Beth puts it on a length again. It's swung very high. Fielder's tracking back. Tiptoes in front of the boundary line, and that's a well-taken catch. The first wicket of this innings. Raza Islam, he's going back to the pavilion. They might just be checking whether or not he's stayed in the field of play. It looked fairly calm down there, Vinny. It's the furthest spot away from our position.
Yeah, I think it was pretty calm, and there was just a few little fancy steps. We can see he's well inside and gets close, but yeah, never touches it. Great camera work by the guys, but David Barr is the man that takes the catch. It's 1 for 1, Macbeth. And so finally we have a wicket in match 2. Precious EC, they're 61 for 1. 3 balls remaining in this innings.
Yeah, the second bit of fancy footwork we've seen from the Irish today. The first bit of it off the field from the brigade support crew, but Beth just tracking back. Takes a nice grab and stays easily in the field of play. Ali Raza Islam. It's a good innings from him, though. I think Brescia will probably just see this over as the icing on the cake, at least from these final 4 balls. But if they can take this score up towards somewhere closer to the 70 mark, which is very, very possible, it's going to be a very difficult chase for Brigade.
Yeah, you're right. 3 to come.
Ball's length again, swung high, 2 fielders converging, good catch. Could have been a collision, but as it was, some late communication. Thought that probably should have been the fielder coming in from deep point, but as it is, it looks like Ewan Wilson stepping back from the cover area. Good catch, Vinny.
Yeah, that was Bubba Hussain, the only Centurion in this ECL so far, but this time he has to go for a golden duck. Just open up that front leg. Hit it high. It's a pretty good catch. There's no easy catches out there today. That's a bit of European crocodile style from Ewan Wilson, but it was effective. He pulls down the catch. So just like that, we didn't have any wickets. Now we've got 2. Macbeth is on a hat-trick, 61 for 2.
Yeah, last 16 balls, there's only been 2 boundaries, Vinny. The 6th and the 4th over, and the 6th to start this first over from Macbeth, who has adjusted his length significantly. Started off slightly short, got swung over backward square. Pitching much fuller now, and the batsman struggling to do any damage, but Brescia, this total up to 61 already. I think they'd be feeling reasonably comfortable that it's a defendable total, and they've got a useful bowling lineup, decent bit of variety.
Yeah, Brigade has some good batters though. Yes. You see the Italian fans, they're in the house as well. Don't forget about them. And, we enjoy all our fans here, don't we? So we've got a hat-trick ball coming up. There's Hassan Akbar. Really good hat-trick chance here because you know he's going to go for it. There's only 2 to come. Ryan Macbeth, can he take an ECL hat-trick?
Well, it goes wide, swung over, backward of point, and that's a 6 with the second last ball. Macbeth doesn't get the hat-trick, but he does get pumped.
You don't often see hat-trick balls smoked for 6 in most forms of the game, but this is 5 over Fiesta cricket, and anything's possible. He just went with that and sliced it away. Nice batting.
The Brigade club, they're very, very happy to be back here for finals week. Certainly enjoying themselves on the Costa del Sol. 1 more ball to go. Oh, it was in the slot, dragged across. They should be looking to push 2 here. Just touchdown for the 1, but that leaves Brescia 68 runs on the board, only losing 2 wickets across there. 5 overs, pretty reasonable finish from Macbeth. 2 wickets, but punctuated by the 2 maximums in that 5th over.
Yeah.
Vinny, Brescia probably just slightly on top.
Yeah, I think so. I think it's probably a dozen over par. That we're guessing anyway. And the thing is, those 2 catches in the last over, because of the rule where the batters have to cross back, you see it's important. Dulu was kind of stuck at the other end, although we did see that nice one by Akbar to get one Maximo away, but Dulu found himself at the non-strikers end for most of that last over. But still, I think you're right, Rhino. I think we'll be pretty happy. The Italians, Brescia CC, well, they came from the clouds to win Group C, and here we are in Championship Week. Umpires there, Stefan Gooch and Charles Croucher, but it was Dulu who was stealing the headlines early with some big hitting, getting this innings off to a flying start.
Yeah, anytime Dulu has the chance to free his arms, he has wonderful timing, and frankly, the two openers put on a display in those opening 4 overs. Brescia not losing a wicket until partway through the 5th. They were helped by some toe-tapping Irish dancing. It was more Michaela Flatley than Michael Flatley up there in the spectator area, but there was also plenty of hot stepping amongst those, having to go and fetch maximums because the Brescia openers hit plenty of them in the opening stages. Finally, a wicket taken in the 5th. Didn't slow their progress too much. There was still 1-6 after the second wicket fell. But in essence, Brescia, I think they'll be very, very happy with this first up performance, Vinny.
Yeah, and I think they will, but they've still got the job to do. And remember how well Brigade chased in that final back in Group B against Royal Tigers. Got to chase the score of the 120s. Over and over to spare. So I think they'll fancy their chances as well, but they're going to have to get off to a good start. Dulu, top scoring 35, not out on 15. And he was able to hit 4 big maximos in that innings as well as a 4. A couple also to Raza Islam, who scored 23 off 12. Akbar with a handy one at the end. Got them up to that score of 68. 2 for 14. The wickets went to Macbeth. But for me, David Barr, he was the one that really got that innings back under control, only conceding 4 off his over.
Yeah, David Barr, the human handbrake as far as Brigade is concerned. That was a wonderful over, just an exceptional display of off-spin bowling in difficult conditions. And he's probably kept his team in it. If it wasn't for that effort from Barr, then they could have been looking at a very, very big total. As it is, with their strong batting lineup, they'll give themselves a better than even chance of chasing down this target of 69 after Brescia put 68 for 2 on in their 5 over innings. We'll be back for the chase here at Cartama Oval. It will be Brigade trying to pick up a first victory in Game 2 here of Finals Week of the European Cricket League, brought to you by BET2BALL. Please come and join us in a few minutes. Welcome back to Cartama Oval here in the Andalucia region of Spain. It's the second innings of this game number 2 between Brescia Cricket Club, the Italian champions, up against Brigade from Ireland. There is no rest for the wicket up here in the commentary box, nor for the players. It's rapid fire cricket all day today, as we've said on the coverage. Already, these games today and tomorrow have been switched to 5 over a side contests so that we can get through the full program of games during these 2 days. And then hopefully, as long as the weather cooperates, we will have our normal T10 format back on Saturday for the finals day itself. There'll be some magnificent cricket play between these teams looking to become the Kings of Europe here at the European Champions League. And the Irish, they have brought plenty of supporters, plenty of flags, and they would feel momentum is with them, with it being St. Patrick's Day today. The supporters, they are nervous up on the hill though. They know this is a pretty hefty target that they have in front of them, but they have some absolute class in their batting lineup in the form of Graham McCarter and Ryan McBeth. They've gone out to take up the challenge in this first over. Basharat Ali, such an important bowler for Brescia CC. He's taking the opening 6 deliveries. Brigade 69, only 30 balls. They can't afford to waste this opening set of deliveries, no matter the quality that sits at the other end in terms of Ali. Well, it's not a high quality start though, and Brigade couldn't have asked for much better than that. Keeper standing up to the stumps. Bit of discussion early at the ground whether or not a lot of the keepers might actually revert to keeping up to the wicket, given that space directly behind is probably the most difficult part of the ground to move on, but just a player bowling reasonable place like Basharat Ali, as we see Mr. Maximo. Bit of fielding of the sort of quality that we saw from him at Cartama Oval in a game for one of the teams here on Sunday. Keeper's switched back to a more traditional position, but that's a terrible start. Got a ball from Ali, just slightly swinging down the leg side. Strikes Mikado on the pads and no run. Macbeth had some strong innings during Brigade's first foray into this European Champions League. Mikado was hindered by injury during that week. He's a top-class batsman. Saw him on a few occasions just launch some flat pulls up into the spectator area. He's a strong hitter and cannons off his bat. Good Yorker. Left armour coming wide of the stumps, right on the toes. After a fairly ordinary first start, first ball from Brescia. Basharat Ali showing why he's one of the more renowned bowlers in the Italian scene. Carter won't be too perturbed. Yeah, but there's 5 runs on the board already, courtesy of the 5 wides down the leg side. Another ball down leg side. Keeper's gotten a left glove on it. Tickled the pad on the way through, the signal from the umpire, so it's just going to be a leg by. Really aiming it in at leg stump. Doesn't want to give Mikado any opportunity for his freeing of the arms. Knows he's got shots all around the wicket. This was first we'll see of Ryan McBeth. Bowling unit as well, but he's going to be probably more important with the bat in this 5-over format. It's a teddy bear just sitting there nervously. Nice ball again from Ali. Comes wide of the crease. He's coming around the wicket and really gets the ball to just tail into the right-handers. Good bowler. Just welcome Vinny Sandhu back to the commentary box. Sharp bit of fielding there, Vinny.
Yeah, I had a feeling that was going to come to me as well. Swinging down the leg side. Yeah, RT there. The teddy bear you see named after Roy Torrance. He's a big figure in the Brigade club.
Another good Yorker. Yorkers seem to be the order of the day for the seamers.
Yeah. We saw when Brigade got their length wrong, especially early, they were just getting pogoed. It was it's a bit like you're already bowling at the death, even though it's the start of the innings. So bowling that kind of normal length, searching for wickets, just it's a high-risk strategy. They've got the double Mac attack at the top of the order for Brigade here.
Another good one at the toes, jammed out by Macbeth. Not a bad shot in the circumstances, but that's the end of the over. Brigade 9 off the first.
Yeah, so off the first means you need 60 off the next 4. So already that rate's up to 15 and over. It started just a shade below 14. And the 5 wides, they were the gift in that over. You take that out and you'd say Brescia CC would have been even further ahead in the game. Look at the table. So we haven't seen Tunbridge Wells yet. We'll see them before too long. We've got a big clash between Tunbridge Wells and Packard Camp Barcelona. And remember, Chris Williams, the Tunbridge Wells skipper, said he's went out and bought a new bat phone and he had Cameron's number on it. So let's see how that pans out. Right now, So 4 overs to go in this, the second match of 10 today. A very proud club. As Abdullah Safi comes on left armour in the second over.
Well, outside off stump, speared off the outside edge of the bat. Normal situation, it might have spun towards the boundary as it is. It's just plugged. Throw comes in, but they'll manage to scoot through for 2. Safi's a difficult customer, slides the ball across the batsman.
Yeah, I mean, normally see him bowling a bit later. And, certainly enjoying themselves, but yeah, I'm curious to see him bowl in the second, to be honest, in the power play. I would have thought maybe they'd use him to close out the innings, but using him here early on.
Another good Yorker, spears it in at the toes. Not much Macbeth can do about that. Safi, they've got him some protection on the assumption that he's going to push the ball across off stump of the batsman. Notwithstanding that delivery, they've got the fielder down at long off. Another here in front of our commentary box, a fairly fine third man. Still only 2 fielders allowed outside the circle during this 2-over power play. Oh, beautifully bowled, takes out his leg stump, and Safi, who got very familiar with this ground, putting in a mountain of maintenance work yesterday, he gets just reward for his efforts, not only yesterday and for these first 3 balls. That's a big first wicket.
He knows every square inch of this ground. Abdullah Safi missed 100%, and this was right on target. And Macbeth, well, doesn't have too much time to try and keep this out. He just tries to swing across it. Gave up his stumps with the footwork. You see there, he's outside the leg stump 2 feet. And missed 100%, is away with his first wicket of championship week. Leeds Brigade in a spot of bother, 11 for 1.
Yeah, he's a crowd favourite, Safi, although probably not with the Brigade support crew. They're not particularly happy to see Big Ryan Macbeth striding back towards the pavilion. Pressure, we thought they might have had their noses in front after the batting innings. Pretty solid score by some very, very big hitting during the opening overs, but Brigade losing a wicket already from their opening pair. They've got plenty of depth in this batting lineup, but the question is, do they have the hitting to try to race down this target? 58 required off 21 balls. Probably need to get McHarder on strike as much as possible.
Just need a magical over, don't they? Halfway through. Less than ideal over at the moment. Safi bowls to the captain, Britain.
Oh, he's tried to go for that in-swinging Yorker again.
This flicks the back pad, so he would have got a wide here if he gets his pad out of the way. And just have a look at this. And, just couldn't get the legs out of the way, so that's really annoying. If you're Andrew Britton first up. And I don't even think that would have been for there's Magic Spray Mary. She was working pretty hard as well yesterday, getting this ground ready for play. That's for her efforts.
Safi, another good Yorker. It's clipped out to the leg side boundary though. That's actually a really good shot for Britain. 4 runs, a much needed boundary for Brigade.
Yeah, excellent shot. So yeah, Britain, that'll make you feel a lot better. That previous one was a good take by Dulu, but I actually think that even if it went to the boundary, it wouldn't have been 4 because he didn't play a shot. And you can make an argument maybe he's trying to evade the ball, but would have been an interesting one. As it is, it's back on track. Well, what's going on in there? There we go. Oh, look who it is. It's the hitman.
What a pretty sight coming out from behind the curtains.
Eminem from 8 Mile in that.
Safi drifts onto the pads. Big appeal. No chance of that being given out, but it's just going to end up adding 1 to the total. Brigade, after the first 2 overs, they are 16 for 1.
Yeah, so good over by Safi. He decided to bowl him a bit earlier than I thought. He might have, but yeah, excellent work. So it's the end of the power play. Plenty of work still to go in this innings for the Irish side, but don't forget each team will play 4 matches today, so it will be a fairly long and trying day, especially mentally, I think. Okay, sure, physically the games aren't that long, but you do spend a lot of mental energy, and so much of this game is teams that the match is in the balance, right? So you're having to really turn on all the brain cells. What's up, Bashir Khan will bowl. Bashar Khan, left-arm spinning over number 3. So the field goes back now. And what they need is something quite special now. 53 off 18.
Down the leg side. Keeper gets his pads in front of it. If it wasn't for a few wides down the leg side, this total would be even looking more meagre at the moment.
Great, remember that. I haven't really seen them for a month either.
Big swing across the line. Keeper's hasn't gone near that. Just straight through. It's called byes by the umpire. And they are just being kept in this game by a few sloppy mistakes from Brescia, who are otherwise right on top.
Yeah, Dooley just makes a classic mistake of thinking this is going to hit the stumps. So there's a bit of a statue. He normally covers a fair bit of ground behind the stumps, but this one bounces straight over and gets through the quicksand all the way for 4. So hard extras having an impact.
Speed in from the left arm spinner. It's a nice piece of bowling. Certainly come out what appears with a tactic of just getting it up in the block hole as much as possible, irrespective of whether it's the paceman or the spinners. I think it's the right tactic given the conditions. Another one that Britain just walks down the pitch, drives it out. Easy single out to long off, but singles are golden for Brescia at the moment.
Yeah, no, they sure are. And yeah, spin working in the third, a bit like it was in the first innings.
Oh, that was the gimme ball, but somehow it's just been popped up straight to the bowler. I think that would have been a Rico full Gundi ball if ever there was one, but somehow it's just popped up for a return catch, and Makata's on his way back to the pavilion.
Yeah, he wraps his bat around this, doesn't time it at all. Russia can't, he'll take it. And so, let's just say St. Patrick's Day. But no luck for the Irish so far in this innings as the second wicket falls at 22 for 2.
Well, we might see the supporters turn to something slightly harder if this total doesn't get a wriggle on. Carter would have been the one that they would have been looking to give it a big boost. As it is, it's Iftikhar Hussain who's coming out to the wicket. He batted wonderfully in the final of their appearance here in the earlier stages of the European Cricket League. Carter 1 off 5, chasing such a high target. It's not what you need from your star opening batsman.
It's going to happen though. People will drift in and out of form. Hello to Charlie Hunt in the chat. I know that he's very happy there's cricket that's back on ECN as well.
I think we all are, Vinny, after 3 days of no action from the European Cricket League. Big pressure on Hussain. He hasn't got any time to waste here. Quality batsman. Shots all around the wicket, but he and the skipper, they've got a big job to do. Brigade needing 47 off 14. Well, they've given him a length ball. It's not a big boundary out there, but he hasn't quite gotten hold. That shot just drops inside for a single.
There's a few factors here, Kate. The boundary's a bit shorter, squarer, but the field is kind of slower because of the amount of water we've had. And the other thing is the ball gets a bit heavier because of that, so it's harder to hit further. So all these things kind of affecting.
Oh, he's cleaned him up. Well, Britain's tried to whip him through mid-wicket. Speared in at the pads. Looks like it's come off the pads back onto the stumps, and that's the end of an excellent over from Shah Khan. He picks up the second wicket of the over. Wonderful stuff from him, only going for 3 runs, and Brigade, they are in big trouble, 23 for 3.
Yeah, and this one, just flicks off the pad and flicks to the top of the off stump. So, no luck for Britain. And so, he's looking a bit dire at the moment, but I suppose if you're a Brigade supporter, if this one doesn't go to plan, still got 3 more matches today, but another thing is net run rate could be important. Remember, we'll lose one of these 5 teams tomorrow night. So it goes down net run rate, which you can imagine it might because of how even this group is, the fact that the format is a bit of an evener as well. So I think they still need to try and put together as many as they can, even if they don't quite chase down the target. So 3 for 3 after 3 overs. Helix asking how much rain did we get? Well, a lot. I think it was about 34 millimetres in a 24-hour period, which is about 14 inches or so. But yeah, it's been a great effort to at least get the field ready for play. 4th over.
Azhar Islam on the bowl. Short and wide outside off stump, but it could be another wicket. 2 fielders converging. Somehow they've managed to avoid a collision, and somehow Babar Hussain has pouched that catch running back from point. That's a wonderful bit of fielding, and things just going from bad to worse for Brigade. They now need 46 off 11, and yet another man back in the pavilion. This time it's Hussain.
Yeah, I mean, that could have been disaster. We saw the catch and cuddle the other day. This time, not quite. It's a bit of a catch and slide. It was Akbar that had to take evasive action. Papa running back with the flight, takes the catch, and so another one falls. Now Brigade, I think they know the writing's on the wall. 11 balls left, it's 23 for 4.
Well, as you said before, Vinny, Brigade probably need to turn their thoughts now to just actually pushing this total up enough so they don't destroy their net run rate in game 1. At the moment, they are facing a hefty defeat. Still not impossible, but they need to start launching some boundaries in pretty quick time. It's like Barr coming out to join his partner, David Murdoch, who still hasn't faced a ball. Sees it Stain go. First delivery of this over. Once again, a really good catch from Babar Hussain. He's running back into probably one of the more ripped up patches of the ground. Fair bit of sand on there, but still far more slippery than some other sections, which are probably in pretty good condition at the moment. But good bit of fielding and a good start to this over from the bowler, Raza Islam. Did a decent job at the top of the order. Now contributing with the ball. Bar on strike. Link stump. Just touched off the pad. They'll get through for a singles. Singles aren't going to help Brigade much at the moment.
They're not. But, team will play 4 games, like you say. Brigade, I'm sure they'll just be happy to be out there playing some cricket. Okay, they had a slow start, didn't they, in Group B as well? But it's going to be something similar, I think, first game here in Championship Week. But they'll have the confidence that they can bounce back and go all the way. Islam with the ball.
Well, length ball, haven't had too many of those to work with today, but he's popped it straight up. Wow, that's a good catch from Basharat Ali. I thought he might have fallen back a little bit too quickly. He's holding the back of his head, which might have done himself a slight injury, but really good catch in the circumstances. Some concern from his teammates.
That'll help. Just a little bit of a rub on the back of the noggin. This was a good catch, wasn't it? I think at the last moment, just, lucky it's a soft landing today, actually. Basharat just meets terra firma. 2 hard surfaces coming together. And so 5th wicket falls now, 24 for 5. Yeah, Brigade just a bit short of where they need to be in this chase, but still, they'll need to keep pushing forward regardless this last over and a half for many reasons.
Not getting a golden ball tingle at the moment, Vinny.
No, not this game. There's Basharat Ali, who just got little Tweety birds going around his head at the moment, but he'll be all right. So we'll have the Barr brothers, Barr bros at the crease, see if they can put together something. Yeah, just for your confidence, if nothing else, just to get a few away going into their next game, which will be game 4 today against Albi Zalmi. Albi Zalmi, they were within a couple of runs of Pakai Care last game.
Nice ball from Raza Islam, just a little bit short of a length outside off stump, and David Barr, who bowled so well first innings, kept his Brigade side in it. They're asking him probably a little bit too much from his batting. Chase down this target. Brigade 24 for 5. 5 wickets down, and they've only faced 22 balls. On the leg stump, this could be another one. It's popped up high. The hat's gone up. It's swirling. Another good catch. Babar Hussain, hasn't he done well in the field today? And Raza Islam picks up a 3rd. He has figures of 3 for none.
Not too bad, is it? I mean, they've got to attack him, but still, only Raza Islam, he's just doing what he can do to ask questions of the batters. And so the Barr Bros partnership was pretty short in the end. It's a bit of a leading edge just to the offside. This one's a little bit more elementary for Babar. A hop, skip and a jump. Pressure CC, they're back with a vengeance. 24 for 6.
Pressure CC, they're wearing green, putting down a statement on St Patrick's Day. Might just need the luck of the Irish if they're to take this game. We're going to need an absolute miracle. 45 required off 7 balls, even 7 consecutive maximos won't do it for them at the moment.
So this looks like Alford coming out. So let's see if he can do anything. Things are ground to a halt. Last ball of the 4th. We talked about all the people that have worked hard to get this field ready, and not just the field, but all the surrounds. There's a lot of things that were flooded in the fan zone and the surrounding areas. about that in a second. There's Ali Raza Islam. Miss. It's the end of 4 overs. It's 24 for 6. Now, one of those people yesterday was Mr. 100%, Amadullah Safi, and we got some footage here of the kind of effort that he was putting in. He said, I want to be here. And just check out this, Rhino. I know that you were here as well.
Tell you what, Vinny, that technique that he developed is remarkable, just being able to squeeze the water. He tried to show me on about 4 or 5 occasions. Look at the handiwork.
I tell you what, he's a walk-up start for the Italian curling team, isn't he, Amadullah Safi?
Sweep,
With that technique. He spent a long day out here, so it wasn't a rest day for Mr. 100%. And let's just say, now he's performing on the field. It's a triple wicket maiden for Ali Raza Islam in the 4th, so 24 for 6. Wouldn't necessarily expect that in this form of the game, or any form of the game really. Ali Raza Islam did concede a leg bye, but it doesn't go against his figures. 10th overtime, or 5th overtime. 5 is the new 10.
Given that Brigade had 5 runs on the ball before a legal ball was actually delivered, it just comes off the body and squeezes away for 1. It's even more impressive, the effort from the Brescia bowlers.
Yeah, it's 19 off 4 essentially, isn't it? I think people say wickets aren't important. Well, I think they are, for the reason that you keep the line moving, and you have batters out there that aren't accustomed to going out there in the pace of the game.
And Naveed coming on to bowl the 5th. Well, audacious swing from Alford, trying to go for the reverse.
A few people looking forward to the pace versus pace battle in the next game. Bally Whiteman against Mohammed Kamran. As we say, one of the Irish supporters are out in force. I know this won't be the result they wanted first up, but they will still have 3 more matches today.
Certainly need some rose-coloured glasses to take too many positives out of this one as Naveed comes in for the 3rd ball. Swung over the top field, tracking back. That's another good catch. I think it's Naveed Chowdhury out there. And another wicket goes down. Vinny, this has been a slaughtering. Brigade with their 7th back in the pavilion. They're on 25.
To be fair, it's not easy to go out in this situation. You're just basically trying to hit every ball to a boundary, and if the bowling's good and accurate, and if the fielding is good, if they're taking their chances, then this can happen. And so Alford can't get anything moving. It becomes the 7th wicket to fall. It's 25 for 7. Hey, so let's talk about that game that's coming up next. It's going to be a very interesting one between Pakai Care, the Spanish champions, and Tunbridge Wells. And the battle we're going to see first up, because Pakai Care winning the toss, electing to bowl. We're going to see Mohammed Kamran versus the Williams brothers. I think that'll be a really spicy one. And that'll be starting top of the hour, so in around about 12 minutes. So it's not that far away, but that'll be our 3rd of 10 matches today. And I'm sure a lot of people around the world are looking forward to that battle.
It should be a good contest. Suspect Pakai Care, Tunbridge Wells be 2 of the favourites out of this finals week group, although Brescia certainly will be having something to say about that particular discussion. They have been immense in their first game. Just having a quick look at the ball by ball analysis. Only 1 boundary in this entire innings so far off the bat. Beat goes short. It's a hefty swing, yet another skied catch. They got 3 fielders desperate to take it, but as it is, I think that out there is Basharat Ali, who's taken yet another catch. That's exceptional fielding from a team that is probably not renowned for great ground fielding, Vinny, but they've been very safe under the high ball today.
Yeah, been excellent. There's no easy catches today as well, with a slippery ball, with the wind swirling around. And speaking of going around, Nick Great, full 360 range of motion. And they're all ready for the rebound, but it wasn't required from Basharat Ali. We'd rather have someone down behind his head so he has a nice soft landing. But that time he takes a very, very good catch, his 2nd of the innings. And it's 25 for 8. Well, it's possible, but still probably unlikely. But could get bowled out here in their 5 overs.
I was just thinking that, Vinny, if someone had have said to me at the start of the day, would a team get bowled out in 30 balls? You would have said highly unlikely, but Brigade giving it a good shake.
Well, this is when I tell you that the record is 4.3 overs to get bowled out by Gozo, a famous match in Malta, 200 to 6.
One of the most frequently referred to matches in European Cricket Network coverage.
I took the morning off, and he was drowning in paperwork by the time I got back. 44 for 2. 44 off 2, I should say, required. Oisin Reynolds gets about at number 10.
Oh, beautiful ball, and bowler suspected there might have been a feather edge, goes up with a big appeal.
One thing I've noticed is the bowlers, their footing's fine because the actual pitch area, there's no problem at all with it. And so, okay, there's one thing about the approach, but once they hit that pitch there, they're able to kind of bowl with confidence. So, haven't had a run off the bat in either the 4th or 5th over. This is a double wicket maiden at the moment. Last ball of game 2 coming up.
Oh, it's a play and a miss, and that's pretty emblematic of how this brigade chase has gone. They end up 25 for 8, still 44 runs behind what was a very strong target put on by Brescia CC and the Italian champions. They have thrown down the gauntlet to the other teams in this finals week of the European Cricket League. It is an immense performance from them, and Brigade, the Irish champions who would have fancied themselves to take the silverware this week, they have been absolutely hammered.
Yeah, well, they have. But sometimes when it goes wrong, it goes real wrong. And Brescia CC, the Group C champions, they were back, and Brigade, well, luckily the Irish wasn't with them so far in this chase, as they weren't really able to put anything together. Just the 1-4 off the bat, no Maximos. Well, Magic Spray Mary, she was on call but not required. She was enjoying the cricket. That was the one that went away. It was off the bat of Andrew Britton. And then watch out, who's lurking in the background? It's the hitman, ready to do his thing. There wasn't too much hitting going on in this innings though. McCarter just not able to time that full toss. That shake of the head sums it up. And then as this innings got derailed, it was a very, very strange innings because they lost their last 7 wickets with just 1 run off the bat. So it was tough going to say the least. But Brescia CC, they'll be very happy, not just with the 2 points, Andrew, but also that margin of victory. It's going to do wonders to net run rate. And really, it's all about the fielding here as well, not just the bowling, but the way that the fielders backed up the bowlers in tough conditions. That was a really good sign there for the Italian champs.
Yeah, I think long term for them, that'll do them the world of good. Great confidence boost from a rampaging innings with the bat, but their ground feeling, certainly their catching today was exceptional, and I think that's going to give them a big boost as they try to make their way through finals week here at the European Cricket League. Not a thing put down, and in particularly challenging conditions. We've seen that not only have they got the slightly damp field to deal with, but the wind is really buffeting the ground at the moment, and so difficult conditions all round, but they have played this to perfection here today. Brescia CC, they put on 68 with the bat, and Brigade have just been annihilated. Not a single double-figure score on that batting scorecard, and 6 zeros on the card for
kind of like the Olympic rings, but vertical, isn't it? In the bottom half of that, there's Britain top scores with 5. Never a good sign. You see extras 14, comfortably the highest score in this innings. How about the maidens though? 3 for 0, 2 for 0. A couple of leg buys in there. They're scoring really ground to a halt. Bashar Khan deserves a lot of credit as well in his over. So not a single double figured over there. 25 for 8. Look, Brigade's not the end of the world for them though. They can bounce back. They've got 3 more matches today. Let's see if they can come back stronger. Back in just a few minutes. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, alongside Andrew Ryan. We'll be back shortly. And Rico is back in the house. You're watching the BET2BALL European Cricket League. And welcome back to the Costa del Sol. It is Thursday. Now, it's not our regular Super Thursday, but it is still super that we're on the park here in Championship Week. And get ready for some more fast-paced cricket. This is match 3 of 10 today. Tunbridge Wells supporters, they're out in full force as well. Match 3 of 10. First chance to get a look at the English champions. The champions of Group A. They had a couple of interesting moments along the way. And they're taking on Pack Eye Care Badalona from the host nation, Spain. Just have a look at those fantasy points for Mohamed Babar. Over the 1,000 mark. Still a week to play. And how about this for something that's going to be close? The bat versus ball, predicting 53 to 52. Let's have a look at all those wins though. Both of these teams have only lost one match in this ECL so far. One of them will lose the second here in match 3. 10 matches today, 10 matches tomorrow. And just the top 4 will go through to finals day, which will be Saturday. We are going into the reserve day. Hello to David Skinner, who's in the chat. Hope you're well, David. This is the battle we want to see. Mohamed Kamran against Chris Williams. Talked about it. It's a real showstopper. The hitman still zipping him through. In his first match, Pack Eye Care won a narrow one in match 1, 57-55 over Albi's Army, the Swedish champions. Tunbridge Wells, they return to action 5 weeks or so after they won Group A. Pack Eye Care, well, they have recent experience as they qualified just last Friday. So the clock hits the top of the hour. It's time for another game of cricket. And it's the hitman to Chris Williams. Leans on this. This one could go to the boundary. Well, that's a really good, confident start from Chris Williams. Well, he said that he'd ordered a new bat phone. It certainly is working. The reception is good. And it's a good start for Tunbridge Wells as they get off the mark with a boundary. Mohamed Kamran. No, conditions a little bit difficult on the approach. I think we'll see him working extra hard in his action. Whip through and get that pace. He knows the importance of removing the Williams brothers. What is it? A short game. A little bit short. Pulled away. It's going to be 4 more. That is a short boundary today. I don't think Chris Williams quite gets all of this, but still good batting, good reactions. He gets back quickly and snaps it to the leg side boundary. So 4 and 4 to start this off. Kenny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo. And we've already met Andrew Ryan this morning. It's our first chance to get a chance to say hello to my colleague, Rico Full. Welcome, Rico.
Thank you very much. Great to be here. Good morning, cricket lovers around the world. And welcome to finals week. And what a challenge we got here. Mohamed Kamran, he's not going to be like, in the fact he's gone for 2 boundaries.
Goes full up. And this one gets through as well. This one may just pull up in time. It's Kander Ali. He's going to have a bit of a laundry bill after that one, but the result is 2 runs.
Well, it's a little bit of mud bath. Don't worry, it's good for you. That's what they tell you. It's good for your skin.
Well, he must have drawn the short straw, because that's a couple of times he's gone down. He's gone in both sets of quicksand. Anyway, Williams off to the races. He's 10. Tries to go leg side. A bit of premeditation in that stroke, I think. Kamran just gives him a little glare. So these are the battles we love to see, don't we?
Yeah, just pitching this slightly shorter. It's not in the zone, not in the swing zone, if you like, and just a few words. But, Chris Williams, of course, we know will not be deterred. And this is short and quick, and this goes past him pretty rapidly. And Chris Williams is suggesting that this surely is going over his head. But no, it's being given 1 for the over. That was a quick delivery, though. Just keep an eye on this. I think that's a good shot. I think he was leaning down a little bit. I think he was upright in his crease. It wouldn't have gone over the head, so good call for me.
Last ball, the over then for Kamran. And this is hit, and it will be out. So, the last ball does the trick. It wasn't quite over the shoulder. And it just rushed Chris Williams a little bit. Good catch taken out there by Atif Mohammed. I thought even though he doesn't make great contact, maybe it's going to carry that boundary anyway. But an important wicket. Cameron strikes and Tunbridge Wells lose their first of championship week. It's 10 for 1.
Yeah, it's a good wicket again, and nice catch taken. Just keeps his balance really well there. Atif Mohammed, the up-and-coming youngster, we certainly see him with the ball as well. He's just saying, moved around a little bit, but he still takes a good catch. Look, I know that Vinny, you and Andrew probably already said this, but look, hats off to all the ground staff and, of course, the European Cricket Network crew that were here working hard, the Blue Army, because it's amazing that we've got cricket being played here. I mean, this pitch was literally underwater, and whatever they've done, however they've done it, it's beyond a miracle. So
yeah, it is. And we've got some footage actually I'm going to share with you shortly about that. But yeah, it's a cricket miracle that we're playing. It's fantastic to be a part of it. Here's Mohammed Baba over number 2. This is a stand-up sweep, and it's going to be 4. So Alex Williams doesn't wait to get his eye and takes a bit of a risk hitting this one off the straight. But he does get 4. Just like his brother, he gets off the mark with the boundary very first ball.
It's a really nice shot. I mean, Baba struggled, so he didn't bowl his normal tidy spell in their first match. And he's gone for a boundary here straight away. So just not doing what he was doing in last week in their group stages, where he was just bowling a good line wicket to wicket. A little bit astray.
Wasn't too much wrong with the ball. It's just a good shot, I think, from Alex Williams. Wants to go the same way. Nails this, but one bouncer. I've got to say, I've been really impressed with the fielding so far this morning in tough conditions, particularly the catching. Even the ground fielding like that. And so, we'll bring Viraj Bhatia on strike. Seeing him in the number 3 position this time. He's kind of floated around the top order, middle order during his time in the ECL. But it does give them that left-hand, right-hand combination, which I think is pretty useful.
Yeah, I mean, in the group stages, the key batters for Tunbridge Wells was Alex Williams and his brother Chris. Alex made 216 runs. His highest score was 58, and Chris 210 with a high of 56. So, I mean, they're going to be the key ones that one of those two has to click, score runs quickly in these 5 overs. The other sort of chipped in. And, swing and a miss there from the left-hander, Bhatia.
The real skill being you need to be able to start scoring straight away. We've seen both the Williams brothers start with the boundaries, so that's good. So if you do lose wickets, it doesn't halt your progress, and that was the thing I think hampered Brigade in that last game, although they were chasing a fair few. Here's Baba. It's a good ball. It's wide, but not quite wide enough to be called. So I was saying to Andrew Ryan, we were saying, well, you probably don't get enough chance, as many opportunities for ebbs and flows in a 5-over game. That's kind of heightened in a way. And we're seeing these kind of mini runs where even that 2-dot balls you feel has the opportunity to change a game. Another good delivery. Sneaks inside the wide line, so it's 3 dots on the trot.
Yeah, this is really good bowling from Baba, and not the best of batting there from Bhatia. He seems to be staying inside his crease. He's not moving his feet. He needs to be coming out to these. And I think the batter at the other end, Alex Williams, is getting just a little bit frustrated here.
He is. Now, it's almost like you don't want Bhatia to get him 1. Because Williams wants the hot hand. Last ball the over. This one takes off. Turned down the bye. That's the end of a pretty good over from Mohammed Baba in the end. They covered well for the boundary. After 2 overs, it's 15 for 1. And what a great opportunity to say a very, very warm welcome to all of our viewers, no matter where you're watching from around the world, whether you're watching on Fancode in India or our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network, one of our partner broadcasters, Vinny Sandu here, alongside me for the first time today, Rico Full. And Rico, what a shirt.
Well, you know, this is a celebration. It's a celebration of finals week, a celebration of the excellent work that the ground staff and the Blue Army did getting the cricket on. Yeah. And also it's a celebration of, well, knock.
Who's there?
Irish.
Irish who?
I wish you a very happy St. Patrick's Day.
Really? Oh, well.
I'm sure you've given the greetings to the Irish already.
Jokes are getting worse. Okay, 3rd over. This is a big wide. We'll swing back. So, yeah, no, it's very happy St. Patrick's Day. I love the shirt. Love the thinking behind it as well. The joke? Not so short, but it's okay. So, well, it's a big over now, isn't it? Because just with those 4 dots on the trot last over. You feel like they're a bit behind the 8 ball here. Tunbridge Wells. Atif Mohammed, just a good young cricketer, isn't he? Bats, bowls, fields. Can bowl at any stage of the innings as well. This will be a dot. Alex Williams getting a bit too leg side conscious at times. It's also value on the offside. And of course, 2 over power play, so now the field has spread. We have up to 5 outfielders. Yeah, so very big over in the context of this match, I feel.
Yeah, certainly, yes. You're absolutely right. He's just eyeing up the shorter boundary, isn't he, on the leg side, rather than play perhaps his normal game. He's a pretty good hitter of the ball straight, and maybe he'll show us that. This one's batting a fair way down the creek. Look where he's standing. and well, if I'm the bowler, that's exactly what I'm going to do. I'm liking that, and a few words being said there by Atif Mohammed. Look where he's standing here.
Yeah, and then it's innovative. It's a tough one, isn't it? Because you normally judge that standing at the crease, and when you're nowhere near your crease or nowhere near standing, it's a tough one for the umpire to judge. But I think I had the opportunity to hit that as it went past. So I'm seeing some innovation. Some working, some not really working.
A few discussions going on there. I think that between Mohammed Cameron and the bowler. I think Cammy would have liked that delivery. Yeah, one of the things Tunbridge Wells, I mean, they will be missing, of course, Marcus O'Riordan. He's not joining them this week because he's got duty with Kent. So that's a big minus for them.
Yeah, giving up his stumps here and gets it away. So well, I don't mind this line from Atif Mohammed, but I think he gets the length wrong. It gives him some length to work with, allows him to hit. I think if this is a Yorker, it's pretty tough to hit. One just skews away for 4.
Yeah, and a few words this time from Alex Williams. So, well, we like a little battle out there in the middle, and well, the bowler, Atif Mohammed and Alex Williams.
I've got to say, I do like the bowlers attacking the stumps in that instance. But yeah, you still got to get the length right. So Tunbridge Wells faithful, they're in. It's just, I hope we have a nice day in the fan zone. Isn't it great to see the fans here in Championship Week? So certainly think it's something that we've been looking forward to, is getting some of these fans back. And some extra fans as well.
No, it's great. I mean, the Irish crowd out there from Brigade, absolutely fantastic. Did you see some of the dancing earlier?
Oh, yeah. You bet I did.
Here we go. So what will he do here? Same thing.
Now he steps back. And he steps back again. Now he misses it. So, well, certainly getting his steps in, Alex Williams, at the moment, isn't he?
Yeah. Getting a bit feisty out there. I'm liking this. I mean, it's all... I mean, look, these teams are playing for becoming the kings of Europe. So, you know, there's going to be some competitiveness out there, and I'm liking to see that. I'm liking it.
This one probably isn't a wide. I think that's outside the line.
That's good bowling from the young bowler.
This is what he's giving up, I sense, okay, because he's kind of stepping there before the ball's bowled. He's pushing that line up probably 3 or 4 stumps, and so you're kind of, in a sense, you're increasing the zone of acceptability for the bowler where they can put the ball. So everything's just ground to a halt. We just had that 4 couple of balls go, but apart from that, been 10 balls without a boundary. Might have one here, and this is going to pitch just inside, and they will get 4. So Alex Williams moves into double figures, and Atif Mohammed concedes a boundary off his last ball. That's 3 overs down, 24 for 1.
Yeah, I mean, they do get a boundary here. But I think he's far better off just playing his normal game. You know, Alex Williams staying in his crease. He's moving around far too much for me. I think just stays there, and he's going to be making contact with more than just a couple of these deliveries. And I think Atif Mohammed there maybe just falling into the trap a little bit, what Alex was trying to set there. End of the over, but now it's Bhatia. Bhatia has to get going. 4 balls faced, no runs on the board for him so far.
Yeah, you already mentioned though, O'Riordan. That's a big loss for them because he was pretty influential with the bat and ball, but I guess it does give opportunities to some other players in the Tunbridge Wells setup. They don't care. They're pretty happy with where they're at in this game at the moment. 24 on the board after 3. Archer will be on strike. Looks like Shiraz Ahmed will bowl over number 4. And now Rico, we've decided we don't have a 9th, so it all happens in the 4th. Let's see what happens in the 4th here with Bakai Care skipper coming on to bowl.
Yeah, big over this. Ahmed. Just checking his field. He wants to bring the 3rd man up.
The question from Rajiv about the boundaries. I'll give you more information about that in a second. Full toss, hit straight. Should be cleaned up. So Bacha does get off the mark. Yeah, the boundaries, because some of the kind of external regions of the ground, they were particularly waterlogged. So probably on the offside, the boundary's up about 6 metres. On the leg side, it's up maybe about 10. So slightly smaller. It's kind of compensated for by the fact that the field is significantly slower than we used to. Williams swings and misses again, favouring that leg side. Ahmed takes it through for a dot. Do you have any questions or anything like that? Any comments? Put them in the live chat. We always love to get your feedback. It's a fast-paced game. 10 matches in a day. Never seen that before. The fact that some of these batters, they'll get 4 innings in the day. You guys get 4 innings every year.
Yeah.
Yeah, goes and gets this one, and finally connects in a way that we're accustomed to. Maximo! Alex Williams just stand up, sweeps this one out of the ground.
Sona, that's a bit more like it. We need a few more of these. Boom! Shaka-laga!
6 comfortably. Boundary in or no boundary in. And now he gets littered. Very next ball. And there's going to be a run out. So Butcher's going to have to go. And, well, firstly, I'm pretty sure that's, that Williams takes this upstairs. I certainly hope he's all right. Again, it's important to use the protective equipment. It's, look at this first. Yeah, he's all right on the side of that helmet. And Butcher, who's won't even be in the picture here, has a good accurate throw. Removes him. Look, he just couldn't really get going that inning, so maybe it's a blessing in disguise. Tunbridge Wells gives someone else an opportunity as they lose their second wicket. It's 31 for 2.
Yeah, I mean, good work there from Shiraz Ahmed, the captain. And love the way he throws his in. And the one person I was concerned with was the wicketkeeper, Ishan. I'm thinking if he misses that, Ishan was already taking evasive action.
Yeah.
He does get his man. But it's just one of those. I mean, look, I think if you're smart here, I just hold on to that. I'm not too worried about getting Vardy out.
Yeah, it's true. I mean, it saves a run, though. You know, you don't want to give up runs for no reason. I mean, the funny thing is, I actually got back to the bowler on the full. You know, so not often you get the ball head-butted back at you, and then it results in a run out. So there's something you don't often see. We'll bring Dave Smudger-Smith to the crease at number 4. Got 2 to deal with from Shiraz Ahmed. All happening in the 4th.
Now what Smudger does, he likes to play some chuggy shots, and when he's there, it's a bit of showtime. It's one thing we found out about Dave Smith, and he's a very innovative batter. He has all the tricks, and you see there, he's starting them quite early. I think that could be quite useful for him with nobody on the boundary behind the batter. I think he might fancy playing a few of his little dinks and scoops.
Straight away, a little reversage to get off the mark. Alex Williams comes back for the last ball, and he hits this one pretty well into the gap. It'll be 4. They're just fighting the way out of the funk at the moment, Tunbridge Wells. As Williams moves into the 20s, they finish the over. 4 overs down, it's 36 for 2. Hey, so we were talking a little bit about some of the work that's gone into getting this ground ready. And, well, we actually have some footage of this. A lot of work by a lot of people to get Championship Week ready for business, and so
yeah, look, it was a superhuman effort. That's all I'm going to say. I mean, you saw players out there, and also some of the staff, and also a big shout out to the volunteers from the Costa del Sol Cricket Club as well, all out there with mops, cloths and brooms and you know, picking up water in small buckets. It's just amazing. And really, the reason we're out here is credit to you all, so well done.
All right, last overtime, and it's going to be Shafkat who gets reverse swept away. That's good batting by Smith. I said, well, maybe the wicket works in their favour. Smith's come out, he's hit the ground running. 2 reverses. This time goes all the way to the boundary.
Yeah, I mean, this is a good shot. This is what we know he can do. And it's time for a little bit of showtime at the Cartama Oval. Nice shot. And they're going to have to think about this because he will be playing these little shots. He'll be taking them on. He won't be afraid. You watch. Here we go. I can feel another coming here.
Still tries to go orthodox fashion. I think they look back at this thing, Sandridge Bells. They'll see a few of these shots trying to hit across the line that aren't high percentage plays. Cover up in the circle. That's probably an easier place to hit that ball. Gets this wrong, and it's going to be 4. So Smith gets a nice juicy one from Shafkat. You wonder about how easy it is for the spinner to grip the ball. This one certainly gets away from him.
I tell you what, coach there, Malik, he's writing Gandhi ball down on his pad because that was a Gandhi ball and it deserved to be put away. Shafkat, can he come back well?
Tries to go reverse. I'm not sure if there's a little touch on this or not. Maybe there was. No, a little bit of pad. So leg by called. So 45. Get one more boundary away here. You're defending 50 on. So, look, I think one thing I said is that anything's almost defendable in this as well. Because if you can just get a couple of good overs in early.
Yeah.
So, I'm expecting a lot of close contests. Quite pan out that way in match 2. Match 1 was just a couple of runs in it. Shafkat has 2 to bowl. Reaches. Probably just settle for the 1 here.
We've seen scores like teams batting first. So far, both teams that have batted first have gone on to win the matches. We've seen 57 posted and 68. And I think that that's probably going to be, for me, par score is going to be around 60. I reckon you're going 10 and over and you're looking for one magical over.
Yeah, probably. Yeah, I feel like 55 is where I landed, but not far away. Last ball coming up. And may go for the impossible too. Look now, they try very late to do it, and so Williams can keep running. They'll just get the 1. And so Tunbridge Wells is going to finish 47 for 3 off their 5 overs. I mean, Pack, I care. One of the issues they've got is they've got so many bowlers. They only get to bowl 5 a game. So deciding who gets those overs is quite an important task for the captain, Shiraz Ahmed. As it is, I think they'll be pretty comfortable chasing 48 for victory, but it'll still be a tricky one, won't it? And we'll get to see Bailey Whiteman coming out, steaming in, I'm sure, in the second innings. Nice little contribution from Dave Smith there at the end. I think he was able to just get a couple away. He was innovative. We saw 8 boundaries and a 6 in the innings. And Pack Care, their second outing this morning on day 1, effectively, of Championship Week. That first one went to the boundary. Chris Smith versus Cameron. The battle we wanted to see. Ultimately, Cameron would remove the Tunbridge Wells skipper off the last ball of the over. The hitman got his man. And Alex Williams, now he was innovative. Sometimes it worked, sometimes it didn't. He batted through the innings for 24. Ultimately, look, I think it was an interesting moment. Then Marty got run out off the head effectively. It went all the way back to Shiraz Ahmed. But look, I think a few less than par, but certainly it's the kind of score Tunbridge Wells will back themselves to defend with their bowling and fielding lineup. Yeah,
it's going to be interesting. I think Tunbridge Wells, the only thing they'll be a little bit disappointed about is the number of dot balls that they played out in that innings. And I think if it weren't for that, they probably could have got to that score around about the 55 that we're talking about, which would be around par. The bowling, though, I think was pretty well. We'll just have a quick look at that scorecard. Alex Williams, as you said, he was in pretty good form, 24-13, though there were, again, those few dot balls in there, which will be something that will disappoint them. I think Viraj Bhatia, well, they may need to think about his position in the innings when he's coming in. Maybe number 3 is not right for him. Maybe they need to think about getting somebody up there who can hit the ball pretty well and is timing the ball. Dave Smith, he came out there and did his part, 10 of 6. You have a look at the bowling. Well, Mohammed Cameron, honestly, went for 10, and I think if you can get 10 of him, all right, there was the wicket, the very last delivery that Chris Williams was caught by Atif Mohammed on the boundary, but I mean, to get 10 of him, that's good. That's a good start. Mohammed Baba, after going for 4 of his very first delivery, only going for 5. And, well, there was good bowling from Atif Mohammed as well. He went for 9. Shahraz Ahmed, the captain, 12. And Shafkat, I think he got his good over in there as well for 10. So, nice and tidy. I think Pakai Care Badalona will be happy with what they're doing so far in the day's play.
Yeah, it'll be all to play for when we return match 3. It will be Pakai Care chasing 48 for victory off their 5 overs. Join us very shortly. Quick game's a good game. We've got plenty of games today on ECN. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, alongside Rico Poole. Join us shortly for more BET2BALL European Cricket League.
Hello and welcome back to the magnificent Cartama Oval. Well, it's been through the walls, hasn't it, this week? With all the rain that we've had, but well, thanks to some marvellous efforts by the Blue Army and the local Costa del Sol Cricket Club and its volunteers, we finally have made a start to finals week here on Thursday. And if you're just joining us, just a reminder that all the matches are being played, but they're being played as 5 over innings match, so we can get all the matches in. And it's great to report that the sun is shining. You can see some of the pictures around the ground. Some parts did take a battering, but so far it's playing very well under the circumstances. We go full here, and joining me is the one and the only Mr. Vinny Sandhu. Good morning to you again.
Good to be back, and interesting little chase coming up. No matter what you have to chase, it's never going to be easy. 48 to win. And it's Barker to open up. And this first one's gone mile high. The keeper is coming around, and he'll take the catch. That's a big wicket first up. That's Liam Buttery behind the stumps. And they decide to go with Barker first up. And he gets the big wicket of Mohamed Babar. It didn't open up with Ihsan. So Mohamed Babar decided to take the first ball, but he doesn't survive it. He goes without scoring. And, big fish to have back in the shed. 0 for 1. Rico. Yeah, can't get much more important in this ECL than the wicket of Mohamed Babar.
Yeah, that's a huge wicket. Babar has been the man, been doing the damage. He scored 25 off 11 balls against Al Bazami that kept them in the match and posted a match-winning score. Well, he goes first ball. And, well, no mistake from the wicket-keeper Bakri there, taking the catch, and that brings out Mohamed Kamran.
Yeah, so Ihsan not even getting a run in the top 3. Sticking with Mohamed Kamran in that position. So did James Venables in the chat. And he said it's great to see cricket, live cricket back at the Cartama Oval. Had a lot of fun playing last weekend against Costa del Sol Cricket Club. They're looking forward to coming back next year. Good luck to Tunbridge Wells. So had a good start, Tunbridge Wells here.
Certainly, yeah. Tunbridge Wells, remember, they only lost once in Group A.
Back here also only have lost 1 game. So I mean, both teams have only had 1 loss and had a lot of success. One thing I do think Ariadne is a big loss to Tunbridge Wells, but they do have the talent to cover at the moment. Cameron comes in early in the piece, 2 over power play. If you're going to make a duck, I often say make it a quick one. So Baba's out the way. Is there a little nick on this? I think he's gone. Just a little bit of a way movement from Matt Barker. Had a little feather as it went past the bat of Cameron. So 2 ducks in the first over and 2 wickets before a run is scored. It's 0 for 2.
Yeah, he's got to go here. We heard that from here. Mohamed Kamran has that sheepish look back at the umpire, and the umpire raises his finger saying, you got to go, you got to go. Beautiful ball that. It's an absolute jaffa.
Yeah, it's all about the sideways movement. And so Tunbridge Wells, they were saying to me a little bit when they arrived, look, Vinny, don't forget about us. I mean, it might have been a few weeks ago. There's a lot of chat about some of these other teams, but apart from that one performance against Trent midweek, they've made every post a winner. Nice catch by Buttery, who has 2 in the first over himself. The main thing is that wickets column 2, but the runs column 0. Big Mahboob has been set up to open. All he's watched is carnage at the other end so far. That's Shiraz Ahmed. He's going to come in at number 4. Hello to the officials, 10. Charles and Rob there. Outswinger. Given away. No run.
Interesting, isn't it, how, I mean, for whatever reason, I know that Mohamed Ihsan, I think he went first ball, didn't he, in the previous match. So they've elected to keep him low down the order. I don't know if I like that. I just think he's, you know, just because he hasn't had, he got that 1 baller, he's not coming out of it. He's normally an aggressive player.
With aggression, Shiraz Ahmed has to launch this one. It's 4 balls. Without a wicket, without a run, I should say. Yeah, no, Ihsan's a funny one. I mean, He's just struggled to replicate some of his domestic form at this level, but still, I mean, in this form of the game, you can imagine.
I don't think you change it. I mean, you still win. You still won the game. I think you keep the order as it is. I mean, the captain's coming before. I mean, you can see here now. I mean, that's a couple of dot balls.
Can you believe how many maidens we've had today in 5-over cricket? Because that's another one, a double wicket maiden for Matt Barker. And after 1 over, it's no score for 2 wickets. And suddenly, 48 off 24. Well, now it's like you're chasing 60. So Barker, excellent work. And backed up by his keeper as well. Liam Buttery. Look at the table. And just check out that net run rate for SSEC. The equivalent of winning a 10-over game by 86 runs. So it was a big victory. Brigade wasn't the start of St Patrick's Day that they wanted, but they do have 3 more opportunities to get on the park and sort that out today. Here's Bailey Whiteman. This one back off the seam. Nice bit of bowling. So still no runs, 7 balls in this innings.
Yeah, that's given us 1 for the over. Now I was having a chat. Just see this again, and yeah, I think that's a fair.
I think it's okay.
Yeah, it doesn't go over, and I was fancying watching him bowl from this end because I think it's going to give him that extra bit of bounce, and we saw it there.
Just ties him up. That's 8 deliveries. This is cricket at high speed. Not much scoring. If you told me that Packard Care Badalona would have been 0 after 8 balls, I would have said you might have to check into your local mental health establishment.
Yeah, I mean, one thing we do know, and we've seen it, haven't we? And the Punjab Lions of Nicosia showed that you can get them out cheaply at times.
He goes after this. This is an extraordinary stroke. It's a jump cut in front of point. Maximal! And the scoring starts with a bang. Mahboob with 6.
Yeah, I'm just wondering with this one. I mean, that was pretty short. I mean, I think this one
should have been a no
probably
ball.
Be a no ball.
Yeah, had to be over the shoulder.
Yeah, I mean, I'd like to see this again.
Oh, yeah.
How high this is. Yeah, that's a no ball for me because that's the second in the over.
Closer on the replay than I thought in real. I saw it in real life.
This one is a no
ball
ball.
Off the pitch. Yeah, it's a free hit coming up. Yeah, I mean, yeah. Hard to disagree.
Well, they finally have got started with that 6 and now 3 hits. So he's got the license to go the full Monty now. Mahboob, he's been elevated up the order and now he's got to show and demonstrate exactly why.
Free hit. Mahboob on strike. This is out. It's called a wide. So yeah, I feel that it's to work their way back into the contest. Maybe about 20 or so after 2. It's still a long way away from that at the moment, but halfway through this over, still on a free hit. I like the way Mahboob didn't get too leg side conscious on that one he punched over point for 6. Another wide, yeah.
And of course, these are still free hits as well. You'll see that signal coming from the umpire because there we go. So it's still a free hit.
Yeah. Be careful with your time as well. I think that's a 5-over game. You still have to bowl your overs quickly if you too many of those wides. Could find yourself in pressure, in a bit of time pressure. It would have been a wide. Just gets impatient here. So eventually, Whiteman wins the battle. This isn't good batting really from Mahboob. He needs to be able to spot this one's too wide, I think.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to go on about it, but I still think there's an error. Yeah, that would have been another wide. I think there's that error. I think Ishan is too good a player not to be opening the batting or coming in at number 3. Mahboob has to go big on this one.
Just completely lost the plot here. Has he hit this, has he? No, what's going on here?
They're checking whether it was on the pitch or not.
All right, okay.
Yeah, it's been given a no ball. I think that was on the pitch though, for me,
on the pitch.
I don't think that the umpire saw this. I think the bowler was in his way,
he is in
so he had to check.
And so they've gone for the no ball, which makes this a free hit. This will be a no ball as well. Well, what's going on here? And now they might have a pop at the run out. What a weird over.
A very weird over. I'm not really sure what's happened to Bailey Whiteman. He started so well with that quick fire first delivery, then this full top. That's probably the slower delivery. So still a free hit now, and all of a sudden after that, well, that 2-wicket maiden got started in the most peculiar of ways. Whiteman just stops. So the captain Ahmed on strike. He's faced 3 deliveries without scoring.
Chance for him to get going as well.
Yeah.
His batting's been a bit hot and cold lately. So, free hit coming up. All started so well. Just a couple of dots early on. It's another wide. And this is what you're going to play that game where you keep constantly trying to sneak inside that wide line, especially if your control's not quite there. And it can be expensive. That's what we're seeing at the moment from Bailey Whiteman.
Yeah, I'm just wondering whether maybe he says, well, okay, if that's what's happening, well, I'm just going to change it. I'm going to try round the wicket, see if that works for me, just to get the ball in the right areas.
Still 2 to come. Still on a free hit, I think. Full toss. Not cashed in. It'll just be 1. So for all of this, the pin the tail and the donkey stuff, they haven't really been hurt on the scoreboard.
How many balls we had in the over?
Oh,
Because it's quite a few.
I'm scrolling. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 1 to go. Hopefully.
That was pretty full as well. To catch it, and he's been caught. So it's a Gundy full toss that gets the wicket. And Mahbub has to go. He did come in the last match, and he hit 2 sixes straight away to get going. And I think they might be checking this because the batters have been asked to stay put for the moment, so they might be checking the height on this one. And well, we shall just have to wait and see.
And let's have a look. It's borderline. It's borderline. Let's see that one again. Now he's been given, so yeah, Mahbub has to go. You know what they say, sometimes the 12th ball of the over is the luckiest, and Bailey Whiteman does get the wicket in the end, so Nazar finished to the power play, 14 for 3. 14 runs, 3 wickets, 6 extra deliveries bowled.
Yeah.
Can't be good for your over rate. As it is, now it's kind of still game in the balance time, isn't it? I mean, they need 34 off 18. And remember, each time a bowler finishes an over, they can't bowl again. So, you had Matt Barker bowl a fantastic over, but he's done. He bowled in the first, so he can't come back here in the third. Looks like Alex Williams is going to bowl the third, so we'll see it all here. Maybe on ECN.
Isha makes his way out now, finally. Well, look at that. I mean, that's a serious amount of cricket coming up.
That's all you need to see. This is Williams now. Starts with a dot to Charles Ahmed. Yeah, Isan is the key here, I think. Pretty much approach it the same as opening an innings, really. It's just got to go. Ahmed swings and misses, so a lot of dots happening. If it wasn't for those extra deliveries, you'd have to say, I don't care, be even more.
Yeah, they'd be in real trouble. You can just see that. That's an over faced by the captain, Shaz Ahmed now, and just a run from it. So he's certainly under pressure. Gonna have to pull something out the bag here.
This is hit well, hit down the ground. This will test the outfield, but it will win the race. The ball gets there. Shaz Ahmed gets away with the boundary.
Yeah, nice shot. They needed that. Needed that boundary. Gets himself going. Ishan out the other end. And, he'll be pretty desperate to get back into form. Dangerous batter. Well bowled. Yorker length delivery, just changing the pace slightly, getting it through. Got balls on gold dust, and in this shorter format, when it's just a 5-over match, even more so for me. Wow, this is going to go all the way. Balle, balle, Ginna, Sora, Shaka, Lagia.
It's backwards Maximo, it's a Maximo. And maybe you dig it in. You're putting it into the lap of the gods. Shaz Ahmed, no look hook shot for 6, last ball of the over. Swings and misses at this, so 3 overs down, 24 for 3. In the end, just the 10 coming off the over. There were 4 dot balls, 4 and a 6 in that over. Now we'll get to see Isan. This is the moving over, I think.
Yeah.
And have a look again at these teams. Tunbridge Wells, this is their first game. They'll play again matches 5 and 5, 7 and 10. And as for Pakakea, this is their second already. We'll see them again in matches 6 and 9. So match on it every hour.
Yeah, I get the feeling they're being told about the time, just the way
Has to be
the bowler ran to get there. Ian McLean.
Isan loads up, misses. Yeah, no, it has to be difficult to pull it back as well. When you consider you've pretty much bowled a whole extra over in that second over. And you bowled 12 balls there. 5 runs would be extra hurtful as well. Isan doesn't get it quite where he wanted it, but what he will do is get 6 maximal. Maybe that's a bit of luck Mohamed Isan needs to get going here in Championship Week.
Yeah, I mean, he's got lucky here, but he's got a fair amount of it. It goes all the way, 6 runs. And, of course, one thing that Tunbridge Wells needed, a few wickets here as well. That could certainly help with the time element, but they certainly are rushing through the overs. I mean, Ian McLean there, he literally pegged it from third man to get up there to bowl.
18 off 10 now. There's going to be another wide. Yeah, so, I mean, the 5 runs normally hurts you in a game where, let's say, a pass scores 100. That's 5% of the total. But here, if the pass scores, let's say, 50, and it's 10%, this one really takes off from McLean.
7 extras so far. Wides, 4 wides and 3 no balls.
Trying to go leg side again. Mohamed Isan does favour that area, but you can overdo it. See, McLean really desperate to get through this over. The reasons we've been talking about. Now it gets crazy outside the off stump and puts it over fine leg. Maximal. If you're going to make a plan, you've got to commit to it. Isan pretty much does there. He's almost off the pitch when he hits this for 6.
Que grande, que guay. Eso es 6 carreras.
Yeah, it's about the length. I think when batters do that and they get so far outside the off stump, I think you've got to get full. I think you've got to jab it at the base of the stumps. Because if you give them that length, I think they can turn on it. That's exactly what Isan did there. Now he gets a high full toss and it's going to go all the way. Maximal, 6 more.
Que gandi ball sigi gandi lag gaya shakka. Eso incredible, que genial. Mohamed Isan, will he shine us what he can do? Look at the height on this. Yeah, that's got to be, this one's got to be called for me.
Yeah, that to me looked very high. I don't think it'll matter in the scheme of things because just like that, blink and you'll miss it. It's down to 5 required off 7 balls. This is out. This is going nowhere. So we're going to the last over. And his score at the end of 4 is 43 for 3. And we'll have a look at the time aspect here as we look ahead to the next game as well. There's just 1 over left in this one. It's going to be Brigade, the All-Ireland champions. They'll be back against Albi Salmi, the Swedish champions. Both teams without a win. And I think that I'll be very keen to get on the board. You don't want to slip 0-2 this format. Brigade, the way they lost, we've been really disappointed with that performance. I'm sure they'll give an improved effort. That game starting around about 12 minutes right here on the European Cricket Network. Looks like they've just survived the time thanks to hustling through that last over. Now, 5 required. Shiraz Ahmed, who it's a bit of a dot ball risk.
Yeah.
So here we go. It's going to be Dave Smith to bowl it. Where's this one gone? Well, it's high in the air. Should be caught, and it is caught. And so nicely done by Mark McLean, who is able to back. And he was able to stay inside the field of play. Shiraz Ahmed goes for 11. It's 43 for 4. But most importantly, I suppose, the new batter will be on strike because of that rule.
Yeah.
We kind of one of the pioneers of that. With the court dismissal. Doesn't matter if the batter's crossed, and that keeps Isan away from the strike. The new batter will have to face up. A nice bit of fielding there to make that happen.
Yeah, that's a very good catch. He was backpedaling all the way. Mark McLean takes it. And you're absolutely right. It's a little bit of pressure now here on Pakakea Badalona because it's a dot ball. It also means that new batter is going to go and strike. You've got Ishan there, who's probably desperate to get on strike.
Yeah. Just don't really want to swing and miss, I think, if you're a batter in this situation. Skander Ali likes to get funky at times. wonder if maybe he'll try it straight away. They do put the fine leg back for him. He swings and misses. 5 off 4. So we thought we'd see some close finishes. We saw one in the first match, not so much the second, but tense stuff. 2 championship points up for grab. Winner of this match. And, well, just put this out there. So really put us behind schedule. We start throwing golden balls around. But anyway, we do have a tie. And team will need 2 to win off an additional delivery. This one is going to go towards the fielder, who does very well. Well, he saves the game. Basically, this would have tied it up, but he's able to make the stop. Outstanding fielding, but they do get back for a valuable 2 runs.
Yeah, this is superb. I mean, you've got to get down, you've got to get dirty for your team. And this one otherwise would have been it, more or less. He does extremely well. Look at this. Excellent stop.
They pride themselves on their fielding. So 2 to tie, 3 to win. 3 balls left. Nudges and gets 1. So that's smart. I mean, if you score off every ball, you can't lose. But this is going to ramp up the pressure. Here's Mohamed Ihsan, though. And he's just been out there trying to hit boundaries all the time.
Yep.
What's his approach here? Do you think that he is happy just to score, or is he trying to finish it off?
He's going to go for the big shot, I think. He's going to try and finish it in this one. If not, he's thinking, right, I've got 2 balls, I need a boundary. That's the way he's be thinking.
Smith's delivered so far. His biggest test is ahead of him. 2 to win. And slower bouncer. Missed out. And now we're going to go to the last ball.
It's going to be called a wide. Oh, it's called a wide for over the head height. I'd like to see this again. I just want to know how low down the batter was.
Yeah, well, I would say there's been a couple. That's a borderline one. That's one that could have gone either way. Yeah. I would say they were pretty lucky to get away with one last over, but this one has tied the game. And now still 2 balls left.
Yeah, very tight call.
Any score will win it now. Smith. Edge. Well, he's going to be... Well, they need to make the run out, and they do. So we're still in the game here. Scores tied. Last ball coming up. I thought there was a little tickle on that, but I was the only one that heard it. As it is, Ihsan's going to get run out. Somehow, they avoided a run out at the keeper's end. So, it'll be scores tied at 47 with the ball remaining.
Well, could we be going to the golden ball? I mean, he tries to get so funky. I'm not sure why he's doing that.
Bounces over the stumps. That's how he missed it. I mean, Buttery's throwing that straight in the middle stump. He's hit the pitch, bounced over the stumps. They still are able to get the run out. So Ihsan's got to go.
Yeah, I suppose the only blessing here is, I mean, on a run out, the batter, the recognised batter, is going to be on strike. But who's ever coming in now has just got to be the quickest runner.
Yeah.
We'll put this out there once more. At the moment, if they don't score anything here, we will go to the golden ball.
Wow.
Only had 1 so far, haven't we?
Get something on it and run. Majid Hanifa's at the other end now, but it'll be Sikandar Ali who's in the hot seat. Scores tied at 47 here. Match 3, championship week, and it's Smith. Can he force a golden ball? Any score wins it for Pakai Care. Well, they got to go, and they're gonna probably go upstairs here.
Does he have the ball here? That's the question I want to ask. Does he have the ball?
It's direct, I think.
You think he hits direct?
I think it's a direct hit.
Let's have a look.
Is super important. They don't look super confident here, Tunbridge Wells. They're having a look. We'll have a look. Let's how close this is. Oh, that's pretty close.
Let's have a look. Here comes the throw.
Oh,
You don't have the ball. Does he have the ball?
Does.
Oh.
But look, the bat's down, right? The bat's down.
That is down, yeah. That
Bat's down. So they're going to win the game here off the last ball, 48-47. You know, they had felt it wasn't going to be given. And then Pakai Care, Badalona, they will be 2 for 2 this morning. So Battle of the Titans. Well, the bat versus ball wall, earlier it predicted 1 run between these 2 teams. And essentially, it was spot on.
It was spot on.
It's a good hit out for both the teams. It's, they end up almost playing out the draw, but in the end, it will be Pakai Care Badalona 48, Tunbridge Wells 47. And look, some people, you know, there's that borderline one with the height, but you would say there was one last over that went against Pakai Care as well that I felt was a no ball for height that got hit to the boundary, and then they would have had an extra delivery. So I think that swings and roundabouts for me. I think in the end, Tunbridge Wells, they'll be a bit disappointed they couldn't put more runs on the board as we roll the highlights. And it was the battle that we wanted to see between the groups, the winners of Group A and Group E. And it was an amazing start from Tunbridge Wells as they were able to take the first 2 wickets without a run even on the board.
Yeah, I mean, look, 2 wickets went down. It was a fantastic over from Matt Barker. He got Mohammed Babar, and then also he got Mohammed Cameron as well. Something needed to happen, and it all happened from a very strange over from Bailey Whiteman. Just couldn't get things going. Too many extras in there as well. And, well, then it was, of course, Mohammed Ishan who came in and started playing the night shot. But, well, that wicket there, that was a wicket falling off the captain, which made it. It's going to be tense. And there was this one, the run out. Not really sure what Ishan was trying to do there. But one thing he did do, at least he did get Sikandar Ali on strike. It wasn't the new batter that was going to be on strike. And then, well, he had to run hard, and only just got there.
Yeah, only just. I mean, I thought it was directed originally, just the way the ball seemed to hit the stumps, but it was kind of lodged in the glove of Buttery. He wasn't able to get it there in time. I think in the end, I mean, Tunbridge Wells, you know, they might look at a couple of calls, or a call that went against them late, but you've got to say, how many runs did they hand over in extras? 5 wides, 3 no balls.
Yeah.
It's one thing to have that kind of offside hole kind of tactic, but I think they just leaked a few, and then they had to rush it over. Isan ends up with 18, which proved very important in the end. 18 off 7. Shiraz Ahmed again batting at 4. Just didn't quite get going, but did contribute 11 with the bowling. Matt Barker was incredible. Double wicket maiden to get things going. Had 8 dots before they started the scoring. That guy care. Dave Smith, well, he really got them within reach of what would have been a miracle victory. 1 for 4. He can be very proud of his over. Again, it's just the beginning for Tunbridge Wells. We'll see them 3 more times today on the opening day, effectively, of Championship Week. 48-47, your final in match 3. We'll be back very shortly for the next match as we get ready for more cricket in ECL 22. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo, alongside Rico Full. Don't go too far. We'll be back shortly. You're watching the BET2BALL European Cricket League. Hello and welcome back to ECL 22 Championship Week. 144 matches over 6 weeks. And this week we will crown our champion. We're going to see Rotterdam held the trophy aloft in 2019, but they fell by the wayside in the group stages. So there will be a new team that will become the kings of European cricket. And it's good to be back on the park today. What should have been day 4. It becomes day 1 of Championship Week. BET2BALL, the Swedish champions, going to bat first after winning the toss against Brigade, the All-Ireland champions, here in match 4. This is what's being predicted. Well, that's the exact score we had in the last game, 48-47. It's Brigade tipped to get over the line. Well, a bit surprised. Brigade were tipped to get 48 after their batting fell apart in the last game, but we know that they're a quality outfit. So here's Finny Sander here, Mr. Maximo, European Cricket Network, alongside me, Rico Fall. Rico, looking forward to this contest between 2 group champions, but still 2 teams without a win so far today.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting match. I'm surprised that Al-Azami, winning the toss, they elected to have a bat. They normally prefer to chase.
Yeah.
So they're just trying something different here. And Brigade, well, they were a little bit flat in their first match. And can they come back strong? And well, can they shine for themselves and for their supporters on St. Patrick's Day?
They normally like to chase, but they probably saw how badly Brigade chased in that last game they played. That might be part of it. Also, I think that when you don't have run pressure, you can just go out there and be aggressive. Don't think too much about the scoreboard. I think what we've seen so far is that the team's batting second, even when the totals haven't been particularly imposing. They just struggled to get over the line. Here's Britain with the first ball of match 4.
Goes upwards, and this is going to go all the way. Shaka Lagea! What a perfect start, 6 runs.
Yeah, I mean,
this one man that they need to get going is, of course, the captain, who's at the non-striker, Raheel Khan. And Shahid Ali, well, he's already shown what he can do.
Yeah, that's just the start you want, isn't it? A match like this. Just missed out on the win last time. BET2BALL. This is a guy, it's a bit of a wild card for them, I think. Shahid Ali, good signs for him so far today.
Shahid Ali, this time plays it out. A single, it's a well stopped there by Graham Carter. Both teams, of course, looking to register their first victory.
Britain, captain, important player, top order batter as well, opens the bowling. He'll be wanting to take some personal responsibility and improve performance on the Irish.
Britain once more. And that's well bowled. If this is straight, it's certainly going to cause problems. And obviously it wasn't straight, even though he's having a look at the umpire. He just going down the leg stump. He's walked right across this.
Yeah, he gets so far across, I think it probably hits him outside the off stump. And that's what saves him in the end, because it probably was just tailing in to hit. So, quick one. Good turnaround for the umpires as well. A good bit of a crew here. Looks like we've got Stefan Gooch and Charles Crouch out there in match 4.
That's what will be called a wide, and just not taken cleanly by the keeper, Nick Gray. So the scramble will make it 2.
It's not easy for keepers either. Their footing's probably one of the worst areas. It's nice to have your company in the live chat as well, and I can see quite a few new faces in there as well.
Goes big, goes down the ground. Gea, Gea, Gea. Shaka Lagea. Well, it's a lovely shot, and that's what they need the captain to be doing, Raheel Khan. You know that when he gets going, he's an awesome batter. We didn't see the best of him even in their the group stages. He started to get some good knocks together towards the end of the week. But they need him at his best. Just tries to guide this one to third. Top ball.
So just actually want to say hello to Aoife Ward, who said she's enjoying the coverage. She's watching with her friend Rachel at work. So hello, Rachel. There's a bit of a shout out for you. It's nice to see you just, multitasking with your work. And yes, let us know what kind of work you're doing. We're enjoying our work today because the sun's just peeking out, which is a really nice sign. Britain ends up going for a few off his first. BET2BALL, they're 16 for no loss after 1.
Yeah, good start. Al-Azami, both batters. in the run straight away, hitting boundaries, and both hitting a maximum each. As we have a look at where we are at the moment in Pack Arcade Badalona, courtesy of 2 wins out of 2, are sitting pretty at the top.
2 close games though, right? So 2 really close games, and the net run rate just scratch above 0. Now, looks like we're going to have Ryan Barr come to the attack. We see the Barr Bros getting an overreach in their 5 per brigade. Didn't have the best start to their St Patrick's Day, but again, they've got the time to turn it around. Shahid Ali, 7 off 2. He's a real exciting player when he gets going. Contest this.
Oh, swing and a miss. Yeah, key player. We know that he had good time in the group stages. He's one of the top wicket takers.
Yeah, I'll put behind the stumps. See where he is. Particularly easy to move sideways.
This is well struck, and nobody's going to stop this. A couple of bounces as it goes over the boundary rope. 4 runs, really nice shot. Good timing. He's not trying to hit this too hard. Gets his footing perfectly right. That's a well-timed shot.
Yeah, it really is. And we've seen a lot of batters being a bit too leg side conscious today, but there's nothing wrong with this shot at all. Straight through the line, 4 runs.
So the reply going to be Ryan Barr comes back in. Slower delivery. Gets the batter playing this early, and now he's got a rush. And well, I'll tell you what, I think if this hits the stumps, I think he was going to be in trouble here. The Honours Army flag there. The champions of Sweden. So, see this again. Yeah, a direct hit, and it was adios. Up in the air, goes a long way up. Who's going to take it? The keeper. Well, they're looking like they're leaving it to each other. I think this is all about communication fail.
Oh, that's a proper Bermuda Triangle situation there.
Yeah, nobody calls this, I think.
I think the keeper likes it, likes going for it in theory, but the problem with this, it's so high and it's always blowing away from him. The wind's kind of behind the bowler. So when this goes up, and he says, I think that's mine, but then see the fielder coming around the other direction. Carter, well, he had visions of it as well. In the end, it just thumps into the ground in between 3 fielders. And they get back for 2.
Fuller delivery, well played. Once again, another shot at the stumps. This time I think he was home. Difficult Hussain, lovely man, here with his family as well. I think probably himself and David Barr will probably be looking to come on the ball pretty soon. Slower delivery, but he's picked this up pretty well, but it's hovering around in the air. It will be a catch, and well taken. Well, that really does seem to go up and then get caught by the wind here. And Andrew Britton, the captain, making no mistakes. So they get the first wicket, and they desperately needed that at the end of the second over.
Yeah, good bowling by Barr as well. He almost had a wicket early in the over. This time, it's been a challenge kind of a length. See, he went up and under. Not yet. Quite get the contact required. So Azam Khalil says, get me my proper bat, and he's ready to come in. He replaces Shahid Ali before pretty spirited innings from him. First wicket falls, it's 24 for 1. Gives us a chance while we see Azam Khalil coming to the crease to say a very good morning to all of our viewers, and look, particularly those in Ireland today. Happy St Patrick's Day. I know you've got, I like your kind of jungle-inspired St Patrick's Day.
Yeah, you know.
More traditional, but no, look, hello to you guys. Hope you're enjoying it. It's great. We've got some cricket on, and so we've got viewers from all around the world. But I think everyone enjoys.
Hey, listen, have we got some Guinness here?
Well, we might do.
We might
got
do.
the next game off after this, so I might have to have a little sneak.
Got to have a Guinness.
Got to
on
do
St
it.
Patrick's Day, haven't
Yeah.
you?
And well, look, I know it's been disappointing that we've missed 3 days, but we're here, ready to party. And Rhino, he's ready to party as well. Doing a bit of research for the next game, obviously, there. Definitely not Googling best Guinness bars in Costa del Sol. Anyway, let's move on. And here's David Barr. He bowled really well. He bowled the 3rd over in their previous game. Really slowed things down. There's Maxi. Might have a Guinness later as well.
Yeah, David Barr was very impressive in their group matches. That's firmly hit. I think this is a chance. It is. And he knows it. He's disappointed he doesn't take it. And he just looks up at the heavens. It just wasn't to be. He picked up 13 wickets. 4 for 9 was his best. And this could have been another.
He's the deacon of delay, David Barr.
He
Loves to just kind of pause in his action.
He just took his body away from that, didn't he? He gets down and then starts to take his body away rather than try and get it behind the ball. And I think that's caught him nicely on the fingers as well. But it's a top ball.
Would have been good to get rid of Khalil early for a Brigade fan. He survives.
Slices this away. Khalil. He's going to be a key player for Al-Bizami if they're to perform well and get themselves into that final stay on Saturday. Big player. So is this man the captain? Can he come good when it matters? On the deck, be a single. Yeah, and what you see there, David Barr's got this every so often, this sort of delay, gets ready to bowl and just holds the pose for a moment. It does help fox some batters, but it takes a bit of getting used to, I suppose. Single taken as this one sort of comes out of that sticky, muddy area. Barr, good over from him so far. Can he finish well for the last ball of the third? Flicks away by the captain and get a single. And that's nice, just as I expected. The spin to come on and slow things up. David's done his bit. I'm pretty sure it'd be Hussain will now come on to bowl.
Yeah, I mean, once again, David Barr, that is, coming on, putting the brakes on. Al-Bizami, not quite at 10 and over, pace 29 for 1 after 3. Heading into the last couple of overs. Remember, 2 over power play, maximum of 1 over per bowler, so too much time. We've had a lot of excitement so far. Hard to believe, already at match 4. Just past midday here. Bit of a downward step ladder through the first 3 overs. Just 2 more to go now. Iftikhar Hussain will be bowling the next one.
Slightly over pitch, and that's a great bit of fielding. Been hit pretty firmly. He makes the stop, keeps the ball inside the boundary rope. Really good work. Excellent technique.
Yeah, good stuff.
This one is not going to be stopped. 4 runs, lovely shot there through extra cover. And this is a delightful shot, proper cricket shot. Gets himself into the right position, hits it over the infielder, and once he clears him, he knows he's going all the way. 4 runs, 4 carreras. Takes a single.
I mean, it's all about hitting boundaries, isn't it, this form of the game? That's how you really get your score moving. Right now, Zombie would like another one. Hussein's gone for 6 in the first half of his over.
Oh, he's gone right across and the finger goes up. And if this is straight, you're going to be absolutely plumb. So the skipper can't, he has to go. And Hussain gets his wicket. So it's again just taking the pace off the ball that seems to be doing the trick. Yeah, that's hit him on the back leg and that's going on. He crashed into the stumps. I don't think there was anything that was going to save Khan there. So the captain departs. It's a good period this for Brigade.
Yeah, and so Rahul Khan, he's a very talented batter, but never really got a run on in the group stage. I don't think this 5 over cricket's helping him too much either, because it's hard to get any sort of fluency. But still, he departs at 35 for 2. 8 balls left, so he could be heading for something in that kind of 50 region. But, do have a bunch of good hitters though. Al-Bizami. So at least they have got a few on the board. I think they'd like a few more.
New batter comes in, takes guard, and one thing that Al-Bizami do have, they have got guys that can give the ball a good crunch from the word go, and this man is one of them. Gets this firmly along the ground.
Yeah, Al-Azai's had a pretty good tournament, hasn't he? with the bat and the ball. It's a bit hot and cold with the bat, but when he's hot, he's really hot. He's that one pretty confidently down the ground.
Azim Khalil. And strike Hussain. Didn't want to finish his spell. Well, ball to go. Up in the air. Will be just one bounce. Pick up. Gets a single.
Yeah, so into the fourth over. 37 for 2. Taken over by Ifti Hussain. Concedes 8, picks up a wicket. So last over. That's a lot of questions about where we're going next. We do have Championship Week. It's hard to believe that we'll be starting the ECS in 4 days. Can you believe that? And we'll be right here in Cartama for our first domestic tournament that we'll be broadcasting on our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network. Might be watching on fan code in the subcontinent as well. So we're in Cartama for 1 week. We have 2 weeks in Qatar in Portugal before we head to the Netherlands, Bulgaria and Romania. And then I believe we'll be heading to Sweden after that. So it's a full program, a 10-month season on ECN. And at the end of this ECL on Saturday, we'll have 1 day off and we'll be straight back into it as the fan code European Cricket Series will be back from Monday. More information, you can go to our website, europeancricket.com. Last overtime, it's Macbeth to bowl it.
Starts with a full toss. Not sure about the height. I think this was dipping.
Yeah,
Look at the way that the batter played it.
Wasn't super high.
Gets a single.
Here's the thing, don't forget, at Brigade, they might go, okay, they've got this game under control. Remember, how their batting all went wrong in that last game. They only made 25. At the moment, 38.
Swing and a miss by Macbeth. So, does the job for his team. Took 9 wickets in the group stages, best 2 for 10. And, pretty good all-rounder as well, can give the ball a good crack.
I like him batting high.
Yeah.
I think he's got a lot to offer in this form of the game. More to come. Alizar, can he get one out of the screws?
It's a wide, and for that reason, decide they're not going to take the run. Trying to get that ball inside, just inside that line.
Every run's crucial. And, we talked about scores around 40. I think they are quite defendable if you bowl and field really well, if you can get a run on yourself. I just think that, the possibilities are endless in this 5-over format. 5-over fiesta.
Well, he's vicious swing. I think he just gets back there, and that's good. Good bit of cricket from the 2 batters there. Well, they are going upstairs to have a look at the run out first.
Not super sure he's back.
You're not sure? I
Not
thought maybe
super
just. I think he may have just got his bat back in time.
Maybe. Out.
Oh, he
Look at this.
doesn't.
He's
It's
gone.
outside.
He is gone.
It's on the
Watch this.
line. Yeah, he's gone.
Yeah. So, yeah, I just thought, just a little slide at the end. So, this will be out. So, it means they don't get the run. Khalil doesn't get the strike. Could be important in the context of this game. It's going to be a 3rd wicket down, 3 balls remaining. It's 39 for 3.
Yeah, it's a good time to get a wicket, isn't it? Good time to get a dot ball in. Yeah, I saw the bat come down, but you saw there, doesn't get past the line. Has to get past that line. On the line means you're out. The line belongs to the fielding team. So another wicket at a good point. And Azam stays at the non-strikers end. Well, this is not a bad man to come in now. Niazi can get hold of a few. They need that, I think, here now. They need to try and get that score sort of past into the 40s and more closer to the 50. I mean, I think 46, 48 will give them a good score, and they are predominantly a very good bowling and fielding side.
The bat versus ball wall, we're predicting 48-47.
Yeah.
Not far away at the moment, but they need to get a boundary or 2 from somewhere. There's only 3 balls left. See here, just trying to run again. It's a run that's probably never going to happen. Quick thing from Khalil to get through just in case it wasn't out. But that run never happened because he was run out.
Good over from Macbeth so far, just 2 runs from it, halfway through it. So 3 balls left in the innings. And well, this is up in the air, and fielder gets underneath it, and oh, it's popped over the line for 6 runs. I'm not sure if his feet was over the rope anyway, but one thing it is 6. And well, Niazi gets off to the perfect start.
Yeah, I don't think it's a bad effort from Britain, to be honest. He was leaning back. It was reasonable contact, you see. He didn't really get his feet set, but he was just running out of real estate. And so that's the boundary they needed. He's got 2 more to play with here, Niazi.
It's a real... Oh, he's missed this time. And they come through for a bye. It's a bit of carnage at the other end. And Niazi didn't know what was happening.
Shouldn't have missed in the first place, Alford. It's a real gutter ball from him. And Khalil says, well, it's now or never. I'm going to get down there. And then it's a proper wipeout. So last ball coming up, 46 on the board.
And this will go to the boundary, 4 runs. So they end on 50 exactly. A couple of boundaries there coming towards the end of Macbeth's over. So 50 on the board. And now Bazami will feel, well, they've done their job. And those two walk off probably quite happy. And then Niazi gets a couple of boundaries. And Khalil there, the last ball of the innings, hits that away to that third man area for 4 runs. So Brigade, they chug off. They know that they've got to come out here and get 51 for victory. They struggled with the bat in the last game, 25 they managed to get against Russia. They're going to have to do better than that if they're to register a win for them. They're first, and well, they certainly would like that, especially as it is St. Patrick's Day, a day that well, the Irish all around the world will be celebrating. And big fiestas here in Spain as well, I can tell you that. I know down our way, down Torrevieja way, there's always a massive celebration. I'm sure Benidorm as well, and 1 or 2 other places. But at the moment, there were some celebrations from the Irish captain, and Ridden taking a very nice catch there. But this was a glorious shot from Azim Khalil. Used his feet well. And well, this one is plumb. That's all you can say about that. The captain had to depart. He did his bit. And this one looked like from that angle, you see, and he's got his bat down in plenty of time, but when you look at it on the review, he didn't get the bat past the line. This up in the air, Andrew Britton trying to take the catch, but he'd already put 1 foot over the rope, so it was always going to be 6. This one, well, this time it wasn't the best of efforts from the wicketkeeper. Alford missing the stumps, and the batters getting through, and that meant that last ball was cracked away for a run as well. Savely's Army, you have a look at the scorecard there. I think a pretty good start. I'm going to show you Ali. He didn't waste too many deliveries, getting to 12. Rahil Khan, 11 balls for 13. He knows he needs to go a little bit quicker than that. And then you saw Azim Khalil, 13 of 8 there. The bowling figures, Andrew Britton, 15. No wickets for him. There was a wicket for Ryan Barr. I think he bowled really well. And both the Barr brothers, David Barr, 5. Hussain as well. Those 2 overs of spin really did slow the run rate down again. With Ryan back there, the first 3 deliveries, only a couple of runs, and then those boundaries towards the end meant the 50 did come up. So evenly poised at the half, at the midway point. Army have got the 50 on the board. They'll be hoping that that's enough. They will have to bowl really well. They have to be at the best in the field, because we know the Brigade, the champions of Ireland, do want to register their first victory. One of these 2 teams will register their first victory in this finals week. Who will it be? Well, join me, Rico Full and Mr. Maximo, in just a couple of minutes' time as we resume. Bienvenido, hello, and welcome back to the beautiful region of Andalusia here in Spain, the host region Malaga, and this is the Cartama Oval. And Cartamania has been taking the world by storm over the last 5 weeks. Into this, the 6th week, this is finals week, where the 5 champions, Tunbridge Wells Brigade, Borussia, Abazami and Pac Ikea Barcelona, come together to do battle to see who will be crowned the kings of Europe on the 18th of March, which will be finals day. Everything to play for. And, I have to correct myself, not the 18th, it will be the 19th, because we are going into Saturday. The matches started today because of the weather issues we had. Nice to see a nice crowd here from Brigade. Hello everybody. Celebrating St. Patrick's Day, and they'll be hoping to celebrate a win as well. Both these teams yet to register a win. Abazami, the champions from Sweden, they scored 50, so 51 required by Brigade, the champions of Ireland. Here we go, first delivery. It's a nice shot, and that's worthy of 4 runs on any cricket field. A lovely shot, exquisite timing from Makata. 4 runs, good start. And my man just over pitching slightly. And Ian Makata to get right behind this one, finds the gap, 4 runs. It's always this time goes the aerial route in trying to find the same boundary, but that just holds up there. Just an indication of how damp the outfield is still a little. Certainly will get quicker, I believe, as the day goes on. Combination of this wind that's blowing across the ground and the sunshine as well. It's a good opportunity also to say a very good morning to the children that are here from a Nova School, Sunland International School that's here in Cartama. Part of the Cricket School project here. It's nicely played. Good work from fielder. Gets down. Stops this one. That's Sami Khalil. Rico Full here, and joined as ever by Mr. Maximo in the house. Maxi, what a day it's going to be. I don't think I ever can remember so many matches being played in one day. This is just sensational stuff.
Me neither. And good to see the weather gods being kind to us so far as well. Remand his first over.
Will be a wide. Changing his approach slightly, isn't he? He's coming around now.
Yeah, just changing up slightly. I'd say this wind's pretty strong at the moment. It's coming behind Moman. So, see, RT. And sure, the Irish supporters, they will mind a bit of wind. You see one of our flags go down in front of us. But at least that's blowing some of that surface moisture away, right?
Yeah, wind is good. This is sliced up in the air again, and well, you can see how the wind also takes the ball. That sort of spiral in the air, it goes all the way around the fielder, Taz Qureshi.
Yeah, it's no easy catches out there today. In fact, your footing is quite soft as well. But you know, all the players, they were super keen to get out there. I mean, sitting at the hotel, going stir crazy for 3 days. So, yeah, Brigade, 2-1 for victory here. One of these 2 teams will open their account in Championship Week in this match.
So it's going to be another wide, just struggling to get this right, Momand. Just disappointing because he bowled really well in the earlier match. Just having a few issues getting the line right. Stump goes down the leg side.
We talked about some of the raining conditions and stuff the last few days, but what about the sand rain?
Oh.
We had I don't know if you can tell us more about that, but it was coming off the African continent, blowing across, and it was actually raining sand.
It does, yeah. It's something that we get used to out here. There we go. It's nicely played. Oh, that's beautifully timed. This is an exquisite shot. This is top draw. Really is from Macbeth. Sensational. Just gets given that width. You know the bowler's struggling, so he's just waiting for the width. Here it comes. And, well, just all about timing, gets himself into position early, doesn't take any risk all along the deck. 4 more. And Ormond is walking back to his mark, quite a dejected looking player. He needs to just get a little bit more upbeat. His negativity, that will rub off on his teammates. He's just got to say, no, I'm better than this. And he comes. He's in that zone again, but this time he'll take the single. He's made to work hard. Shy at the stumps, but that's the end of the over. And it's a good one. It's a good start from Brigade. They go to 14 of the first without loss.
Yeah, pretty good start.
Yeah, that rain you're talking about, it's something where it comes over from North Africa. So you just have a look at the tables there. So you see that both these teams are searching for a victory. One of them will get points on the board. Yeah, it's a red dust Sahara rain, they call it. And basically you got that comes into the atmosphere, and then it clashes with the weather front here in Spain with the rain, and the combination of it means that it's raining red rain, literally. Yeah. And sometimes it can cause problems for people that have breathing difficulties as well, because you're breathing it in as well. And you may notice that there's 1 or 2 people around that have got a bit of a croaky throat.
Swallowed a sandpit over the last couple of days. Anyway, 14 without loss as Qureshi bowls over number 2.
Struck firmly, chase on for the fielder, and he won't get there. And boundary has been brought in that side, because that was one of the worst part off the ground. But I think this is going to always be 4 runs, Vinny.
Yeah, it's going to make any kind of solid contact. I think we'll see the outfield quicken up a little bit as well. Some of that surface moisture is burned away by the wind. So yeah, 33 of 23 balls required now.
Need something to happen here. They've gone with Taj Qureshi. I thought maybe they would have just gone with Azim Khalil just to take the pace off the ball, see if that would help. Got him. And this knocks the top of middle stump. That was a quick delivery. That was pretty fast. And Macbeth has played all the way around this. So to get that breakthrough, just looking a little flat then for me, Al-Bazami.
Yeah, it's a funny one. And yeah, I suppose it's all the top of the stump length. Almost went for 6 off the top of the stumps. Not quite though. But Taz Qureshi, he does remove the danger from Macbeth. So he's just swinging across the straight one. And yeah, the game's on here. Neither one of these two teams that want to go 0-2. Qureshi, it's a bit like he's struggling with a couple of issues, lower leg issues, but it's unfortunately the end for Macbeth, and it's 18 for 1. Bring the captain, Andrew Britton, to the crease.
Andrew Britton has been a top campaigner really for Brigade. We saw he got better and better in the group stages, and towards the end of the group was scoring big runs, and his bowling also did improve, and you can just see that a lot will resolve around how he performs for his team. Right here, he's just focused on getting them to the first victory and getting their intentions off and running.
Yeah. Can he get a second?
It's quite a full delivery, ends up being a full toss, which well, Britain just decides he's just going to take the single and take no risks. Gives the strike now to McCarter.
McCarter's a big player, isn't he? We haven't really seen the best of him. I know he's been hampered by a slight injury problem of his own. He's in bowling too much. Well, there's RT. Also appearing in the dugout now, so nice to see.
It's a wide ball, really good stop there from Ismail Zia. I do like Ismail as a cricketer, very good and sharp behind the stumps. And we also know that he's made some key contributions with the bat as well and getting them victory, especially in the group stages. That's a really good stop.
He certainly has. Yeah, that's not easy moving sideways there, but he's done very well there, Ismail. Let's go back to the Teddy Bears. RT stands for Roy Torrens, who's an influential figure at Brigade Club. So nice to see that kind of support for him.
And that's another one. And he's played all around. This is another wicket. So Taz Qureshi is doing the damage. And this is all about chucking the footy. Nicely done. A good bit of bowling. Generates some good pace there. See this again. It just got a nice steady action. Runs in. And here we go. Boom. Chuck the footy. That's another one. Bites the dust.
He might have come back a little bit off the wicket there. And he's removed the 2 big Macs. As the Mac attack is thwarted. And he's had an interesting sort of over, hasn't he, Qureshi? He does have 2 wickets to his name. So the game changes again. Brigade 20 for 2. Look, that 10 and over pace is what they need to win. Look, they're at it at the moment, but they have lost a couple of wickets. They've got new batters at the crease. So McCarter gets the 1 boundary. His contribution of 6. He departs. We'll bring Iftikhar Hussain to the wicket.
Yeah, I don't mind this. There's still plenty of time to bat. And I think Hussain, for me personally, I'd rather have Hussain up in the order. I'd open with him because I think just having him as the left-hander up there supporting the right-handers, the likes of Carter and Macbeth, would work pretty well. Oh, a few waves there from the anxious looking. The Army bench, or both the benches, will be quite anxious. They're searching for a victory.
Got a few extra personnel with him this time, of his own, which is nice to see. Just a slightly broken stump, I think. That one hit the very top, so it might have just cracked the top of it. So they brought out the replacement stump. There's a power move for a fast bowler to break a stump. Even if it is a little chip. So 2 for 6 for Qureshi.
I heard you broke some stumps. I mean, I know you had a good game here at the weekend before the rain came. You scored some runs, but you hadn't talked about your wicket keeping much.
There wasn't much to do. They weren't missing me. Oh, this would have been out, I think.
Oh, good backing up. And this one would have gone probably to the boundary.
All I did really was a run out of one guy who fancied our bowling so much that he was trying to pull back an impossible 2.
So that one, talking of run out, that would have been run out. The bat plugging
comfortably.
But I mean, you play with spring stumps. That's correct, right?
Yeah.
So see this delivery first. We'll go back to this.
All right.
Up in the air. This should be taken. Is it dropping short? Oh, it does.
No run out.
Oh, they're all over the place here, Brigade. And well, somebody's ball watching, somebody's not ball watching, and what ends up being something that was just going to drop short ends up a run out. So Brigade, well, if they are going to do it, they're going to do it the hard way. It's the captain, Britain, that goes.
Yeah, what happens here? And he's upset, and then look, Iftikhar saying it's the old eyes in the back of your head is what you need, because there's no eye contact at all. So Britain survives one threat. Well, that's like surviving driving your car into a river, then getting eaten by a crocodile as you get out, because he's going to have to go. And
see what happens there. You always say about making eye contact, right? The eye contact is made initially, and Hussain sees that Britain isn't coming because he plays the shot and he stands. Have a look at this. You see, he plays the shot and then he just stands there. And so Hussain says, "Okay, if you're not coming, I'm going back." And next thing you know, Britain's decided he will come.
And then the hand is more of a late signal. Well, then it's way too late. So, well, the spectators getting a lot of action in front of them. 10 matches in a day. And so 21 for 3, the score after 2 overs.
Yeah, they need something to happen here now, don't they? Somebody's got to stick around. I mean, they're going with David Murdoch.
Tell me about these stumps I broke. I didn't know I broke any stumps.
Well, they're spring stumps, as you know. Spring stumps, to those who don't know, when you're playing an artificial, they spring loaded. You hit them, they come back. But apparently you went for a run out or something, and these spring stumps went all over the place. So you actually destroyed the stumps. Is that right?
Add it to my bill.
I thought you're the one that always says a good wicketkeeper should just take the bails off. What happened to that?
This is fake news. I don't remember this at all. I was too busy celebrating, maybe.
Edge. Take the single.
Khalil's in.
No, but come on, you did have a good day. 150 partnership, I hear.
Yeah, with Lee Rimmer. Yeah. Lee Rimmer batted very well, made 100. I made a 77. I'll take it. I would have broken one of our cameras, so lucky they were packed away. It's I had a great day against the Oxford University Hospitals. Nice hospitality from the club as well. It's one of the cool aspects about cricket in Europe. You get some of these fixtures, these touring teams. And so it's a very enjoyable day. Here's Khalil.
It's gone up in the air, shouts to catch it, gets himself composed and does take the catch. And it's another one that has to go, and this time it's going to be Hussein. So well, he's going to have to go and face the music from his captain. The two of them were involved in the run out with Britain went, and then he's not able really to get anything going himself. He goes just 2 off the 3 deliveries he's faced. A brigade here. Well, they're falling like flies. They made a good start, didn't they? 14 off the first over. But now, well, in this third, everything is going pear-shaped.
Yeah, it certainly is. But, I mean, they still have time to turn it around. The race not out of control just yet. It'll be the Viftica, though. He goes for 2 off 3. Kuratula takes a good catch there. Had to kind of track that one in the wind, but made the necessary adjustments. Scored out 24 for 4. This looks like Ryan Barr coming to the crease. And luck of the Irish. Oh, it's on the way. Got a few of the spectators in today, as you can imagine. Championship week. They've been waiting all week to get here to the ground. Azam Khalil, just a clever bowler. He has this kind of carom ball that goes slightly the other way. It kind of flicks down to the front of his hand. 27 off 15 required. By no means a brigade out of this at all. Just need someone to get in. Ryan Barr, will he be that man? Left-hander. Halfway through his over, Azam Khalil. Very good so far.
Khalil to Barr, short. And gets a good bit of movement here.
Yeah.
Look at a miss.
We've had 4 wickets fall in the last over and a half. No boundaries in between. Live action. Just the one. So one's okay for the Swedish fans. I'm sure they'll be watching in Stockholm as well. South of Stockholm. Bobby Zelmi. And typically they'll have all their junior supporters tuning into the broadcast. Last ball for Killel coming up. He goes for this and gets it pretty good. And mind your drinks in the fan zone. That one could do some damage. Maximo! It's a Murdoch Maximo as he hits that one straight up to the bar. And fittingly on St Patrick's Day, that ball is thirsty. That's the end of 3 overs, 31 for 4.
Thirsty, here he goes. He says, well, talk about Guineas, I want some as well. And, well, there you go, watch out. It's a kookaburra about. And finally, after several deliveries where it's all been about the bowling, they get a boundary.
A couple of times today, Azam Khalil's bowled a good over, but just been hit for a boundary off the last ball of it. 20 off 12. All these close matches, they've got to build character, they've got to build resilience. Bizarre in a lot of close matches, not just here, but also domestically. And they're a team that finished 4th in their group domestically. They had to get the hard way into the final, then win the final in Stockholm, then beat the Malmö finalist. But here we are, 2 overs to go. You see Alizai to bowl.
Clever start, isn't it? And this could be out. I think he gets the fingers on this. And this could be disappointment, I think, for the batter. I think this may have just taken a bit of the fingers.
Yeah,
and
I think he touches it.
I think he's out of his crease. You know, we'll have a look. And, agonising wait.
No one's rushing off here. Murdoch. Does he get back? Oh, he's just back. No dramas. So that's why he looks pretty relaxed. It wasn't just a poker face.
Just saying, don't worry about it. I mean, clever start though with that slower delivery.
Yeah, he bowls a lot of those. I think to left-handed could be effective. Most importantly, it's a dot ball. 20 off 11 required.
We're going to miss, and this one was the effort one. Bit of a grunt, but it wasn't the grunt to sort of bluff the batter.
It's going to be important over, of course, for Alizai. Brigade get back on task here.
So that slower ball again, and they'll take the leg by, so the strikers will change round. Murdoch will go and strike. And, Murdoch did find a nice shot for a boundary before.
Yeah, Alizai, see who's willing to bowl that off cutter to the right-hander. A short boundary on the leg side.
edge, and this will go for, well, will it? Oh, that was quite amazing. I think here the fielder thinks this is going for 4 and sort of stops the chase. And then he says, hang on a minute, that ball slows right down. He goes after it, and it just beats him. If he went straight away, I think he was going to get this. You see, he gets the acceleration in there, but Bayonet's gone. And then it's the fielder that ends up almost sitting on it.
Yeah, I mean,
Jabba there.
Never
Could have
give
been
up.
interesting. Yeah, you've got to chase everything here. And they're taking on the, well, got in the firing line there, Alizai. He said, okay, I'll go for it myself, but then he's got the batter charging at him. Have a look at this. He says, okay, I'll get it, and then all of a sudden it says, okay, I'll get out of the way. Good batting. Sensible cricket.
yeah, I mean, going down to the wire here, aren't we? Fortunate boundary. They needed something, but last ball of the over. Last ball for Alizai has been good. Can he close out the over? Albie.
That's firmly struck, and oh, it's been taken on the second attempt. Well, he drops it, but it kindly falls for him. And Azam Khalil, he never does things the easy way, does he? This is a remarkable bit of luck for him.
He's pretty happy it doesn't end up going for 6. Because that would have been game changing. I think it would have gone for 6 if he didn't touch it at all. Even when it escapes his grasp for the first time. We'll have a look at here. It's just picked up off drive. Goes back and, yeah, popped out, popped back. So no luck of the Irish so far for Brigade as they lose a 5th wicket. That's the end of 4 overs. It's 37 for 5.
Yeah, I mean, he's hit this really well, Ryan Bart. And he's probably thought once he's hit that, okay, this is going to the boundary. But Khalil had other ideas. Wasn't able to take it two-handed, but ends up taking it one-handedly on the rebound.
Big swing though, isn't it? 6 or out. Now you need 13 off the last over. Looking ahead, well, the games just keep on coming. Brescia CC had a very good start in their first match. They're taking on Tunbridge Wells, who did lose by a single run. There are the teams. News from the toss. Brescia CC won the toss, elected to bowl first. I don't think that'll bother Tunbridge Wells so much. I think we would have wanted to bat anyway. That game is coming up in around about 9 minutes. So, not too many breaks today.
Jabba. It's going to be the bowler now. Got to just concentrate on no boundaries. That's the thing. Well, there's not going to be any boundaries when you bowl that line. Has gone full straight. Knocks them over. Oh, and we got a bit of a celebration here as well. Well, I'm liking it. It's showtime at the Cartama Oval. And this is nice. Well, we'll see this again. There's a nice celebration there between Jabba and Ismail Zia.
Usman Jabbar, he must have spent the last week working on his celebrations, because the last time he had to celebrate, he looked frightened that his team was going to attack him. But Murdoch tries to repeat his stroke into the fan zone. And, well, there we go. Describe this one for me.
Well, it was all a little bit, okay. I'm not sure what that bit is about. Maybe it's about not listening to any of the abuse from the captain. But I'm liking that.
2 young players, you know, 2 young players enjoying their cricket, and that to me is what European cricket's all about. Murdoch, well, he enjoyed the one that he hit into the bar, but he didn't enjoy getting dismissed for 12. Still, that is very useful for Brigade as they've edged closer. He departs at 37 for 6. 14 now required off the last 5. It'll be Nick Gray who comes to the crease.
They've got 2 new batters out there now. It's not going to be easy.
Phil G thinks it's tick, tick, boom. That celebration, yeah, could be about right. I remember when I used to be cool. I would have known exactly what that was. For you, it must be even longer. 5 to come, they need 14. They've got 2 batters at the crease. They haven't faced a ball yet. Neither of these batters have faced a ball. Jabbar, he was the hero. He hit the winning runs in their final.
Well struck, and it's going to be 4 runs. And not really sure. I mean, it's looking at it from here, that far away from the fielder. It's almost like the fielder said, okay, I'm letting this go. Look at this.
The issue with this is he smashes it.
Yeah.
I mean, he absolutely whacked that. Gray's come out and hit powerful cover drive. Slow outfield or not, that one raced to the boundary. So 10 off 4.
Lovely shot. It's a game on. They're just adjusting the field slightly. Oh, this is going to be a no ball for me, and this is turning to be terrible. They get the run, but it's going to be a free hit. I think he's tried the slower delivery. I think at this point, a bowler in the final over, you just got to bowl 6 decent straight up balls.
Yeah, I mean, attempted Yorker. That's borderline, but I mean, I like to see the borderline one's called. So,
well, where are we at here now?
so Barr's on the 8 off 4, and he's facing a free hit. Now, this is one I reckon you can just try and hit a 6 because you can't get out, except for run out. So you might as well load up.
I'm pretty sure that's his plan. Let's see what Jabba could do about it. It's going to be wide. Oh, it's all going wrong here. So it will have to be bowled again. It still will be a free hit. So now it's 7 required of 4 deliveries for Brigade. Well, maybe we haven't seen much of it, but it's coming at the right time. The luck of the Irish here on St. Patrick's Day.
Just a slight bit of news. The next game will be delayed by 5 minutes. Start 5 minutes past the hour because this one running over a little bit.
And he goes for a big, and it's going, and it stays hit. Shaka Lagya, Kinna Sona, Kinna Badda, and that takes all the pressure off. So just a run required as that one ties the scores.
Yeah, and just shows you how quick things can turn around in this 5-over Fiesta format.
Wow. Yeah, you're absolutely right. The very first delivery of this over, there were celebrations, wasn't there?
Yeah.
Celebrations. There was all smile to Al-Bazami, and now here we go. Well, it looks like it's going to be Brigade that are going to win this one, and Al-Bazami.
They need 3 dot balls to force the golden ball. Al-Bazami and Jabbar do the impossible.
And that's clever cricket, and that's the win. And Brigade and their supporters are up and about. They had to wait a long time to get something to celebrate, but it's finally happened for them. It's finally come good. They had to do it the hard way. Once again, there were some nervy moments, but those two men, they came together. Remember that when they came together out there, both of them hadn't faced a delivery, but that final over, well, it ended up being a nasty one for Jabbar. Started with that wicket, and we saw the celebrations between Jabbar and Zia, but then it all turned nasty. The no ball, full toss, single taken, and well, the next ball crashed for a big 6. So Brigade, they're up and running, and maybe, remember this, remember Brigade in the group stages lost their very first match against Griffin, and they were blown away by Griffin, and then they came back and were undefeated all the way to being the group winners. Could they do it again? Well, they've lost one. Now they're on a roll.
Yep, well, they will be hoping that they can do that. And now the high entertainment factor today on Championship Week. Effectively, opening day of Championship Week. 5-over games. Albeit, they did have the 50 on the board, which I thought maybe a few short of par. I think maybe a 55. Rico, I think 60's par, but regardless, you still got to get them. And a couple of wickets falling. This is a topsy-turvy second innings. Plenty of highlights for the Swedes. It was Qureshi early who was disturbing the furniture. But throughout, just knew that the Irish never felt that far behind in the game because they did get 14 off that first over. And after 3 overs, they had 31 on the board. So pretty much on task with that 10 and over. This was a disastrous run out as Britain had to go. He thought he might be caught, but he had another rude shot coming. And so, Malzia, he finished the job there. And it did look, when this happened, it was a good catch by Kudratullah Mirafsal. That was another wicket down, Azam Khalil. Then just went for a 6 off the last ball. So it was topsy-turvy, wasn't it? It was a good over by Zia Alizai as well in the 4th. It meant they hit 14 off the last over. And when that wicket fell, first ball of the last, you just felt, all right, well, looks like Al-Bazami are going to do this. And then Gray came and made a really important impact. Well, it was sonic boom time, but the boom was about to come from Nick Gray. And he was able to hit a boundary, and then it was Barr that finished off the job. And Brigade, I think they'll feel a lot better after a heavy loss in the first game. They do have some points on the board. It's Al-Bazami, they're without a point after 2 matches.
Yeah, I mean, they will feel better. Of course they will. You can see what it meant to them. Both those batters did extremely well, and they've got that victory under the belt. That's what you need got the victory, and now all of a sudden you're feeling, okay, we're up and we're running. And that was David Ball there celebrating, and long supported well by Nick Grace. If we have a look at that scorecard, Ryan Macbeth, he batted pretty well there at the top order, then losing those quick wickets early. Britain went, and I was saying there was that bit of a mix-up as the two were doing the Irish jig maybe in the middle, but a good solid comeback. And well, this is the sort of matches they're going to have. You just never know which way they're going to go. If you have a look at those bowling figures, Maman, he was in all sorts of trouble, wasn't he? And well, Jabba, you can't, would you believe he started with a wicket and then conceded 17 runs in 3 deliveries?
Yeah, don't count your chickens as they win this one with 2 balls to spare. Join us. Just a reminder that we're starting a few minutes late, so we'll be having the first ball in 5 minutes time. Until then, it's Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, alongside Rico Full. Hope you're having a great day. We're certainly happy to bring you some cricket on ECN. And you're watching the BET2BALL European Cricket League.
Hello and welcome back. Lovely shots there off the location of where we are here, the Cartama Oval, surrounded by the beautiful Sierra de Cartama, the mountains there. And well, the good news is that it's dry. It's a slight breeze blowing around the ground, but nothing that's causing too many issues, and also the sun is popping out now again as well. It's a real contrast to what we've had here since Sunday, between Sunday and well, even the early hours of yesterday morning. But it's all dry at the moment, and that's what we need, because this is Championship week, as we see Brescia coming together to take on Tunbridge Wells, and Brescia winning the toss and electing to field first. So Tunbridge Wells is going to be batting. Tunbridge Wells, of course, they lost out to Pakar Ballona in their first match, so they're looking to get a victory for themselves. Remember, they only had one loss themselves in the group stages, and that was in that incredible match number 13 to draw. 30 minutes of madness, we called it, as they were blown away. Here we go, big match, both these teams. Brescia, they are on a high themselves. And, it's going to be this man, Bashrat Ali, to bowl, and what a sensation he is. Yeah. Left armour gets his Yorker spot on. It's very difficult to get away. There we go. Ooh, went well. It's an interesting bit of early movement there from the batter. Dave Smith. There's a slight change in the batting lineup here as well. It's normally to 2 Williams. And well, that's why, because you know what he's going to do. He gets funky, and it's showtime at the Cartama Oval as he just reverses this. He does the Malachi here for 6. There we go. Thank you very much. And I think that's a good plan from Tunbridge Wells, just to mix it up a little bit. Have Smudger up there with Chris Williams. He's still got Alex Williams to come, and starting to set the field now to that. That's what a batter, what Dave Smith does. All of a sudden the captain's thinking, okay, maybe I need a man there. Now he's more than capable of playing a similar shot the other way now. Let's see what he does. Ali goes for the short one and says, okay, if you're going to do that to me, this is what I'm going to do. This is what I think about it. Ooh, I like it, I like it. It's getting hot and spicy out there. And well, there you go, down he goes. He just literally follows him with that short ball. Well, I'm enjoying this contest. Rico Full, and another man who's going to enjoy it as well is Vinny Sandhu.
Got to embrace the unusual, don't you, in 5-over Fiesta cricket. And this one he gets wrong. It's a full toss, and it's going to go for 4. I've seen a few overcooked today. Bashrat Ali just had a bit of an issue in that one. Dave Smith this time stands, delivers, and he gets 4.
Yeah, I mean, it's see how high this is. I mean, both umpires look at each other.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's another one probably could have been called. It wasn't.
Ali under a bit of pressure. And well, this is going to add to it. This goes all the way. Balle, balle, kinna sona, shaka lagya.
Yeah, that one was whacked away with the angle. It's whacked away with the angle and out into the fan zone. So that's exactly what they wanted from Smith. Such a quick fire game. He's off to a quick fire 16. All the runs so far off the bat of Smith. Takes the last ball of Bashrat. Tries it one more time. This time not quite as successful. First over down, 16 for no loss. Yeah, I don't know quite how to describe some of those strokes, but whatever works, and they have 16 on the board.
Yeah, it's a really good start, a good positive start, good positive move from the champions from the UK, Tunbridge Wells. They just decided, okay, we need to maybe do something a little bit different up there as we have a look at the table. So Tunbridge Wells, they're yet to open their account, and they'll be hoping to do it against Brescia, who well, made a fine start when they won in, well, one against Brigade scoring 68, and then restricting Brigade to just 25. Getting ready for the second over, and it's going to be Ahmadullah Safi. And, we've talked about all the people that were at the ground helping out. Well, Safi, he played his part as well, and now he's trying to do it with the ball, and he comes and asking the question of the umpire. And it wasn't a huge appeal. Safi went up for it. Don't think there was a big appeal from the keeper. So I would imagine this is missing the stumps.
Yeah, pitches outside leg stump.
Pitches outside leg.
Too high. Apart from that, it's fine. It's always exciting to see Mr. 100% going at his business. Here he is. And this one's a bit short. It's just ridden on the leg side. I think this one's gone for 4. So Williams, there's no one back there. We're still in the power play, 2-over power play in this format. And the captain is off with a boundary of his own.
Yeah, he's not trying to hit this too hard at all, Vinny. Just getting himself in a position and saying he knows there's nobody out there, no risk. And it's a nice calculated shot from him. And he'll be pretty happy with the start that his team have made here.
Yeah, I mean, I think this 100%'s just got the adjustment on length, but Chris Williams got all the shots. This does get fuller. Just one. So, yeah, Tunbridge Wells without a win. Only Tunbridge Wells and Albies Army without a win, so they'll be very, very keen to get on the board here. Remember, the team in 5th place tomorrow night, they'll be out of the tournament. Only 4 will make it to finals day on Saturday.
Safi, can he get the breakthrough? Slower delivery, and it could get the wicket. It's going to be Bashrat Ali under it, and he doesn't drop too many. And it's a slower ball that does the trick. And it was given away, you would have thought, with the grunt. But Smudger still wanted it, gets it up in the air, and well, it wasn't the best of overs from Bashrat Ali, but he makes no mistake in taking that catch.
Yeah, and I think it's what they want out of Smith. He's just going to keep being innovative. He's trying to hit boundaries pretty much every ball, however he can. But this one, more of a top edge. Bashrat's taken a couple of catches already today in that position. So that is the end of the opening partnership, broken at 21. It's 21 for 1 after 10 balls. This will bring Alex Williams to the crease at number 3. So we saw him opening in the last game. Now we get to see the Williams brothers, who are reunited up there in the middle.
Yeah, Alex Williams is the far more aggressive batter of the 2 brothers, and he's one. And remember when we saw them in all the way back in Group A, he was one who was saying that he likes this format because he doesn't like to value his wicket. He goes out there to play his shots. So if he can get going, he can certainly cause some damage.
Safi gets whacked straight away. Williams says, I've been waiting for this, and he takes him deep over the onside. Maximo! And what a start for Alex Williams.
Oh, what a lovely shot this is. This is superb. And I was saying he doesn't like to hang around. And here we go. Boom! Shaka Lagia!
Really well balanced. I think he overdid the moving around earlier. That time, he just was perfectly poised. Panic slightly over his crease now. And this one gets hit well as well, and he knew the moment it hit the bat, this one was gone. Well, that one's over the bar. Maximo, 6 and 6 to finish, 2 overs down, 33 for 1.
Qué grande, qué genial, eso es muy fuerte. 6 carreras más.
Yeah, good batting. And so Safi tastes 6 twice in a row at the end of 2 overs. So, well, it's a very warm welcome to you, no matter where you're watching from around the world. We've got Gabe and got Catherine here from the Nova School as part of our cricket school project. I know you're a very promising player, Gabe. That's what I've been told. My little scouts have been saying that. But isn't it great that we've had the involvement of the local community and a lot of schools over this 6 weeks, and we're planning to actually kind of finish with a bit of a game on Saturday. Wouldn't that be great, Rico?
It's been superb. I mean, there's nothing better. I mean, okay, to have this, the Champions League of cricket here is awesome. But to have the youngsters here as well, the schools taking part, not just enjoying being here, watching the cricket, but playing a bit of cricket, and also coming and seeing what's being done behind the scenes. It's absolutely fabulous.
Yeah. Thanks to everyone He's been working on that behind the scenes and even in front of the scenes. Here's Bashar Khan. This is hit, but I think it could be a chance, and it's taken. That's a really good catch. Imran Naveed. He's a man that we saw struggling with injury back in Group C. This time he had to hit the ground running, and it's not the easiest ground to run on, but he got there, and he removes the dangerous Chris Williams, who has to phone home on the bat phone because he's going home. It's 33 for 2.
Oh, that's steady on now. He's not going home quite yet. Come on.
The dugout's coming.
You're gonna cause problems again. You're going to cause problems again. No, look, that is a really good catch. He's got to come in a long way, and he does really well. Takes a catch, and then just having a little bit of a chat with the umpire there. I'm not sure what's going on there.
I think he threw the ball away.
I think Stephen Gooch there was expecting the ball just to be given to him in his hand, but the bowler said, I want to have my celebration, and to the displeasure of the umpire.
What did he do there that annoyed Steph? Threw it up. It's okay, no problem. What made that such a good catch was the wind was actually blowing it kind of back into the infield, so we had to get there really quickly. But I suppose he was running in with the wind. Usain Bolt style about that. Bashar Khan gets the wicket. Third over spin has been so effective today. This is Barker, the new batter. Drives one away. No O'Riordan in the Tunbridge Wells squad for Championship Week. It's a bit of a loss for them, but still, I mentioned earlier, they've got pretty good depth in their batting. They just love short form cricket. They said they love T20 cricket, so they think they're going to love T10 cricket. They did. Now here we are with 5 over Fiesta cricket. They'll probably love it even more. This time, Alex Williams reaches for it.
Yeah, we saw him do this in his earlier innings. He's playing shots, trying to play down that shorter boundary when he should be playing straight down the ground.
Well, he does this time, and he clips this one off his toes. Well, this is another one that's large. That one's over the tents. Maximal. Williams in a 6-hitting mood. He's got 18 exclusively in 6s.
Well, short boundary or not, when you're hitting them like that, well, you can put them all the way back up there with the spectators. You're still clearing them. That's a nice hit. It's all timing. You see, that's what he does when he uses his feet, hits the ball big, and he looks a different player altogether.
He does. New balls, please. Last ball of the over. Goes again, and I think it'll be the same result. It's going to be dropped out there. But well, it was a long way off the field by the time it reached that man. The score at the end of 3 is 46 for 2.
Yeah, we don't like shaming people, so we won't mention Peter's name. But it was a good effort. But that's 6 runs. That's timed out the middle of the bat, and over it goes, and down it goes there.
Plenty of time,
Peter.
didn't he? Yeah, just signalling 6. That's helpful. 46 for 2 off 3. It's spotted by Egan as well in the chat. Hello to Apricot Pastry as well, who's watching from Ireland. What a great name. And it's also reminding me it's almost lunchtime.
So come on, who was that? Apricot Pastry. So what's happening? What's the big thing happening in Ireland at the moment then?
Yeah.
So it's Paddy's Day. Come on, what's happening? What's the typical breakfast then on St. Patrick's Day?
Well, I think it's Guinness. But anyway, we're starting with new over, and it's going to be 4. So Barker, he's in the mood as well. He gets this one, picks the gap. It's all about the placement this time, and it brings up the 50 for Tunbridge Wells at the start of the 4th over.
Yeah, this is a really nice shot. Not trying to hit the ball too hard. And Tunbridge Wells, they're just starting to find their rhythm, aren't they, Vinny?
Yeah, they are. Now they need to steady pressure before this gets out of hand. And this one will be no ball, I think. Now we might have a run out though.
Yeah, I think he's going to be out here. I don't think this was necessary. Does he get back? Well, he's pretty confident he does.
I think he might get there, you know. So they've gone for the run here, right? So it's going to be a free hit, and Alex Williams is going to face it regardless. It's just a matter of whether Barker gets there. And I think it's going to be close.
Well,
I think he gets in here.
let's have a look. Is that back down? Yeah, that's down.
So he gets there in the end. So clever running. But I think that was more about the strategy. They wanted Williams on strike for the free hit. Even though Barker's going well as well. So that shows me that they're kind of getting with the program, Tunbridge Wells, as far as the kind of running between the wicket tactics required in the short form.
50 up, and this is a free hit. This is out, goes through him. Look, I know we've got a lot of the schools here again here, and any of the youngsters that are watching, it's little things like that. Saw there, the running there, how he made himself get in.
Yeah.
That's what you've got to learn when you're running. You run quick, you're really extending your arm out and sliding the bat in. That's what got him home.
We're seeing people running on the pitch. And this is out again. Williams. There's a degree of premeditation to that stroke. But when he's hit it sweetly. I'll say that. 24 off 7. And he has scored 4 sixes and 3 dots. All or nothing stuff. This will finally break the pattern. Yes. Will be fielded down there by Naveed. Do just get one though.
Ali Raza Islam has been one of the key bowlers, I think, for Borussia, the Italian champions. Bowls well, bowls tidy, bowls intelligently, and he doesn't normally get deterred by being hit for a few boundaries. He comes again.
Tries reverse, doesn't get it. Barker. Also, apologies to Apricot Pastry. Actually, was living in London, or in Dublin, I should say.
Oh,
I got
right.
that wrong. But now living in the Czech Republic. So I hope you're enjoying that, watching the telecast from there. I said, ask Brigade about Ulster fries. That sounds delicious.
Ulster
whatever that is.
fries,
We
yeah.
are getting close to lunch, and we haven't really had too many breaks today. It's the last ball of the over. Oh, this one gets it completely wrong.
I think he's worn this on the chest.
I think top edged it onto the shoulder. That's my guess, but it's going to be dot to finish. Have a look here. This is the risk here. Yeah, he ends up wearing it.
Yeah, I don't know if I like that. Matt Barker just worn one, and Alex Williams has gone up to the bowler and fist pumped and said, "Yeah, well bowled, good over."
Let's have a look at the matches today. We're somewhere along the line. Where are we now? Match 5? So after this, we'll be halfway through the day. Now, Brescia CC, they actually play back-to-back matches 5 and 6 against Tunbridge Wells and Pac Icare Badalona. So how they play in this middle of the day session could have a big impact on their standing on the table. Remember, each team will ultimately play 8 matches over today and tomorrow. Only the top 4 will continue. The top 2, of course, will get the double chance on finals day, which is now Saturday. So plenty of cricket. First time we've ever had 10 matches in a day. And, this is match 5 you're watching at the moment. Looks like Imran Naveed will get the last over. If you can have a good one here, maybe keep it to about 60, you're in the game.
Firmly strike and just dropping short of that fielder. Well, that's an interesting way to field it. I think, again, he thinks this is coming to him a bit quicker than it is. It ends up dying on him, and he sort of dives forward to stop it. That's Suffy.
That's the smother technique from Mr. 100%. Now Barker, does he get funky, or does he stand up and bat? Well, there's your answer. He stands up and he whacks this one away. Maximo! A little bit short from Imran Naveed, and he pays the price. 6 runs to Tunbridge Wells.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's fine to get funky now and again if it's the right delivery, but I think when he tried it the previous over on 2 occasions, he would have been far better off just standing upright, playing the ball on its merit, playing shots on his merit. That's what he's done there. Good shot, 6 runs.
This is out this time. We'll still get 1. A bit of leg by. 3 to come. I mean, one thing you would say is that Brescia CC, the way they bat, can you even bat them out of the game in the first innings? I mean, they're the sort of team that could probably pull off a 70-something chase if they had to. Looks like it would be high 60s, but still 3 balls remaining. Yeah, shot. Really good shot. Picks this one up quickly. It's a front foot pull, and it's out of the ground. Maximo, a 5th big 6 to Alex Williams.
Yeah, he's batted so well, hasn't he? He's dealt in boundaries, and he's punished anything that's been right up to him. And this one was the attempted slower one. And you saw that was what the yelp was for from the bowler, but it made no difference. 6 more.
2 to come. And this one's hit hard as well. It's going to be 6 more. Rinse and repeat from Williams. Oh, never mind the high 60s. They're not going to hang around there too long. They're swinging their way into the 70s as Alex Williams leading the charge for the English champions.
Oh, what a terrific knock this has been so far. By far the highest individual score. And moves on to be, well, looks like it will be, and it is the highest score by any team so far today. Shorter one, and this has been put away as well. 4 ball, 4 carreras más. And what a way to finish your innings. And that takes the score, well, it's a very healthy score. Moves along to 77. And Brescia, well, they're a team you wouldn't write off because they've got plenty of firepower in the tank as well. But that was a sensational innings from Alex Williams. 38 of just 11 deliveries. Sensational.
Yeah, and dealing in boundaries, wasn't he? 40 of those 42 were in boundaries. 7 of the 12 balls he faced went to the boundary and 6 went over. The last over goes magical. So an unhappy return to the bowling crease for Imran Naveed. 24 come off the 5th. And so gives us a chance to appreciate Tunbridge Wells as they greet the fans. Well, it was funky time with Smudger early in this innings. Dave Smith sent to the top of the order. Did his role in the end, didn't he? End up with 16 off 7.
Yeah.
Just got him off to a flyer in the power play. And even when he departed, ultimately they wouldn't be slowed down as Alex Williams would come to the crease. Basharat Ali was the one that was eventually able to remove Smith. That reunited the Williams brothers. And Chris didn't last too long, but Alex certainly did. And he's 42, not out, off 12. He's the highest score we have seen so far in Championship Week. That was when Chris had to go, but the fun was just beginning for his brother Alex.
Yeah, I mean, Imran Naveed there taking a good catch, but when he came on to bowl, there was a lot of hitting. He talked about good catch. I don't know if he's saying, putting his hands out saying, yeah, I dropped it, or whether he's signaling the 6, but either way, it was a 6. But there's some of this hitting from Alex Williams was just sensational. The timing was epic, and well, I can say he moved on to 42 runs quickly. You have a look at the scores there. The only over that didn't go under double figures was that one from Ali Raza Islam. That was the 4th over 7. Otherwise, have a look. 16 of the first, 17, 13, 7, and that last over went magical. 24 from it.
Yeah, it was a big over. It was a big innings by Alex Williams. If you can have one player get in and stay in, then you know they can win your cricket matches. It certainly looks like they've got the momentum in this one, match 5, Tunbridge Wells, without a win so far. And they're hoping to sort that out. They still have 2 matches after this today on Thursday. So, look at the figures. See, Ali Raza Islam conceded 6 against his analysis. There were 7 off that over in total. But that last over at 23, plus a leg by. It was a big finish for Tunbridge Wells, returning as Group A champions, taking on Group C champions, Brescia CC. We're going to take a quick break, back in a few minutes' time. It'll be 78 Brescia CC. If there's one team I think can probably fancy their chances to knocking it off, it might be the Italians. Join us then. You're watching the BET2BALL European Cricket League. Welcome back to the Bet2BALL European Cricket League, the Champions League of European Cricket, brought to you by Kiva Inu. It's great to be back on the park here. And you can see all the kids from the Nova School as part of our cricket school project. They're enjoying their day, and of course they would be. It doesn't get much more exciting than this. We're into match 5 of an unprecedented 10-match program here on the first day of play in Championship Week. 5-over contest, fast-paced, big hitting, all action. You'll only find it right here on the European Cricket Network. In match 5 so far is Tunbridge Wells, the champions of England, taking on Italian champs Precious EC. It was Tunbridge Wells who got off to a very, very good start in this game. 77 for 2, they scored off their 5 overs. Now Brescia will require 78 for victory. That's 15 plus pace per over. But still, Precious EC, they are big hitters. See if they can nudge the English in this one. Joining me in the commentary box, Rico Full. And Rico, I think we're going to see some fireworks one way or another here in the second innings of match 5.
I think you're absolutely right. Yasir Dulu, he scored a quick fire 35 earlier today. Let's see what he can do against Tunbridge Wells. Well, he starts with one down the ground. It sort of does slow up as it hits the deck, but it still goes to the boundary. Nice shot, 4 runs. He's up and running.
Yeah, nice shot. Good batting. A solid cricket shot from Dulu. Last time we saw him, he was taking his frustration out on the Scottish bowlers, batting his team into Championship Week against the previously undefeated Scottish champs, Carlton. Barker, this is with the ball. This one, a bit fortunate, and I think it's going to be 4. And it'll be called by McLean, who just took a step back and didn't realise, I think, exactly how close he was to the rope. It was good sportsmanship as well. I mean, you'll see it pretty clearly here. It's that last moment. Nice work there by Richards. Richards, our cameraman down there, had a very good view of that. So anyway, back-to-back boundaries. So Dulu, that's a bit lucky. I thought for a second, Rico, that might go all the way to the fielder.
Yeah, he wasn't too sure, was he?
Now we'll get another opportunity, and this time he'll hold it. So well, it works out as Ian McLean, he skates around the field like it's a dry day. And that is Dulu, 4-4 and out. A wicket for Barker, and Brescia CC lose their opener at 8 for 1.
Yeah, well, see, this is what happens if you're a good sportsman. He signalled the boundary, and then, well, that's what happens, you see. If you play right, you play fair, good things will happen. And, well, Dulu, he has to go. He hit 2 quick boundaries, and then he has to depart. And I think this is very much going to be the sort of thing we're going to see from the Brescia batsmen. They're not coming out here to play themselves in. They're coming out here to hit big from the very first ball.
Yeah, that's what Dulu does pretty much anyway. And this will give us a chance to look at Baba Hussain. He's still the only person to hit a century on ECN this year. I can't imagine anyone hitting a century in a 5-over match, but it's, who knows? We have seen 156 not out in a 10-over match. So, 2 similar streaky edges. One results in a boundary, one results in a wicket. And here's Barker. And Baba, he gets off the mark with a 6. Maximo! Came off a golden duck this morning, Baba Hussain. This one just angles in, helped over the leg side. 6 runs to Brescia CC.
Yeah, good shot, Baba Hussain. I was surprised that he came in a little bit lower down the batting lineup in that match earlier today. I think he's too good a batter not to have up there earlier on. He's the only batter that has scored a century in this Bet2BALL European Cricket League.
Knocked away this time. So that's the one. Keep an eye on that run rate required. Hovering around the 15 at the moment. And that'll give you a good idea of how they're going in this chase, because that's pretty much where it started. It started at 15.6. That gets out of hand. 20 plus. I think they have a real tough time bringing it back.
We got 2 in the first there, boys. Can't wait.
Barker. He runs at Islam on strike this time. Can't catch up with this. It's the end of the first over. And they get the runs they need, more or less. It's 15 for 1 off the first.
Yeah, it's even Stevens, I think. That wicket will have Tunbridge Wells. They'll be believing that with Dulu back early, that they'll be the team that are faring better off at the moment as we see that table. Tunbridge Wells looking to get off the mark, and if they can, well, they'll be level with Brescia and Brigade. Brescia, though, know that a victory for them will see them go back to the top of the table. And Baba Hussain, he was, until the start of today, the leading run scorer in this BET2BALL European Cricket League. As I mentioned, the only man to score a century as well. 102 he scored.
Yeah, one innings that was. Memorable. So now Ian McLean's going to take over the bowling. It's hit pretty well. And well fielded as well. Chris Williams, captain. Just out with the bat in this game, but still has an important role to play. He's going to make the ground here. There's no easy stops today.
Yeah, nicely done.
Slowly drying out though, isn't it? Which is very good for all concerned. Playing round the wicket. Otherwise, Islam. He gets a thick edge. And he handled down there by Barker. Just the one.
Yeah, interesting that you've got two batters. They're both swinging, well, catching the bat, but it's not going to the boundary, and that's where this man now goes back on the strike. Hussain, he knows that he needs a couple of boundaries on the spin.
Nice shot. This time goes over the offside. This is good shot selection from Baba Hussain, who can score all around the ground, but this is kind of wide, full delivery. And he whacks it away over the offside, and this just forces the bowler to maybe try something different. That's just a classical cricket stroke.
Yeah, it is. Goes down to one knee, hits it over the top of the infielders. 4 runs. He is a class act. He does play all round the ground.
Misses out on this. Just early on the stroke. Gets the back shoulder, I think, here. Baba Hussain. More importantly, it's dot ball.
Yeah, vital. There you go. It's all a family affair here. And loving just the fan zone being filled up there. And, of course, Brigade can be much happier having registered a victory as well. Well, this one is missed out on again. And this is unusual. They do go through and take the... Well, it's been given as a run, so I'm guessing this has hit the glove, yeah.
Well, you saw a second ago, you saw Ryan Barr with his little daughter. You know what they call that?
Go on, what do they call that?
Mini bar.
Dear, oh dear. You say my jokes are bad.
Just getting you back at your own game.
Mini
Right,
bar.
last. Yeah, that's a good one. Okay, it goes leg side. It's high. It's a short boundary, though. I think this one ends up going all the way. Maximo Ali Raza Islam breaks out of his mini slump to finish the second with a badly needed 6 for the Italian champions. Brescia CC 28 for 1 after 2.
Yeah, they needed this. They needed to finish on the boundary. And once again, good sporting gestures there from the Tunbridge Wells boys. They see and signal, helping the umpires out there. 6 more, and this game very much alive.
Just a reminder, you can join us on social media as well at European Cricket on Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, and our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network. That's the place you can get all the live cricket. You can also follow me at Mr. Maximo. Rico, I have to ask you more about your Instagram adventures at Rico Full on Facebook, rico.full.1. And I like your Facebook posts. They're less ranty.
Hey, look, the helicopter's turned up, Daniel, but it's a bit late. It should have been here at 8 in the morning. What's going on here? Spanish timing. It's never the same, is it? Never the same.
Get him down here for a close look.
Oh, he's coming back.
Think about using a helicopter to dry the ground, but drying out nicely. Christian Davis comes on. Left arm spin. Big appeal.
And they're going upstairs, and he's absolutely sure here, the keeper. He believes he's got his man. And Buttery, big appeal. Well, the batter's not disturbed.
You've got a good view of the line. If you can see the line, I think he's okay there. He's all right.
Do you reckon?
Yeah, I think he's fine.
You reckon enough?
Got a little bit
Is
behind.
that enough? Just enough. Just enough.
I could tell it was a big appeal, but then he kind of got back to his position too
You're pretty
quickly.
good on these, aren't you? You know, you're pretty good. I don't want your head to swell up, but
Well,
you see him pretty well, pretty quickly.
But the thing with when you're keeping there, you know, because you can, if you can see the line, all of the line, then you know you've got your man.
It's good. It was a good ball, though.
Yeah.
From Davis.
It was a challenge ball from Davis. Might have disappeared, but remember that that wind is behind him, so they're hitting into wind if they want to go straight. This will just be one. So interesting there. They brought Christian Davis into the lineup. Didn't play this morning. Adds another dimension to their attack.
I think that's a good shout. I mean, they've given a rest to Whiteman. This one's just going to hover in the air, won't go to the boundary. And needed the backing up. Yeah, Bailey Whiteman didn't bowl at his best, so he's been given a bit of a break. Why not? And I don't think it's a bad call, because I think, for me personally, when I've looked at what's happened here today so far, even with those boundaries shortened, pace off has worked better than pace on.
Well, this one's just straight up in the air. Christian Davis should hold on to it, and he does eventually. Slight bobble. And Bubba has to go, and Christian's up and about. Well, he likes to win, and so he's fired up as he takes his first wicket of Championship week. He removes the dangerous Bubba Hussain for 14, and the score is 30 for 2.
Yeah, big wicket this. It's not often that Hussain loses his shape. He's normally a good little batter, but head goes up in the air. Once again, it's pace off, and yeah, he's liking it. And bit of a celebration, or is he worried that ball's going to come back and hit him on the head?
Yeah, maybe. He'll be relieved to hold on to the catch. So 30 for 2. It's getting even more difficult now for British CC. Question from Sam Nick in the chat. He asked this a second ago. Now he's asking us, who is our favourite cricketer that's not from our home country? Well, my actual favourite cricketer of all time is not from my home country. It's Viv Richards of the West Indies. And I think a few people have said that's one of theirs. It's nice to see the spectators enjoying things, and the Tunbridge Wells supporters, they'll be enjoying what they're seeing so far. After very, very close first game that just went down, pipped by a run, but a pretty dominant performance so far. Is there a twist in this game though? Hassan Akbar comes out at number 4, has to get a wriggle on.
Yeah, I mean, it's 2 balls to go in this, the third over, and really they need both to be going to the boundary.
Tossed up, driven, but they've got fielder out there, just a single. So who's yours then? Do you have a favourite cricketer? Not from your home? What is your home?
Yeah, I was going to say, what's my home country first? You've got to sort that one out first.
I'll say England, because you grew up there.
England, yeah. I think, let's see this one. Oh, missed chance, missed stumping this. And I think he'd be, what's happened here? This is incredible. Well, we've seen the missed stumping, and then the fielding there on Hugo Williams. Oh dear.
This is one of the all-time great slides, and also one of the all-time worst results. And Williams tries to do the right thing. It would have been stumped by a mile, but it's just extra turn and bounce. You see how it does Buttery all ends up. And just have a look at this towards the end. Let's just say, you get an idea of the slipperiness of the surface. Williams looks down. He finds the ball.
All I'm going to say is, Hugo, hay de cerveza Victoria and de sin alcohol as well. Just a reminder, we have one of our partners, the beer partner, Victoria. It comes in sin alcohol as well. And just a little tip there for Hugo. And maybe he's been on the Guinness, St. Patrick's Day. So go back to the action here. So even despite that boundary, 35 for 2, they'll be happy with that.
Here's Smudger. Dave Smith gets pulled straight. This is going to hold up in the breeze. It's going to be another wicket. And it's Barker that takes the catch. So nothing going right for British CC here in match 5. Scoreboard pressure. And at the moment it's sinking pressure as they lose a third wicket. It's 35 for 3. And this is going to be the problem today, isn't it? That the wind stays this way. Yeah. If you're trying to clear that straight boundary, it's just quite difficult. It blows the ball back into the field of play. And so, immediate success for Dave Smith.
Yeah, bowls well. He's not trying to bowl too fast. Just trying to concentrate, just getting the ball up there. And you're absolutely right. With that wind blowing, and we can feel it pretty strong blowing into the commentary box here. It's anything that's not hit well and that's not timed out the middle of the bat, it's going to hold up there. And, well, that's a soft dismissal, really, for Akbar. He has to go. So who from the Brescia hard hitters is going to get going here and start to put a few boundaries together? That's what they need at the moment. But that rate already, if you look at it, it's pretty high.
Yeah. Again, I think it's probably almost time to Just try and get as many as you can. Don't worry too much about the target. This hit straight, hit reasonably well.
Oh, look at that. That's just hit the deck and stopped.
That's a proper plugger. So this is Imad Khan, who typically we see him opening the innings, but didn't necessarily have a great time at the top of the innings. Back in Group C, finds himself in the middle order now.
Ali Farzat's been there a long time. Hasn't had too much of the strike, though, it has to be said. This one again will go to a fielder.
A quick hello to Wajendra Yadav, who's saying hello to me in the chat, and all the best right back at you, Wajendra. Thank you for your comment.
Yeah, I mean, sorry, I
Go on.
didn't answer that question. I'm going to say Couple Dev. I think I've been
Oh,
asked
yeah.
that before, and I just think just because not only was he a great all-rounder, but I think he was the man that really got the Indian team together and helped them to be where they are now, really.
Influential figure. As this one's in the air, could be another wicket. And once again, it's held. And so, Ian McLean is able to hold on to this one. And so, the wheels falling off this innings for Brescia. This will happen in this form of the game. They lose the 4th wicket. This time it's Imad Khan. Gets a single but can't go any further. He's the 4th wicket to fall. It's 37 for 4.
Yeah, another good catch here. You see, once again, he's sort of sliced this rather than get it on the middle. Good catch taken. And well, he thought I'll just, that's a bit like the old the rugby kick back. Ball goes back to the umpire.
Yeah, so Imad is unfortunate to go in those circumstances, but it's the nature of the game. 87 for 4, and we are so thankful we're getting any cricket in at all after the week we've had here on the Costa del Sol. We're spoiled by good weather, weren't we, over the first 5 weeks?
We certainly were, and well, some of the weather we had during February was unbelievable. But look, I still think we're in for a good finish here. I'm sure that the weather gods are going to be kind to us.
With Chowdhury, there's the new batter. And he swings this one square and gets 4. Nice shot. A slightly slower delivery from Dave Smith. Picked by Naveed Chowdhury, who can give it a real whack. He starts his innings with a boundary.
Yeah, banks it in short. And it was slightly slower. I think he did hold it back. But the batter, Chowdhury, he didn't. Gets 4.
Good over from Smith, though. 2 for 6, even including that boundary. Gone. So Smith gets 3 in the over. Smudge is having a day out here. I like the way he opened the batting. And now he's come up with 1, 2, 3 wickets for Tunbridge Wells. And at the end of 4 overs, it's 41 for 5.
Really good bowling. It really is. It's intelligent. He's thinking about what he's doing. And that's another thing, you know. I know it's 5 overs, but I do believe that teams still have to have a plan. I don't think just simply saying, right, it's 5 overs, so yeah, we're just going to go out there and swing hard and just try and hit boundaries. That ain't going to do it for me. You still got to have a plan, and that plan has to be about how you go about your batting, how you go about your bowling and your fielding. And I think that the smarter teams that have got a plan will be the ones that progress.
Yeah, it's true. It's just decision making under pressure as well, and making good decisions on short notice. So, getting the last over of this one. It reminds me, we have another game coming up. Believe it or not, after this, we're at the halfway point of our 10 matches today. Brescia CC actually come back and play again against Pakai Care. So the vagaries of the rejigged fixtures. Brescia CC originally were due to play the last game of one day and the first and the next, but that turns into a double header here. Pakai Care. They are 2 out of 2. They want to make it 3 out of 3. As Johnny Shepardson comes on to bowl, and he might have a wicket first up. This one hangs in the air a long time, and it's completely dropped by Hugo Williams down there. Still, it won't matter too much in the context of the game, except I think Shepardson might have a few words about it. Instead of a wicket, it's going to be 2 runs.
Hugo Williams, he's having a day to forget, but you know what? If you have one of these days and you still end up on the winning team, you're not going to be too dissatisfied. At least he does that bit right there. I think he just manages to,
He's all right.
yeah, stop himself from hitting the rope. Sometimes the ball just don't like you.
Yeah,
and
it
I think
happens.
this ball, when it comes to Hugo Williams, it's just not liked him.
Well, you know he's got a strong collarbone if he's taking an impact like that, Hugo Williams. So that's a positive. And this one's hit really nicely by Ali Raza Islam, who's just struggled to get the strike throughout this innings. This is a sign of what he can do.
Yeah.
Maximo. Big shot over mid off.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. No, that was only his 8th delivery, and we're into the last over, and that's why you got to have your good hitters. They've got to get the strike.
And a little edge this time into the quicksand area. And Mark McLean is going to have to try and put the brakes on. It'll just be one.
Yeah, Hugo Williams this time says, nah, I'm not going. It's all yours, buddy. And he does really well.
Yeah, just take a little edge. Take it past the keeper. This one's hit high, but I think it's going to hold up in the wind, and it should be caught. It is. And so Ali Raza Islam will have to go as well. Another good catch by Matt Barker. Had one or two slip-ups, but I think for the most part, Tunbridge Wells, their fielding's been pretty good. In fact, that is the captain, Kalab Sajjad, who has to go. He'll just contribute one to the score. So the 50 does come up. They lose their captain the very next ball. It's 50 for 6. One ball remaining here in match 5.
Yeah, it's almost like watching a fielding drill out there, isn't it? It's like we're going to have a bit of catching practice, and the Tunbridge Wells, most of the time, have taken them as well. So it looks like they're finally going to register a victory themselves, which is going to make this table look very interesting.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Johnny Shepherdson, well done to him. He gets a wicket. Probably should have had one first ball. He gets one fifth ball. He's missed 100%. Ahmadullah Safi, who's coming out. He faced the one game, so they'll be disappointed. He can end up at more or less par score or close to.
Yeah,
that 55 is probably par. So, last ball of match 5. This will take us to the halfway point of the day. Safi gives it everything. He gets it in the gap. And doesn't really have the power. He'll get a single. That'll finish it. It'll be Tunbridge Wells, the English champions, 77. Brescia CC, the Italian champions, 51. So a 26-run victory. And really, Tunbridge Wells, they're announcing that they've arrived. They've been unlucky to go down by a single run earlier in the day, but they get their first points in championship week.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good performance, a professional performance, you have to say, from the champions from England, Tunbridge Wells. They just had the game in control, and it helps when you get a good start, and they were given a great start by Alex Williams, scoring 42 of just 12 deliveries, getting them to that good score of 77. 78 was always going to be a tough ask. It was also going to give us a chance to see the character of Brescia, how they would deal with a high score. The bowling was good, and, well, it was a good catch there. A couple of boundaries, first couple of balls from Dula, but then that catch on the boundary, and we know that Babar Hussain, what he can do when he's in form, but he'll be disappointed to get out the way he did. Just loses his head and offers a cordon bowled opportunity to the bowler. But Christian Davis, I did like the way he bowled. I think he just got the ball to loop around, and with that wind behind him, it was always going to be difficult, and he caused a few issues for the batters, but there were a few issues for the fielders as well. And well, that one was one that the young fielder there on the boundary will want to forget about, Hugo Williams.
Yeah, well, there are a few interesting moments in the field, but I think for the most part they were pretty solid. But now high catching, super important, I think, in this form of the game. There are a lot go up. Not easy conditions with the wind. That was Naveed Chowdhury that had to go. He hit one nice shot in there. And ultimately, even the captain, Kalab Sajjad, got about. He had to go.
Yeah, what a good over that was there from Smudger when he picked out those 3 wickets in an over.
Yeah, really good, wasn't it? Really snuffed out any chance, but the fact that they didn't score a boundary between the last ball and the second, and they didn't score one off Davis in the third, and they only got one towards the back end of Smith's 4th over. So Ali Raza Islam bats through for 17 on out off 9. Baba Hussain 14 off 9. Dualu, he looked good early, went 4 and 4, but got out the very next ball. No ones or no balls in there, just the 4 byes. So Tunbridge Wells will be pretty happy with their effort. Dave Smith the star, 3 for 6, also wickets for Barker, as well as Christian Davis, who bowled a very tight over, 1 for 3, also 1 for Shepherdson at the end. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be back, and we're back on schedule, top of the hour. In 7 minutes, we'll have the first ball. It'll be Brescia CC against Pakai Care Badalona. And now, Pakai Care, they're the only team that are undefeated, and we're only halfway through the first day of action here. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo alongside Rico Full. Hope you're having a great day. Andrew Ryan, he's going to step in me for the next one. I'll see you later on today. You're watching ECN, and this is the BET2BALL European Cricket League.
Hello, European cricket fans. Welcome back to Cartama Oval, and thankfully a very dry-looking Cartama Oval after it's been battered with rain for the better part of the last 3 days. But Some monumental effort from the ground staff and Mother Nature cooperating, given her love of the bat and ball game. We have a full day of cricket here for you on the European Cricket Network, and an absolute belter of a game coming up. It's the all-green contest between Brescia, the Italian champions, versus Pack Eye Care. Pack Eye Care started strongly in the competition with a good win this morning. They have some absolute firepower in their batting innings. Looks like it's Mohamed Hassan out there to bat with Mohamed Babar, reverting to their usual opening combination in this rapid fire F5 series of contests that we've got on today. There have been no shortage of fireworks, and plenty of fireworks on the ground, and sure to be some in the commentary box. Welcome, Rico Full.
Thank you very much, Rhino. Good to be back, and good to be back with you as well. Certainly looking forward to this. It's the champions of Spain, Barcelona, against the champions of Italy, Russia. What a match we have in store. Really, I think you've got to say this is two teams that we'd expect to perform really well in this format.
Yeah, I think they're probably the two sides out of those that have qualified for finals week that are most advantaged by this switch to 5-over games for today and tomorrow. I don't think either of them will feel they need to adjust their style greatly, and that's certainly what we've seen from the opening couple of contests. Pressure obviously coming off a last start loss against Tunbridge Wells from England. Looks like Ali is going to open the bowling again for Brescia. Just puts that one outside off stump and drilled to the man coming in from point.
Yeah, Ali will look to have a much better over for 16 in that last match. Back-to-back matches for Brescia. So you see the helicopters. I was saying earlier, Andrew, that it's come a bit later. We scheduled it for 8 o'clock in the morning. There's no point in coming now, is there?
Could have done with that about 24 hours ago. As Ali pitches outside off stump, can't get that to swing in, and it's a beautiful strike from Babar. Wonderful Maximo to get this innings moving.
Well, that helicopter's moved out of the way pretty sharply, because Babar, if he gets his zone, he's going to be hitting them area route all around this ground. And, well, if he performs well, in general with the bat, the team, Barcelona, the champions of Spain, do well. That's a top shot.
Good example of Babar not trying to overhit the ball, just leaned into that six. Ali goes a little bit more close to off stump. Good catch down at third man. That is well taken by Imad Khan. And that's a big early breakthrough. Ali, his first wicket of the game. Pack Eye Care, 6 for 1.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting. You just said it, didn't you, about Mohamed Babar. When he's playing his shots and not trying to hit the ball overly hard, he's a far better batter. Every time he tries to hit the ball too hard, like on this occasion, and he gets himself out.
Yeah, it's the danger area, though, for Ali with that wide left arm coming around the wicket. Batsman thinks that the ball's drifting on to around middle stump. That one probably just stayed outside off. Babar swinging across the line, big, thick edge, and good catch from Khan down to the boundary. We've seen plenty of balls flying down to third man so far today, Rico.
Plenty, yeah, and well, it's a disappointment of Babar. He's not able to get the sort of start that he would have liked his team to get. Remember, he's also the former captain of Pack Eye Care Barcelona. He's made way for Suresh Ahmed. This man we know all about, Mohamed Cameron. He comes out, so they're sticking with number 3 Cameron in his normal position. And also it's nice to see that they've gone back with Mohamed Ishan. He's still at the non-strikers end. I think he was dropped down the order, but after his 18 runs in the last match, last victory, he's promoted back to the opener.
18 being an inning of substance in F5 cricket. Bashar Ali comes in, a little bit short of a length, just played down to third man, and Khan in the game again after that early catch.
Yeah, interesting how Mohamed Ishan now goes about this. And we know he's a talented player, plays strokes all around the ground, but he's another one that's it's not his game to try and force the ball. He plays nice timed shots. Ali.
Someone tries to swing across the line, and the umpire's finger goes up. Huge dismissal for the Italian champions. Bashar Ali with a double wicket strike in over 1, and Pack Eye Care have 2 of their 2 prime movers back in the players' tent. They are 7 for 2.
Big wicket this. and he's gone across the line. And this is Bashrat Ali bowling at his best. He's right up there, and you see he's gone across. And the only thing the umpire to think about here for me is the height. If you think that's going to go on a hit, you're out. And for me, that's a straightforward call for the umpire. So Bashrat Ali gets in the act. And we said that he wanted to come back to his best, and he's done it. Picked up 2 wickets here.
Yeah, I'd agree with you, Rico. I think that's actually a really good call from umpire Tyrone Peters. The length that ball came in at, you would have assumed it was probably going over the stumps, but he's rolled the fingers around it. It's shot through a little bit. I think it's an excellent call.
Yeah.
Bit of pressure now, though, for the Spanish champions, Pack Care. Wickets obviously playing a part still in these 5-over contests. Probably just as much, though. The dot ball that comes with every wicket. If you're losing 6 wickets across a 5-over innings, that's essentially 1 entire over of dot balls or dismissals. Mahboob been in good form so far today. Bashrat Ali right on the stumps once again. A little orthodox off cutter as we see some celebrating Irishmen in the background. Won't even ask what that costume is. But
oh, I love that. That is fantastic.
Pack Care, the men in green versus the men in green. They are 7 for 2 after 1 over. And isn't the fan zone a great place to be? We've even got some representatives from Jersey with the Farmers side.
I was going to say, that's a pretty impressive blazer. And I know that only belongs to one team, but that's the Farmers. Nice today that they're here as well. As we had a very quick glimpse of that table. And remember that Pack Care battle on it. Played 1-2 so far. And Brescia, they just tasted defeat for the first time. So this is a interesting match. Brescia will want to get back to winning ways.
Safi with a delicious pill outside off stump. About the perfect ball for a left-hander to a right-handed batsman. Beats Cameron, all ends up.
Yeah, Safi just 100%.
Where did that come from, Rico?
What's that?
The Mr. 100%.
Mr. Because he always gives, whatever it is, gives 100%. Always. With whatever it is. And we saw that when he was here at the ground yesterday as well.
Well, he's drifted on to leg stump, swatted across to the mid-wicket boundary by Mohammed Cameron. It's a much-needed boundary just to get the Pack Care score moving a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, one of the things I was saying to Vinny, Andrew, is that I know it's this shorter format, it's 5 overs per innings, but you still got to have a plan. I don't think you can just go out there as a batting side saying, right, okay, yeah, this is the order, just go out there, you know what you got to do, hit boundaries, blah, blah, blah. You got to have a plan, because if you don't have a plan, I don't think you're going to get the scores that you desire. And I think the teams that have that plan are the ones that are going to be, it is going to benefit them big time.
Yeah, it's a good shout, Rico. Move the man over to the deep mid-wicket position. Cameron tries to heave it over the leg side again. Good change of pace from Safi. I think this is slightly dangerous in terms of the fielding positions, though. Mohammed Cameron actually strikes the ball very well to long off, and in particularly through the covers. Safi, the left-hander, pushing the ball across him. Cameron probably just a little bit focused on the leg side at the moment.
A few people involved in the chat. A very good afternoon, morning or evening, wherever you are. Chat, this one will probably be a wide. Banged it in, Safi, and it's gone over the head of Cameron. And I think this is a bit of mind games being played here by Safi and Cameron. Safi's probably saying, well, we know what you're going to be doing. We'll have a taste of it yourself.
He's got a few change-ups, Safi. It looks like he just held that one back, dug into the pitch a little bit. Cameron very early on it. Well, he has gone wide of off stump, and Cameron's tried to hoik it around to the leg side, and that is the end of the big left arm paceman, Bashrat Ali, who's had a safe pair of hands today. He swings around and takes an excellent catch. Pack Care in big trouble now, 12 for 3.
Yeah, I mean, you see, you got Babar, Scorny, Shan, and now Mohammed Cameron. So all of those three have been key in getting runs on the board for Pack Care at Badalona. And with them back in the shed already, it's difficult to see where those runs are going to come from. You still got Mahboob out there, and we know that he's probably not one who builds innings, but he can hit the ball big. But they need somebody who's got again, like I say, play a bit of smart cricket here. Think about building an innings together. Think about a plan. There's got to be a plan here. It can't be just whoever goes out, just swing and try and make contact and try and hit boundaries.
Well, the big three back in the shed already. I care. Just struggling to get any rhythm in this admittedly quite short innings already today.
You say struggling. I think the captain there, Shoz Ahmed, is struggling to get that helmet on. It seems to be sitting on his head rather than on his head.
They've been trying to sneak in a cheeky lunch or maybe even a drink at the bar like the Guinness crew and the team from Victoria Malaga. Making sure everyone is kept well refreshed, which is very important in these hot conditions. We've started to warm up a bit here now, Rico, although still a reasonable cross breeze, but it's good to make our acquaintance again with the sun.
Yeah.
Safi at the top of his mark. A useful over so far. Speared in the Yorker, drilled down the ground by the skipper, but it's only going to be a 1.
Yeah, anything that's hit in that area now, as we've said, it's if it's not hit well, it's always going to hold up a little. So I think we're going to see a lot of wickets taken with catches being taken by long on and long off.
Short ball. Well, Boob looked in a very awkward position to play that ball, but remarkably he's managed to get it around the corner and gets a much needed boundary. I care up to 17 for 3.
Yeah, sorry Andrew, this was right anyway. It was a feisty delivery, and I don't think he knew too much about this, did he? I mean, he just, luck happens to have got the bat in the right place. 4 runs, but valuable runs.
Yeah, very valuable runs. And I guess with these 5-over contests, Rico, we talked earlier about the fact that there probably won't be as many twists and turns, but actually almost each of the innings we've seen so far has been divided by either very good or very bad overs for the batting side.
Yeah,
it makes a difference to that total.
Isn't it amazing how what we've seen today is that if you pick up a couple of dot balls in an over, it could really change the whole context of the match. It's quite amazing. You know, we've seen a couple of dot balls or a couple of wickets fall in an over, and everything changes.
Yep, absolutely. We saw that even with Mahbub in the first game, came out and annihilated a couple of sixes towards the end, and it took Pakai Care's total against Elby Zolmi from being one that was going to be very challenging to defend into one that they actually probably felt they had the momentum going into the second innings. But back to live action. Bashar Khan with his left arm orthodox. Spears it into the leg side. Keeper standing up. That one is probably going to reach the boundary. Handy bit of footwork. Well, I think the umpire's going to review that. Player has come from outside of the boundary line. I suspect still had his foot over the rope when he first made contact with the ball.
Yeah, I think he's picking this up when that foot is still... Yeah, look, that is 4 runs. And that is poor cricket, really, from the fielder. At this level, you don't want to be making mistakes like that.
No, they did a good job to keep the ball within the boundary. But unfortunately, returning to the ground, needed to take a quick step to get the foot back into play. Tyrone Peters signals both the wide and the boundary. There's no chance of going down the leg side.
Here.
Called wide again. It was a slower ball from the left arm spinner. He's gotten a little bit of turn. Big heave across the line. Going to have a look at the stumping opportunity. I think he certainly... Oh, looks like he could be in trouble, Rico. It's a big question of whether that bat is grounded by the time the stump's taken off. I suspect he's gone.
It's very close, isn't it? Does he get the bat down in time?
Really need to rock and roll this. Oh, so tight, but batsman appears to be waiting, holding his ground. Probably instinctually thinks he's in some trouble.
Yeah, I think the bat, well, it's very, very close. And yeah, it's given this nod out. I think it was one of those where there's that one frame, isn't it, that's missing. But that's really, really, really close call. So I think that's where you're saying that goes, there's doubt there. And the benefit of doubt's gone to the batters.
Oh, no doubt that one's been put towards the boundary, or Ahmed Khan does a good job scooping it up. Excellent ground fielding.
What a great bit of work this is from Ahmed Khan. I mean, we've seen many times that this little flick back goes wrong. He's got this perfect, and look at this. He could not have done this better. Look, here's the flick, and straight to the hands of the fielder.
A drag down the leg side for a good quality spinner. Shah Khan's just losing his radar a little bit, especially with keeper standing up and a couple of these balls being bowled at reasonable pace. He's got to keep control. A bit more air on that. It's been swung out to the offside. Fielder tracking around. It's gone straight through the bread basket and over the boundary for a 6. Well, Rico in a 5-over game. Can't afford fielding errors of that nature.
No, you can't. This is Imran Naveed there on the boundary, and he totally fluffs this and bounces over and goes to the boundary. And it's a little spell here where a few errors are creeping in, a few wides, a few extras, misfields, and that's letting Pakakea Badalona get back into the match, and they're going to do it in style. And that's 6 more. Boom, shaka lagya. And this is a good little partnership developing here. But you've got to say it's been assisted by some, well, not the best bit of cricket from Russia.
Oh, Bid Mahboob just cleaves that over to the leg side. It was an easy hoik. Shorter boundary over there today. Backs away, Khan fires it in, and the keeper just gets his pads in the way. Prevents it from going any further. This has been a mixed bag of an over from Khan, but a pretty good one for Pakai Care. Gotten them right back in the match. Speed just wide of off stump, and a little bit of turn takes it away from off stump, and that is the end of the over. Pakai Care, they are 37 for 3 off their first 3 overs.
Yeah, that's the over that Pakai Care Badalona needed. 20 came off it, and 20 came off it, yet the last 2 were dot balls. It's been that sort of day, and I think it's going to be a lot more of that when you got tight contests like this. Just 30 balls per innings, that's all you're going to get, and you've got to make every one of those count. And I think every time you see dot balls there, that's a massive win for the bowling side.
After the flurry of early wickets, these two have managed to steady the ship, primarily punctuated by a couple of helpful boundaries off the bat of Mahboob. Ahmed on to strike for the start of the 4th over. Ball pitches nicely, just on or outside off stump, tailing away a touch. Nicely bowled. Ali Raza Islam, been part of the bowling attack all throughout the day. He's a pretty useful medium pacer. Rico just gets enough movement to keep things interesting.
Yeah, I mean, he's a key player. I mean, in the group stages, he scored 203 runs, 52 his best, and also took 8 wickets. And that's why, if he's in form, things can happen, as this one's hit over the top of the infield and goes to the boundary, 4 runs. And it's too wide, really, for the man at long off. And though he does give it some chase, that's a nice shot, solid shot.
Does well to place that in between the 2 outfielders. He's got a fielder at long off, and then also the one stationed in the traditional cover position on that shorter square boundary. Managed to pierce the 2 of them. The ball similar line and length, but this time it's swatted across the mid-wicket. They're looking for the second. Mahboob's pushing through. Actually, it's the other end that's in trouble, and Ahmed, he is on his way back to the pavilion. That's an excellent piece of fielding. I think that is our man, Mr. 100%. Safi firing it in from deep mid-wicket. Good bit of fielding. Pakai Care, 41 for 4.
Yeah, good fielding, but not the best bit of running between the 2. I think you're putting a partnership together here. You don't want to just throw it away. Lovely pickup, though. You've got to say, one-hand pickup. He throws to the right end, and easy work there for the wicketkeeper as well, for Yasir Dulu.
Just helpful wicket for them. That partnership was starting to get interesting. Starts to get into the proper middle to lower order here for the final stages. It's 1 over and a half to go. Pakai Care probably looking to get up around 60 odd if they can. Just a correction to that score, it's 42 for 4 because of the 1 run credited for that last delivery.
Second rally comes out. He's a useful bat for me. We haven't seen the best of him. I think he's at times just trying to be a little bit too clever and trying too many tricks rather than just stand firm and bat. And that's what's required from him here now. Play some good shots, but play play balls on merit.
Islam finding that spot outside off stump again. It's going to plug. And swings around. Good job, actually. It's probably one of the hardest places on the field to keep your footing down in that third man section. There's been a lot of action down there today.
Certainly has, and he's done really well by Shakhan, because when that hits the deck, it sort of diverts the other way. He's in danger of wrong footing himself. But kept his eye on the ball, makes a good stop.
The ball's left for Islam to get out of this over. It's been a good one so far. Oh, spears into the pads. There's a big appeal. LBW and Mahboob is on his way. Good piece of bowling from Raza Islam. And that's another wicket down. Pack I Care Badalona. 5 batsmen back in the pavilion now. They are 43 for 5.
Yeah, he's batted well, but this one, well, this is absolutely plumb. He goes all the way back. He's playing down the wrong line completely. You can see even the head was not in the right area, and as soon as that hits, you know the umpire. Good to see the umpire just taking his time, but deciding, yep, you got to go. And it's Charles Croucher.
Bowler would have had a good view from ground level there. Tumbled over in his follow through. Was fairly certain still that it was an LBW appeal that was worth making. And by Charles Croucher. Didn't have to do too much thinking. That ball going to take out leg stump. Long way back, Mahboob. He's been useful with the bat so far, though, today, Rico. Didn't really trouble the scorers particularly regularly in the Group E contest last week, but he's actually been an important contributor to the Badalona boys today. Underneath it to the crease. Final ball of the 4th over. Shorter length, nips back into him. Dug out, push towards point. There'll be a single. Pack I Care, 44 for 5 with 6 balls remaining.
Yeah, 44 for 5. I mean, I think they'd want definitely a minimum of 10 from the next over. So we have a look at what's coming up here. I mean, it's a marathon of cricket today. It's non-stop, action-packed, and, well, what action we've had, Andrew.
We have had plenty of action, and we've been to some good buffets around the Costa del Sol over the last couple of weeks, but the buffet of cricket here at the Cartama Oval today, well, it exceeds anything we've consumed during that period. Plenty of spice, plenty of taste to these contests. Certainly the case with this one, the Mediterranean matchup of Spain versus Italy. 2 teams with quite reasonable claims on making it through, not only to finals day, but potentially the grand final contest. Short ball, nicely weighted on outside of stump, but good catch. Excellent work coming in off the cover boundary. That's Ahsan Akbar. And Naveed once again picks up an early wicket in his over. He's done a good job coming in for the 5th over. And Pack I Care Badalona, they lose their 6th wicket, 44 on the board, Rico.
Yeah, what a good catch this is from Akbar. I mean, he's hit this fairly well, but sees it early. And gets the dive in as well. Well, at least one thing is for sure, the landing is always going to be soft. But important that, because not only, as you say, is it a dot ball, it means that there's one more, or one less I should say, to be bowled. And it means that a new batter has to go straight towards the striking end. So Pack I Care Badalona, I said they'd want a minimum of 10. That would get them sort of close to what I would say is probably about par score, around 55. But at the moment, well, they're well short of that. Got to see some big hits here. Well, maybe this man can provide them. The batter comes in.
Sada Basi's been included in the team for this game. Sat out the last few for Pack I Care Badalona. He's got 5 balls to show his captain why he should be included in the lineup permanently. Naveed outside off stump, drilled to cover. It's going to be that man Akbar in the action again. Pack I Care Badalona's catching. Sorry, I should say the Brescia team's catching has been exceptional today. Not just in this game, but the first game, in which the conditions were far more difficult. Been exceptional with their hands. He drifts onto leg stump. Fortunately, they had the fielder at fine leg. Very, very fine. Should keep it to just the 1.
Yeah, I don't know how much he knew about this when he stops it. I think this is more the case of the ball hitting the fielder than Naveed Chowdhury knowing too much about it. But I think he does save 4 runs, though, for sure.
Plenty of happening in the chat at the moment. Yanni Yanno is saying that PIC needs a good finish here. Certainly right. If they can get it up to 55, it'll give them a far more defendable score. Certainly don't want to be sub 50. It's on a good length, popped up. It's going to be another catch. Baba Hussain comes around, takes an easy one, and the wickets are falling freely, and the man profiting, Naveed, he's picked up his second. He's got 2 for 2, and Pakai Care Badalona, they are 46 for 7.
Yeah, Abbas, he said he's including into the team this time, see what he could do. I mean, it's coming in, I suppose, at a difficult time. It's all about trying to hit the ball, crack the ball to the boundary, and we did get off the mark with a nice looking shot along the deck. Trying to go the eerie route. Just again, another catch taken. And that man, Babar Hussain, he doesn't drop him.
Certainly doesn't. Acknowledged in the chat, Maya Zucchini referencing it as a wonderful catch. Probably doesn't take too much to impress her in the fielding department. It's certainly not the most high degree of difficulty that we've had so far today, but certainly well executed. Babar Hussain.
I think he is a fan, Babar Hussain. And so he should do. He has been pretty safe out there in his hands, but his batting is what's been... I mean, he's the only man to score a century. He's the only man to score a century this year on the European Cricket Network. And the only one to score one, of course, in this BET2BALL European Cricket League, the Champions League of cricket. It's finals week. And the teams at the moment are playing the round-robin matches. Remember, it's all about survival. One will be eliminated. The team that finishes 5th will be eliminated going into finals day.
Everyone wants to be around for Saturday. Naveed puts that at a hittable length on off stump. Don't take full toll, it's just going to be a single. Muhammad a little bit sluggish, getting up the other end. Certainly could have been a run-out opportunity if there was a direct hit, but Naveed continuing to do an excellent job for his captain in these final overs.
What an over it's been. We're talking about there'd be a minimum of 10 they'll be wanting. Well, he's only given 3 away and picked up 2 wickets. Last ball of the innings.
Short outside off stump, but it's heaved to the leg. They've got to push 2 here. Muhammad's going to turn around, and he's left high and dry by his partner, who still also crosses, so he gets credited with the run out. But regardless, they should have pushed 2 there. And Pakai Care probably feel they've left a few runs out in the field today. They've ended up 48 on the board for 8 wickets down, Rico, and if those 2 openers from Brescia get going, that's not going to be enough.
No, it's not going to be enough. I mean, they've got to be at their best, and that man in the picture there, Babar, will have to be at his best with the bowling, and of course, Mohammed Cameron as well. But just that, the way that they've finished there, that to me is what I'm talking about. You've got to be smart, and you've got to have a plan. That's not smart cricket. It's the last ball. You've got to go for 2. You've got to just turn around and go. And seeing one batter is thinking about it and is in the game mode, the other batter not in there at all. And little things like that, I think, are going to be costly and could end up costing you as a team if you don't put those things right.
Yeah, certainly could, Rico. Well, they started well enough, but Babar with just a lovely ease to Maximo before he ended up being dismissed the next ball. A sharp catch down there at third man. The boys from Brescia continuing to catch very well, and that man, Basharat Ali, he's a great weapon to have. Great weapon to have. Some excellent costume choices across here today, but there was more than enough action on the field to keep the punters interested. Ahmed Cameron, he came in entertained for a good time, but not a long time before he eventually held out to Ali, who you just cannot keep out of the game. And disappointing batting performance from the big Cammy. They threw themselves into their work, though. Brescia CC doing the Italians proud. They continue to create opportunities in the field. A couple of run-outs during this innings, and Mr. 100% Safi. We all love him.
Yeah, don't we just? And, well, with these performances on the field with bat, ball, and when he's doing the fielding as well, his fantasy points are just going up all the time. So he's certainly one that you want in your fantasy 11. But yeah, I mean, I agree with you. I think the performance from the Italians, I mean, they've played like gladiators, haven't they, in this first part of this match? They've thrown themselves around, they've taken their catches. You see here, there's that one-hand pickup again, and the easiest of run-outs, but Safi It's 100% involved again. So, well, it'd be interesting to see how Brescia approach this. Remember, in that match against Tunbridge Wells, the one just before this, it was 78 they were chasing. They finished on 51 for 6. Well, on this case, that will be enough as we have a look at the scorecard.
Yeah, not a pretty looking batting card for Pakai Care Badalona, punctuated only by Mahboob there with 16 off 8 in the middle of the innings. He's probably been their most consistent batsman so far today, which probably shows that the top order just struggling to adapt to these 5-over games. But that is not a great batting card for them, 48 for 8. And in the bowling, Basharat Ali, he's an excellent man to have at the top of the innings. His left arms coming around the wicket. It's just a style of bowling you don't see too much. And they survived that mid-innings wobble, didn't they, Rico? Bashar Khan is a good quality bowler, but certainly not his best in this game.
Yeah, they did. I mean, there was a good little partnership put together, which came to an end courtesy of a silly run out when Shiraz Ahmed was out. But look, the bowling for Naveed there towards the end as well was great. But Mr. Evergreen for me, he's the one. I mean, Basharat Ali, he's just a different level at the moment while he's out there.
Yeah, tricky customer to face, but still Pakai Care, they've got 48 runs on the board, and in these 5-over games, runs on the board can create pressure, especially if they pick up a couple of early wickets against this powerful batting lineup of Brescia. This is Andrew Ryan here with Rico Full to take you through this 6th contest here today at the Cartama Oval. We'll be back in a moment to see if Brescia can chase down the target of 49. European cricket fans, long time no see. Welcome back to the second half of Game 6 here at the European Cricket League. It is finals week at the Cartama Oval. The fan zone is jam-packed. There are the boys from Tunbridge Wells looking absolutely resplendent in their sky blue and royal blue colours. All the jerseys with the Kibarinu logo on it, looking absolutely fantastic. I know they've been selling like hotcakes at the merchandise tent. As of the boys from Ireland Brigade, they've got their tournament a little bit back on track with that victory against Avi Zelmi earlier today, although they could probably feel like they've still got plenty of improvement to go. A man who really doesn't need to show much of improvement. He's been magnificent in this European Cricket League so far, Mohammed Cameron. And if Basharat Ali is a left-handed weapon at the top of the bowling order for Brescia, then this man brings some fire and brimstone tactics like no other in this tournament. And he will need to pull out a big opening 6 deliveries to give his Pakai Care Badalona team a chance of defending what is not a particularly substantial total in the context of what we've seen in these F5 games so far today. Wide of off stump. It's timed, but it's going to be a single. And Rico, they need a few wickets from Cameron in this first over.
Yeah, they certainly do. I mean, Cameron, he went for 10 in the last match. Picked up a wicket of the very last ball he bowled. He needs to be on fire here. There's no change in the batting lineup, though, from Brescia, so they're not changing things up. They're keeping it the same. Dulu gets off the mark, so now Ali Raza Islam to face his first.
Yeah, it certainly struggled a little bit more with the pace of the Tunbridge Wells openers in the previous game. Well, it once popped up, and Mohammed Cameron's going to have the easiest return catch of his career. Said he needed to pick up an early scalp. He's delivered just that, and look at the excitement in the Pakai Care tent. They are delirious with their opening bowler picking up an early scalp. 1 for 1.
Yeah, I mean, this one, I think this is more poor batting than good bowling. It was a poor-looking shot from a talented player. When I was talking earlier about Ali Raza Islam, how in the group stages, how he was so key, his all-round performance. 200 runs plus he scored and took 8 wickets as well, but that's a disappointing way for him to get out.
Just having a look on the chat, Phil G questioning, is that our shortest innings break ever for an ECL game? It must be close to it. Rico, certainly no opportunity for a comfort break in the commentary box.
I was just about to have a sip of water, and even that didn't happen. Yeah, it was very quick. But hey, here's the way it's going to be. Quick, fast, and fiery. And one man who is all of those has got the ball in his hand. He's just got a wicket. That will fire him up. And he's that sort of player, isn't he? Once you fire him up, he can be devastating.
Absolutely. Even off a 10-step run up, can still generate some decent heat. It's wide of off stump, flown off the outside edge and goes a long way over the boundary. Recognition from Mr. Maximo. He'll put in a dance to celebrate the first Maximo of this innings. Pressure 7 for 1.
Yeah, this is all about using the pace of the ball. And you get enough bat on it, it's going to sail away. We know what happens when you're hitting the ball straight down the ground. The wind just holds it up a little bit. Well, anything behind is going to sail away, as that did.
Slip in now for Cameron. Lovely ball, just pulls the length back a touch. Didn't give Hussain an opportunity to drive. What's the old saying from Michael Holding, Rico? The batsman wants to drive, they can hire a car. I think Mohammed Cameron probably subscribes to that theory as well. Nice ball to put Hussain on the back foot. A short one, doesn't get up much. Fielder coming in, has a shy at the stumps. Sluggish running from Dulu, but he's safely home. Yeah,
that was a little bit sluggish. You can see Mohammed Cameron, he's not very happy that the batters were able to get there, because they certainly weren't charging, were they? But they get there, they get home. So Lulu gets on the strike. He has a ball to negotiate of Mohammed Cameron. 8 on the board now. This would be me. I'll be saying don't take a risk. Don't let him get a wicket off his last ball.
Short, popped up. Almost takes the stumps out. The keeper pushing in. Pat on the back for the big left arm speedster. Well, there is a few nerves in that Brescia camp. That's the end of the over. Brescia 8 for 1, and a pretty good over from Mohammed Cameron.
Yeah, good over. This one could have dropped everywhere. There was a big ooh as that one drops down. And I like this at the end. The batter and the bowler just exchange some friendly words and give each other a little pat as we have a look at the table.
Yeah, it's early days for this table, Rico. Remember, everyone, that we're getting double matchups for the teams, playing still the full allocation of games that there would have been, even if we had have played all 5 days of this finals week of European Cricket League just for today and tomorrow. The games are shortened to 5 over contests, and then Saturday, as long as the weather cooperates, we're back to T10 format. Might feel like a bit of a marathon after we've been on these 5 over games as Babar comes in. Down on one knee, and he proposes to smoke him to the mid-wicket boundary. That's carried that admittedly shorter boundary by a good 15 metres. Lovely shot.
Well, this is a battle of the two Babars, and it's Babar Hussain who's winning the battle so far, and gets down on one knee, as you say, and creams his over the on-time boundary. What a lovely shot that was. 6 carreras. Qué partido eso es. Tienes mucho ganar para ver este partido de campeones de Italia contra de campeones de España. Y de campeones de España, de momento, jugando 2 y ganar 2. Yeah, they're unbeaten at the moment. And, well, they know that they have to be at their utmost best with the ball if they're to maintain that 100% record.
Well, Phil G on the chat just mentioned the Kookaburra has gone for a beer. The Victoria Malaga tent. Set a new ball out there. The bar under pressure. 6 first delivery. Lovely comeback. Been a bit up and down with his bowling today, Rico. It feels like a couple of balls have just floated up, being pitched up to just be dispatched, whereas that one, just a little bit of lift off the pitch.
Yeah, it's interesting you say that. I have the same feeling. It's almost like he bowls, but until he feels the need to, he doesn't accelerate into like 3rd or 4th gear. First one gets dispatched, and now he's up for it.
That one's outside off stump. Babar gets down on his knee again. He smoked it for a second, Maximo. Well, this Babar contest, it sounds like a children's program, but it's being won by Babar Hussein so far. He's gone 6.6, and he's peppering that short boundary out at the mid-wicket.
Yeah, nice shot. It's another one that goes all the way over. And Mohammed Babar, the bowler, just sort of shrugs his shoulders and say, well, what do you want me to do about it? And I think Captain Shiraz Ahmed is saying, come on, mate, bend your back. We need you to be at your best.
Owen's outside off stump. It's got a lot of air. It's going to be a challenging catch. Great grab. That is a wonderful catch. Majid Hanif tracking back from the point position. That ball was in the air for an awful long time. The bar actually got a reasonable piece of it, but not only with the swirling breeze, but having to keep track of it over his shoulder. Rico, this is an outstanding catch.
This is a sensational catch. Take nothing about it. I mean, he just holds his bat there for a moment, and the fielder comes along and smacks him on it and says, don't worry about your bat. That was a great catch. And Saginder Ali, you're absolutely right. This is brilliant. What a great catch this is. I mean, that ball is moving around in the air. It's gone over him. But the key thing of that there was just kept his eye on the ball all the way through. Takes a fantastic catch. What a difference that could make.
Well, such an innovative celebration too, grabbing the back as though he's just exited the nursing home, but straight after pouching such an excellent catch. So it really was a good technique. Kept the eyes over the shoulder, never lost concentration on the ball. You see plenty of supporters still in the fan zone. If you're in the local area of Malaga, please come down. We've got some amazing cricket to get through today, tomorrow, and also extended into Saturday now, Rico.
Yeah, look, come on down. Enjoy the fiesta of cricket that we have. It's a festival of cricket. The A0509, the road that goes from Cartama through to Coyne. Come on down and, well, enjoy the fun and the action.
A lovely outswinger. His ball that he had on a string through Group E last week. It's incredibly effective. Just feels like he's starting to get into his work today.
Yeah, it's good delivery by the new batter.
Well, amazing. We're now into the 12th delivery of this innings, Rico. Dulu's faced 2 balls. Akbar, the new man. Pushed up just outside of stump, swung it around. It's a short boundary out there, no cover. Babar goes for a 4 to complete his over. Brescia 24 for 2, and they are edging their way towards this target.
Yeah, I mean, it's another boundary, so though Babar does get that the wicket, it's an expensive over from him. Normally he's pretty tidy. So, Bakaki Badlan have got some thinking to do, and, well, we've got some thinking to do as well, because pretty soon we're going to be on the road again. We've got a week here after the final on Saturday for the ECS Cartama. Then we go off to Portugal, the Netherlands, Sofia again, so I'll see some of my friends in Sofia, and then Bucharest in Romania.
You've got friends in every city in the European Union, don't you, Rico?
People all over the place, they're all enjoying the cricket, and isn't it great how from these European cricket series we're starting to see players performing and representing the top clubs and their countries. This one's been absolutely smashed. What a shot this is. Manos arriba, arbitro, porque eso es 6 carreras.
6 carreras indeed, Rico. Mohammed's one of my favourite bowlers in the tournament. I think he's an exciting young prospect, but
yeah,
just slapped by Yasir Dulu. Clearly got some anger that he's barely been on strike in the contest so far. Putting the pressure back on Mohammed. Goes short. Little bit of pop in this pitch, short of a length when the bowlers are willing to bend their back, and that's a good response from the young left armour.
Yeah, well bowled. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this end, whenever we've seen the action from this end, the lake end, you've always got that short of a length. Any pacer is going to extract bounce from it for sure. And the spinners get a good bit of bounce as well.
Could be the contest that decides the game here, Rico. Dulu can get another boundary. Really put pressure in the box seat. Short, good lift, and we're seeing the advantage of Muhammad with his ability to go up and down the gears. Very, very unpredictable bowler and hard to read out of the hand.
Yeah, I'm not seeing any signal for one for the over, so the umpires are quite happy that this hasn't gone over the shoulder. I must admit, when I look at that again, I'd like to see. I think that one is the one. He's bowled 2 short deliveries here. He shouldn't really be bowling anymore.
Oh, he's listened to Eureka. He's gone a little bit fuller. The keeper coming
Oh,
through. Well. Probably needed to be Muhammad's catch, but Isham was charging through at 1,000,000 miles an hour. Certainly wouldn't want to get in his way when he's travelling at top speed, but that is a big let off. If they hadn't sent Dulu back to the pavilion there, we talked about the importance of this matchup in this particular over. Pakai care, they might have blown their chance.
Yeah, I mean, that's a big blunder. I mean, you can see the bowler, Atif Mohammed, he's going for the catch. We've seen him take them time and time again, but I think right at the last moment, the keeper's called it, Ishan, and he's stepped away. He's done the right thing. If the keeper's calling it, you stop. And that's the bad or the downside of Pakai Care battle honour for me.
Hooked away to the leg side, not a great ball from Muhammad. Probably his downside, he has a tendency to just drag one down on the leg side almost every over that I've seen him bowl this tournament. Looked like it was potentially the split finger that he was trying to bowl, just held up in the pitch. The fielder there just backward of square, no opportunity to cut it off.
Yeah, that's what they call adding salt to the wound. He shouldn't have been there, he should have been sent back. And instead, he's plummeting you for another boundary.
He's gotten under it. Is it going to carry the man at mid-wicket? It does. Well, a spectacular effort from, I think it's Babar on the boundary line. The big man got some serious elevation, but that shorter boundary today has helped Dulu no end. And with that maximum pressure, they are 40 for 2. And with 2 overs to go, Rico only needing 9 runs, they are in the box seat.
Oh, big time, big time. I mean, Dulu's basically carrying on from where Babar was saying left off. And that's the thing, that's the strength that Russia have. They've got 1 or 2 batters that are very identical to each other. So if one doesn't click and the other does, well, they always end up being in the driving seat. They're powerful hitters. And, well, the saying goes, and Dulu says, well, it's time for me to go. But he's going in a different way. He's going, hitting the ball big.
Very typical Dulu over there when batting, wasn't it, Rico? 6, 0, 0, 0, 4, 6. He's a man who tends to deal in boundaries. As the captain, Ahmed, he needs to create some dots and preferably a couple of wickets. Wide of off stump, but it's beautifully struck by Hassan Akbar. Possibly the shot of the day.
What a lovely shot this is. He just rocks back and just says, thank you very much. I mean, that boundary shortened. He's no risk in this shot. Just waits for it and goes bang. Thank you very much. 6 more.
Oh, that poor Kookaburra has been obliterated. Wonderful timing. Wide of off stump, very, very slow off-speed ball. Dragged around to the leg side. And it's just going to be a single, but Brescia can take their time.
Yeah, there's no rush for them at all. The way they're going here at the moment, they're almost home. Just a couple of runs required. And I don't think Isidulu is going to play any differently.
Nicely bowled from Ahmed, and Rico not very true to form. He's just dug one out and taken the single.
Well, yeah, I mean, when Dulu just playing a defensive shot and says, nah, here you go, you can have the strike. Akbar says, all right, I will, I don't mind. Scores. They're now tied.
Brescia needing 1 from 9. Arguable the run rate's in their favour now. Short of length, and it's pumped again. Well, what a statement from Akbar. Takes his score up to 17 off 5. Couple of beautiful shots over the mid-wicket boundary to finish off that game. And, well, Brescia, they fell apart against Tunbridge Wells in the last game, both on the batting and the bowling side, but haven't they come back well, Rico?
Oh, they've come back brilliantly. Bel colpo is what I say to that last shot. Lovely shot, grande, grande, and that's what they've done. All the batters, they've come out and they've hit the ball big. And well, I said before that I think these 5-over matches are going to suit a team just like Russia. They bowl well, they field very well, take nothing away from their performance when they're in the field, and then they've got batters of that caliber that can come in and just take the game away from you.
Yeah, absolutely. That's a really, really big win for them as we have a look at what's coming up. Albi Zalmi, the Swedish champions, take on the big guns from Tunbridge Wells. Tunbridge Wells feel like they're really getting into their work at the tournament now. Alex Williams played a super innings in the last game, but as it is, that is going to be a big contest coming up next. And this was probably less of a contest than we expected, Rico.
Yeah, I mean, it was. I think a lot of people were expecting to see a bit more of a closer affair between these two champions, the champions of Spain and the champions of Italy. Well, Vinny Sandu, he was having fun out there, just mixing in with the fan zone, but it was done quite easily. They did it with plenty of balls to go. I think 8 balls to go. Well, he takes a catch and then ends up being an old man, but what a catch that was. I mean, take nothing away from that. It's a good catch, but like I said, one man goes, one big hitter went, Hussein, and another one came in, and there was nothing. Baba there jumping up in the air, even he couldn't stop it. And Pakake Badalona taste defeat once more. It's only the second time that they've been beaten.
Yeah, it's probably the most comprehensive display I've seen against Pak I Care in the entire time they've been present here at the European Cricket League. Even the matches that they've lost, they've been right in the mix of. But as it is, that is an excellent display from the Italian champions. And they're saying to the rest of the field, we are a force to be reckoned with. And as long as one of those two openers, either Dulu or Islam, gets going, and today it was Dulu, couldn't get much strike in the first 2 overs, but ended up 18 off 9. Baba Hussein, he's a great man to have coming in at number 3. And didn't Hassan Akbar look impressive in those closing stages? A couple of delicious strikes over mid-wicket. The bowling for Pak I Care, well, Mohammed Cameron started off pretty well in the first over. Got the much-needed wicket. Mohammed Babar, he's probably one they need to lift with the ball. Latif Mohammed, maybe just not at his best so far this week, but it's a power-packed bowling lineup. They'll certainly be better as this 3-day finish to the European Cricket League brings us to a conclusion. We are in finals week here at the Cartama Oval, and that is a super victory from Brescia Cricket Club from Italy. They will get a lot of confidence out of that, Rico. And Pak I Care Badalona, probably a few things to think about.
They've got things to think about. I think they need to think about the batting. They need to stick to a good, stable batting order. But for me, where they're losing it for me, or also they're not deploying their spin into the attack. They've got Sikandar Ali there. He hasn't had a bowl. You've got to bowl him, otherwise he'll very much predictable. But this next match coming up, it's going to be an exciting one. Al Bazami, they're coming back and they're looking to get on the ball with the victory as well and get points for themselves. But they're up against a revitalised Tunbridge Wells that had a great victory earlier in that match against Brescia. So it's all happening. The tables keep swapping and changing, but Italy, the champions Brescia, they're going to the top on a good net run rate to Pak I Care Badalona. But Tunbridge Wells, well, they'll be looking to get a victory against the Swedish champions Abazami and try and get up there as well. It's going to be interesting. It's going to be exciting. And this match is coming up for you in, well, just under 10 minutes time.
How we play cricket.
On the Costa del Sol.
Hello and welcome back to the Cartama Cricket Oval on the Costa del Sol. We are finally getting some sunshine, sorely needed after a week which has been affected by the elements. I know that everyone here inside the ground, whether they're players, spectators, officials, everybody is super excited to be on the park in Championship Week, seeing the top 5 teams in Europe going head to head. This should be a very interesting game coming up between Alby Salmi, the Swedish champions, and Tunbridge Wells of England. Alby Salmi without a win as yet. I'm sure that they would love to get their first one here in match 7. Bat versus ball. Wall showing it's expected to be a close contest, as most of them will be, favouring Tunbridge Wells by 5 runs. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo for ECN. Joining me in the commentary box once again is Andrew Ryan. And Andrew, I'm sure the Swedes, they would love to open their account here.
Yeah, well, it wasn't looking too positive on the BET2BALL bat versus ball graphic that we just saw, but they've probably been better than their current record in this finals week. 5 over extravaganza suggests, but certainly not without opportunities in the games that they've played so far. Fairly good performance against Brigade in the 4th match, and they're actually on top for large parts of their opening contest against Pac Ikea Badalona, as we see some of the support crews that have come out to get behind the young Chargers out on the field this week. Fan zone, and you were in there before, Vinny. It's good atmosphere and plenty of people who have turned up for what is, I guess, turned out to be day 1 of finals week, albeit in Thursday.
Yeah, it's a really good crowd. Happy crowd as well. Happy to be here. And we're very happy to be here as well. Kudratullah Afzal is going to open the bowling this time for Alby Salmi. And he's going to have his hands full with some of these batters, I think. This is edge and almost an acrobatic catch by Ismail Zia. That can't be easy today with the footing behind the wicket. But this was an opportunity to get rid of a dangerous player. First up, Chris Williams. See here, thick edge. And, gets a fair bit of glove on that, Andrew.
Yeah, he does. He's a good mover, the wicket keeper. Shown some excellent athleticism earlier today. And sending Chris Williams back to the pavilion first ball would have been a huge victory for Alby Salmi.
Little things matter in this form of the game. As this next one is blasted. And this is Alex Williams, who will get the first boundary of match 7. It was pitched up by Kudratullah. And Alex Williams, who has been in pretty good form, especially that second game that he played where he just kind of simplified his batting somewhat. This one is well balanced as he strokes this one to the cover boundary.
Yeah, we actually had a chat at the fan zone before that second game. I'd like to take a full amount of credit for his excellent performance in that second contest. A few tips on how to negotiate these 5 over games. Very talented young batsman.
Okay, well, hold on a second. What's going on there? Oh, this has helped over the leg side this time, and this will go all the way. Maximo! So Kudratullah comes a little bit straighter. Well, they're liking it. Bit of horseplay from the English, and they're off to a flyer here. 11 on the board in the first half and over.
Horse is a horse, of course. And of course, Alex Williams enjoys moving over to the off stump, trying to get the ball on his legs, and he started off at 1,000,000 miles an hour.
Now goes straight, and this is going to be 6 more, Rhino. And at the moment, it's looking big trouble for Alby Salmi. And now the Tunbridge Wells cap on top of the horse. And there's no horseplay out in the middle. It's just big hitting from the Williams brothers.
Well, Afzal, he wanted a dot, but Alex Williams says nay. Smokes that for a lovely 6 down the ground. And boy, there's some pressure already. This would not have been in the game plan for Alby Salmi.
Well, it in, and they won't hear because this is picked up, and he's so good at picking up the length. Alex Williams, who goes maximal. He's 22 off 4 deliveries. That is good striking, 550. And I think the Tunbridge Wells guys, they might need some extra helmets over there.
Well, Alex Williams looks like the end of a training session where you just say, have a bash at these last 6 balls. And he has taken up the invitation. Afzal, two short on that occasion, just not enough zip to be bowling that short of a length, and they're looking at manoeuvring the field, but with sort of form that Williams is in, not sure it's going to matter.
Bit of weather around, but hopefully don't get any more rain. Been good so far. Jeremy Giles just reminding us in the chat that the horse is a symbol for the county of Kent, which is where Tunbridge Wells is located. At the moment, this over's gone magical. Last ball coming up. This one just nips back and should be a leg by, which means Alex Williams will retain the strike. Still 24 off the first over, 24 for no loss. And Army's Army, with only 6 balls, you already feel like they're a long way behind in this game.
Yeah, certainly do. And go back to that first ball, they could have sent one of the 2 openers straight back to the pavilion, but unfortunately the keeper wasn't able to complete the catch. So we have a look at the standings. Still plenty of matches to go in this European Cricket League preliminary rounds for final week, but each team 1 loss on the board so far, Vinny.
Yeah.
T5 or F5, as we're starting to call it,
Formula 5
format has certainly brought a lot of the teams together. Not a huge amount of gaps between them.
Yeah, sure. And look, you could have a 3-way tie then up the top if Tunbridge Wells can win this game. I think this is all about just staying in the tournament as well over the next couple of days. If you finish 5th after the preliminary matches, and you'll be going home. So they bring Azam Khalil on in the second over. Here's a power play over. Just swept away and just clipped off the toes. Alex Williams, a new bowler, different pace, same result, another boundary. He's 26 off 6.
Just timing the ball so well at the moment. Didn't even try to overhit that. Clearly helped by the fact that that square boundary is in probably a good 8 to 10 metres as to what it has been on the previous days of the European Cricket League. But Williams is just in supreme striking form.
Goes leg side again. This is a bit of a chase as well. This time it's well done by Zabiul Niazi. They do hustle back for a couple.
And Chris Williams hasn't seen the strike since he nicked the first ball through to the wicketkeeper, but it hasn't mattered. Alex taking up the reins, and even there where the bowlers actually got him to slightly mistime a ball, just dug into the pitch. Almost goes to the boundary, except for an excellent bit of work. Niazi over there at mid-wicket.
This isn't a problem at all. I don't think he's ever in any danger of touching the rope. And this time, it's upish. Nice little adjustment from Azam Khalil. Just gets it a little bit shorter. Not too short. That's one. Question in the chat about what the format is. Well, at the moment we're playing Thursday and Friday, all around robin matches, so it'll be 10 matches a day. This is struck nicely, and it just gets over cover. It was Taz Qureshi. They had to jump at the ball. The result is another boundary, but this time it's the first one for Chris Williams. Well, it's the first ball that he faced since he got dropped first ball. And his second ball that he faces goes to the boundary.
Yeah, nice shot. Class batsman capable of playing all around the wicket. The ball just pitched on a very hittable length. Probably didn't time it quite as nicely as he would have liked, but takes it all the way to the boundary for a 4.
This one missed out. Rare dot ball. Yeah, so the format is 10 matches today, 10 matches tomorrow. And they're all 5-over matches. So at the end of that, the teams should have played 8 matches each. And then Saturday will become our normal finals day. So the top 2 will get the double chance. And 3 and 4 play an eliminator. And ultimately, we'll have 4 T10 matches on finals day. That's the plan anyway. And this one missed out. Ismail rips off the bails at one more time. It's the end of 2 overs. Tunbridge Wells are 35 for no loss. So, very warm welcome to you once again, no matter where you're watching from around the world. We certainly are appreciative that you've joined us on the European Cricket Network today. I know that so many people are watching from different parts of the planet. I've had a lot of messages on social media in the last few days. People want to know what the situation is. We tried to keep you updated as much as we can, but the situation has been really kind of fluid, and we've had to try and just kind of manage the circumstances as well as we can. The good thing is we should still get 24 matches in if the weather holds over this 3 days of play. So, Rhino, and that is some good news.
Fingers crossed, Vinny, and I think the conditions are in our favour. Nice breeze coming across at the moment as we move into the 3rd over.
See Alizai with the ball. It's an off-cutter, fast off-spinner that he likes to bowl. And yeah, I think the ground's played a lot better than I think some people might have feared if you saw it yesterday. It's just a matter of kind of now or never. The rain had stopped and we had to get out there. So still obviously a few patches. It's less than ideal, but still with that nice piece of fielding from Niazi hopping around the boundary, you didn't have too many problems. The problem is removing these Williams boys, and this one will be removed from the ground, and that one's headed towards Rico. Well, manos arriba, umpire Vitro, eso es 6 carreras, and well, They're still jumping the hurdles, aren't they? This one was over the fence for 6.
I think it was nice of Rico not to like to show off in front of the players there. I mean, we know he's physically capable of diving forward down the hill, taking that catch.
Could have caught that in the bushes. 42 without loss. And this is hit straight and is hit well and is hit for 6. Maximal banging off the fence as Chris. He's dialed up another one out of the ground. And now both the Williams boys are going big guns. Interestingly, they didn't decide to open with Dave Smith like they did last game. He provided a nice little cameo to get them going, but this time it's all Williams. Now he gets creative and he's going to get 6 more. Seismas Maximal. This partnership reaches 50 in quick time. Only 16 balls, Rhino. And the alarm bells are ringing for Albies Army.
Tell you what, I wouldn't have liked to be a brother or a sister bowling in the backyard to these two. Might have been with the ball in your hand for a lot of the afternoon. They are both very talented batsmen. Not much that's not coming off the middle of the bat at the moment. Big pressure on the Swedes.
Now tries to go the reverse, misses out. Probably not absolutely necessary. Slower ball made it tough to play that shot as well, because that's the kind of shot where you're trying to use the pace. But this run rate at the moment, maybe not now, but it was over 20 and over before that ball.
The fact that they've got a projected score over 100, despite this being a 5-over contest, remarkable stuff.
Oh, this is a good shot. He moseys down the pitch and sends this one out of here. Maximal. Big over in the end. It's another magical one. Tunbridge Wells showing no sign of stopping. It's supersonic stuff. After 3 overs, it is 60 for no loss.
Oh, this is breathtaking hitting, Vinny. Going at 20 and over. Albies Army bowling feels like it's falling apart a little bit. Not conceding too many extras or anything, just far too many length balls. And to be fair to them, these two very talented Tunbridge Wells batsmen are moving all around the crease, just giving them different looks, stepping down the crease when the opportunity presents itself. They are on fire.
Taz Qureshi is going to take over the bowling. Good luck to you, Taz. Awazai's over ends up going for 25. Khalil's over only went for 11, but sandwiched between overs of 24 and 25. So, Albies Army, the only team without any points here. They'll be in danger unless they can pick up a win or two soon of being that 5th team, which is eliminated. Still plenty of cricket to go though. Alex Williams on strike now to Taz Qureshi. Just hit straight at the fielder, so just one. But yeah, a lot of boundary balls. There were 4 boundaries in the first over, 2 in the second and 4 in the third. And all 4 in the third were 6s. So we talked about how important boundary hitting is in the short format, because that really is the way to accelerate your score fast.
Chris Williams up to 29 off 9 now. Go back to the first ball of the innings. They had to have sent him back to the pavilion. Who knows how this could have turned out, but as it is, Albies Army are going to face an uphill task with this chase. Need to get some dots.
Now this one gets a little bit of bat on it. Down the leg side, it'll be 4 more. So this time he gets the length to work with. Taz Qureshi, he's trying something, he bangs it in, but once again, the batter, Chris Williams, 1 step ahead, just gets it past Ismail Zia, and he gets 4 more for his team.
Yeah, it's tough bowling to batsmen who are in this sort of form and of this sort of quality. As Qureshi doing his best to get that ball outside off stump, but Williams just feeling like he's got so much time to play the ball. Extremely talented pair of batsmen. And quite a delight to get to see them in full flight here at the Cartama Oval, Vinny.
Yeah, they're unshackled, aren't they? Chris and Alex Williams. Chris actually takes the lead now with 33 to his brother's 31. There's still 10 balls left. This time they go to run, and they think about throwing. They decide not to. I think maybe there's a little feather on this, so it will go down as a run to Chris Williams.
Blake's pretty keen to get back on strike. He was starting to get cold. Standing at the non-striker's end. We'll see the replay. Little tickle.
Yeah, little tickle off the face of the bat. I would have been tempted to have a go there. Worst case, you give away a run, but might remove at least one of these batters. So, Alex's turn. Oh, It's a good slow ball that time from Qureshi. Didn't pick it and bailed out of the shot. Yeah, the wind's pretty strong here, and it's pretty much right behind the bowler. So if you can play those funky shots, if you get the pace on the ball, then they will fly. Not so easy to hit down the ground. The straight boundaries are kind of the same size. It's the square ones that had to be brought in for safety reasons, but at the moment, this is a runaway freight train.
Good effort from Qureshi in this over, though, so far. 4 balls in, he's only gone for 6.
And now he's going to get an unlucky one. This will be a French cut. Well, we know that the English don't have particularly fond memories of the French in this series. But this time, the French cut played to perfection by Alex Williams. Tunbridge Wells hit 70 and still 7 balls left in this innings.
You'll be feeling a little bit disappointed from that. Qureshi bowled a good over. It's up until that point. Managed to beat Williams. Just get the inside edge, given how well they've been striking the ball.
Neck and neck stuff between the Williams. Now Alex retakes the lead with 35 to his brother's 34. Qureshi hasn't been the worst over at all. Still has gone for 10. Last ball for him. Oh, this is short, banged hard, and gets straight through Niazi. It eats him up, and just couldn't get behind it. So Alex Williams finishes with another boundary. Disappointment for the bowler. English fans, they're up and about. 4 overs down at 74 for no loss.
They've seen some sort of hitting display here, the Tunbridge Wells fans, and these are the sort of mental errors that unfortunately can easily creep into the game when you're under so much pressure. Qureshi bowled a really good over there. Unfortunately, still manages to go for 14.
Yeah, a bit of that shrug emoji stuff from Taz Qureshi as we have a look with an over to play. We're into match number, I want to say 7. Match number 7, Albies Army versus Tunbridge Wells. We'll see Albie again in match 9 against Pakai Care. Second time they would have played him today. So it's a tough schedule for them, but we're hoping they can get something out of this game. And here's Fuzzy Chowdhury, who we haven't seen bowling that much, but when he has bowled, he's been pretty good for Albies Army. See if he can stop the bleeding in this last over.
The overs so far, Vinny, 24, 11, 25 and 14.
All right, here we go. 5th overtime. This is hit powerfully down the ground. Just an easy swing of the bat from Chris Williams, who middles this one. Cuatro cadenas más. And at the moment, there's a few heads being scratched in the Swedish camp.
Coming on for his first ball of the week, Chowdhury would have been pretty happy with where he landed that, but just beautifully eased down the ground by Chris Williams. And a bit of a difference watching these 2 hitters from Tunbridge Wells, Vinny, isn't there? They're not huge, wild swings. They're just timing the ball and placing it to perfection.
Yeah, I think they haven't overdone the funky stuff. Well, hello to the fans there. A few smiles there. Yeah, I mean, I don't think this reverse is really percentage. But who am I to judge? Because these 2 are going like the clappers. This one, a bit more of a top edge. It's high. This could be the first wicket. And Niazi shells it. So, well, that sums it up, doesn't it really? Albies Army, nothing going right for them. This was a chance to get their first wicket. You feel like they might not get another one in this innings.
Poor Niazi, I think he wouldn't mind if the skipper moved him down to fine leg. He's had a tough last couple of deliveries.
This is out. This is down leg side to be called a wide. Nice keeping from Ismail Zia there. I think just talking to the players, the general consensus is, look, you're going to have some games where things work for you. You're going to have some games where they don't. You can't let it affect you too much with this 5-over format. Let's go there and try and play some good cricket. And now this one is going. It's going, and it's gone. Maximal. This time it's Alex who moves into the 40s. Tunbridge Wells racking up the highest score of the day so far in match 7.
Well, they were on target for 3 figures at one stage, Vinny, but need a couple of lusty blows. Finish off. Still not going to be shockingly far away from it. I see Chowdhury hasn't actually bowled a bad over here.
Now he wants to go again, and it's another chance for Niazi, who holds on to this one. And so he kicks it away in disgust. And he has finally taken a wicket for the Swedish champions. And Chowdhury, well, he deserves that, really. It hasn't been a bad over. But what about that contribution from Alex Williams? 45 of 15 balls, striking at 3 a ball. And he leaves his team in very good shape. Just 1 ball remaining. It's 86 for 1.
Yeah, rapturous round of applause for Alex Williams as he departs. He's been excellent in the last 2 games for Tunbridge Wells. And certainly the Williams pair at the top of the order proving to be a destructive combination. Here a very, very good bit of noise, recognising what has been an excellent innings. 45 off 15 in a 5-over game. That's a substantial contribution.
He's been a lot better since he stood still and batted. Alex got a bit carried away, I think, with some premeditation earlier, but he's looking like the form player at the moment for me. He picks up length so early. Last ball then. This is hit safely. They'll probably go for 2 here. And they decide not to. Maybe they don't realise, but that's going to be it. So they're going to finish at 87 for 1. That is William Stickler that comes out and gets a run. So he'll be happy with that. And as it is, Tunbridge Wells, they are miles ahead in this game. They scored 87 off their 5 overs, so 88 will be the target. And yeah, that's actually 17.6 and over that will be required. And I think Tunbridge Wells, I heard them saying earlier, you know, not a lot of buzz about us. I know we played a few weeks ago, but they feel that they're confident they can get the job done. They certainly have put a big score on the board here in match 7.
Yeah, they've certainly probably been less outwardly confident than some of the other teams that have been around the traps for the last couple of days. I think they're still acknowledging that they're learning these more limited overs games, and certainly probably a team that would not have been expected to profit from the shift down to 5, but they're looking very, very good so far, and particularly their top order batsmen are taking control. It was basically the only time LB Zelmi were on top in this game was that first ball. Unfortunately, the wicketkeeper Zia put the catch down, and from then on it was just Williams boundary after Williams boundary. No horsing around from these two at the top of the order. Chris Williams launching a couple of maximums early on. He was celebrating, and rightly so. A wonderful innings from him. And it wasn't too long before his brother caught on as well. Might have been a bit of a streaky inside edge here or there, but he peppered that mid-wicket boundary strongly, and then didn't things fall apart in the field, Vinny?
Yeah, poor Niazi had the ball following him out there. He was in the hot spot. Somebody had to just watch Sail in the bushes, and well, he would get an opportunity, and so was Shell, and that one he does hold. It was the only wicket of the innings, and you can see that Alex Williams pretty satisfied with his work, with his 45 or 15. Ultimately, it was a bit of a battering from the English champions, Tunbridge Wells, and it was all about the Williams at the top of the order that were able to get things moving.
Yeah, certainly the boys from Sweden have an uphill battle to chase this total down. I mean, Tunbridge Wells 86 for 1, so they'll be chasing 87 to win this game. We'll be back in a matter of moments. Vinny Sandhu here with Andrew Ryan for the European Cricket League. Join us again in a few minutes. Welcome back to the Cartama Oval here in the beautiful Andalusia region of Spain. Speaking of beautiful, there was some luscious hitting from the Tunbridge Wells side earlier today. Chris Williams and Alex Williams both finding the boundary with regularity. They're setting a target of 88 runs for the Swedish champions Almi Zalmi. Try to chase down to register their first win here of the first day of play for finals week at the European Cricket League 2022. Plenty of energy in the legs. Those Tunbridge Wells players, I know they're in the box seat in this contest, but there's one thing we do know. Albi Zalmi have pulled themselves out of some challenging positions before, and they have plenty of fight and no shortage of skill in that batting lineup. You can see the boys in the players' tent. Plenty of pride there with the Swedish flag on display. Steely, determined look. Rahul Khan. They have plenty of players who will give this total a fair shake. Tunbridge Wells, 2 overs to defend in the power plays with most of the teams. They've started with a third man on the boundary. Other one's out at deep square leg. And standing up the top, Bailey Whiteman with the new ball in his hand. So 30 balls should chase down 88 runs. Whiteman starts off. Short ball, top edge, and it's gone for 6. Well, Whiteman would have thought that was a moral victory, but it's a Maximo in the scorecard. Bailey Whiteman just dropping short. Tall man, gets a lot of bounce. We're just losing our TV graphics for a moment, but we'll keep you updated. Bowls that one wide of off stump. Umpire's arms stay down. And welcoming back to the commentary box, Vinny Sandu. It's a pretty good start for Albi Zalmi.
Yeah, it's a perfect start, really. Wow, Khan needs a bit of luck, doesn't he? And this man, Bailey Whiteman, had a bit of an over to forget this morning, so it's a good chance for him to go out and bowl a good over. Has played a high level of cricket, accomplished. He's bowled to Rahul. Balls are wide. So score up to 7. I'll keep you informed with that score. Just a reminder that the target is 88. So to be on that kind of pace, well, you need to go quick, don't you? About 3 a ball pace. Some of the brigade guys getting ready. It's a fast-paced format. Not many people can say they've played 4 matches in a day. See the graphics back now. This is hit, but straight at Chris Williams. So there's going to be one captain catching another. Rahul Khan just cannot get anything going in this ECL so far. He goes 6 and out, and that's the first wicket for Albi Zalmi. Lose their captain at 7 for 1.
Well, see the exaltation of celebration from Bailey Whiteman, probably just as a result of the struggles that he's had so far in this tournament. Just dragging a few wide occasionally, but Williams does the job there. Pretty easy catch for a man of his quality at mid-on, and I think that will be some element of relief for Whiteman. Might just give him the boost of confidence that he needs.
Yeah, it was pretty forlorn for Rahul Khan that walks off, but it just hasn't worked for Albi Zalmi so far in this match. And look, they're staring down the barrel of 0-3. That's not where anyone wants to be. But what you would say is they have 8 matches, so they can be thankful that we are playing the double round robin, not just the single. But, there are going to be some matches where it just doesn't work for you. You have to be able to shake it off and move forward. Whiteman, a bit of a comeback kid story himself after he sent down 2 overs this morning. Half of them were legal deliveries and half weren't. Azam Khalil comes to the crease at number 3. And he edges away. Sets a bit of a task for the field up. He does very well down there, Matt Barker. And so, just a single.
Nice bit of fielding. Stayed well balanced in that area, which is, we've said a few times, probably the hardest to field at the moment. Obviously the ball flying down there at third man, but there's also been plenty of deliveries that have ended up there, so you can see a few divots already where fielders have jammed feet or knees in the ground.
Yeah. This one swings a bit from Whiteman. It'll swing for a wide. Yeah, I do think it's a good time to invest in some laundry-based companies in the Costa del Sol area. I think that He'll be working overtime. There's Khalil. He's a really inspiring figure to many in Swedish cricket circles, particularly the youngsters at Albi Zalmi. Another out swing out. This one just gets over point, and well, in the end, he does hold on and doesn't get out of the field to play. Will Stickler does the fielding.
Pretty good bit of work from Stickler, actually. Saw he was approaching the boundary line with speed, put the hands down. He's a big unit, but managed to pull up stumps just inside the boundary rope.
Had to pull the emergency parachute, didn't he? Will Stickler into the lineup. It's short and wide. I think it's probably okay. So kind of the top corner of the allowable zone there. So he sneaks a dot on Khalil. See this. Had him reaching, but it was a clever bit of bowling in the end. So at the end of that over, score is 10 for 1.
Whiteman's one of those guys that they'd like to get back into some form, though, isn't he, Vinny? If they can get the two pacemen. Obviously, Barker's been pretty good at the start as we have a look at the standings.
Yeah.
Pressure sitting pretty up the top, and especially having a big net run rate boost as a result of that powerful victory over Brigade this morning. Pack cared, a little bit disappointing in the last game, but Tunbridge Wells, I think they will definitely be there or thereabouts when it comes to finals day. But as I was saying, they'd like to get Whiteman in some form. If they can get he and Barker opening the innings with two strong overs of tall, fast seam, it's a good couple of weapons to have.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, Whiteman's done. Over to Barker. Full. It's probably sliding. And that's Shahid Ali, who is a guy that can give it a whack. He's only faced, well, now 2 balls. So, yeah, I think you saw it, the powerful nature of the opening partnership for Tunbridge Wells. It was both of the Williams brothers going. It wasn't just one of them, was it? That's what made this score spiral out of control. Khalil's had enough, and he whacks this one down the ground. 1 bounce, 4 runs. Nice shot by Azam. Barker just over-pitching slightly. And mid-off was up in the circle. We are still in the power play. 2 over power play in this 5 over format. And this one crashes into the fence for 4.
Yeah, nice shot from Khalil. He's an interesting bowler, Matt Barker. He's obviously very, very good with his line and length. Gets a fair bit of pace and bounce, but he also gives the batsman a good look at the ball. There's not a huge amount of shading of it as he comes in.
Backs away slightly. Can't catch up with this one. Yeah, he does do this a fair bit. Khalil, he either goes on the walk or maybe gives himself some room. But just looking at this field, I don't think you want to overdo that. They do have the 3rd man in place on the boundary and have a ring of fielders in the offside. Well, there's Rico. Well, I don't know who let Rico in the officials' tent. Have to call some extra security. Looks like he might have been on the Victorious Vases a bit early today, Rico. This time he pulls. Khalil. I'll just get the one. It's a kind of an interesting spot of the day. We're well into the second half now. We've got a lot of the spectators in. And I know they probably feel like they've been out here a while because they've seen so much cricket, so much entertainment already. Oh, this has worked away nicely by Shahid Ali. It's just drop kicked away. Well, that's why we call it the fan zone. The fans are in the game. Maximal. Big 6. Albi Zalmi hit 20. And if there is a positive from today so far, it's been the increased production from their opener, Shahid Ali.
Well, Vinny, you said this was a big 6. That has cannoned off his bat. Just a little flick off the legs. And Baker coming on with a reasonable bit of pace, but just optimal elevation. And that's gone a good 20 metres over the boundary. Stunning cricket.
Last ball of the over. Let's go in that direction again, but slightly slower ball. Fools him for pace. Will be a leg by, and Shahid Ali will retain the strike. The score now at the end of 2 is 23 for 1. And well, look, it always gives us a good opportunity to give you some more information with regards to what's happening in the ECN this year. And the European Cricket Championship is an international tournament, and well, after a week's time or so, when we leave here, we'll be back in September, 12th of September, and 21 nations will be involved in that EC. That's going to be super exciting, isn't it, Rhino, to see those international teams out there in the T10 format again.
Yeah, can't wait to see you saving the best for last, putting Switzerland in the final group of the tournament. You see that just swung across the line.
Yeah,
Nice bit of spin.
That's a big in. I'm sure there'll be a lot of hype about that in Switzerland this year. I know that's where you play your cricket, Rhino.
Nice bit of purchase for the left arm orthodox there.
He actually spins the ball, which I said is a bit radical for a spinner to actually try and spin it, but I think he's bowled really well today. This time gets a bit leg stumpish and he pays the price. It's not particularly quick at that pace if you get it wrong though, and so Shahid Ali is able to swing this one away to the right of screen. 4 more runs to Albi's Albi.
He's got easy power, Shahid Ali, hasn't he? Just look at this, just waltzes down, takes the ball on the leg side, smokes it to the boundary just forward of square leg. Doesn't try to overhit the ball.
Comeback ball from Davis. And now I think he's going to be stumped, and he walks. Shahid Ali. And so this is just clever bowling, deception and flight. Well, some people think they're a bit old-fashioned, but I think they're always effective. English supporters liking what they're seeing. It was Buttery behind the stumps that finishes a regulation chance. Shahid Ali, after a bright innings, he's got to go. But I think it's just that flight and that slight bit of turn. You see that broken before the bat hit the ground. So Shahid Ali is going to have to go. And once again, a wicket for Christian Davis.
Yeah, nicely bowled from Christian Davis. In fact, I gave it a little golf clap up here in the commentary box, Vinny, because it was an exceptional piece of bowling. Previous ball, he'd taken the speed off, but just drifted a little bit onto leg stump and a touch short. That was beautifully flight, and he was well rewarded with a wicket. Nice sharp bit of work by the keeper.
Yeah, Buttery, pretty good keeper. Yep, Shahid Ali goes for 11 off 7. Now he's up and out 27 for 2.
Tell you what, Buttery is an ironic name for a man who's dedicated to catching the ball cleanly in the gloves.
I'm sure he's heard the Buttery fingers jokes all before, but it's, that was pretty swift work. Still had to do it correctly. Sometimes I think you can rush stumpings, especially when the ball isn't coming at a tremendous pace. That was well done. See, Alizai's a new batter, slips in. And he tries to whack this one away, gets tied up. And so, yeah, Tunbridge Wells, no O'Riordan. So, a lot of chat about that, but they've had some other players stepping up, and this is one of them today, Christian Davis. Alizai might have nicked this one and he's gone. So, well, Davis, that's a delayed celebration, but he runs and punches the air. He's getting the English crowd fired up. And he gets 2 in the over. Alizai's got to go for a duck. It's 27 for 3. Nice catch again by Buttery behind the stumps.
Buttery, certainly not Butterfingers behind the stumps. He's been very clean, but tell you what, if there is one thing to watch in this tournament, it is Christian Davis's celebrations. The last game, tossed the ball in the air and then ran away with his head covered. That one, he's thought about it for a good 2 or 3 seconds. Just what am I going to do? I don't think that degree of difficulty on the celebration is what he should be aiming for with that much thought, but we've got more to come from.
It's almost like you can see the little spinning wheel. It's like buffering, thinking of a celebration. In the end, I think the bowling was better than the celebration. It was just a 7-step jump and punch, but still, yeah, Alizai just lost a bit of form with the bat. We know how good he can be, but he's not able to impact this innings in any significant manner. And so, Davis has been looking good. Zabiola Niazi, he's a man who's played a couple of important innings for the Swedish champs back in the group stages. But, you know, you kind of get that feeling already that this task is a bit too big for Albi Salmi. It's a matter of just trying to put some sort of innings together. Typically, they do like to chase. That's something that we do see them often choosing to do. But, I mean, obviously, 88 5 overs is going to be real tough. Davis has got 2 for 4. And he may almost have another one. He can't quite chase it down. Well, he's enjoying being in the team. And so he throws that one away with some disgust, but still pretty good over from the expressive Christian Davis. Is 28 for 3.
He's provided some good visual comedy so far. I think we've got to get the cameras to almost isolate on him.
It's angry
Look at
face.
that reaction. He's just pumped, just keeping to it single. Knows
I
the
don't know if he'd be a good poker player, Christian Davis, because he wears his emotions on his face all the time. And after 3 overs, 28 for 3. Just 2 overs left in this one. And now looks like we're going to get Dave Smudger Smith coming in, and it all happens in the 4th. Well, Albi Salmi needs something to happen at the moment. It will be Niazi facing up. He hasn't cleared at the other end, 6 off 5, so hasn't really been able to get too much going.
Much pressure on Smudger here, either defending 60 runs with only 12 balls to go. It's a nice time to come in the bowl.
He's been good today as well with the ball, Smith. These slight variations. Fourth overtime. Big swing and a miss. Nice take by Buttery, who I know does like to get up to the stumps, but I think, especially with the footing back, I think if you're on the fence, you probably are keeping up today, just because at least you've got that stability of the surface under your feet. Plus, it creates a bit of extra pressure on the batter.
Very nimble mover behind the stumps, isn't he, Vinny? Never seems to be out of position to collect it.
It goes straight this time. You can tell by the batter's reaction that he was happy with that. And the outs, he goes Maximo. And well, they need runs. They need plenty of them. They get 6 here from Niazi.
Just a touch short from Smudger. Ball held up in the wicket. Big swing down the ground. Absolutely pumped. That's gone, carried the boundary by a good 15 or 20 metres.
The wind's not as strong as it was a little bit earlier on as well, so it's a little bit easier. It's in that zone. It's a good comeback from Smith. He gets full and straight. This time, just a single.
Probably the length that Smith needs to bowl. Get it up in the block hole. Take advantage of the keeper standing up to the stumps as well. He doesn't want to really drop short.
Yeah. I mean, Albies Army, where to from here? It'll be 0-3. They've got a pretty difficult clash with Pack Care coming up in match 9. As goes leg side. Well, this might have gone all the way. I might have just bounced inside. 4 runs. So he goes and fetches this one. Azam Khalil's a class player. I think even he is probably wondering realistically about how close he'll get to this target, but still he'll be happy to get that boundary.
Well, wicketkeeper congratulating him for managing to heave that from a long way of what would have been off stump if he was sitting in the normal position. I think that one's probably just contacted before the boundary, but pretty fair shot in the end.
It was. On the charge now, goes offside, slices it out. The fielder takes an excellent catch, and that is Michael Waller out there who says, "Come at me," and he does. We've seen some good tackles in that part of the ground. We saw it last week with the catch and cuddle. This time, Waller does the business. So Khalil's going to have to go 39 for 4. That was an excellent catch in these conditions.
Yeah, good catch. It's also one of the areas where there was plenty of water over the last couple of days, so not easy to move swiftly, but he made good ground. Just took a second to steady himself. Solid catch in the end. Well done, Michael Waller, and he gets a hearty hug from one of his teammates to congratulate him for taking a catch, racking up a few personal fantasy points in the meantime, and that is Azam Khalil going back to the pavilion for 10 off 7. Albi Zelmi 39 for 4.
Well, there was a fair bit of mud on this field yesterday. That would have been mud wrestling. There's a fairly solid tackle, bringing down Waller. Ismail Zaire comes to the crease now with a score at 39 for 4. Just 7 balls left in this one. Now we're looking ahead to the next match. Unprecedented 10 matches. Trying to get back on schedule here on Thursday in Championship Week. Zaire tries to hit this one backwards, but straight over the stumps. It'll be the end of the over. Pretty good one from Smith in the end. He gets the wicket of Khalil, goes for 11. And the score is 39 for 4. Coming up, well, this will be an interesting one. Brescia versus Brigade. Remember, they played earlier on today. It was Brescia that absolutely did a number on the All-Ireland champions, but they've got the chance for some revenge. They both do have some points on the board now. This will be Brescia's last game of the day in match 8. It all starts in around about 13 minutes, and not that long to go, but a chance for Brigade to kind of set the ledger straight.
They're probably the one team that really needs to get their tournament moving today. They're a little bit slow starters in their previous appearances. We see first ball just lobbed up.
Yeah, Waller took the catch last over, and he can't get moving this time. I think he was the only person with any chance to catch that, but it gets over him, and so Niazi just gets one. Ismail Zaire will get to face up. So still less than halfway to this target in the last over. Ismail tries an expansive reverse. Not fun for the keeper when you see those kind of shots as well, because you feel like you might be in the firing line.
He's had blades directed his way twice in the last 3 balls.
And this one will be a wide, just drifts a little bit too far. Michael Waller, another expressive character.
Good celebration from him with the catch before.
Yeah, well, it's hard to celebrate when you're getting poleaxed into the ground by your teammate. Ismail lines it up again, strike 3. So, I mean, where to now for Albies Army? I mean, if you're giving advice to them, Rhino, what would you say?
I don't think they should be too despondent after this performance. They've certainly been closer in their previous 2 games. We see Waller is coming in. Smack down the ground. It's holding up in the breeze and going to be a very simple catch. Looks like Dave Smith out there on the boundary who's taken that one, and a disappointing end for Zia. He ends up none off 4. But Albies Almi, they've got a fair bit of work to do if they're going to try to make the top 4 and be here on finals day. But I think we haven't seen the most talented players contribute strongly enough for them. We know those top 3 are more than capable. They're high quality batsmen, but none of them have stayed in to produce a substantial enough innings to date. And they probably don't have the strength in the middle order to be relying on them to put on decent scores even in this 5-over format.
Yeah, so Zia's going to have to go for a 41 for 5. Yeah, no, I agree. I think we're used to Albies Albi kind of coming from behind late in the week, but the issue with this is you're really playing with the big boys now. If you can't crack the top 4, well, there's no way you can come back. Reaches for this one, says Sami Khalil. He comes out and gets off the mark straight away. Yeah, so they have to try and find a way to win. Well, you'd imagine probably at least 3, maybe even 4 of their last 5 matches coming up. Packard Care won't be an easy one next up, but at least they would have played them twice by then. After this one, sliced in the air, and this is going to go the journey. Maximo Niazi trying his best to provide some fireworks. They finish with a 6, and that will be the end of the 5 overs. So the final score will be 87 to 48. Albies Army a fair bit off the pace in this. Look, in the end, that 48, it might be a defendable score in another match, but the issue was here, they were just kind of battered out of the contest by the Williams bros early in match 7.
Yeah, they were very good, and they set the scene. In a 5-over game, if you're getting the 2 openers scoring at such an explosive strike rate, then it's asking a lot of the batting team to bring them a victory. And in the end, as you said, Vinny, they were a long way off the pace, probably didn't get a good enough start, and certainly not the type that they needed to reel in that substantial 88-run target. Hugs all round for the Tunbridge Wells side. They are a physically expressive team, certainly providing plenty of entertainment for the fans here today, and they're getting a big round of applause from their supporter squad, who are ecstatic that they have racked up another win here today.
Yeah, the supporters, they're really happy, aren't they? And so are Tunbridge Wells players, why not? Had a bit of a wobble early in the day, going down by a single run to Packard Care, but they have righted the ship, and they are flying now stronger together. Well, these 2 teams came together, different circumstances. Tunbridge Wells coming off a pretty solid win. Albies Almi, they were 0-2 heading in. It was a good start on the scoreboard anyway, with that 6 to Rahel Khan, but he found a way to get out once again early. Chris Williams took the catch. So again, the skipper was off to face the Hall of Mirrors. Out came Azam Khalil, and once again played some nice shots. Well, Rico's dancing, we know it's not particularly good, but some of the shots were out there in the middle, and I did like that one from Shahid Ali. He's a player, if he clicks, they could be anything. He ended up getting stumped soon after. Christian Davis once again providing some nice spin relief for Tunbridge Wells, and then he got the big wicket of Alizai, running, punching. He's very angry for a guy who's just taken a bunch of wickets today, Christian Davis. And I think it's all in good fun as they try to get any sort of score on the board. We saw a couple of boundaries flying. The Arzi liked what he provided. Khalil ended up going. This was a nice catch, wasn't it, by Waller? He then got pounded by his teammate. It's ultimately, I think Albies Army, they'll be disappointed, but they'll also have some hope that they can turn things around. Ismail Zia couldn't really get anything going. He went for a 4-ball duck. And Andrew, still pretty clinical performance, you have to say, with the bat and the ball from Tunbridge Wells, the English champions.
Yeah, clinical but explosive as well, Vinny. I think when we saw Tunbridge Wells earlier in the week, we were talking to them about the fact that they weren't quite sure whether they had the explosiveness required to take this title. There were still a few question marks about their batting, but boy, when the Williams pair gets going, they have some extraordinary shot-making capability. We'll have a look at that batting scorecard. The skipper, Chris Williams, up the top, 39-14. He was a little bit slow to get started. Edge one through to the keeper first ball, but from then on it was just one-way traffic, and particularly his brother Alex Williams taking up the pace, and he went from 45 off 15, but super stroke making from him, and the poor LB bowling attack. Mirab Zor went for 23 off that first over when he could have had first wicket ball. Khalil wasn't too bad, went for 11, but Alizai at 25, he got pumped in the third, and from that point on, it was all one-way traffic. Zelmi, Vinny really struggled.
In reply, I mean, you see the difference of those batting scorecards. They had no one really go on with it. Niazi top scores with 15 off 6. And the bowling, I mean, you saw Christian Davis ends up with the player of the match for 2 for 5. He's been a really nice kind of little bit of a surprise packet, I think, to a lot of people, especially with Noah Reardon in their lineup. Also, we get to Whiteman, who seemed to come back well after that kind of shaky one earlier. Dave Smith and Waller as well. So that is the result confirmed of match number 7. We'll be right back with a special guest actually coming up as Brigade. They'll be on the park coming up next against Pressure. Chance for some revenge. We hope that you have a nice 2 minutes off, but then join us for more cricket because match 8 is on the way. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo alongside Andrew Ryan. Back soon with more cricket on ECN. You're watching the BET2BALL European Cricket League. Hello and welcome back to the Costa del Sol. We are bringing you an unprecedented day of action. 10 matches. We're making up for some lost time as the first 3 days were lost to weather here in Championship Week of the second ever ECL. The Champions League of earlier on, it was a bit of a thumping. Precious EC 68-25. Once again, they will be batting first. And certainly hope for Irish viewers' sake, that there's St Patrick's Day turns around a little bit. It already has, in fact, as Brigade did bounce back in match 4 to take care of Albi's Army, the Swedish champions, who are the real team in the danger zone at the moment. Remember, one team will be eliminated from the competition tomorrow night at the end of match 20. This is what we're looking at. And I know that Yassir Dulu, Yassir Nawaz up the top of the order for Brescia. He has been pretty destructive. And this is the predictor, the bat versus ball war, 56-49. So we do expect some close contests, don't we? You see plenty of W's in the timelines for these two teams. You'd expect so in the ECL 22 as they came through from their groups. Iftikhar Hussain is going to open the bowling for Brigade of Ireland. He'll be bowling to Dulu, as player of the match in the final of Group C. Iftikhar Hussain had a pretty good final himself, particularly with the bat. And let's get ready for some cricket. Match number 8. A special guest commentator I'll introduce to you in a second. I'm pretty excited to get up at the box finally. He's been doing a bit of work around the ground, and I'm sure our Irish viewers will appreciate it as well. But here is match number 8. Need to have the pads just for one. Pretty sound to hear Mr. Maximo for the European Cricket Network, and special guest commentator all the way from Ireland, well, via pretty much every country in the world. We've got Andrew Leonard. And Andrew, it's great to have you here. And you've done a lot of commentary, haven't you, around the world. It's great to have you here on ECN.
Good afternoon, Vinny. A real pleasure to be here, and a very happy St. Patrick's Day to everyone around Europe, around the world. From every Irishman, it's a very special day indeed.
Yeah, it sure is. And I see another dot ball, which is pretty handy. I mean, you must have a lot of excitement being here and kind of flying the flag in a way for Ireland. I'll ask you a little bit about your experience so far. Not easy because it's so fast-paced, isn't it?
Particularly with the spinners on,
yeah.
yes.
So here's the saying. Just be squeezed out, and we'll get there for a single.
A big change of tactic as well for Brigade, going with spin at the top, because Andrew Britton, the captain who opened up in the first 2 games, he went the distance really, didn't he? And the supporters, they all have their opinions. Big numbers here. Over 30 have come from Brigade, the northwest of Ireland. It's one of the real hubs of the game up there, and they're enjoying their time in Spain.
Yeah, they have come a long way to be here, as of the club, of course, to win the All-Ireland Championship. They had to get through a series of basically elimination games to be here. It's the same. And this one's bowled and just comes back a little bit. He's knocked over Dulu. That's a big wicket early. And so only contributes a single. The Irish, well, they're out for revenge against the Italians. And they made a very good start. Iftikhar Hussain, you mentioned the spin being a bit of a tactic. Well, Dulu had his stump stepped on. Bashrat Ali is getting stepped on. And it's a much different start to this one. Brigade getting early wickets, 1 for 1.
Yeah, if you're good enough, you're young enough. Iftikhar Hussain, 48 years of age, would you believe? But he's as fit and as good as ever. He's such a clever bowler. He's been in Ireland more than 20 years. He's a real son of the Northwest, and he never has a smile off his face. Nicely bowled. Good change of tactics from Brigade. Yeah,
and it just shows they're learning. You have to try things, I think, in this format, with volume of matches as well. So disappointment for Dulu. It's a bit of a nothing shot in the end, but that's the way he plays. But yeah, Iftikhar Hussain is a great story, isn't he? And I think he came over, didn't really have the intention to stay so long, but I think it was an Irish lass that was
Correct,
involved.
yeah.
Is that right?
And his wife is here, and the 3 kids are here as well. They're all taking in the magic of this European Cricket Network Finals week. It's been fantastic to see it up close and personal. Heard so much about it, obviously, through all of the social media networks, all the great work that you guys are doing, and just to see it with my own eyes. I hope I'm not being blamed for the bad weather that I brought.
Well, there's a few we're trying to blame it on. We're trying to blame it on the English and the Irish, pretty much everyone. But no, it's just good that we're out here playing some cricket. Bummer Hussain, the new batter, he steps across and it's just reasonably well. That's good fielding there by McCarter. He's been kind of hidden a little bit in the field because he has a bit of an injury, doesn't he, at the moment? But yeah, he's a very good player.
He's a massive injury, and that's why he's not bowling. In fact, it's a lower leg injury. I think he might have even dislocated his knee. So heroic stuff to get out there. He was the tournament's leading run scorer for Brigade in the group stages, and a really good diving stuff. Body on the line, 3 runs saved.
3 they have, and now they might have lost another one, and they have. And so 2 in the over this time. Hussain dishes up a full toss, and it's Britton that comes to the party in the first over, not with the ball, but by receiving the catch. And Brescia in some serious trouble. Shows you how this game can turn around real quick. It was a thumping between these 2 teams last time. Brigade were on the end of it, but right now it's the Italians on the ropes. It's 3 for 2 after 1.
A masterstroke, a tactical masterstroke from the man who's taken the catch, Andrew Britton. He comes across to his right, And he's a very happy man indeed. He's decided not to go with himself with the new ball. He was getting all that movement, but the ball was going the distance. Instead, he's gone to his most experienced bowler. Pace has come off the ball. Islam's gone for one. And Brescia in massive trouble, 3 for 2.
Yeah, well, I've just said in the live chat, of course, Andrew, we've got lots of people watching that get involved in our live chat, and so I put in there any questions for Andrew Leonard coming from Ireland. I want to ask you a bit about your cricket journey as well, because I've heard you commentating cricket in the USA. I've heard bits and pieces, obviously, around what we do. But you've been around the traps yourself, haven't you?
Yeah, look, hugely fortunate to have kind of evolved into the commentary sphere after having spent time both working with Cricket Ireland and then with the ICC in Dubai in the digital end of things. And my playing was never quite up to the mark, Vinny, so unfortunately I had to come up and try and analyse the game and bring and spread the joy of the game. But my main focus is the associate world, so I spend an awful lot of time, like you say, in the United States of America, over in Nepal there, in Asia as well, in the Middle East, in Oman, and a lot of time in Africa too. So to get to travel around the world and spread the good word about the game, and particularly those ICC pathway events, there's probably no more dramatic cricket in the world than those, because every game, they don't just necessarily have qualification on them, they may well end up having a career or a livelihood on them.
Yeah, of course. You're one person that probably might relate to what I've been doing a bit more than most with your travels, but you've been globetrotting. I just tend to get around Europe. But the other thing I thought is, how often do you get to commentate with someone else? Seems like everyone I've been listening to, you're kind of just talking to yourself. Well, not to yourself, but you know what I mean.
we're not on some of the ICC events. We're not quite lucky that we don't have maybe the depths of budgets or necessarily the fellow voices. So we end up quite often doing it solo, and that can be a very difficult task. But it's great to be with you. And I think one thing we certainly share, we just see a bit of a break in play. Iftikhar is saying.
Magic Spray Mary, who's coming out still with Ifti Hussain, who maybe was spinning the ball too much. He has a bit of a finger issue.
I think it's just a plaster, isn't it? Maybe just covering up whatever injury he has.
So, well, that gets taken care of. Just welcome Andrew into the box. Andrew Leonard here, alongside me, Mr. Maximo, Vinny Sandu, and a question from the chat from Keanu, who's one of our loyal viewers. He's got a question for you already.
Yeah, fantastic.
He wants to know, what's your favourite moment in Irish cricket history? I'll give you a ball to think about it, because there's a couple that actually come to my mind.
Getting the goosebumps just thinking about it. There's so many.
There's a couple that I remember. I'll let you wait for one ball, because Ryan Barr's coming into the attack.
I don't want to go with the stereotypical one. Everyone says 2011.
No, I was going to go with some of the stereotypical ones. It's a little bit short. Ties up Bubba Hussain. It's in the end, no run. So go on. Give us an obvious one and a not so obvious one.
I suppose the most obvious one is the Ireland-England game, March 2nd, 2011. Ireland 111 for 5, chasing down over 300, and Kevin O'Brien, my great friend. That magnificent century, still the fastest century in World Cup history, coming off just 50 deliveries. That's probably right up there, but it's difficult to look past, particularly today, St. Patrick's Day, all the way back in 2007. It was the game that got us going, that win over Pakistan.
Yeah, well, this one is dragged to leg side. Not really in the middle of the bat from Bubba Hussain, but he will get 4. Just a setting boundary for Brescia CC. And this kind of, the line of this allows it, I think, from Ryan Barr. So 4 to the total. Yeah, no, I was going to say St. Patrick's Day. That was the one that really, for me, I noticed Irish cricket really in a serious way in the first time on that day. I remember watching it, and it was hard to believe what we could see. And I think it was the same day that Bangladesh beat India as well. It was
certainly a very similar time. I think the two giants knocked out.
Lucky to hit this one, because if he didn't, he was probably gone. Bubba Hussain, the only centurion so far in ECL 22. Tell me what you think of T10 cricket, though. I mean, you wouldn't have seen too much of it, I suppose, and it's not done quite like it's done here anywhere else in the world. What are your impressions?
Yeah, look, I've watched a bit of the Abu Dhabi T10 as well, which is the one of their kind of primary one. I've always loved all formats of the game. It's certainly different, isn't it? And now we're into, I don't know what you've christened it, but F5 or whatever
F5,
it is.
Formula 5. A 5-over Fiesta.
Yeah, I tell you, it's all happening in the 5-over game. I think it's a strange one, because you end up with maybe 2 or 3 people not doing a huge amount.
Yeah.
But you get big hit in, you get lots of action, and the games are quick. It's great to watch.
Picked up and straight. Nice looking drive. Hassan Akbar is there at number 4. Just gets the single. Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, for me, when I first did T10 cricket a couple of years ago in the first ECL, the thing that surprised me the most is how many momentum swings you can get in a game. You know, it's how often the game can change. And you're kind of seeing that even in this 5-over game, where a couple of dot balls can change everything.
Yeah, and particularly in Brigade's previous match, where we saw the remarkable wicket from the first ball of the final over, 14 off 5. I thought the game was gone. I'd gone off. I'm doing a little bit of content and coverage here for Cricket Ireland and getting some of the great action behind the scenes. And what I saw, as soon as that wicket fell, I said, right, that game's over. Yeah. The next ball's hit for 6. The next one's a no ball. It's a free hit. And then they've ended up winning the game pretty comfortably.
Yeah, exactly. So, I mean, I've kind of learnt as well, never call a game too early. I never call a game halfway through the first innings.
I've learnt that in all 4 bats, I'll tell you.
Well, here's Barr again. Slower ball, and Hussain skied this one. It should be taken, and it is. And so Jack Hall is the man that takes the catch. He had plenty of time to think about that, did Jack. And well, there's equal parts joy and relief, I think, for the Irishman, as his St Patrick's Day just gets a little bit better. That's Bubba Hussain, dangerous player back in the shed. And now there's 3 down early in this innings.
Love the reaction. Did you see the sweat? The nerves were wiped off the brow. And it's chilly here on St Patrick's Day, but delight for Brigade. A really good slower ball, well delivered, and he's just clung on. Yesterday I was asking the guys, I said, who's the most likely to drop a catch in the team? And none of them said Jack Hall. The sweat was wiped away. Brilliant for Brigade. They have their 3rd.
Yeah, they do. 10 for 3. I think that pretty popular with the crowd. I want to know what they're doing with those blankets. I mean, you're from Ireland. You should be used to a bit of nip. I mean,
feels like
21 degrees at the moment.
It is not 21 degrees. I'm not buying that. You need a new watch, Vinny. You need to get that checked. It feels about 15 or 14. There's a cold northwest wind running across us. There's no way it's 21. I can't buy that.
The air quality as well is a bit concerning. I've been breathing mostly sand in the last 45 hours, I should say.
Well, 48 hours ago I woke up. I wondered, was there apocalypse? I was looking out the window. I didn't know what was happening.
Sand tornado came and hit us. All right, Barr has one more delivery. And this one's hit hard. It's hit high. Imad Khan could go first ball. He has to back a long way, and he shells it. And he almost digs himself underground. And this would have been an amazing catch. In the end, it'll be 2. It's the end of 2. It's 12 for 3.
Well, the answer I asked, or the question I asked all of the Brigade players yesterday, who in your squad is most likely to drop a catch? I reckon 90% of them said the man who's just put it down, would you believe? Oh. Nick Gray. They know their teammates. It wasn't an easy chance.
It wasn't.
And the footwork was very difficult, particularly with the pitch and the certain conditions you have.
Yeah, he had to kind of decide whether he was going to turn and run with the flight, which would have been a more difficult view. Vinny Sander here. I'm here with Andrew Leonard, who's joined us for the first half of this game. It's great to have you here.
My pleasure.
A bit of worlds colliding here, and a lot of people excited because they have seen you, of course. A lot of our audience, they watch cricket from all around the world, particularly associate cricket. So
we have to make sure we don't get it. If it's posted on one of the Nepal chat forums, we might get the commentary cam might crash. I wouldn't know what'll happen.
No, it's here. But no, I'm really enjoying spending a few overs with you, and I'm sure you're enjoying this start from your countrymen. And here's the Deacon of Delay. It's the other Barr, David Barr. So how effective do you think that is, kind of pausing your action?
It's something that Andrew White, who's actually now the chair of selectors for the Irish cricket team, he played an awful lot of cricket for Ireland at the national level. He used to do it an awful lot.
There it is. He's always got different kinds of delay. Alpha just misses this one. It'll be a bite.
Yeah, it definitely just can upset a batter's rhythm. If it gets too predictable, though, then they'll end up getting into their stance, getting into their ready position and hitting it away. But he's a really clever bowler, and he's a very fine batter. I think he's probably the pick of this Brigade side here. A man who still has aspirations to go on and play at the higher level as well.
Straight up, and well, it's going to be touch and go. In the end, it does get over Britain. Maximo! That Barr didn't get all of that, but he got enough. And he's probably lucky the wind's died down a little bit. Otherwise, I think this blows back into play. But the result, 6 runs, 6 sorely needed runs for Brescia CC.
That was not out of the middle. Definitely has been skewed across. And it's just carried Andrew Britton out at long off.
He's pitched up, driven into the gap. There's been a long chase for Gray. He's not going to get there. So 6 and 4. Brescia just not particularly pretty innings at the moment, but getting some runs. 4 more. This is more of a classical cricket stroke.
Yeah, we see quite a lot of this in the T20 game, also I presume the T10 game. Just that front foot coming out of the way of the ball, allowing the batter, particularly the right-hander, to get their left foot out of the way, access the offside, good batting, back-to-back boundaries.
Yeah, clearing the front leg is what we call that, where I come from. Yeah, it's something we've seen come into the game as short-form cricket has become more and more prominent. This one's in the air, and this one will be a chance for Britain. He doesn't drop too many, and he's not going to drop this one. That's the 4th wicket now, and the resurgence is snuffed out. And, well, RT's enjoying that one, and so are the Irish supporters. That's 4 wickets down now. And Brigade, well, they were out for revenge. At the moment, they're getting it. 24 for 4.
What a difference a day makes. In this case, what a difference a few hours make this morning. Brescia hammered Brigade out of sight. And it's been all Brigade in the rematch, which has come this afternoon. Britain takes another catch, a very simple one this time, and not the first time a miscue hit attempted down the ground. Boundary, wicket. It's all action in F5.
Yeah, it's all action in F5. And Britain, we haven't actually seen him with the ball yet, but at the moment he's still contributing with the hands. I'm sure he'll be batting in his customary number 3 position as well. Akbar, well, he promised and did get a dozen. 24 for 4. Okay, questions in the chat still coming in. Another one for you. Saying, because you do work a lot with associate cricket, who do you think are some of the countries to watch out for? It's a bit of a double banger question. So who should we be watching out for? And also, what do you think could be done better to help associate countries?
Well, look, I think firstly, the job that the European Cricket Network team are doing for associate cricket here in Europe is absolutely massive. And it's not just at the club game. Obviously, there'll be the European Championships, the T10 Championships coming in September. We're seeing more and more countries sign up for that. Ireland, indeed, are sending aside for the first time to that.
Looking forward to that. Here's Naveed Chowdhury. He gets a full toss on the leg stump and he picks that out nicely. So, still, despite the fact they've lost 4 wickets, the scoring rate is up there, especially when you consider that Brigade only made 25 against them in match 2. Anything's defendable, anything's possible. I think David Barr will be a little bit upset with the direction of this one. Takes us to the end of the over. And well, 3 overs down now. And it's 28 for 4. And yeah, so what else do you think? You know, tell us more about the associate scene, because I know a lot of our viewers, they're particularly interested, as are we, right?
Yeah, look, I think the countries to watch, certainly from the Asian end, Nepal and Oman have been outstanding in recent times. The passion for the game out there in Kathmandu and Pokhara, all across that great country. It's second to none. You get 15, 20,000 turning up for a domestic game there. Keep your eyes on that sleeping giant as well, the USA. It's been long talked about.
This is driven in the air. Britain's hunting it, and he's pulled off an unbelievable catch. In fact, no, that's Ryan Barr who's there, because Britain's bowling. But I'll tell you what, whoever it was, it's one of the catches of the tournament in these conditions. It was just a one hand of hope, but it stuck. What a catch, and that's 5 wickets down.
It wasn't the hand of hope, it was the hand of God, the hand of Barr that's reached out to his left. Look at this for a catch. Certainly the catch of the day, the catch of the finals week so far. Just one hand, it would have certainly been 6, and then the fancy footwork to stay inside the rope. That is outstanding. The best catch you'll ever want to see.
Yeah, well, he pulled it back from beyond, didn't he? So, a little bit of a St. Patrick's Day present, if you like, for the captain Britain, and well, they're hard to impress, those guys. But regardless, I think that
I don't think the English like that too much, did they?
If you're a cricket lover, you'll love that catch. And Imad, who's a dangerous striker, has got to go. And yeah, I thought for a second it was Britain down there, but just didn't realise he grabbed the ball. But he was deputised for by Ryan Barr, who takes the catch, and now 5 wickets on the board. And, you know, people think wickets don't really matter in a short game, but they do matter, I think, because you keep the batters rotating, and they never really get a chance to settle.
Yeah, massively important. It always stems the scoring rate, or it tends to always stem the scoring rate, whatever the format, even here. And not just the shortest format at T10, but half that length. The F5 we're playing here on the finals day for the group stage is the same again tomorrow. A brilliant catch, an outstanding grab, in fact, and I think that Brigade really, they've got a score to settle here with Brescia.
They sure do. Here's Britain, and this one could be another one. It's in the air. Well, it's an awkward one, but it's taken. That's 2 and 2. And Jack Hall, well, safe as houses there. And he's taking them for fun now. But Britain's come on. He's got bowled 2 balls. He has 2 wickets. He's on a hat-trick. And Brescia, they're kind of capitulating the way that Brigade did earlier. They're 28 for 6.
Vinny, I haven't told you yet. Drama tends to follow me in life in every capacity. I'm bringing a hat-trick to the box in just the 4th over. I'm here with you. I guarantee it.
Well, never mind. 3 and 3. Could get 6 and 6 on this pace. A perfect over. It's well.
There's a hat-trick incoming. It's loading. You can feel it loading up.
Kalab Sajjad, the captain's got to go without scoring. Here comes Mr. 100%, Hamidullah Safi. And, yeah, well, action tends to follow us here on ECN. Let's go back to that first catch from Ryan Barr. It was one thing to catch it, but also to keep his feet in the field of play. He was working out of a shoebox there.
I'm pretty sure you were on call for it, because you're on call for everything and you do more overs than anything. I don't know how your voice is still going, but the greatest hat-trick of all time was christened a couple of weeks ago, wasn't it?
Yeah, well, we called it because of the catches at the top and tail of it. That was Ken Binman.
Could this go by it?
You think it's going to be bettered here?
Well, the third wicket, if it's a good one. If it's a good one.
It's a pretty good one. All right, hat-trick ball. Is Safi on strike. And this is edged away. It's about as close as you can get without taking it, but the result is 4. It takes pressure up into the 30s. Well, a few of them ripping their pads off, but the result is 4, and at least it helps their cause somewhat.
Vinny, where was the slip? It's a hat-trick delivery. You get your slip in place. It would have gone, well, maybe. If you got your tallest fielder there, it could have been the most spectacular hat-trick you would have ever seen.
Garner at your disposal, maybe. It's funny here, sometimes by putting slip a bit deeper, and you can have a kind of hybrid ring fielder slash slip, but Britain won't be too phased about that. 4 to get Safi going. He just swings wildly at this. And I'm curious to get your thoughts on some of the countries like Italy, like Germany, like we've seen Switzerland. I mean, you must be kind of interested as we are to see how they stack up with their cricket skills and their particular brand of cricket against some of these more established cricket nations.
Yeah, look, it's a huge thing for Swedish cricket, for Italian cricket, for Spanish cricket to be here, to be playing against a test nation.
Another one which is skewed away. Pretty good effort. Smothered by Murdoch.
And not just one test nation, 2 test nations, Ireland and England, they're national club champions both here. We saw Germany get to a T20 World Cup global qualifier for the first time. They didn't quite maybe do themselves justice, but you looked at that team and said, God, where are they going to be in 5-10 years' time? Maybe they'll be going off to T20 World Cups. You've got to remember, in 2024, it expands to 20 teams as well.
Yeah, I think that's fantastic as well. Last ball of a memorable over for Britain, but you won't want to remember this one. This is a slower ball, just a little bit short, and Chowdhury, who's a pretty good hitter, we haven't really seen enough of him in this ECL so far, but he gets 4, and with an over remaining, Precious EC 37 for 6.
I'm going to have to call that last ball like it was. It was a long hop, that's what it was, and rightly put away for a boundary.
Well, still it was a nice piece of batting to put it away, and this is where I'll be going over the next few weeks. We are staying right here because we have ECS cricket starting again, the Fancode European Cricket Series. It's domestic series starting here in Cartama on Monday, so that's actually only about 4 days away. And then it'll be in Portugal for a couple of weeks. Then we're in the Netherlands, Bulgaria, Romania. From there, do you want me to keep going? Top of my head, Sweden, Czech Republic, Austria, Hungary, Italy, Germany, Belgium, then back here for ECC, and then I think from there we'll go to Croatia, and then probably Malta, Cyprus. Missed one out. But anyway, it'll be a fun year.
Just as well, we've got the European Union. You don't need too many stamps in that passport.
That's right. This is hit to cover, and they go on the hit. They probably get away with it because of that. And just settle for the one in the end. You know what's funny, though? Because we were playing cricket down the road, and we had to go through a passport stop every day. We were staying in Spain. We had to go across to the Europa Point tournament. Yeah, we had to go across every day. It was another stamp in the passport. So it's...
What's the secret, Vinny? How do you keep the voice in one piece? Is it chamomile tea? Is it a hot whiskey in the evening?
I was going to say, I clone myself. You really do one day a week. All right, here we go. Chowdhury. He goes again. This is inside out, and it should be out. And it is. So another one. And then he says that's in the pocket. And well, I don't know if there's any sandpaper in there for Nick Gray, but what he has done, he's pocketed another wicket. Precious CC. Now they're running out of resources. It's 38 for 7.
I think Nick Gray's making a point. He can cling on to the occasional catch. He's already dropped one. It wasn't an easy catch, the first one. This was pretty simple. Love the celebration. Stick the ball in the pocket. That's where you are, son. In you go. That's out.
Tell you what, I really love these reactions. And that's the thing, the players, they are so happy to be out there. They spent 3 days in the hotel, and you can just see that kind of enthusiasm that they've got. Chowdhury goes for 8 after hitting a couple of 4s, and he's out the very next ball, 38 for 7.
And it's not just the euphoric joy of getting to represent their country here on the biggest stage for club cricket in Europe, but it's also it's actually the opportunity, to get their games televised here. I was asking them again in those interviews I was doing with each of the players, what would it mean to you to become European Championships? And they were all genuinely spellbound.
There you go. Know what it means to him. It's keeping him awake at the moment. Christian Davis.
It's a big day. 10 games, Vinny.
Yeah, 10 games. Never been done before. It's a nice bit of fielding. Also a nice bit of bowling by Macbeth, who put it in the danger zone. Abdullah Safi. So Imran Naveed comes out at number 9. You don't expect to necessarily get him out at number 9 in a 5-over match. And that's from me, at number 9.
Brigade nearly did in the first game.
That's true. This one could be another one. It's up, it's hanging, it might fall safely, it does. It plugs, and then nicely booted in. He's got all the skills, Andrew Britton.
That's experience, that is. Don't want to bend down, just pass it into your bowler. Make sure.
We're running out of time, but Luke in the chat has one more question for you. What is your favourite of the rule changes that were brought in, or the law changes in the ICC that they announced just last week? Do you have any what's your opinion, and do you have a favourite?
Definitely wasn't the man-cad one, I can assure you of that.
Okay, come back on that in a second. Uh-oh.
Good spirit of cricket there. Lovely to see that.
Well, he was going to put a ball through him. Well, I don't think the man-cade is really a change at all, because it's
they've moved it. They've moved it over, away from unfair play. Yeah.
If anything, it's making it more fair. But
look,
what do you like?
I think the new law about the fact that the batters, even if they've crossed, that doesn't guarantee the other batter getting to face. I think that's a good one and a very simple one.
Yeah, I agree with you. One more ball to go here, 39 on the board. Yeah, look, I think it makes sense. And one thing that people often say, there's some things I do like that are traditional, some things I like that are not traditional. I'm certainly not for changing things for the sake of things. But the thing is, cricket rules and laws have always been changing over the last 200 years, right?
It's actually an incredibly innovative sport.
Yeah.
Like, there's probably historical views as it being a bit of a stuffy old man sport. It's the opposite.
He used to be bowling underarm along the ground into a hole in the ground. As this one is going to be caught behind, so they will lose 8 wickets in the end. Safi goes a little inside edge, well taken behind by Olfert. And so, Brigade at the moment, the Irish pretty happy with where they're at in this game. 39 will be the final score. Tyrone, here's the little edge and sends Mr. 100% on his way. 40 will be the target. One thing we did say earlier is anything's possible, but also anything's defendable if you can get a good 1 or 2 overs up front. Still, you can ask questions of the team batting second.
I do think it's massive advantage to Brigade to take revenge from the morning game. You can see the body language there. Of the Brescia side, they may be in green today, but it's the guys in the crowd for Brigade in the green that are celebrating. They've got the St. Patrick's Day hats on, and there's a reason why. They've been outstanding. They've restricted the side that hammered them this morning, completely played them out of sight, and they've been too good with the ball.
Yeah, and it all started here, wasn't it? As Dulu, who's a player that can really hurt you. Remember, Brescia, they're playing back-to-back games, which you don't really often see at ECL level, but just the vagaries, the fixtures, they took care of Pakai Care, but it was Brigade which had the upper hand as this innings just kind of derailed, a few skied balls. And one thing that they did pretty well for the most part is they held their catches, the Irish.
Yeah, they took them just the one drop. And also some great celebrations. I think we're going to see one pretty soon here. That was the drop. It wasn't an easy one. It went down and he couldn't believe it. Could Nick Gray, but he did make amends later on. And wait till you see this. I can't wait to see this once more. This has to be the catch of the finals week so far coming up. Not that one.
But it was the hot zone, wasn't it, down there? I know the RT was pretty happy about it. Good to see the Bears back in town. It was Britain's first ball. What a catch.
Absolutely sensational. As good as you'll see at any level. And didn't he know it? Ryan Barr, he's taken a specky. I don't think that one's going to be surpassed, Vinny, even if the amount of games that we have between today and the grand final on Saturday. Something very special indeed.
Plenty more cricket action. We're still planning to get the 24 matches in this week. It is a fast-paced format. It was the Irish that were making the pace, and that one was in the pocket. Oh, Gray, who had to be towelled off after wiping himself out early in the innings. It did come back and a couple of nice bits of fielding. There was another wicket that went, and then Safi off the last ball. It was the 8th to fall. To finish 39 for 8. It was pretty good from Macbeth in the last over. It really didn't give them a chance to get back into the game. Often you see a team on the ropes kind of rebound, and they still could have got something like 50, but Macbeth just shut the gate on that. It doesn't to Asan Akbar. He was the only player to reach double figures. And one thing that's been pretty good for most of these teams today is the extras. Only one wide in the innings, and so not giving any away for free. You can see in that innings, nobody faced more than 7 deliveries, so no one really ever got set. And as far as the bowling, well, everyone amongst the wickets, a good team performance from the Irish.
Yeah, what a comeback from the Brigade bowlers. They were played out of the game. In fact, the game was really over after 2 overs in the morning clash between these two sides, but this time they changed their tactics. They went to spin early, and Iftikhar Hussain, maybe the pick of all of those 5 bowlers.
Yeah, so well, it's been great to have you in the box, Andrew. I know that you'll probably join us again over the next couple of days. And yeah, it's great to have one of my kind of the people that I like to listen to right here next to me.
The main man, join the club.
If you enjoyed it, then
you
we'd love to have you back. Andrew Leonard here from Ireland. I'm sure you'll be watching this one pretty closely as well. And well, best of luck with you guys the next couple of days. Probably see you tomorrow in for a little bit of a cameo as well.
Sounds like a plan.
So join us. We'll be back in just a few minutes. There'll be 40 required for Brigade to get that revenge on Brescia CC. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, alongside Andrew Leonard. See you shortly for more ECL action on ECN. You're watching the BET2BALL European Cricket League. Hello, welcome back to the Costa del Sol ECL 22 Championship Week in full flight. We're into match 8 and it's been a pretty topsy-turvy day for most of these teams. You can imagine that it will be when it comes to F5 cricket. You're going to have the good, the bad and the ugly. It was a bit of an ugly contest earlier between these two teams in match 2 as Brigade were restricted to 25. And that was after a decent batting performance from Brescia, who scored 68. But this time around, Brescia did struggle because of the constant wickets, chances being taken by Brigade, the All-Ireland champions. So they've only scored 39 in this one. You feel like it's not going to be enough, but I guess funnier things have happened in the 5-over format. Anything's possible. Certainly looking forward to seeing the second half of this. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, with you as we look at some of the Irish supporters enjoying their St. Patrick's Day in the best way possible. It's good to welcome back into commentary box Rico Full. Rico, you probably saw the first half of this one. Where did it all go wrong for Brescia?
Well, yeah, it's interesting, isn't it? You just get the feeling that maybe the teams, i.e. the Brescias, the Pakakea Badalona and the Alves Army, maybe they're just throwing everything at it. Sometimes it clicks, sometimes it doesn't. Maybe there's not a plan in place, whereas Tunbridge Wells and Brigade certainly do look like they're playing to a plan. And they're enjoying themselves out there as well. And why shouldn't they, Brigade? On St. Patrick's Day, they're having a swell time.
40 off 30, simple as that. It'll be David Barn McCarter to open the innings for Brigade. And Bashrat Ali, oh, he's a dangerous customer. He needs to strike and strike early. 40 to win.
Just played out towards point. So, yeah, they don't have to do anything crazy here, Brigade. There's one thing they did do in their group stages when they were the winners of Group B after that early loss to Griffin. It's the way they came back as a team. They read the situation of the games very well, and they were able to chase down scores perfectly. That's what they'll be looking to do here, but they're going to attend with this man first. Bashrat Ali, Mr. Evergreen, he's a great campaigner.
Yeah.
He had the one bad over today, but other than that, he's been on the ball all the time.
Here's the key. If you want to make this score bigger, you need to have 1 or 2 decent overs up front, and then you can get back to 50-50. You probably need to have a couple of overs of 5 or less just to push that rate up.
Ali once more, and well, he's unlucky there. Makes a good diving stop to his right, but the ball still escapes him. It gives the single away.
Yeah, he's a clever bowler, isn't he, Bashar Ali? Because he can kind of swing the ball significantly into the right-hander, but he's also got this little off-cutter you saw earlier in the over. So it just keeps you guessing. Again, it's all kind of shoulder, all slinginess in his action. That's where he generates his pace. Yeah, when he gets that seam position right, he does hoop it around.
Ali once more. David Barr, a little bit uppish, but too wide of the bowler. Ali gets a single.
Luke's wondering why Bashar doesn't bowl over the wicket more. I think the reason is he likes that off-cutter as a variation. So he wants to keep you guessing. He wants to kind of angle into the stumps and occasionally kind of roll the fingers down the left-hand side of the ball so that it kind of angles in and then deviates right to left. So that's a dangerous delivery. A bit like you'd imagine a left-arm spinner would do from around the wicket. But I think variety is the spice of life.
Ooh, this gets a bit of inside edge, but they lose the wicket-keeper and couldn't do anything about it. 4 more runs.
I think this is a tough chance. I think it reaches him on the full. It's a little bottom edge. You see here. Yeah, I think that gets the left glove. Slow it down around here. You see, yeah, just misjudges. Not the easiest chance at all, but I think when you're trying to defend...
Carrying?
Yeah, that carries.
Can that carry?
Yeah, that carries. He just gets his glove in the wrong
You're
spot.
a hard man, you are.
When
I suppose you're going to say that catch that was taken on the boundary was easy.
Well,
What a catch.
the catch
We've
was
seen
easy.
some catches.
The catch was easier than staying in the field to play on that one. 7 on the board for Brigade. Last ball of the over.
Yeah, you can see they're just trying to do this without doing anything silly. They don't just want to win. I think they want to win well, and that's an important thing. It's all plans. It's executing your game plan and doing it well. End of the over. And, score is 8 on the board. No wickets down.
Just 8. Gives us a chance to look at the table, and you can see that we've got a 3-way tie at the top of the table at the moment. And Brigade, if they can win this, they'll join them there. You know that's bad news for Albi Zalmi, right? Because if they can't pull a win off in their last game of the day, then you've got 4 teams all ahead of them. And almost if you're 5th at this stage, you wish that another team's struggling so you can kind of duke it out for that 4th place. But look, still plenty of cricket to play, that's what I'll say. It's not even halfway through the round robin.
Yeah, they've got a tough one, they haven't they? Albi Zalmi, they need a win, and the team that they're up against is Pakakea Badalona, who are sort of firing hot and cold today. To the action here, it's up in the air, and I think this is going to go all the way. Yes, it does. Balle, 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 manos arriba, arbitro, porque eso es 6 carreras.
A bit too short from Miss 100% Amadou Asafi. And Makata is a tall man. This barely gets waist high, but he turns on it, spots the length that very quickly. And they got 8 off the first over, which is just the rate they need. They get 6 off the first ball, the second. Asafi again.
Place this down and take the single. Right. Interesting. I mean, wonder, especially when I have a look at this field, they can do this in singles. So they need to create something. They need to take wickets. And one thing that doesn't help if they're just prepared to give the easy singles away. You can see somebody's walking wounded out there. Looks like Imran Naveed is hopping along.
Yeah, well, he had injury troubles in the group stage, didn't he, Naveed? He's worked away nicely. They don't get a run in the end. Carter gets sent back by Barr. I mean, they don't have to do anything crazy here, do they, Brigade? But I think what we're seeing at the moment is anybody can beat anybody. I mean, even Albi Zalmi, who don't have a win, they got within 2 runs of Pakakea, and you could argue they probably should have won the game earlier in the day. First game of the day, that was.
It's well bowled. He sees that David Barr is starting to come down the pitch to him, so Banks head in short. It's been lovely to spend some time out there with the supporters from Brigade and the other teams as well from Tunbridge Wells.
Yeah.
Both sets of supporters were very happy with the team's previous performances, and I'm just going to say, may every petal on the Shamrock bring you joy and good luck to everybody here and everyone watching from Ireland and all the Irish watching from around the world, wherever they are.
Well said, Rico. There's a single down the ground here. I'll say a quick hello to James Venables as well. He was playing for UOH. Said a couple of us heading along to watch live tomorrow, so they're still in town. That's great, James. You can ask James how about it, because he was playing. I don't want to talk up my Yeah, I think
I'm
they
still,
found most of the balls.
I'm still getting information about your keeping.
Oh, get out of it. Last ball of the over.
Well, I think that was a slower one. I wonder what gave it away. But now he's going to have to hurry to get back. And the umpire's going to go upstairs on this one. And
Don't think he quite had it anyway. That's 2 overs down. So the score is 18 for no loss after that. We'll get a closer look at this.
well, he doesn't have the ball.
Doesn't have the ball. Well spotted. Charles Crouch was in perfect position. So that's Finny Sounder here, Mr. Maximo. Back with me, Rico Full. Great to have you back, Rico. I know you're going to take things home with Rhino after this, but you know, it's been a very interesting first day. Unprecedented even for us. We've seen a lot of things, but 10 matches in a day. What we have seen is kind of 4 teams all pinching points of each other, and it is Albi Zami at the moment.
Yeah.
They really need a win coming up in match 9, right?
Massive game for them against the Spanish champions. But look, one thing I always say that European Cricket Network, it's a frenzy of action-packed entertainment. Well, if I thought it was a frenzy before, what we started today and tomorrow, 10 matches, it's like a marathon of cricket. It's amazing. It's a marathon of cricket. Absolutely amazing. And the cricket that we're seeing, well, it's hard to absorb it all, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. But we are, and it's happening. And so that's the most exciting thing. Again, big hello to everyone in the fan zone Rico's mentioned a few. Give us a big wave if you're in the fan zone. We're up here, and we're so happy that you're here to share some cricket as we head into over number 3. Kalab Sajjad, the captain, comes on with his leg spin, and Naveed runs over this one. Probably won't go.
Well, that was almost like a stop in slow motion. I thought he was going to mess this up for a moment. And look, I want to see a bit of Irish dancing. Come on, a bit more dancing out there. We only saw some in the morning. You surely have warmed up by now. Come on, get up. Let's see some dancing.
I liked it. And I'm looking forward to maybe hanging out the fan zone a little bit this afternoon. There you go, a little bit of it. Sneaky touch. It was all right in the end. But I think what the issue is when players go off their feet, they're a bit worried that they may slide into the rope. So I think that's why you're seeing that kind of technique.
No one there. This is good as well. Khalib, who's bowling now, so you see, well, that's David Cooper. There he is. He's keeping his friend entertained. This will be a wide. Yeah, I was going to say that Khalib, the captain, for me, he doesn't bowl enough. He's a bit like Pakai Kher at the moment, not bowling Skander Ali. You've got a slow bowler, you've got to use him. You need those variations and that variety in the attack. Played out to Ali. He seems to be everywhere, Bashrat Ali. He's one man that doesn't give up trying.
Yeah, that's true. You just got to try and hang in the game as long as you can. Try and keep the runs required over the balls remaining for as deep in the match as you can. That'll help.
Yeah, again, it's just changing the pace, using the slow bowler. And Khalid does bowl very intelligently, varies his pace well.
Wow. They'll sneak a run here. Even that's a bit costly, I think, because McCart had missed out a couple of times. Dulu just couldn't quite cover the line of this. It wasn't too far away from the stumps.
Yeah, I think this is one that Dulu thinks is going to bowl him, and therefore he fails to stop it.
Yes, he's never quite in position there.
That one was in the slot, but the fielder does his job well, makes the stop.
Hanging in there at the moment. That's 3 overs down, 24 for no loss. They are right on pace, still at that 8 and over. And so that's what's required off the last 2. So, you'd imagine they do it, but, a wicket here, a couple of dot balls, goes to the last over, anything can happen. This game is not done and dusted just yet.
Yeah, we've seen stranger things happen. Well, like you say, Vinny, a couple of wickets, which also means dot balls. A few new batters coming in, and they'll be wanting to finish it with a couple of boundaries. If they don't click, and all of a sudden pressure in this game, as we see, well, quite painfully, we see Imran Naveed going from one end of the boundary to the other. Yeah, he's certainly not right.
Remember, we saw him struggling, didn't we, in the group week. Here's Bashar Khan.
Chance is up in the air. Is anybody going to get there? He does. Will he take the catch? He doesn't. He fumbles it. Out it comes in the hands, and it rolls up his cheek and down. That's a big opportunity, and you've got to take these, and Ali Raza Islam puts it down.
Yeah, and also gives away a run, and they don't have many of those to play with either. It just came skewed out, and he had a long way to come, but he did get there comfortably. He put it down. Now it'll be stumped, so it doesn't cost him too much. McCarter ends up going. I think they're just checking about if this ball was taken behind the stumps. Something to think about. And so, I mean, there's no doubt for me that the batter's out of his crease here, McCarter.
Does he go too soon, Dulu?
Yeah, I think it's no problem. That's no problem at all. So he will have to go. And, well, clever bit of bowling there. I think he saw him coming, just maybe dragged it down a little bit shorter. And a little nod saying, yep, nice work. And so they do get that wicket in the end. Brigade lose their first. It's 25 for 1.
Yeah, good bit of work that. And also there's good movement on the ball as well from Bashar Khan. I've liked his bowling. Sometimes he goes for a few. But I think, again, you've got to use these bowlers. You've got to vary it up. And that was good movement. It was the movement that beat McCarter there. And Dulu does well. He doesn't get beaten by it himself. Takes a stump in. So that's what they need to do to stay in this match. Just keep picking up these wickets. No, I'm going to go back to the injury to Imran Naveed. If he's struggling to run and move around, surely you get the 12th man on, right?
Yeah, I mean,
he's not a bowler. He's not going to use in the bowl.
Yeah.
You need somebody who's fit, who's going to be able to throw himself around.
He was used as a 5th bowler in the last game. But, I mean, yeah, maybe that's why he's staying on. But, I mean, if he's not fielding comfortably, can't imagine his bowling would be particularly comfortable. Bashar Khan, good start to his over. 2 chances. The second one was taken.
Britton comes out. It's a nice shot. Rocks back on the back foot and cuts this. But they have got protection out there. So an easy stop made. So all of a sudden, Pressure will be thinking, keep this over tight. And, well, we're going to have quite a nervy finish in the final over.
Yeah, I mean, singles now are fine for Brescia CC. It's just these multiples, and particularly boundaries, that are going to hurt them. There's over and a half left. Another dot ball. Won't be out, but this is really good work from Bashar, who's, we haven't always seen him in their top 11, but I think he's a must pick just because of the variety that he provides.
I agree with you, and we've seen them both seen them use both the spinners today. And they've been effective. Flicked away. It'll just be a single. That's okay. Singles don't hurt you. And if he can finish this over well here, what a terrific over it would be.
It's a huge ball. I mean, we've seen quite a few overs today that have been pretty tight, but then, you know, maximum off the last ball or a 4 off the last ball changes things. Here is the last ball of the 4th.
He'll have to go after it. He hits it pretty well, and he's going to get 4 runs. And it's a good cricket shot. It wasn't just a hoik. He knew what he was doing. He knew the area he was going for. Gets the boundary. And, well, we do go into the last. It's 9 required of 6 deliveries.
Well, I guess the 4 was better than a 6, but still didn't really make any adjustment there, Bashar Khan. Saw McCarter coming. He challenged him, but he was up to the challenge. A pretty safe shot as well through the covers. Hit well. Placement was good too. So I see who gets this last over. It looks like Ali Raza Islam's going to bowl it. Look, this is anybody's game still. 9 off the last 6. This is what's coming up next. Abizami versus Pakai Care. It's a rematch of the first match of the day. Here's from the toss. Here's Abizami. They won the toss. They'll be bowling first, just like this morning. So they will be chasing. Abizami, it's very early to say it's a must win, but not far off. So here we go. Last overtime. 9 required for Brigade.
So a really nice shot, 4 runs, beautifully played. They bring that fielder in, and he punishes them. Isn't he so cool? I mean, he's probably one of the coolest characters to be out there, David Barr. We saw how well he batted in the first match, and he scored the winning runs, and how much it meant to him to do it. And here he is now, elevated up the order, and he's doing a grand job.
Really does. Does change the needle. 9 off 6, you'd fancy they get there, but you still need that boundary somewhere along the line. To get it first up just takes a lot of pressure off.
Yeah, you see there's too much playing around with the field. They made that change, and now they've gone back to that man out there. He's played out. They'll take the single, that's fine. And I think sometimes there's little decisions like that, and they made that change by pushing the 3rd man back. Yeah. And you just say, well, look, you know they're going to play those shots on the leg side. Keep the man there, keep the 3rd man in to keep the pressure on.
And now they can win it with any boundary. So, working in eggshells now. Pressure.
And this will do it. And it's done in style. And it's Andrew Britton, the captain, that scores the winning runs to the roar and the delight of the Irish spectators. I still haven't seen that dance. Come on, you've won now. Let's see the dancing. Over to you, to the Brigade supporters. But, well, there's the boys. The boys are happy. Is another victory. And it looks like they're doing exactly what they did in the group stages. After losing the first, they are back and back with the bang. And looking good. And the thing I'm liking about Brigade as well, Vinny, is they are changing things up slightly, varying the batting order, using different bowlers. Everything seems to be working, so it just tells me that they're a squad that have depth and a squad that are able to perform when required.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And yeah, revenge is a dish best served cold. There's nothing cold about the finish though from Brigade. And there's St Patrick's Day turning around. They're now 2-1. They're going to have a really important game in match 10, the last match of today, when they take on Tunbridge Wells. So I'm really looking forward to that clash. And right now, we'll have a look at the highlights of the chase. It was 40 for victory. Brescia CC trying to make it a sweep over the Irish, but I think the men from Brigade had some other ideas. They've come all the way from Derry, and just had to be taken. That one did go down as Ali Raza Islam. Smart bit of work from the keeper, Dulu. Stumped McCarter after that chance. But yeah, even though it was never a sure thing, they were never too far behind in this chase, were they, the Irish?
No, never too far. And when you look at the scorecard, you'll see that every batter played their part. McCarter did go, but he made his contribution. And one man that I said before always seems to get better with each match in terms of his bowling and his batting is the all-rounder and the captain, Andrew Brennan. And he showed that there again. No nonsense from him. Goes out there, gets a victory for his team. And he'll be a very happy chappy. But remember, they do have one very tough and important match to play. Brigade versus Tunbridge Wells coming up. That's the last one today. So we have a look at this scorecard. David Barr, 15 not out. I think he batted really well. I do like him batting up there with that order. And Andrew Brennan coming at number 3. He's an aggressive player, but he uses his feet really well. He's not just a slogger. Gets himself in a position when he plays his shots. And the bowling figure as well. Bashir Ali, Mr. Evergreen. He's always going to be good for you. Safi didn't bowl too bad, went for 10. But I think that Ali Raza Islam, that last over, he didn't have too many to protect, only 9 runs. Yeah. But they only needed 3 balls to do it.
Look, no one really got the treatment, but it's just a case they didn't make enough runs.
Yeah.
I mean, you add another 10 runs to that and you're competitive. So I think credit goes to Brigade. They won that game, I think, with the ball, taking 8 wickets in that first 5 overs. And in the end, they do it with 3 balls to spare. I'm going to step out for the rest of the day and leave you with Andrew Ryan and Rico to take you home through matches 9 and 10. Interesting clash coming up between Albi Zalmi and Pak I Care before last match of the day between the English and the Irish on St Patrick's Day. So join us in just a few minutes. We'll be back. Match 9 is coming. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo, alongside Rico Full. Hope you're having a great day. It's great to be back bringing you cricket on ECN. You're watching the BET2BALL European Cricket League.
And European cricket fans, welcome back. We've got the second last game here tonight. It is the Swedish champions Zalmi in desperate need of a win to get their finals week back on track, and they are coming up against the powerhouse Pakai Barcelona, and they will be driven as usual by Mohamed Babar, Mohamed Ihsan at the top of the order. Those two powerhouses will be looking to get them off to a rapid start here in this 5-over contest. Zalmi really need to get a win here in this game if they are to walk away with day one of finals with at least something on the board. Good to see in the spectators tent. Still plenty of supporters around. The weather stayed nice and fine. No additional rain, which has certainly helped the ground here stay in decent condition, and credit as always to both the ground staff and the ECN team who have done a fabulous job over this time to get this tournament back up and running today. Plenty of smiling faces, plenty of tomfoolery, plenty of Victoria Malaga being consumed at the same time. And we might have some sweet nectar from the batting crease in the form of some delectable drives from Mohamed Babar. Haven't seen the best of him today. Might be feeling the effects of a lot of work last week. He was magnificent with both bat and ball throughout the Group E competition. There are some boys under pressure in that Zalmi dressing room. The support crew, they will be hoping the 11 Swedes on the field will be able to take their first victory today. And it's Momand with the new ball. Get us started. It's just tucked off the hip by Babar. And with that, I'll introduce Rico Full back to the commentary box. Rico, lovely to be here with you for this late afternoon game here in Cartama.
Thank you very much, Andrew. It's great to be on with you. I think we both had a little bit of time away from the box. And Sam Williams there. And a shout out to Sam Williams and all of the Blue crew, the work that they've done to get the ground ready for play, and the work that they're doing to keep the play going is amazing. Can you imagine just the work they're doing in between the games to get the next match ready, get the teams organised, team sheets in? Fantastic work, guys.
Honestly, first time I've seen him sit down for 72 hours. Moman comes in, lovely shape, just starting that outside off stump. Using the breeze, going back into the batsman. It's well bowled. So useful customer, Moman. Bowled an excellent first over to get us kicked off here. Finals day in their earlier game against Pakai. Very close contest. Pakai just scraping home in the end. Not as much shape on that one, and it's been smoked over the boundary. Habib Mahmood, he's been promoted in the order. He's probably been their most consistently effective batsman today, and he's becoming more of a factor for them, Rico.
Yeah, this is a really nice shot. Putting away. It's going to be interesting to see how they bounce back. Pakai Barcelona, I mean, they would have been disappointed not just to be beaten by Brescia, but the way they were beaten. And well, there's the captain. He's still smiling. So is Ahmed. The question is, will he be smiling after this match? This one's gone up in the air a long way, and the catch has been taken. Just losing his shape, doesn't he? Loses his shape, falls away, skies it, and a good catch taken. First wicket goes to Al-Bazami.
Yeah, well deserved from Oman. He's been pretty good with his line and length in this over. Just got enough shape to trouble the batsman, and Mahmood trying to hit with the swing has only been able to sky it, and pretty neat catch taking. Just see that bat plane was just going nowhere but up in the air. And it's the first wicket down. Pakai 7 for 1.
Yeah, I mean, once again, it's going to sound a bit like a broken record here. They keep changing this batting lineup. I think you've got to stick with what worked for you. Now, look, you had Mohamed Babar and Mohamed Ihsan in the group stages. They're stuck with those openers all the time. Yeah, sometimes either one of them didn't work, but you stick with it. They keep changing it. They keep bringing Mahmood in. Now, when Mahmood comes in lower down the order, always seems to perform. And we say, hasn't he batted well? Top of the order, he doesn't leave him where he is. Stop messing around with it. You've got good batters. Let them do the work.
Yeah, I completely agree, Rico. He seemed very comfortable coming out in overs 4 and 5 earlier today. I'm sure it really needed messing with. There's Sikandar Ali, speaking of a rearrangement in the batting order, he's been given a boost up to come in at number 3. Oman still 2 balls to go. Good shape again, just fended off. Ali's going to scamper through for the 1. Keeper who's thrown himself about all day, Ismail Zia. Fortunately, big drop at the start of the last game when he put Chris Williams down first ball.
Yeah, I mean, that could have made all the difference, because then we saw that brilliant opening partnership. But what a knot that was between, well, both the Williams brothers. Chris Williams, you mentioned, they went on to make 39 of 14 deliveries, and Alex Williams 45 of 15, just falling short of what would have been an amazing half century.
Well, Maman drifts onto the stumps for the first time this over, and Babar has taken out his frustration on that poor little kookaburra. That has been obliterated to the spectators' tent. Pakai Care 14 for 1.
Now this is Babar when he's at his best. He's not trying to overhit it. He gets right underneath it, just continues with his swing and keeps his shape well. That's him at his best, and if he carries on batting that way, he can score runs and big runs quickly. Doesn't need to change what's worked for him as we have a quick look at that table.
Yeah, Pakai Care Badalona not sitting in a bad position at the moment. 2 wins and 1 loss from their 3 contests so far. It's probably a bigger game for Albi Zalmi. If they don't win today at all, they will be facing an uphill task. And Rico, they've just looked a little bit short of firepower with both bat and ball.
Yeah, they've tried different things. They've tried when they've won the toss and they fielded first and batted first. It's just not clicked for them. There's been some good individual performances, but they haven't been able to go all the way.
That's Qureshi on the bowl. Oh, it's stroked down to backward point. It was a really easy catch in the circumstances for Sahabi. He's looking a little bit shocked. I'm not sure he expected it to come with that sort of pace, but that is a disappointing drop. Ali could have been back in the pavilion very quickly. It just got a bit big on him. Young man. Certainly an element of surprise.
Yeah, it was hit very hard. It was travelling, but I think it was at a comfortable height where you expect to take him. Pop straight out. Disappointment for Qureshi.
It's a bigger battle for Qureshi. Babar on strike. Goes wide outside off stump. Umpire signals wide. I don't mind the strategy behind it. We probably have seen a little bit less of the wide of off stump bowling today than we did in probably at least Group E last week. Rico, do you think that's due to the square boundaries being in, or do you think players are just drifting away from the standard tactics and
maybe
conditions?
Just drifting away, yeah. I mean, you saw that earlier, Bailey White, when he tried to get the line of just inside, keeping the ball inside the wide line, and he just couldn't do it, kept swinging away for him.
Nice change up, top edge, fielder's running back, Chowdhury can't get to it, and it spins onto the boundary. Well, that was another good piece of bowling from Qureshi. He's been extremely unlucky both this game and the last one against Tunbridge Wells. Great change-up, difficult to pick out of the hand. Babar didn't know what was coming to him, and fortunately it's a 4 in the scorebook for the bowler.
Yeah, that was fortunate. Hay poquito de suerte por el jugador de Pacaque, Badalona. Pero también hay 4 carreras. Yeah, gets fingers to it, but couldn't take the catch, but because of his momentum, stopped the ball going over the boundary.
Well, Qureshi can probably lay claim to being one of the unluckier bowlers on this first day of finals week. Drop short. Babar hasn't got a great piece of it, but it's enough to take it for a 6. That shortened boundary over at mid-wicket in a good 8 to 10 metres from what it normally is. Didn't have to time it perfectly.
Yeah, I mean, this is a bowler bowling, and maybe it's also sort of highlighting a team that things just haven't gone their way. That's Qureshi frustrated, decides he's going to bang this one in, and Babar just waits for it with that short boundary. He's going to take that on every single time.
Oh, that one's wide of off stump. Babar's put it up. 2 fielders running back. Well taken, and that is no more than Qureshi has deserved. It's been a good over so far, aside from that short ball in the last delivery, and he has taken the highly prized scalp of Mohamed Babar And that's the second wicket down for Pakai Care Badalona. They're 26 for 2.
Yeah, I mean, BET2BALL goes for this shot plenty of times. He quite often misses out on it, but you see what he's trying to do. He's frustrated with himself. He knows that the fielder, there's no fielder really outside there. They're inside the ring. It's a shorter boundary, so he's trying to play this shot over sort of cover, extra cover. But again, he's going more aerial than distance, and that's probably one shot, if I were him, I'd sort of take out the book. I'd like to see him play straight ball, and we saw him do that in the group stage just last week, but he hasn't really done it here today. He does score a quick fire 16 of 5 deliveries, but he has to go.
Very, very typical F5 innings there, Rico. 2 dots, 4, and 2 maximos for Mohamed Babar. He's walking to the crease. It's Mohamed Ihsan. I know what a dangerous customer he is with the willow in his hand. Another short ball, but it's jagged back appreciably. It wasn't a great length from Qureshi, but come back off the, don't know if it's off the seam or he's gotten a bit of late swing. Decent ball though.
Good delivery, didn't really know too much about this.
So, pretty good player of the pull and the hook shot. Dangerous area to be probing. Oh, he's on me. A little bit of a recovery here. 2 wickets down. If they can send Ihsan back to the players' tent quickly, they feel like they've got some momentum. Final ball from Qureshi. For one outside off stump. That's good tactical bowling. Just the single, and Pakai Care 27 for 2 after 2 overs. Rico, not a bad start from the Swedes. They're still in this.
Yeah, not a bad start at all, but I think also Pakai Care Badalona, look, they have lost 2 wickets, but they've got the runs on the board. I mean, Taz Qureshi, he bowled really well in the group stages. He was their leading wicket taker, took 11 wickets. So they've seen him out now. He's bowled his 1 over. So now I think these 2 batters will look to attack, and I can see Pakai Care Badalona eyeing up a score around about 55 to 60 here, and it may be even bigger if they get going. They've still got good hitters. I mean, if Ihsan gets going, Ali also can play some nice funky shots as well. So yeah, they're well placed. I think they're looking to come back with a bang here. Al-Bazami, they're just looking a little flat. Things haven't gone their way. I think that over from Taz Qureshi just summed it up. I mean, a lot of bad luck. He did get a wicket in the air, but things just not going their way here today.
Oh, it's Azam Khalil who's been brought on to bowl the 3rd over, and he's greeted with a maximum from Mohamed Ihsan. Certainly didn't get a great piece of it. The fielder down there in long on would have felt he was in with a chance, but it's a 6 in the scorebook, and the pressure immediately back onto Khalil.
Yeah, big hit, and this one looks like it's going to be even bigger. Watch out, watch out. It's a kookaburra coming your way. Manos arriba, 6 más, and there's Mary. Well, Mary, she's put down the free spray and saying, oh, how about that arm?
Oh, magic spray Mary, and it was either her or the DJ that had a bullet coming for them, just an unidentified flying white object. That's a brutal strike. Tries to repeat the dose. Good change of direction from Khalil. It's well bowled.
Ihsan. Class bat. Sort of trying to slog every ball, really. He doesn't have to. Play all the balls on merit as well.
Gotten a pretty good piece of that. Mama Mon might have thought he was in the game there for a moment, but just too well struck from Ihsan, and 6-6.4. This is another good over from Pakai Care.
Yeah, this is a good hit. I mean, you can see what Khalil's trying to do there. Just bowling this slightly shorter. He thinks Ihsan going to come down the track, maybe try and get the stumping in, but he stands tall and thumps it straight down the ground.
Nice bit of bowling from Khalil. A bit of pop off the pitch. Certainly seems like there's a spot probably just short of a length that's just got a bit of extra lift today, Rico.
Yeah, I'd agree with you. I think from this end you do get that. Not only do the seamers, but the slower bowlers. But I think the slow bowlers, most of the slow bowlers have tried to fire the ball in too much.
Drifts onto middle stump. He's lucky not to have been deposited. And the Kookaburra paying another visit to the fan area. As it is, that's the end of the over. Pakai Care, 43 for 2, still 2 overs in the kit bag.
Yeah, that was a good over. Got plenty of runs of that, 16 coming from it. Going along nicely. Sikandali hasn't had too much of the strike, so he's going to probably here try and hit a few shots himself. I don't think he's the sort of player that will say, okay, I'll just get the single and get Mohamed Ishan back on. He'll want a bit of glory himself.
Looks like Java Dawudsai. He's coming on to bowl. Haven't seen him send down a delivery in the day so far. Short of a length, gets a little bit of pop. Dot balls are golden for Albi Zalmi at the moment. Looking a little bit deflated here in the field, so maybe the change of bowler is exactly what they need, getting a new player into the game.
Dawudsai beating Sikandali there with a bit of pace.
Oh, it's beating with pace first ball. That was into his hitting zone, but it's a great effort out there on the boundary. Alizai thought he had the catch for the moment. In fact, he held on to it.
Yeah, I thought he had it. Wonder what's happened here. Does he think he's going over the rope and lets go of it? Let's see this again. It's well struck. He has it there. Oh, yeah, look. Now, they may want to have a look at this again.
I suspect his foot's on the rope at the time that he had contact with the ball. There's been some good sportsmanship from the outfielders across the course of today, Rico. We saw one of the Tunbridge Wells fielders, as we see, he's got contact on the boundary. Easy signal for the umpire. Short of a length, slapped over to the mid-wicket boundary. That's a Maximo. And Ali, who hadn't had too much of the strike until the start of this over, well, he's cashing in against Dawudsai.
Yeah, I mean, this one was just, you've got to say, a bit of a long hop. It had hit me all over it. And, well, he obliged, hit it pretty well. So Secunda, yeah, I knew that he wasn't going to hang around.
Well, that one was also right in the hitting zone. He's got away with it, Dawudsai. Very fortunate. Ali probably just losing his shape, trying to go over to mid-wicket. It's been a pretty reasonable over for Pakai Care so far, though. 12 off it, 1 ball to go. It's outside off stump again. Another big heap to the leg side.
Yeah, it's look, he's hit 2 sixes, but then at the same time, he's now just played out 2 dot balls. So in this over so far, dot, 6, 6, dot, dot. And the 12 looks good, but it could be more. And you can see what the coach, Malik, thinks about it. That pen's had it. Give him another one.
Might be swallowing ink sooner or later. Switches over for the left-handed shot. It's done nothing but pop it up. And it's a good catch taken by Basir Sahibi. That ball was in the air for an awful long time. Ali trying a few theatrics. But the circus shot doesn't pay off, and Dawudsai, after a tough over, gets his first wicket. Pakai Care Badalona, 55 for 3.
Yeah, and that's one of my concerns right there, if you like, Andrew, for Pakai Care Badalona. They do a lot of things well, but there's little things with bat, with ball, and in the field that they do wrong. And I just think that when they come up against good sides, that's where they fall down on. There was no need to do that. 2 wild swings, dot balls, and then doing the switch and getting out. Basically, in that over, there was 2 scoring balls. The rest were dots.
Yep, such is the way of these 5 over games. And we'll look forward, quite a long way forward in the calendar, all the way through to September and October. Back here at the Cartama Cricket Oval for the European Cricket Championship. Sure, you see plenty of reminders on that throughout the coverage in the year as, well, 2 balls, 2 wickets in succession. Zirkan Alakazai been brought on to bowl the 5th over. And yet another batsman is walking back to the shed. Mohamed Ihsan, would have expected him to put that one over the boundary with ease. Just looks like he got it into an awkward spot high on the bat. No pace at all, and it just goes straight down the throat of Rahil Khan.
Yeah, good catch from the captain. And yeah, that was well bowled actually. It was a slightly slower delivery and bowled it a little bit short. So the batter trying to get good power into it, not able to. And just ends up getting a nice comfortable catch for Rahil Khan, who doesn't miss too many out there. So a little bit of a fight back here. This is encouraging from Al Bizami, because at one point, certainly before the start of the last over, we thought it was really going to rocket away the score. And like I said, even though Secunda Ali did hit 2 sixes in that last over, at 12 that came off it, there was also 4 dot deliveries. And now with that one there, that's another dot. That's 5 dots they've had out of, 5 out of 7?
Well, Rico, there's only been 3 singles in this entire innings so far. So It's either been a dot wicket or a boundary. Alizai steams in. Short ball. Well, if the batsman was ordering from the a la carte menu, he would say, give me something short, medium pace. And he's hammered it over the offside boundary. That is just too easy.
Yeah, too easy. And no real emotions from the captain, who's at the non-striker's head, as that one goes for 6. I think the look and the eyes said it all. That wasn't a good delivery from Alizai.
Nice start from Majid Hanif. He's only got a couple of balls to work with. And slower ball, completely mistimed, and Alizai has his second wicket of the over. Well taken. This feels like the entire thing was played in slow motion. Massive slower ball. Ball barely comes off the bat of Hanif with any pace whatsoever, and Alizai takes the return catch gleefully, and Hanif, well, 6 and a dot wicket. That's the entirety of his innings, but we'll see plenty more of those in these 5 over games. Still got one more match this evening, and then we've got a full suite of 5 over games tomorrow, Rico.
Yeah, it's incredible what's happening today and tomorrow. Really is. It's a huge effort, as we keep saying, on the part of so many people. The Blue Army, the European Cricket Network crew, and also the volunteers and players here at the Costa del Sol Cricket Ground. An absolutely brilliant effort from everyone, and 1 or 2 players mucking in as well. And we saw Safi doing some work as well. So here we're seeing again the good and the bad perhaps of Takake Badalona. They are in the 60s, 3 balls to go in the innings.
Abbas gets off strike first ball with a rapid boundary. It's another up and down over for poor Alizai.
Yeah.
6 and a 4 and 2 wickets.
Did you notice, and this tells you a lot really, doesn't it, about where Albers Army are right now as a team, that the ball before the corner bowl, that was a great bit of bowling. Corner bowled, but there was no celebration. Everybody was just real quiet, and that tells you that the team are going through the motions at the moment.
It's a pretty good ball, jams it in, popped up, and well taken again. That's Woodside, who bowled the 4th over. Safe pair of hands, and well, there seems to be a trend. A wicket every second ball for Alizai. See if he can pouch a 4th with this final delivery. Tell you what, Rico, we've seen plenty of wickets fall in the 5th over of each of these games, haven't we? Pakake now 65 for 6.
Yeah, I mean, that's good bowling for Alizai. What he's been doing is varying his pace. We saw that he bowls the slower, shorter ball, which is very effective. We saw one person who mastered that really well in the group stages, was the captain of VOC Rotterdam. And Fletcher bowled that so well. It was so difficult for batters to get hold of. And it looks like 1 or 2 of the bowlers have sort of taken that on board and using that as one of their wicket-taking deliveries as well. Alizai to come back in, hunting for more.
Wide of off stump, another off-speed one. Just hit out. Oh, the fielder's misstepped. He's recovered, and he's hit the stumps while on one knee. Oh, if that is not a circus trick and a half, I don't know what is. He stumbled chasing the ball. It's almost gone to the boundary. He spun around, thrown left-handed off one knee, and somehow hit the stumps. Lamar Maman, that is probably the play of the day.
Well, Maman, that is brilliant. There's something about that part of the ground. That's where we saw that fabulous catch being taken by Ryan Barr, and now we've seen an amazing run out, and it's the last bit of action in this innings as well. So, I think they'll get the 1. They were going for the 2nd, so 66 is what it's going to finish on. And one thing I will say, and I don't think this is not maybe too much to do with the way Albers Army played their part in it, but more to do with the way Pakake Badalona batted. I think here really, if they were smarter, they could have had at least another 12 to 16 runs on the board. I mean, you made a very important point there. No singles. It was all about swing and hit or miss. They weren't trying to play smart. They weren't trying to get those singles. Yeah,
such is the way that Pakake Badalona go about their cricket. They've ended up 66 for 7 off their 30 balls across 5 overs. Plenty of fun happening in the supporters tent today. Those supporters getting right behind all the teams. It's a good first over from Maman. He's shown the capability of getting some shape back into the batsman. Plenty of pats on the back all round, both from his own teammates and the opposition. Babar does what Babar always does. Sure, he launches one maximum. And Sekhan Ali, he was promoted in the order. Smacked one to backward point. Builder didn't seem to have much clue about it, but Babar eventually holed out. And the LB Zelmi catching was pretty good for the most part, Rico.
It certainly was. You see my man taking that catch. He certainly had a good day in the field as well. But it's all about, could we get Babar? Babar could be the danger man, and then Ishad was hitting the ball pretty well as well. And Sahibi, he did put Sekinder Ali down in when he was on 1. Sekinder went on to make 13 more, but there was no mistake getting him that time when he hit 2 sixes, then literally gave his wicket away. And 1 or 2 other Pakai Care Battle on the boys did the same thing.
Good golf clap in support from the LB Zelmi group. They didn't have a huge amount to cheer about what was on the scoreboard, but they managed to take a few wickets towards the end. Zirkan Elazai coming up with a pretty successful final over. He ended up with figures of 3 for 11 and ably supported by his fielding calls. Nice mix of on and off speed deliveries, and he did a job for his captain to end that innings. And this was the play of the day, Maman, rectifying his error with a brilliant direct hit from long on. Puts his hand up in celebration, and well, if that didn't bring the LB Zelmi crowd to their feet, I don't know what would. And we'll have a quick look. Rico, take us through the Pakai Care battle in a batting card.
Yeah, Mohamed Baba, he did what he does best, 16 quick fire runs, but again, disappointing to get out, going for that shot over the offside boundary once more. Mahbub, every time he gets promoted up the order, doesn't really seem to perform as well as that he does when he comes lower down the order, but it was all good batting there lower on there. I think, again, Mohamed Isha has shown that he needs to be up there. What about the bowling? Well, there's got to be the 3 that Al-Jazai took there late on in that last over.
Yeah, we've seen wickets falling with regularity in the 5th over, even been a couple of multiple wicket maidens. Pakai Care Badalona, they'd probably be slightly underwhelmed with that total of 66 from where they were at the start of the innings. As usual, their power-packed top end getting them off to a good start. But a 67-run target is going to be a tall order from the boys from Sweden. LB Zelmi, please come and join me, Andrew Ryan and Rico Full for the chase. We'll be back here in a few moments. European cricket fans, wherever you are in the world, thank you for joining us here on the European Cricket Network, either on the European Cricket Network YouTube channel, fan code throughout India, or one of our many, many broadcast partners throughout the world. It's an absolute pleasure to have you with us here at the Cartama Oval. We are in the beautiful Andalusia region of Spain, and fortunately we have had the weather clear enough to enable a full day's play here at Cartama Oval. We are rollicking through 10 games today. This is game number 9. You are with us for the LB Zelmi chase. The Swedish champions looking to haul in a target of 67 runs in their 5 overs. And with me in the commentary box to take us through this concluding stages of this game, Rico Full.
Yes, and it's going to be an exciting one. I mean, look, Abu Dhabi, they want to win. They need a win. They need points on the board. Otherwise, they've got to play catch-up, and it's going to be hard going because all the other teams are going to be several points clear off them. They need to start here and now. And, well, it's Ali who starts well over the top. That will go all the way. 6 runs. Shaka time. That's what they need to do. Look, it's not the first time that the first ball in their innings has gone for a 6, but they've not been able to maintain that level. And one notice, point of interest here, it looks like that they haven't gone for their captain who's opening.
Haven't gone for the captain, and also a point of interest in this Pack Care lineup. No Mohammed Cameron for this game, which is going to make a big difference to the bowling unit. BET2BALL taking the first over, lucky to get away, drifts onto the pads. Isan scrambling around. Ali was looking for the single, sent back by his partner Sahebi. And the LB's dressing room feeling a bit more noise and a bit more energy from them. A few hugs amongst the team, a few more smiles than they might have had while they were in the field.
Yeah, that's good observation. They seem to be a little bit more vocal.
BET2BALL 6 and a dot off his first 2 balls. Drifts on the leg stump again. They should be pushing through for the single. They do.
It's done very well, the fielder here. It's come to him really, really quickly. And it's Hassan Ali. Just manages to get a stop to. Oh, if you're wondering where he is, there he is. He's hiding. We see you. Mohammed Cameron there. Just having a bit of a rest.
Just can't fathom that such a beast of a man needs to be rugged up so much. I expected Cammy to be striding around the players' area in a muscle top and just taking in the temperature, but as it is, he's wrapped in cotton wool. Pack Care ready to unleash him tomorrow, no doubt. Bar onto his usual length. The heavy slaughtered around to deep mid-wicket boundary, bit of nifty footwork. They probably managed to save the 4, so heavy comes through for the second.
He's got that look about him, doesn't he? Doesn't give anything away when he's out there in the field. And that's good work from him. Flicks it back to Abbas. Abbas, well, for a moment I thought it was going to ricochet of Abbas back over the boundary. And certainly wouldn't have been happy, the captain, then.
Changing the batting lineup for LB's. They've sent Sahebi out early. I assume he's been given a license to hit. I want to see him swing freely. And he has swung, but unfortunately made no contact. Nice little bit of movement away from the bar.
He hasn't, for me, been at his best with the ball, BET2BALL. Sort of not being 100%, if you like. He's not given everything into every delivery, being a little bit expensive.
Experienced campaigner. Gone for 9 so far, 1 ball to go. It's into the hitting zone, so Heavy can't quite time it, but he'll drive it down the ground. It'll be a single. LB, they are 10 for none after their first over. Probably happy not to give away a wicket there, Rico. They don't want to waste too many balls through dismissals. They need to get Ali on strike as much as possible, though.
Yeah, I mean, they've gone for Bassir Sabi to open, and that can only mean that they believe that Sabi can play the big shots early on, as opposed to what Rahil Khan, the captain, normally can. If we again just focus on that table, Wazami there at the bottom. The team above them in the next spot is on 4, so you can see how much work they've got to do. And they really do need this victory.
Certainly do. The rest of the table is quite a long jam. Spread of wins and losses. Thought Brigade would have been pleased to get them through that last match with a really comprehensive win. They've been very up and down so far, reversing their result against Brescia earlier today, in which they were utterly spanked. Mohammed, ball just outside, off stump, and Sahebi is showing what he can do and showing that he's got some power. That's a wonderful strike.
Yeah, this is nice. He just stands still, doesn't try to do anything funky, just goes back into his crease and smashes that into the area of his own teammates. Being fielded there by one of the umpires. I think that was Stefan.
Well, look at there. Young man getting a chance for a photo with Mr. Maximo. Sure that'll be on the Insta post sooner or later. Mohammed allows him to pull a short ball. Fielder at mid-wickets, not going to throw. It's just an easy single. Some level of belief in the LB Zalmi camp. You can just see their body language, Rico. They think, we're in with a shot here.
A lot of talk in here. Now for the bowler, Tif Mohammed. Young bowler, a few words being said his way.
Short ball, and Ali cracks it. That's a super strike from a high-quality batsman. And Albi's Army are making a run at this total. And you can see the two in the middle. They have some level of belief.
Yeah, I mean, this is a really good shot. You see that Atif Mohammed, he does fire in this short ball a few times, but it's not a vicious bouncer. He's normally always given a little bit of room to the batter. And if you like the short ball, then, well, you're going to fancy it. And that's exactly what's happened here. Nice shot played. And while the two umpires are together there, let's give them a shout. We said just what a mammoth task this is for all the teams playing these 10 matches. And it's literally, as soon as the match is completed, next one starts. Well, the umpires have been absolutely brilliant as well. Saad Ali, Tyrone Peters, Stephen Gooch, Charles Croucher. And they've been absolutely brilliant, led, of course, by Rob Kemming. So shout out to the men in black doing a wonderful and excellent job. Very professional and very consistent as well.
Yeah, we apologise to all of Sir Rob Kemming's fans. We know they love seeing him on the coverage doing the Kibarinu toss, but unfortunately with the short time between games, not the opportunity, but there's the opportunity for Ali to tuck another boundary. He is looking in complete control of his game, and probably for the first time in the last week and a half, Atif Mohammed is really under pressure and is starting to fall apart.
Yeah, this is a good attack from Albi's Army. Probably the best start that they've had to any of their matches. And that little change in the openers seems to be working.
I get the feeling if Ali can bat through to partway through the third, they could be well on the way to chasing this total. Tries to hit that with a lot of power, but can only just drill it down to mid-on.
Well, that's a young man, Ismail Zia, that enjoys his cricket. Certainly enjoys his camera time as well. A lovely young man. It's always a pleasure to talk to him.
No doubt a thrill for him to talk to you as well, Rico. Sure he's got an Insta photo with your good self and posted it for the fans back home. Well, the fans back home, they'll be hoping for this one to carry, and Sahebi has got another maximum. You can feel the momentum from the Albi Zalmi dressing room. They are all on their feet. They are 34 for none after 2.
Well, this is just great hitting. It wasn't the best of overs from the young man, Atif Mohammed, and he's been taken apart there. And 24 he goes for, and he's over. So that one does go magical. And all of a sudden, Al-Azani are in a lot happier place, but they've got to maintain it. They can't let it slip.
It only takes one over. It looks like it's going to be bowled by Hassan Ali. Came to the bowling crease a couple of times in Group E last week, but certainly not a regular part of the Pack I Care bowling attack. Clearly they're looking to get a few players an opportunity to get into this tournament. You see our resident DJ there. He's been pumping out the tunes, pumping out the sound effects. Rapturous round of applause. Crowd just going absolutely wild for the entertainment, both on and off the field here at Cartama Oval. And Hassan Ali trying to add to those spectacular plays. Short of a length, well, the spectacular plays are coming from the bats of the Albi Zalmi crew at the moment. Stand and deliver stuff from Shahed Ali.
A lovely shot, and a nice shot there of the team manager as well. Riba. And maybe she's had a few words with the boys, and they're starting to perform, and it's nice to see smiles on their faces.
Well, she's clearly put a rocket up from them. This is their best batting performance by a long way. Ali comes down the ground again, whips it out to the fielder at deep mid-wicket. Probably a little bit disappointed he didn't put it away. He's heading to the short boundary on that side. Ahmed Babar looking somewhat frustrated at proceedings. Albi Zalmi, they're in control of this chase now. 26 needed off 16 balls. Still 4 deliveries to go from Ali. Wide of off stump, swings around to the leg side. He's going to push for 2. I'm not sure his partner will be quite as interested. Ali, the senior partner, keeps his head.
Yeah, that notable difference, isn't there, Andrew, when You're playing your shots and you're getting the boundaries, but when you're not getting the boundaries, you're taking the singles.
Absolutely.
It makes a huge difference because both batters are in, both want strike. So if you're not going to hit a boundary, if it's not there, take the single and rotate the strike. Makes a huge difference.
Full ball on the leg side. Can't be the fielder at fine leg. Throw comes in. So Heavy was gone if it was a direct hit. Muhammad Hassan probably a little bit sluggish getting up to the stumps. But the single was there. They're looking to run on just about everything, Rico.
Yeah, it's good running, good pressure. I mean, it was a good bit of fielding. Picks it up cleanly. The only thing Atif Mohammed doesn't do is hit the stumps. If he hits them, he's out.
Basir Sahebi, hasn't he done a good job for the LB Zelmi unit? I mean, for his first batting performance today, 17 off 7. Steps to leg side. It's a good piece of bowling for Hassan Ali. Saw Sahebi trying to give himself room. Probably needless from the batsman. His strong suit is clearly out to mid-wicket, trying to create room to go over cover.
Yeah, that's a good delivery, and you can see just sneaking inside that line. Good call there. The men in black out there at the moment. Charles Croucher at the bowler's end, and Hassan Ali, the Italian stallion, there at square.
Outside off stump, Sahebi can only swing it in the air. Isan's coming through. He's not going to drop that. And the first wicket to fall. LB Zelmi now 43 for 1. And Hassan Ali, after getting smoked for a 6 early up, has come back very well in that over. He ends up with figures of 1 for 9.
Yeah, and called early by Mohammad Ishan, the keeper. Says it's mine. Stay back, stay away. And gets himself in good position. Takes the catch. It was interesting seeing that shot again. Just when the clouds are like this, Andrew, you know, a bit of grey, a bit of white, a bit of darkness as well. It's probably not as easy to pick up this white ball when it's in the air.
No, probably not. It's been a good fielding day, considering the conditions the players are working in.
Yeah.
Especially the catching. Both Brescia and Pakai Care have had their issues with catching during the preliminary stages of this tournament, but they've both been very, very good today. Looks like we'll see some spin in the form of Adil Shafkat coming on for the 4th over. All of a sudden, after those last 5 deliveries of that over, Rico, the equation has started to get far more difficult for LB Zelmi. They'll be happy to have Ali back on strike. He's joined by Niazi at the batting crease.
Yeah, I mean, 24 required of 12. I mean, at this point, you'd still probably go with the batting side, though having said that, you've just got a new batter that's come in. Ali, he just needs to play the way that he has.
Missed out there, 2 fielders inside the circle, backward of point. Needed to put that away. Just drifted a little bit more onto just outside, off stump. Tries to heave it to the leg side. Finds Babar almost like a magnet. Seems to constantly have his hand on the ball. No matter whether it's a 10 over or a 5 over contest, but Shafkat, good start to his over.
Yeah, they've been a bit brave here, Al-Wazami. They made a change in the opening lineup, which worked, but they've also made a change in Niazi coming in. So you haven't got the captain, Rahil Khan, coming in. Also, no Azam Khalil.
Full ball, Niazi's tried to put it away, skied it, but not a huge amount of enthusiasm from the fielder coming in from long off. That's Majid Hanif out there. Not sure if he picked it up later than expected, as we see. Look at all the fans in the fan zone, Rico. Absolutely loving it. I see that crowd has swelled since Maximo's started strolling around amongst the general public. As Ali swings it to the leg side, manages to pierce those 2 fielders. That's good batting and a much needed boundary for LB Zelmi.
Yeah, that's a really nice shot. Gets plenty of power in it and dissects that field perfectly. And one thing, if you go back to the couple of balls ago, why Hanif is not going for that catch, I will never know. He's had plenty of time and he's getting a few dirty looks from some of his players because you need a wicket here.
18 off 8. Probably just in Pakai Care's favour, but Ali could change that with 1 maximum. It's in his hitting zone. He doesn't need a second invitation. He swings it over the mid-wicket boundary, and all of a sudden this over from Shafkat has gone from miserly to a nightmare. 10 off the last 2 balls.
Yeah, this is a good shot, and you can see that Mohamed Babar as the ball sails over him. Not happy about the line that's been bowled here. Can he finish well?
Oh, it's in his hitting zone again, just wider of off stump. Isan charges through, tries to take the bowler out. The bowler pirouettes and somehow holds onto the catch. Well, I think Isan probably just needs to take a chill pill occasionally when those skied catches go. That was always in control of the bowler.
Yeah, I mean, look, he did this earlier when he put off Atif Mohammed, not in this match, from the earlier game, and Atif Mohammed said, okay, if you come in, I'll leave it. And Mohammad Ishan got nowhere near it. That is not his catch. And in fact, I think the bowler's done really well to keep his cool and to take it. But it's a very good innings from Sahid Ali. 37 quick-fire runs of just 14 deliveries. And we now will see Azam Khalil come out to try, and hopefully for his team and his supporters, to bring this victory home and to register their first points on the board. But that's a really good knock from that man out there to Shahid Ali.
See the fantasy table for the next game. It's Brigade versus Tunbridge Wells. This will be a right Royal Rumble. Two teams from the northern part of Europe. Tunbridge Wells representing England, Brigade representing Ireland. Brigade found some form in that last game. Much needed after they'd had a fairly subdued start to the tournament, or certainly this finals week. But for the moment, the focus is all on the centre of Cartama Oval. LB Zalmi there, 55 for 2 after 4 overs. Pakai Care setting them a target of 67. And it is Mohammed Motshim who is coming on to bowl. A lot of pressure on a man who hasn't been handed the ball in the tournament to date. Well, let's see what he can do for this final 6 balls. Niazi on strike. Goes wide, but umpire allows it through. Batsman trying to give himself some room.
Well, it's 12 of 6, and that's going to be 12 of 5. He manages to sneak this one in. Keep an eye on it.
Tight call.
Very tight. The umpires have been pretty consistent on that.
It's a nervous players' tent for Almi Zalmi. They sniff the opportunity for a first up win today, but a dot ball certainly doesn't help. Niazi and Khalil with the bats in their hands. Can they be the heroes for the Swedes? Full ball from Monster. It's punted down the ground. They'll circulate for 2. They've got to push it. They've got to push. Throw comes into the keeper's end. They'll be safe. 10 runs needed. 4 more balls left to go. Such pressure out in the middle. You can see it. The players in the dressing room, they can't watch.
But claps from Shoaz Ahmed saying, it's okay, it's cool, don't worry. Mutchim, I have to say, when he does bowl, he doesn't bowl all the time. He always bowls in pressure situations, and he comes up trumps for his captain. Will he come up trumps for him here today? 10 of 4.
Good ball off speed. Probably swinging down the leg side, but it's only a leg by. And maybe some bat on it. I haven't seen a signal from the umpire, but either way, it's just a single. Pretty good result once again for Pakai Care. Bowler pleading the umpire before collecting the ball. Khalil moves on to strike. It'll be the first time he faces a ball in this game. He's got 3 deliveries. 9 required, Rico.
Now, if there's anybody you want out there, this situation is this man, Zam Khalil. It's the first ball he's facing.
Phil G asks, chance for a golden ball. It's outside off stump, top edge over the top of the keeper. It's going to spin to the boundary. Unlucky for Modshim. It brings about the false stroke, but it is a much needed boundary for Almi Zalmi. The equation now 5 runs to win in 2 balls. Well, these 5 over games, we've expected some close finishes, and yet there's another one coming up, Rico.
Oh, well, I mean, that one could have gone anywhere. And, well, have we got the tingle? What have you got the tingle at home? 5 required of 2. Needs to be a boundary here somewhere.
Good ball, another slower ball. Going way down the leg side, but excellent change-up from Motshim. He's used that to good effect. Khalil can't do anything but just get the one. brings it down to the final ball. A 4 will win it for LB Zalmi.
Yeah, so they do get, it was very important, didn't they, that they got that run. Well, there you go. The scores are tied. We go to a golden ball. We've gone close a couple of times today. We've had close encounters. So all the pressure on. It's got to, first of all, make sure it's a legal delivery. I wonder if they'll be thinking about Niazi coming in as opposed to Rahil Khan, the captain.
Watch him coming in. Can he prevent the boundary? Can he be the hero for his team? It's a length ball, manages to go into the pads, and he's collected him with a great piece of bowling. Look at the fire in the Pack Eye Care team. Anyone who said this match didn't matter to them, they do not know the fire and desire which sits in the boys in green. That's an excellent over from Watchim to close out. Enrico, you talked about him being a specialist bowler of the depth, and he's come through with the goods.
Yeah, they can't believe it there. They don't know whether they should be laughing or crying. Come so close once more. It was 12 needed of the last, and that boundary that Azim Khalil got was key. And then there was that single. I think you had to take that single, because otherwise, if he doesn't take it, he needs 4, would have tied it, 6 to win. So you had to take it. But then great bowling from Machine once more. Yeah, Andrew, he has the habit of doing that. And there was a game, a really tight game in the group stages when they elected for him to bowl the last over. Hadn't bowled at all. So he came on, bowled the last over, and once again, he proved to be the hero for his side. And he's done it again. So Pakar came back on it. And they only, I suppose, just managed to get enough runs on the board. But you have to say, they do need to look at this match and say, right, things could have gone the other way. They need to maybe be just a little bit smarter when they were the batting. Elba's Army, well, they're giving each other loads of hugs, loads of love, but they cannot find a way to put the points on the board.
No, unlucky LB's Army. They've been right in the contest in the 2 games against Pack Eye Care Badalona today. Would probably feel that they could have stolen victory in both, but unfortunately, they've just come up short in both this contest and the first one today. Plenty of support from them. They certainly believed, and Sahebi, who was promoted to the top of the order, his combination with Ali gave them plenty of reason to think that they could pull in this total. Hassan Ali, after a tough start, getting hit for a maximum first ball, didn't he come back with a good finish to his over, and that caused the nerves to jangle within the LB Zalmi dugout. Ali, he continued to thrash the bowling. Inspirational stuff from the opening batsman. But when he went, all of a sudden, despite the best efforts of Mohammad Hassan to crash into his bowler, that was probably the turning point. If he had stayed there, there was a great opportunity for a win. The batsmen down the order, they continued to swing the bat. But that man, Moshim, he came up with an excellent final over, punctuated by a clean bowl on the final ball. And unfortunately for LB Zalmi, they fall just 4 runs short of their target. Pack Eye Care setting them 67 to win. And Enrico, ultimately, they will go home without a win today. We'll have a look at the LB Zalmi batting card, and Shahid Ali, he was the star at the top of the order. Brilliant innings of 37 off 14, some very clean hitting before he was caught and bowled by Shafqat. And great work from Basia Sahebi, who was promoted to the top of the order, gave great support. Rico, the bowling figures.
Yeah, the bowling, look, the openers didn't have it their own way, did they? It was a great start because the 2 openers put 43 on the ball, put forward for the first wicket. But then, yeah, you said it, Hassan Ali kept his nerve, picked up a wicket. I think Adil Shafqat did as well. I think that caught and bowled, that was crucial. He held on to the catch despite the efforts of Mohammad Ishan trying to put him off. But then, well, the youngster there bowling that last over, Mushim, absolutely brilliant, only conceding 8 runs, and one of those was the edge that went for 4. So Pack Eye Care Badalona showing that they are able to keep their nerve, but also more importantly, they're showing that they can win even without Mohamed Cameron in their lineup.
Without Mohamed Cameron, and also going to some of their depth as well. And saw Mashim at the end there bowled very, very well, and Sikandar Ali getting a bit more of a prominent bat at the top of the order. And Pack Eye Care Badalona, well, probably haven't been at their best today, but they have certainly done enough to keep themselves in contention for one of the top couple of spots here. It's finals week of the BET2BALL European Cricket League. We are almost at the conclusion of a mammoth day of cricket here at the Cartama Oval, but we still have one more game to go, and it is an absolute treat for you European cricket fans. It is Brigade representing Ireland against Tunbridge Wells, who will be flying the flag for England. This will be an high quality clash. Two teams who have certainly built momentum throughout the day. Make sure you tune in for that one. We'll be back with you on the European Cricket Network in approximately 5 minutes.
Hello and welcome back to the beautiful, the magnificent Cartama Oval as the teams take the field of play, the field of dreams for the final match on what has been a mammoth day one of finals week. And it's going to be, well, what a clash this is going to be. Look at the top, it's 2-1 for both the teams. Brigade, the champions of Ireland, taking on Tunbridge Wells. And the news from the toss was that Brigade, they won the toss and elected to field. Now Tunbridge Wells have been batting pretty well, and when you look at that, 51 to 55, that is what the bat versus ball wall is saying. And you can see the average runs for and against. With Tunbridge Wells, they batted well today, so I seem to think that they'll be looking to go higher than that. They've scored the most runs so far, 87 against Albizami, and we've got the highest individual score as well, of 45 from Alex Williams. Be interesting to see what attack they go with. If it's going to be the two Williams brothers, or maybe they can put Dave Smith up there again. But it does look like it's going to be the two brothers, so Chris Williams will be on strike. And interesting, Brigade deploying spin to start with the bowling of Itifat Hussain. So Brigade changing it up a little bit as well. Rico Fool here, and alongside me is Andrew Ryan.
Great to be here, Rico. This is a blue ribbon clash here to finish off the first day of finals week's games. It is game 10 and could very well be a preview of our grand final to crown the champions of Europe. I'm sure there would be plenty of good judges who would have put Brigade and Tunbridge Wells in their top two teams from this group. Hussain getting us kicked off.
Played out towards the leg side boundary. That has been shortened today. Both boundaries on the leg side and also the point boundary to the right hand have come in by about 10 metres or so. You can see sometimes on the picture that's because those were the areas of the ground that were badly affected. You never know, by tomorrow we may be able to go back to normal size boundaries. And asking the question, and the umpire automatically saying no, too high. And like to see that from the umpire.
Big call, Rico, that's hit him relatively deep in the crease. Looked like it just came back a touch. I suspect height would have been the problem.
Yeah, I think that's a good call for me. I think it's on the way up. And a good bit of turn from Hussain as well.
I like this tactic of bringing in the off spinner for the first over.
Good running between the two batters. I think they know that runs are not going to be easy to come by here. You've got to take whatever you can. It went straight away. Yeah, I like it as well. I think if you look at all the matches that Brigade have played in the field, it's when Hussain comes on to bowl and the other spin partner he has in the Bar brothers, David, that's when they've been able to squeeze teams dry with the runs. It's not timed well enough to get to the boundary. Fielder will do the fielding. In comes the throw, so it's a good start this from Hussain.
Yeah, really good start from Hussain. He's not pushing the ball through too much. He's asking both of the Williams to make a lot of their own pace. At the same time, hasn't drifted on to middle and leg to give them a free hit over that shorter boundary on the square side.
The same area again, and it will be the same result. Single will be taken.
Even if they don't take a wicket here, Rico, if he gets out of this with just 6 singles in the first over, that's one of the 2 power play overs done. Brigade will see that as a massive victory.
Simon Alford, the keeper. What a good job he's done. Both keepers, in fact. Ian Butley as well for Tunbridge Wells are exceptional. Ooh, and this one somehow misses, and there's a chase on to try and stop the ball, and it's not going to happen. And this has gone all the way through for 4 byes.
Well, that one could have been the icing on the cake. Rico has beaten Williams all ends up and just turned very sharply, and it's gotten through the grasp of the keeper. That's an excellent delivery in conclusion to a great over from Iftika, but in the end, the scoreboard says 9 for none after the first over.
Yeah, it's very, very unfortunate there. Tiene poquito de mal suerte. That one could have gone anyway. And well, we say mal suerte. Albizalmi, they've had a bit of mal suerte as well. Haven't been able to get off the board, but this one is the big one. Brigade and Tunbridge Wells, the opportunity to make their way right up to the top of the table.
Rico, just having a look at the YouTube chat, and once again, great to have you all in there during the course of the day. Just a question posed by Michael Daub asking whether F5 is the future of cricket.
In the air, this is an opportunity. Oh, and well, despite the efforts, ballerina style from the fielder. And that's Hussain, that's his area. Not the tallest of men, not able to get this, and this will go all the way over for a boundary. The first Maximo of the innings.
Yeah, you took the words right out of my mouth, Rico. I've got a question having a man of Hussain's size on the deep mid-wicket boundary. They've got a few tall boys from their fast bowling corps that you're talking about defending that short boundary. You surely want to have as much height as possible.
Slower delivery, and that's been really well played. What a classy shot this is. And it was slower, but he picked it early, and he kept his shape, didn't try throwing his bat hard at it. Just a lovely timed shot, straight down the ground, 4 runs.
The youngsters there with the shades, maybe hiding a few tears after that excellent start, which has turned into a far more preferable situation for Tunbridge Wells. Boundaries off the first 2 balls of this over to add to the 4 byes from the last over.
Ryan Barr comes back with the dot.
Interesting approach from Williams. He's just so secure when he just stands in his crease and plays balanced cricket shots. Decides to go charging down the wicket, and Barr saw him early, dug it in, managed to get the elevation above the Williams bat.
Oh, this is good. It's funky. Well, we are on the Costa del Sol, and it's all about sun, sea, sand, and sexy cricket. Seis carreras.
Oh, if that's sexy cricket, Rico, it would be rated R. That is a glorious little lap shot. And it looks like Bully doing some cracking work in the outfield.
I'm not going to say that was sexy cricket from Bully, though. Come on, I can't say that.
Good agility from the man.
He's done well. When's he bringing some more pies?
Won't be soon enough.
And he goes for it again, and this time it's going to be 4 runs. And this is clever batting. And Chris Williams, well, maybe he's been watching Smudger doing some batting, because they're the sort of shots that Smudger plays. And clever cricket.
It wasn't a bad ball from Barr. Tried to get it right up in the block hole on leg stump, but Williams just got such delightful touch. Beautifully played shot, and all of a sudden, Tunbridge Wells, after a challenging first 5 balls, it has just been a boundary buffet from that point on.
Well, that one's dead ball. Wasn't quite ready.
With Chris Williams in full flight, if I was a bowler, I'd probably be thinking about how I could back away from delivering it. Certainly puts a lot of pressure these early overs.
Oh, well, this was a long hop. The attempt to slow a delivery, it was too short. It was Gundy, and it's been smashed away for 6 in that over the leg side boundary. That's another one that's gone in the bushes. Watch out for the snakes. And, well, some of the folks in the fan zone trying to point out exactly where it is, but it wasn't the best of deliveries, and that was a very, very expensive over. 26 coming off it, almost going supersonic.
Well, the fact that quite a lot of the support crew is rugged up, Rico, it goes to show that conditions are still not easy here. The players getting in the latter part of the day. Felt like almost did jazz hands there for a moment, but
yeah.
Certainly temperatures dropped since the sun's gone away, and it's going to be a challenging last game for the boys.
It certainly is. Look, we're on camera. Can you do the jig? The old the Irish jig? How are you on it? Yeah, look.
Rico's got much lighter feet than I had.
Happy St. Patrick's Day to everybody. I think we're going to have a Guinness or 2, aren't we? We're going to have a Guinness and celebrate with the Irish.
Two.
Well,
steak in a can. I might struggle to get through one. The off spinner Barr comes on to bowl.
Going to miss. I'm still waiting for the fan zone to do some more dancing. They were all with it this morning, but now I think maybe the Victorias have taken over, or the Guinness. They're a bit heavy-footed now. Come on, let's have them up. What are we going to do to get them up? It's nicely played.
Well, perhaps a wicket from the brigade squad would help. Chris Williams turns for the second. Great athleticism. Pushing his brother to get through for the 2. Trying to get him some strike. He's been starved of it so far in this contest. It's good running. Speaking of starving, I'm sure there was a rumour that there were some treats being sent up to the commentary box today, Rico. I don't seem to have located them. I don't know if they've gone in the Maximo kit bag, who, funnily enough, I can't see over in the fan zone at the moment. I don't know if he's been covered by a throng of supporters and fans trying to get an autograph. But
yeah, that's a very good point. Louise said, did you like your goodie bag yourself? And Rhino, I said, what goodie bag? And she said, well, that Mr. Maximo, she said, we gave it a bag, 3 brown bags, one for each of you. Well, we haven't seen it. Maximo, what have you done with them? Played out to the man just behind square. And this is David Barr now doing the bowling. He's got that. What do you think of this action? Quite a few bowlers do it, to sort of pause and bowl. You like or dislike?
Well, I think particularly in these limited over formats, it's probably a useful approach. Gives him a last second look at what the batsman's done, and hasn't helped him one iota on that occasion. He may have seen Williams move across, but he sent it straight into his hitting zone, and he's been dispatched for a maximum. Yeah,
both these batters play that shot really well. And Alex Williams, it seems to be the stronger, playing on the leg side, but that's a cracking shot. And, well, it's nice to see that his bat stroke phone is working very well.
It was a good ball from Barr. Don't often talk about off-spinners bowling it right up in the block hole, but it's a skill they have to develop for this very, very fast-paced form of the game. Tunbridge Wells 46 for none after 3 overs, Rico. And after an excellent start, thanks to Iftikhar Hussein's early deliveries, Tunbridge Wells have been unstoppable since that point.
Yeah, I mean, Iftikhar Hussain, he went, it was 9 off that over. But 4 of them did come off 4 byes.
Just note in the chat, Rico, a question from Selman Entertainment. Good to have you in the chat, Mr. Entertainment. Asking, where is Tunbridge from? Well, they're representing England. They're from the county of Kent, as we see the skipper, Britton, come into the attack. Williams swiveled around, hasn't hit it sweetly, but it's another maximum. Tough welcome to the crease for the opposition skipper, Andrew Britton, but coming back to where Tunbridge Wells is located, down in the Kent County in England, south of London. And I'll give you a fun fact. It's actually the home of England's only specialist curling venue. We've seen plenty of sweeping today from a number of batsmen. Well, there's some sweeping that goes on the ice in Tunbridge.
Yeah, and isn't it also a fact, I mean, we all made good friends with the champions from Greece, I should say, that Ari Kavelis also played some cricket for Tunbridge Wells. And, well, they're looking a bit cold over there, aren't they? The Wags. And this is played out for a single. They don't look like they're in dancing mood, but maybe you're right. Maybe we see a wicket here, especially from their captain, Andrew Britton, and they'll jump into life.
Maybe they got a cold shoulder from Maximo as he's been trying to push away the autograph hunters this afternoon. Britton come back well after that first 6, but he drifts onto the toes, and Williams has played an exquisite shot. Unbelievable cricket from this talented young man, and he races along to 49 off 14.
What a shot this is. Look, he goes right, sort of right across his stumps. It's not a bad delivery, sort of just short of a length, pitched around middle stump, and it's sent packing. And this one sent packing as well. Balle, manos arriba, arbitro. Eso es 6 carreras más. And what a way to bring up your 50. Chris Williams goes to 55 of just 15 deliveries. That is an outstanding knock from the Tunbridge Wells captain.
Yeah, channeling his inner Happy Gilmore, doing the horsey ride, celebrating a well-deserved half-century.
And he's still going strong. And, well, this is almost like you got a bowling machine that's putting the ball where he likes, and he's just getting some batting practice. And all smiles on the faces of the Tunbridge Wells boys at the moment. And that is the end of a very expensive over. It's another one that goes for 26.
Well, Tunbridge Wells 72 for none. The Williams boys just hoovering up the deliveries. at the moment, and this is going to be yet another imposing total. Having a look over at the Tunbridge Wells player tent, there's not too many players worried about padding up at the moment. I suspect they think that these two will see them through these final 6 deliveries of the innings.
Well, it's just been awesome. 61 for Chris Williams at 16 balls. Alex Williams on 5 of 8. And, well, he's normally takes some beating. Alex hits the ball really well. Well, the ball just escapes.
Sure, the ball is probably saying, can you stop sending me down, because I'm just getting obliterated at the moment. Ball's had feelings.
Straight down the ground, and I think this is all about Alex just wanted to give his brother as much strike, saying the way you're seeing it. Here you go.
Well, he's scored 6 off 9 balls so far, Alex. Really so pedestrian in comparison to his brother, who has just been launching maximum after maximum. Such pressure on these brigade bowlers.
And this could be out, and it is. He just doesn't get this right. And finally, they've woken up. There's noise from the Irish. And that wicket certainly will warm them up a little bit. They needed something to happen, but it brings to an end what has been an outstanding, classy innings from Chris Williams. And it's been the highest individual score now in this series. The only man today, in this day, I should say, the only man today who's got a half century. And doesn't he deserve it as well? Playing some lovely array of shots.
Oh, Rico, some gorgeous striking in that innings from Chris Williams. I might go back and look at the highlights package again when I get back to the hotel tonight. That's just superb play from a talented young man. And he and his brother have got Tunbridge Wells into a position of ascendancy. I think it's fairly safe to say.
Yeah, talented young man, but also somebody who really enjoys his cricket as well. And he does a lot away from the field as well with the other players and supporters. Short, up in the air, it could be and should be another, and it is. So 2 in 2 for Macbeth. Well, they are warming up there now. Well, maybe they're going to take those shawls off and do a bit of dancing for us before the day is out. Come on, ladies, we're waiting for you. We want to see the dance again. He made us wait a long time. 2 in 2. Well, we could see a hat-trick. Can we see a hat-trick from Brigade, the Irish champions, on St. Patrick's Day?
Well, I think if we get a hat-trick, the girls will be off their seats very quickly, Rico. And, well, you never know in terms of the context of this game. This could be a big last over from Macbeth. Picked up his 2nd wicket. He's 3 balls into it. There's only been 1 run. And Brigade will be looking and think if they can just keep Tunbridge Wells under 80, they would still give themselves a chance, particularly if the likes of Graham McCarter and Macbeth can get off to a flying start at the top of the order. Could turn into a really important last 3 balls.
Totally good. It's Viraj Bhatia that comes in, the left-hander, so it needs to be a few changes in the field. So just to remind you, this is a hat-trick ball. 73 for 2. 3 balls left in the innings as well. It's in the air. Is this going to go to hand? Oh, just wide of the fielder. It goes to the boundary, 4 runs. Well, he certainly wasn't going to be holding back. He went for it and just gets it right, 4 runs.
Pretty good cricket shot from Bhatia, who we haven't seen have much of an opportunity today, but he struck it nicely and placed it well between the 2 fielders out there between long on and mid-wicket.
So going to miss. That's well bowled. Just takes the pace of it, rolls his fingers on this one. Does him with the slower one.
Dot ball here, Rico. They're chasing 77. You'd still give Brigade a shot.
Yeah, what a great over this is. The ball to go. 5 runs from it. 2 wickets as well. Bearing in mind that 2 overs in this innings has gone for 52. That's a really good shot. Hit dead straight. And that goes all the way. Manos arriba, arbitro. Eso es 6 carreras más. And what a way to finish the innings. A big 6 takes the score to 83 for 2 at the end of 5 overs.
Yeah, I know it's only an extra 6 runs, but just mentally that will feel like a dagger to the Brigade side. I think psychologically, if they had have kept them under 80 after such a brutal 3 overs in the middle section of that innings, Brigade might have felt like they'd kept themselves within a decent shot. As it is, Carter and Macbeth are going to have to go insane in the opening stages if they're going to have a chance of chasing this total down, but take nothing away from Tunbridge Wells, who have given another batting exhibition here, led by Chris Williams. He played some exquisite shots, Rico.
Yeah, he certainly did. Hit the ball to all parts of the ground and play some exquisite shots. Alex Williams, his brother, well, he's been watching too much Test cricket. He hardly got going at all. But it was all about Chris Williams, and some of these shots were amazing. There was that one, and then he went for it again. This time was 4 runs, but it's the ones that he literally picked off middle stump, sort of walked right across outside his off stump and played him over the square leg boundary for some huge hits. And well, he enjoyed bringing up his 50, didn't he? And there was a bit of horsey from the Tunbridge Wells captain.
There certainly was. He was eventually dismissed trying another lap shot. It was a good last over from Macbeth. He was caught down at short fine leg, and then Dave Smith came in, managed to only sky one, and that left Macbeth on a hat trick. But Viraj Bhatia was having absolutely none of it. Hunted his first ball for 4 and then finished the innings with a beautifully struck 6 straight down the ground. Great way to finish. And that left Tunbridge Wells with 83 on the board for 2 wickets down off their 5 overs. An imposing target, so Brigade needing over 16 and over. Rico takes us through the batting card.
Well, it's all about one man, wasn't it? The captain, Chris Williams, and I have to say, he just looks so good. Do you think, as we wait to see the bowling figures, that with these batters, with them playing this amount of games in the day, that they're just going to get better and better because they're going out there more?
I would suspect at least the top 2 or 3 batsmen will. I think the challenge will come, particularly when it gets to the final day here on Saturday, where we have the 10-over format coming back. Actually, when you need to rely on some of those middle-order batsmen more, that will be a challenge for those who haven't had much game time. We looked at a fairly ordinary bowling card punctuated by Ryan Barr and Andrew Britton, both going for 26 of their overs. On the other hand, some useful contributions from Iftikhar Hussain and Ryan Macbeth there at the end.
Yeah, it did well. Macbeth and Hussain both. I mean, when you look at their figures, disappointing for Iftikhar. I mean, it's not shown on his stats, but there was that 4 byes, the last ball off his bell, and then Ryan Macbeth, he went for that big boundary towards his as well. But other than that, they did their part. They did well. But Tunbridge Wells, they just seem to be getting better and better as we leave you with that mid-innings summary. So Tunbridge Wells have put 83 on the board. And, well, if Brigade are going to pull something stunning off on St. Patrick's Day, they've got to get to 84 for what would be quite a tremendous victory. And I tell you what, if they get to it, they will be dancing out there in the fan zone. Rico Full here with Andy Ryan, and join us in about 5 minutes' time. Hasta pronto! Hello and welcome back to you, our global cricket family, wherever you're watching from around the world. And cricket lovers, I hope you've enjoyed the entertainment that we've given you here today. And yeah, look, there should be applause for everybody in the fan zone as well. You've been absolutely marvellous. It's been an outstanding day following an outstanding effort from the Blue Crew and also the volunteers and players of Costa del Sol Cricket Club to get the show on the road. And well, the great cricket that we've seen today is a tribute to all of you and all of your hard work. And once again, let's give them all a round of applause, because this is absolutely amazing what they've achieved here today. A round of applause for everybody for getting this ground ready for the day's play.
Yeah, it's a great round of applause, Rico, and certainly the crowd over there in the fan zone has responded to your call. Such enthusiasm from the group who set out their stall earlier in the day. There's been an exceptional attendance here at Cartama Oval. In fact, I might even think it might be challenging the ground record, but either way, the team over there in the Victoria Malaga tent and behind the food catering tent have been challenged all day. And well, there's one man who could challenge this target. It is Graham McCarter. He gets a short ball and just easy pickings for a batsman of his quality.
Yeah, this is a good shot. He's onto it quickly. And well, that's what they need. Got to be positive. They've got to attack. Barker. And this has been up in the air. It's going to go to hand. And it's been well taken. And we've said a few times that shot straight down the ground, if you don't middle them and get the power in them, they're just going to hold up. And that's a really good catch taken. Had to steady himself. And there he goes. He's going through the action replay for us. It didn't quite happen like that. I'm sure we'll see it again, but that's a good catch.
Oh, Christian Davis. I wish we'd just have an ISO camera on him for the whole game. Just provides endless comedy. No shortage of cricket quality as well. That's a really, really good catch. And sending the very dangerous Graham McCarter back to the pavilion. 6 first ball, dismiss the next. It's not what Brigade needed.
No, they needed him to stick around, play a few more shots like that. He has to depart. McCarter, he'll be disappointed. Didn't quite get under that. And offered an opportunity to Christian Davis, and Davis snapped it up. Of course, Christian Davis, he's had his troubles, hasn't he, when he's been in the field. And of course, I'm sure he won't mind me mentioning the drop catch. It was the hat-trick ball when it was Marcus O'Riordan was doing the bowling. And he put the catch down, and it was an absolute sitter. So he's obviously been doing some catching practice while he's been away.
I reckon he might mind you referencing it, Rico. I think it's been referenced about good 15 or 20 times over the entirety of the European Cricket League.
And has he chipped this up straight to the hands of the fielder? Yes, he has. And, well, it wasn't that long ago that we thought that Brigade were maybe going to get a hat-trick on St. Patrick's Day, but now they could be the ones that fall to a hat-trick because the captain, Andrew Britton, has gone really cheaply. You just feel he hasn't hit this. If he tries to hit it hard, he's going to clear the fielder and he's going to keep going. But no, he's chipped this up. There was still work to be done from the fielder. That's a good catch taken.
Yeah, nice bit of work from Johnny Shepherdson in the outfield. And Matt Barker, after a difficult start, getting hit for 6 first ball, he's come up with consecutive wickets, and that's the skipper, Britton, making the lonely walk back to the Players' Pavilion. Brigade already 2 wickets down, only 6 runs on the board, and Rico, we have another hat-trick ball coming up.
Yeah, so just have a see if there's going to be any change in the field. Don't seem to be bringing anybody in for the hat-trick.
To be fair, only 2 fielders on the boundary at the moment, so it would be ultra attacking the Tunbridge Wells. They'll leave the man down at 3rd man on the boundary, and it looks like they've actually got the remainder of the field up if you're hedging towards the edge of the 30-metre circle, but they have brought in first slip, Barker to get the flying outside edge. David Murdoch's going to be on strike. Rico, big ball this.
Here we go, hat-trick delivery. And Shard to catch it, but was always going to be falling short of the fielder. That's a shy at the stumps. Not before the batters complete the single, so Murdoch gets off the mark.
I think young Matt Barker, his eyes might have lit up. It was a good length ball, mistimed. I thought that mid-on could have been in with a chance, as it was. Fell into safety. We see Macbeth come on to strike for the first time in this game.
Oh, that's a good delivery. Beats him all ends up. Gets right through him.
With us in the last game, Macbeth, a few times. He's clearly a good hitter, but does get his body outside leg stump quite frequently. I don't know whether it's a tactic of him trying to create room over the offside, or he's just got a little hitch in his batting approach.
Trying to cut this one away, and it ends up being another dot, so a great start. First over, the score 7 on the board, but it's the 2 wickets down as well. That's going to hurt Brigade.
Yeah, the Tunny Wells fans, they're all rugged up next to the fire in the fan zone over there. Not sure, well, certainly if you're a Tunbridge Wells fan, is there anywhere else you'd rather be, Rico?
Well, at the moment, no, you wouldn't, because the Tunbridge Wells, they're playing very, very well indeed. They're looking to go level with Packard Care on points at the top, and I would imagine on that run rate, they will take top spot. Oh, this is picked up beautifully. Watch out, it's coming your way. And well, I'm not sure what that's hit. It's hit something and gone into the woodlands there. Well, what a big hit that is. That's got to be the biggest of today. That's a superb hit from Murdoch.
That's a stunning strike, Rico. It is just elevated and kept on going and going and going. Bounces on the top of the fan zone tent. It's a brutal shot from Murdoch.
Yeah, Bailey Whiteman, he's had his issues today, Bailey. He started the day with his very first delivery, was fiery and quick. Then he struggled with his line. He's trying desperately to get it right. Better ball to make into better play. And well, this one could have been close.
He's an interesting bowler, Whiteman. He, ironically, given he's playing an Irish team, he actually reminds me a bit of the ex-Irish seamer, Boyd Rankin. Just has a little bit of a halfway, not fully front on, not fully side on part of his action. Looks like it might have even been remodeled a couple of times, but just doesn't feel like he's got complete fluency with what he's doing at the moment. Clearly he's got some really, really strong elements to it as well and gets some disconcerting bounce, but not sure he feels completely confident about where each ball is going to be delivered.
Yeah, good observation. Whether it's just getting used to the principle of the run up on the grass, which is going to be pretty soft, and going on to the artificial, which it won't be used to. And that one's just a full toss, and it's going to get him a wicket. It's a one-hand stunner, and it'd be interesting to see this. I don't know if the umpires want to see this from the side view. The catch has been taken, and it's an absolute brilliant one again. And it's Shepperton. What a catch, one-handed. But I think I'm not sure if they're going to have a look at this.
Yeah, Johnny Shepperton looking like a specialist in that mid-wicket position. See if the ball's gone to waist high. It's going to be a 50-50 call. Certainly not the first time that Whiteman's bowled one in that area, but irrespective, Shepperton tracking back. I thought he was going to have the ball to feed him, but sticks out the left mitt and takes a great grab.
Well, no wonder it smiles all round. The wicket does stand. You see there, the ball was just dipping, so it wasn't an issue with the height. So once again, though, it's not the best of deliveries for Bailey Whiteman, but just maybe just taking the pace off the ball. It's enough to get him a wicket, but only thanks to a great catch from Shepperton. So it's another wicket goes down, so it's 15 for 3 now, Brigade.
Yeah, they're in big trouble now, Brigade. Iftikhar Hussain, man who's rescued them from difficult positions before, certainly during the group stages of this tournament. He was instrumental in getting them into finals week, but let's go back to that delivery from Wyman. He's a tall man, very strong, strapping young lad, and when you get a ball coming at waist height from him, admittedly it's not a great ball, but it's also incredibly difficult to put away.
Opportunity now for Hussain. If he can get himself in, he is a good hitter of the ball once he gets flowing. He hasn't had too many opportunities today as yet. Straight to the fielder. He says no, and I think that's a good call. Don't want to lose any wickets unnecessarily here at this point, but you also know that they do need to get on with it.
I'll hit that ball straight to Chris Williams, and not sure his day could get any better, but if he pulled off a direct hit run out there, maybe it might have been the icing on the cake.
It's nicely played. That'll be 4 runs. Just sort of waits for this, takes a little walk into it, and plays it through the gap, 4 runs.
Nice shot from Hussain. Another full ball. It's the end of the over. Brigade 19 for 3. Once again, Whiteman a little bit all over the place in terms of his length. Gets hit for 4. That final delivery from Hussain, just trying to keep Brigade in touching distance. They're almost at 10 and over. They'll have to accelerate quickly. Particularly this over, but already 3 wickets back in the hatch.
Yeah, I mean, Andrew, how would you sum up this day? I mean, it's been a marathon of a day, and you know, sometimes when you're at home and you just because you're doing nothing, you're just a weekend off and you're just watching one film after another, all action-packed movies, and yet you can't remember all the scenes because there's so much been crammed in. This is a bit like that. There's been so much good cricket, so much action. Just trying to think back all these matches we've seen. So many highlights, great catching, great bowling, some good hitting as well. What a superb day.
Yeah, no shortage of action whatsoever, Rico, and the players have adapted to this 5-over format wonderfully. We've seen some additional tactical changes as we just see another wicket, big swing across the line. And Brigade, well, if they faced an uphill battle at the end of the second over, then they've done themselves no favours at the start of the third. They are now 19 for 4, and Rico, probably not the last nail in the coffin, but not far off it.
Yeah, this is well bowled, and you can see he's trying to force the issue, trying to send this away towards that short boundary, misses out on it, and it's a good bit of bowling from Mark McLean, and more smiles on the faces from the English champions, Tunbridge Wells.
Yeah, just having a look to the chat, Rico, as we wait for the next Brigade batter to come out. Interesting observation from Graham Holmes, who suggests that Haley Whiteman's going to have to bowl better if Tunbridge Wells are going to win this tournament. Admittedly, on the form that they've showed today, I'm not completely sure about that. They've got so much depth with both bat and ball. I think if he comes good, they might be an unstoppable force, but I don't think he's necessarily going to carry the bowling attack.
No, they've got good depth in their squad. I agree with you, Andrew. I mean, we've seen times when he hasn't played. I mean, earlier today after that first game, he didn't play the second, and they just continue to perform. And, yeah, I mean, if he's at his best, you'll have him in your side because he could be, you know, he could be their version of Mohammed Cameron, if you like, taking those wickets early up. But if he's not quite right, well, they've got other resources that they can fall on. McLean gets a wicket from his very first delivery. Here he comes again. Slightly short. And it's a fielder getting under it and takes a catch right on the boundary. So it's another 2 in 2. And will McLean go on to complete a hat-trick? There's a catch taken from that man out there who's having a fantastic day himself. And Christian Davis, he certainly has.
He's dropped catch again.
I tell you what, he certainly has been doing some catching practice. No doubt he'll talk to me later about reminding everybody about the drop on the hat-trick. And one thing I will talk to him later because I want to know what the fine was that he paid for that drop catch, because I know Tunbridge Wells, they always do a fine session at the end of the day, and be interesting to be a fly on the wall when they do that today. But I want to know what was it that he had to pay for that last one. So we see Ryan Bart, he makes a disappointing exit. Another batter goes without contributing anything on the board, and hat-trick ball coming up, and it's going to be his brother. Looks like it's going to be David Bart coming out to be facing it.
Yeah, another bar up, but nonetheless, the Brigade keep on going out and back to the pavilion with rapid speed. I thought it was actually a pretty good shot off the bat from the other Bar brother, but unfortunately it's just dropped in. And to be honest, if Christian Davis needs to get a fine tonight, I think it's for lack of celebration after that catch. He was very subdued, and disappointingly so, given some of the theatrics that he's put on today. Hat-trick ball.
McLean, and Hall gets a bit of an inside edge as this goes out. Not where it was intended, but he survives.
Nice ball. And talking about the depth of this Tunbridge Wells side, I mean, just dropped in here. Young McLean to bowl some left arm orthodox. Bowled a good over until he's just been pumped for a 6 as Iftikhar Hussain just trying to give the Brigade team some hope. Seem to have less enthusiasm from both the supporters and players, 10th than you'd expect at the moment, but he will not give up. But McLean's bowled an excellent over so far. Nice control and a bit of loop.
Yeah, I'm liking the way he's bowling. And this one is miscued. This could be an opportunity. And it's been taken, and well, it's been passed on, and that will be a catch. They'll probably want to have a look at this. And
yeah, I think that's 6,
that's
Rico.
okay.
I think Baker's actually already signalled that he touched the boundary rope with his foot. Good sportsmanship again. We've seen that a couple of occasions from Tunbridge Wells team today, calling 6s as soon as they've made contact with the rope.
Yeah, 6 runs, you can see. He steps on the rope as he takes a catch, then a step backwards as well. Well, Chris Williams, he's not happy about that. Firmly struck to the man at mid-wicket. Got 2 men out there waiting now, and 1 man really straight on the sort of long on. Very, very straight long on. It's almost like you've got 2 mid-wickets in place there. So that's the end of the over. So they're just pooling along here. 33 on the board, 5 wickets down.
Certainly not massively behind where Tunbridge Wells were. They were 46, admittedly no wickets down by that stage, but unfortunately for a Brigade, they don't have a clone of Chris Williams to come in and try to belt these last 12 deliveries all over the place. It's just in exquisite ball striking form. And the Tunbridge Wells boys, they look in a very comfortable fashion. Brigade 33 for 5, 2 overs to go. Hussein's still there though.
Just adjusting the field here. Shot, and this is going to be more runs, 4 runs. This is an area where Hussain is very strong. This is where he scored most of his runs when we saw him in the group, way back, Group A. Can you believe that was over 5 weeks ago? If you bowl it short, you bowl at his legs, he will put it away. That's a nice shot.
Yeah, swiveled around, good technique. It's a very composed batsman, Rico, and capable of hitting shots to accessing a lot of parts of the ground. As bowler presumably going to take a little bit more of a wide of off-stump line, try to get him away from heaving him over to the leg side. He's just pushed a man to backward point on the boundary in this addition to Alex Williams, who's down here at third man.
Short again, and this one's going to go all the way over. Balle, 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 kinna sona, shagalaga. Well, that man there, he's got Hussain. He certainly hasn't given it up yet. If you're going to bowl him short and on his legs, that's going to be the result.
Well, presumably he was foxing the batsman with that change out to deep backward square, who's now being brought in again. Alternatively, perhaps it was just a bit of a garbage ball that's been dispatched, and Hussain just keeping the light flickering for Brigade. Another short one and another one pumped to the boundary. That's 3 consecutive boundaries, and McLean's gone for 14 off his first 3 balls.
Well, this is not the best of bowling, you have to say, but still, you've got to put him away, and that's exactly what Hussain's doing. He's not trying to hit it too hard. And at the moment, his position and timing has been absolutely epic. This one, I'm not sure what this catches, whether it's the bit of the bat or bit of the lid. Let's see what signal comes from the umpire. Certainly had quite a strange sound to it.
McLean finally managed to prevent a boundary. The ball's clattered into the helmet of Iftikhar Hussain. Off strike. I'm sure McLean won't be the least bit perturbed about that.
Nice looking shot. And, get Hussain back on strike. Think about taking the second, but wisely go against it.
Wisely go against it. I think the fact that Iftikhar Hussain had his back turned to his partner, there was not much chance that he was going to return for a second. He desperately wants to strike. Only 7 balls left to go in this game, and they need 35.
Yeah. Oh, this is a lovely shot, and the fielder does well. And I think on another day with his outfield is back to its normality. That would have been 4 runs, but just slows up a little, allowing the field to do the fielding. But an important thing there that Hussein getting that single, he will go back on strike. And this is what we got coming up tomorrow. And if you like in this match, well, they're going to do it all again. First up tomorrow, Tunbridge Wells versus Brigade.
Well, BET2BALL European Cricket League, it just keeps on allowing fans to gorge on European cricket. This is a great start to tomorrow. I suspect Brigade will be better. We know they love the early morning starts, and they will pull out their best to rectify what looks like being a loss here to Tunbridge Wells, unless Hussein can get all over these opening deliveries of Dave Smith. It's not impossible, but not close, but close to it.
Well, this is going all the way through. I'm not sure if this takes anything. I don't think it does. It's going to be 4 byes. Will that help?
Well, Buttery standing up to the stumps against Dave Smith. He bowls with reasonable pace. Ball's just popped off a foolish length, gone over the keeper's gloves and heads down to the boundary. Well, if you're not going to get any bat on it, it's probably the next best result.
Yeah, Buttery will be disappointed with that one. Smith once more to Hussein. And slower delivery. Hussein just sort of drags this out to one of those 2 men out there patrolling that boundary. So now goes back to Smith. And really, unless this couple of no balls that go to the boundary, this match is all but over. Well struck, fielder comes in and takes a really good catch. And that sort of sums up for me what today has been all about. We've seen some excellent catching, even the very first matches that you did, Andrew, with Vinny early in the morning when it was very moist out there, pretty wet. The catching has been outstanding. All the teams have done absolutely brilliantly in the field.
Yeah, the players adapted well to the moist conditions, Rico, and Matt Barker there, good cricketer, opens the bowling very, very well. And despite the difficulty of that chance, he made such good ground, looked so well balanced that never looked like putting it down. Just really impressive, highly technical fielding. Just a great example to the rest of the players here at this tournament. This Tunbridge Wells side, they are prepared well, they are young, they are athletic, they have dynamic bats. And you'd have to say, Rico, from today's play, they would have to be the favourites at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, look, the way they've... I think the key word here is adapted. We know that they had to adapt when we saw them playing Group A, a team that hasn't played any T10 cricket, and they adapted really well. Only that one defeat, which they won't... reminding of, a lot of people talk about it all the time when they lost to Drew in that, well, you say that match number 13. It was 13 minutes of madness. A bit of edge on this and gets lucky. You can see Butterley, he's disappointed he's not taking this. It's a difficult one because I think it climbs on him a lot. And what he has done by getting something on this, he stops the ball going to the boundary.
Yeah, thin edge, but disappointing for the keeper. Apologises to the bowler. A bit of bounce there for Dave Smith. Just popping a bit outside off stump. 2 balls to go.
This will be played out to the man fielding on the long off boundary. But yeah, I mean, it's been a solid performance from Tunbridge Wells. They just seem to have control and just getting better and better all the time. But it's that opening 3, isn't it? I mean, either one of Chris, Alex Williams, and even Smudger, Dave Smith, can really lay into the bowling attack of the opposition. It's well bowled, well played as well.
Yeah, clearly the top order batting's their strength, Rico, as they managed to close out a very comprehensive victory here against Brigade. Brigade ending up 58 for 6 in their pursuit of a target of 84, but that top order batting is superb, and they've just got enough depth in their bowling lineup to make sure they can keep teams guessing. They're not going to get a rhythm against them. Got a great support crew here, Rico, and it might seem like an insubstantial thing, but just having plenty of people to keep you pepped up. They'll likely go through 1 or 2 down phases. It's hard to see if they'll go through the entirety of tomorrow undefeated, They've got some tough games coming up, but that support crew will be really important too as they get through the latter stages of tomorrow and on to finals day on Saturday.
Yeah, absolutely, and they've done what all good teams do. I mean, their first match today, match number 3 against Pakakea Badalona, they only posted 47 on the board. Alex Williams was the highest run scorer there, 24 of 13, and Pakakea Badalona got them. So they had that defeat early, and sometimes good teams, when they have a defeat, they come back stronger and stronger. Brigade showed that as well, though, in the group stages. And though they've had this defeat here, I can assure you that tomorrow morning they will come back strong as well. But, well, it's all smiles at the moment on the face of the captain there, Chris Williams, and the Tunbridge Wells players and their supporters. And they do love this sort of warm applause that they get, themed to the music as they come off the field of play. Having another victory under their belt, but one thing they've done brilliantly is taking their catches.
Yeah, Christian Davis, he's provided plenty of entertainment out on field, whether it's with his left arm orthodox spin or some excellent fielding. And speaking of excellent fielding, Johnny Shepherdson, he made a big impact. 2 very, very good catches. But Brigade, they gave the total a shake at one stage. In particular, Makata got off to a 6 first ball. Then we had David Murdoch, who launched one of the biggest 6s we've seen to date. But unfortunately, there was just not enough substance outsider Iftikhar Hussain. Ryan Barr with a big swipe across the line to give Mark McLean a wicket, and he bowled very, very nicely with his left arm orthodox spin. Picked up a 2nd wicket. Subdued celebration from Christian Davis. Had to have a word with him about the game. But Iftikhar Hussain, Rico, he was probably the only one that really took the attack up to the Tunbridge Wells bowling.
Yeah, he was. He played some nice shots. I mean, you'd say that he was probably fed a little bit as well on the leg side, but you still need to put them away, and he did really well. And talking about putting away, you need to when you get the opportunity, put the batters away. And their fielding was spot on as they register another victory. So it smiles for Tunbridge Wells. They'll certainly be the happier of the 2 teams here today, and maybe the happier of all the teams because their performances have been good. But Brigade, well, look, they're going to be pretty happy as well. It's been a mixed day for them, but I'm pretty sure that they're going to go back and enjoy themselves a little bit as well today on St. Patrick's Day. Maybe just the 1 or 2 Guinness. It's not too many because first up in the morning, it's a crunch match against Tunbridge Wells. They'll be looking to get a bit of revenge, but you see there, it's only, as we said, Iftikhar Hussain, 35 of 13, that really put any resistance together. Other than that, that's quite a sorry scorecard.
Yeah, really sorry scorecard, but certainly much brighter on the other side of the ledger. Matt Barker with an excellent first over. He's been really impressive so far today. He took 2 for 7, and really bright signs from Mark McLean. He bowled the 3rd over with his left arm orthodox, took 2 for 14, including being on a hat-trick. And a pretty comprehensive all-round performance. Rico giving a nice little Rico golf clap in the background as Chris Williams makes his way to be interviewed by the European Cricket Social Team. And that's a comprehensive win for Tunbridge Wells. They scored 83 for 2 off their 5 overs. Brigade, not the worst response, but 58 for 6, really didn't get close. And I'll ask the question, Rico. I know Brigade have put a lot of pressure on themselves to be victorious this week. I know they've taken it very, very seriously today. Maybe a few team drinks over St. Patrick's Day just to loosen things up a bit. Maybe just talk about how the day's gone. Perhaps that is the secret to a better performance tomorrow. Yeah,
it could be. It could be. And, well, I'm sure there's 1 or 2 Irish that are looking for their pot of gold on St. Patrick's Day. Well, Brigade, they'll be looking for a pot of luck and a pot of form for them. But, yeah, I'm sure that they will regroup. They are a good team. We see them. They did it exactly in the group stages. They got that really clubbing defeat from Griffin in the group stages. But then after that, they won every single game, including the group final. And no doubt that they'll come back together. They'll regroup. They'll talk about it. Look at where they did well, because they did a lot of things well. You can't take anything away from the good things they did. But they, like the other teams, and I'm talking about Russia here, I'm talking about Al-Bazami, talking about Pakakea Badalona as well. All those teams, similar to Brigade, they did good things, but they also did some bad things, and it's the team that is able to get the good all-round performance in that is going to probably be up against Tunbridge Wells maybe in the final. Who knows?
I think, Rico, it's been really interesting today just how this 5-over format has affected things. And as you said, just actually the difficulty in teams creating consistency. And I think that is a function of the format. When you've only got 30 balls to play with, things get amplified and you are taking swings to almost every ball. Some teams have adapted to this better than others. And in fact, Tunbridge Wells showing a great amount of consistency and almost surprisingly as though they've got the formula to repetitive wins in this format.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And the other interesting point is that I think at the start of the day when I was watching some of the cricket the first few games, I in my mind thought that 60 for me would be like a good score. And I based that on you get 10 and over, say, or 4 overs, but you'll always get one magical over. That'll take you into the 60. And the scores, late as the day's gone on, it's got even bigger than that. You've seen teams posting 77, and that we saw there 83 as well. So the teams are getting used to it. They're batting well. I mean, obviously, there's those short boundaries at the moment that are coming into play as well. But though there is good hitting, and I go back to this point, though we've seen some good hitting, you also have to play intelligent and smart cricket. And that means, yeah, you've hit the boundaries as well, but you eliminate the dot balls, turn those dot balls into singles, and all of a sudden, another striker getting on strike and hitting a boundary, and you're working as a team, you're getting that partnership going, you get good runs on the board.
Yeah, couldn't agree more, Rico. I think as the teams have had the experience today, I'm sure they'll go back, probably watch some of the highlights, watch some of the coverage from today, maybe just tweak things when they come back tomorrow. But at the end of the day, this game is so much about can you get one of your top 3 batters to play a brutal innings. If you can get them to face 18 or 20 balls out of the 30 that you've got on offer, we saw that with Chris Williams in this particular game, face almost everything that came his way for the first 4.5 overs, then that is going to put you in a remarkably strong position. And that makes me feel why Tunbridge Wells are favourites. It's not just the fact that they've had a couple of strong wins today, but that opening pair for them is just so strong. And unless Graham McCarter starts firing for Brigade, I'm not sure they have got the fireworks up front. Certainly Paco Care Badalona and the boys from Italy, Brescia Cricket Club, they could make claims to have the same sort of capability up the top, but Tunbridge Wells, they've made a few statements today.
They certainly have, and I think they're putting up a sign saying, right, we're here, and we want to take that magnificent trophy home with us. We want to be the champions of Europe, but there's still a lot of cricket to come tomorrow. And I just want to take this opportunity once again to say, you know, the winner for me is not just the players on the field of play and all the officials, but it's this huge community of cricket that the European Cricket Network, along with all the federations and all the teams taking part, has created. It's been absolutely massive with people on the YouTube chat, with our viewers around the world, all the support, the global support that we've had over the last few days when the heavens have opened, and this pitch, well, it resembled a bit of a swamp, but all the work that's happened here from the volunteers of Costa del Sol Cricket Club, all of the Blue Army from the European Cricket Network team, and everybody else that's mucked in, and the support that the teams and the management have provided to European cricket. That's what this is all about. We are one big family that are coming together, and I just want to salute you all for all of the work that you've done and all the support that's been given to European cricket, and you know, the likes of Daniel Weston and Roger Finer that have been working tirelessly behind the scenes. It's been a massive effort, and your support has been crucial. And like I always say, and we always say, that you are the best viewers of any type of sport for us. I mean, the best cricket viewers in the world. And thank you all very much for your support, and thank you to everybody that made sure that we got this marathon of a day in here today. And remember, there's 10 more matches to come tomorrow.
I feel like I've gorged on limited overs cricket today, Rico. This has been an absolute feast.
Yeah.
I tell you what, when someone told me we were switching to 5 overs cricket, I was a touch sceptical yesterday, but I think it's been a fantastic exhibition, and I think the opportunity to see each of these teams play almost all the other teams by this stage, and just see how they match up, see how their top players go against each other, it's given us some great insight for what that finals day might look like.
Yeah, look, I mean, everybody has worked really hard, but we've also had, on St. Patrick's Day, the luck of the Irish today, because it didn't rain. Thank you very much to Brigade and the Irish supporters here in the fan zone. You've been absolutely brilliant as well. What a day of cricket we've had. Plenty of entertainment, plenty of excitement. I always say it's a frenzy of action-packed entertainment, and with this F5 formula, it was even more, and it was very difficult to keep up with it, but all I know, it was just thrilling, it was entertaining, and I'm looking forward to seeing some more dramatic and action-packed games tomorrow. Remember, we're back tomorrow early in the morning morning. And what a match we start with is going to be Brigade, the champions of Ireland. They're going to be up against Tunbridge Wells once more. A repeat of this match. See you tomorrow. Esta mañana. Un abrazo muy fuerte.